Some say that champion duelists are to Fontaine as the safety is to a musket. Which is to say, a chance to defend one's honor and avoid the scrutiny of the prosecution. A way to unload the pent-up emotion in the courtroom without a violent eruption. But there's another way of looking at it, namely, when the accused denigrate the law and question its authority, we must safeguard the dignity of the court. And as a last resort, we will do so by force.
In that case, Mr. Mescal, please confirm whether I understand the defense's position correctly. You vehemently oppose the law, refuse to stand trial, and request an alternative recourse to defend the honor of your guild.
That's right! I demand a duel!
Too often, it is only when the safety is disengaged and the champion duelist takes aim that they finally realize whose hand controls the gun.
The request for a duel is approved. This decision is irreversible.
Violet. How are you? I haven't written in a while, so I thought I'd send you an update.
Siege Ween.
The Duke tells me that you're always asking after me. Please, don't worry. Everyone at the Fortress of Meripede is really nice to me.
Walsey, we've had it with you!
What even is this? It's completely inedible!
Suck it up and eat it!
The food here is delicious, and the people are super friendly. The other Melusines come by to visit me sometimes. They're always full of praise for the fortress, and they get along great with everyone here. Sneaky sticker for you. This one's really cute. Let's give it to a cute person. You once said we have to discover the meaning of life for ourselves. I think you're completely right. Life at the fortress is often pretty uneventful, so my infirmary is empty a lot of the time.
He's down! He's down! Ha! Too easy.
But everyone trusts me, which is really great. I really like being a head nurse. Anyway, the Duke and I are planning on taking a trip out, so we'll definitely see you soon.
I look forward to it.
Hope you're not too busy. We're here.
In the Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Liban and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Nouvelette, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time!
Introducing our upper bracket players. Dio, KDF Nkoi, Mango, Z Grimlet, our lower bracket players, CJRs, Chikua, Inzaghi, Minty, players comprise the faces old and new, eager to keep their vigil or to challenge the status quo. They have braved insurmountable odds and innumerable obstacles to make it all the way here to qualify to be our top 8. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stafa, and it is my absolute honor to introduce our intrepid duelists, our loyal travelers, and ladies and gentlemen watching from all across the world, to the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup Pacific Region 2024 Knockout Stages, where there is going to be action right at your fingertips. You don't want to miss a second. So without further ado, I think it's about time we get the show started, isn't it? Our lovely casters are prepped and ready to bring you the show. So casters, the stage is yours.
And hello, travelers. Welcome to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. I am one of your casters today, Leah, also known as Windflower Leah, and I'm here with Sumi. We are back again in Fontaine's Hotel de Bois.
Hello everybody, we are here in the Hotel de Bois. The players are getting ready as we speak, and the wonderful guests sitting by us watching the games, I'm sure they're enjoying some wonderful snacks as we can see.
There's so many different players here in the top 8 from the Pacific region. Of course, we just got off casting for the Atlantic Prince Cup, and now we're here bringing the Pacific Prince Cup Top 8 live to you all. It's so exciting to be here. The stage is wonderful.
No, it is certainly wonderful. And did you know that the Hotel de Bois is set up in a way that you can see the performers on stage no matter where you're sitting?
I do believe that the owner, Vanegem,
yes,
he invited us here to, cast for you guys, and he's a very big fan of the art. So I guess, Genius Invocation TCG could definitely be considered as an art form in some ways, and I'm sure these players today are going to show us how it's done.
Competition is indeed an art, and Vanegem believes that art is the best sauce to add on top of food for the most enjoyable eating experience.
Truly, and I mean, what better location to watch a Genius Invocation TCG match than Fontaine, right?
Yeah, especially considering the fancy food we have. It looks delicious. I wish I could eat it, but unfortunately I'm not allowed to.
Maybe next time.
Maybe.
So, what are you expecting, Sumi?
Well, I'm first expecting a QR code. Unfortunately, we just missed it, but what does that do, Leah?
So the QR code, if you scan it, it will send you to a survey feedback form. Additionally, if you are watching over on Genshin Official, I just want to say welcome, travelers, once again. Head on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube, where you can enter into a raffle to win 1,000 Primo Gems. So that will be happening every match. I believe there should be 2 winners, and a moderator over there will be instructing you on how to enter. And yeah.
And the QR code is being up, just popped up again at the bottom. It is gone now, but don't worry, it will be back during the games. You'll find it in between the players' portraits.
Yeah, so it'll be cycling through with some other information. There will be player cams on the left-hand side, and it'll be in the center there. You know, if it pops up and you have something you want to say, if you want to share your thoughts with us, you can feel free to scan it and, yeah, tell us.
Yeah, let us know. We are here for your entertainment, just like the performers or players on stage over there are here for the entertainment of the guests of the Hotel de Bar.
Indeed. But additionally, just a reminder, there are those raffles ongoing over on Astro Carnival's YouTube. But here is our knockout stage top 8 schedule. So first up, we have Z Crimlet versus Mango in the upper bracket round 1, followed by KDF and Koi versus Dio. And then the winner of those 2 matches will be facing off against each other in the upper bracket final. Meanwhile, the losers will go down to the lower bracket round 2 and face the winners of Minty Ninjagi and Chikawa versus CGR ZZZ.
There are a lot of big names in this tournament. I mean, Z Crimlet already has placed so many incredible placements in so many different tournaments. Mango, on the other hand, is a bit of a newer player, but still has outstanding achievements in his own right.
This upper bracket round 1 is actually very interesting to me because Z Crimlet and Mango both took top 4 in their respective Prince Cup tournaments. So Z Crimlet, of course, was in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament, took top 4. I think he lost against Rev. Meanwhile, Mango was also top 4 in the Korea Prince Cup tournament. So, you know, both these players here, something to prove. They're actually in the upper brackets, while Inzaghi, who was our champion of that tournament, got knocked down. Yeah, he's in the lower bracket. But here you have your schedule here, just in case you want to see the timings of these matches. They're approximate, so we'll just have to see how long these games go. Of course, we are playing best of 5s here today, so 3 games takes it.
Yep, I mean, it is also best of 5 conquest format at that, so you don't just need to win. You need to win with everything you have brought with you today.
And speaking of bringing things today, what do you expect? Just going back to that question.
Ooh, I mean, I obviously have to say Whale, right? Whale has just been so dominant ever since its release, just in the Prince Cup, both Atlantic and Pacific, in the online stages. It was basically 100% pick or ban, and the few times it was let through, it has showed an outstanding performance, dominating the competition.
I'm personally expecting to see a lot more Sino, especially with the Atlantic Prince Cup finals. That Sino crab deck finally making it through, and maybe we'll see something like that here. I'm really curious if we're going to see more of the crab variation or Chevreuse.
So for those of you who are unaware, Sino received a massive buff recently. He has now more control over when he gets to his big transformation power spike, and the power spike also lasts a lot longer as well. So players are able to utilize that to great advantage and bring in Sino in a lot of decks.
And I mean, I think in the finals it was even banned out instead of Whale. Of course, speaking of Whale, I believe Whale had around a 95% ban rate by the time the online group stage was over. If you're unfamiliar with what we're doing here, we did have an online group stage for the Pacific Prince Cup tournament. It was the top 32, 24 feeding in from the Serious Showdown, which was 48 players, and then the other 8 coming from the Wildcard tournament, which was open registration.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to participate in one of these tournaments, if you want to go visit either the lovely Cat's Hill or the rather extravagant Hotel de Bar, be sure to sign up.
Definitely. Be sure you're following Astro Carnival's socials, you know, on X, Twitter, YouTube. Well, Twitter and X are the same thing.
Yeah, Twitch, all that stuff. I think I have a TikTok account too.
But there will always be news to follow, and if you want to join in on the fun, if you want to make your way to the big stage, you know, keeping up with those socials is the perfect way of doing it.
They'll post announcements on when upcoming tournaments are going on, and even if you aren't able to make it here in the live crowd, there are prizes waiting for you at every turn.
Indeed. I mean, speaking of prizes, I do believe our champion will be taking home 16,000 USD. The overall prize pool for this tournament is 60,000 USD, which is a lot. And I mean, the prize differences from 1st to 8th is also quite different. 8th is coming in at 1,600 USD, so if they've already made it to the big stage, that's how much they've earned just for playing a game here.
I mean, it's not just making it to the stage. You make it sound a lot easier. They had to battle through first the online stage, the Serious Showdown or Wild Card.
Even before that. So, I mean, to get into the Serious Showdown, that was invite only. They had to have a top placement in the Catskills Gathering tournaments. So you'll see a lot of these players here actually have a lot of match history on the big stage before. So we'll be going over that more in detail as those matchups come up, but...
Yeah, I mean, I believe we're going to have some other stuff being shown right now, soon. But, I mean, just making it to the wildcard, even if you don't...
what you just saw here was our first two players, their amazing poses. That was our first time seeing those.
Yeah, they really did commit to the pose. I think that's one of the great things about these players. When they set their minds to something, they go 110%.
Look at Z Krumlet there. This stage is beautiful. I cannot get enough of it, but he is setting up his decks. We have no idea what these players brought.
No? So we haven't actually looked at these deck lists yet. I don't know what these players are cooking, but no matter what, I'm sure we're in for exciting games and even spicier decks.
But here we go. On the left-hand side, you could see some, information about our first player here, Z Krumlet from Indonesia. Personal tags are Grinder and Aggressive. So, I mean, Grinder tells me it's not a tag we see very often, but he must play a lot, he must practice a lot, and he prefers aggressive type decks.
I mean, it's either that or he likes to play slower aggressive decks that combo in later and just grind down the opponent.
That's not aggressive. That's like mid-range hyper.
It's aggressive when you go in.
Okay.
Think about it.
I'm thinking about it. But anyway, so look at his commonly used decks. They are two of the best decks in this current patch. The Prince Cup Atlantic tournament really established what is strong going in here. So these players for the Prince Cup Pacific had more time to prepare. They had time to watch, their friends from across the world battle it out and see what's really important to be bringing here today. So I'm expecting to see some similar decks, but here is Mango's information. Mango from South Korea. He only has the tag Unlucky Roller.
His decks, though, are not to be scoffed at, though. You have the obvious Kuching and a Whale. That deck is so strong in Atlantic. Every time it's shown up, I believe it has won. And also the ever-popular Herald Claymore. That deck has performed so well in the online stages. I wouldn't be surprised if Mango does bring it onto the live stage.
I even remember that Sayu deck with Chongyun and Herald was getting some bans. I believe Jibu banned it himself. It was a deck that popped up it became really popular in the last part of the Pacific group stage, right? So
yeah, it popped up at the tail end of Group C, and then Group D just took it and ran with it. It is such a great deck. I mean, Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone. I keep saying this on cast, but because it is a prepare skill, you double dip into that passive, and it's just so strong.
I mean, Sayu used to be paired a lot with Mona in that MES deck. Of course, MES standing for Mona Eula Sayu, which was another iteration of it was Wanderer Eula Mona.
Yep.
So Mew, that's what we called it.
Mona Eula Wander, that's the order for the letter acronym.
I messed up the order because I was saying MES. It's different.
It is, but the thing is, the Sayu version, MES Mona Eula Sayu, that one is a more aggressive variant, whereas Herald Claymore with the Herald and Chongyun version is more focused on the more standard play these days, which is ramp 8 dice or pass 8 dice into the next round to just get a bigger advantage overall.
Herald really taking the popularity contest here, kind of phasing Mona out a bit as players are really preferring to have that utility in the revive. So yeah, and then Chongyun is kind of replacing Eula in a lot of ways. I guess just has more cryo application in his kit.
Well, I don't think the cryo infusion on the Frostfield really matters for most decks, but I think the breakpoints work better, right? Because with Eula, if you do not have Grimheart, skill with Wolf's Gravestone equipped will only do 5 damage, right? Whereas Chongyun, it's 6. So if you can get them to that breakpoint, just a single attack and 3 cryo dice, assuming you have it, is all you would need.
Of course, Eula and Chongyun both can equip that Wolf's Gravestone that weapon. They're both Claymore users, so
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
It's like, I think the flexibility of Chongyun works better because you don't need that extra action to ramp up the Grimheart, right? But of course, with Eula, if you do ramp it up, it does help you in securing kills through things like Lotus Flower Crisp or through excess healing.
Definitely, but players definitely preferring Chongyun, that iteration of the Sayu deck. What about Sino? What are you expecting for Sino? I touched on that a little bit earlier. Sino pairing with Chevreuse, who's a very new card in this patch, and then also Dea for that damage reduction. But then there's also that Crab deck that I believe Zero was playing in the top 32 of the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament.
Yeah, so
and suddenly getting a resurgence here.
The Crab deck has actually changed from when we saw it with Zero, because Zero is playing it pre-Sino buff, right? So that's a weaker version, and even then it would look pretty well. But the two main versions of Sino, as you were talking about, Leah, was with Chevreuse and Dea. This version of the deck wants to utilize the Prospector's Drill, and then after you get an overload, you can discard the overcharged ball Chevreuse gives you from her passive and chain overloads like that. And you can combine it with things like Tada to self-proc the damage reduction from Drill and force a discard, and then you can combine that with a power res.
Okay, let's take a step back here. So overcharged balls, what are they?
So that is something you get from Chevreuse's passive, so as long as she is alive and currently on your deck, it will generate after you do an overload, only once per round though. The overcharge ball itself is a 2 pyro dice card that when you play it will do 1 pyro damage, but it will also do the pyro damage when you discard it.
Yeah, so with Prospector's Drill, it will discard the highest cost card in your hand, right?
Highest original cost, yes.
So you're trying, yeah, discounts don't apply to that, but you're trying to have the overcharged ball be that card that gets discarded. So, I mean, these decks will bring 3 cost cards, but you would either tune or play them before going for that.
Typically you would in order to guarantee the discard, although there are exceptions, like when you have Sino Talent, maybe you just play that instead. You don't really want to tune it, right?
You don't want to tune Sino.
And if you have Countdown to the Show, depending on the situation, whether the overcharge ball doesn't matter or something like that, you could choose to do a skill there and set and discard it for the extra discount on that.
But essentially what we're trying to say here is that Shiver's Kit is really equipped to be applying that pyro damage. It's just so much more pyro application than what we're used to, and Sino can really capitalize on it and go for 10 HP or more, just one-hit KOs.
Oh, very easily, and especially when you consider the fact that his new passive, when he does a skill the first time in the round, it will add 1 stack to it. And of course, the breakpoint for 4 stack didn't change, so he's able to actually accelerate when he gets that huge power spike.
Definitely. And then there's one more deck that we mentioned that we're anticipating seeing. It is that Whale deck, and there are a few iterations. I know Minty in particular played something very interesting. He's one of our players here today. Unfortunately, in the lower bracket, but he has a shot to make it through. He played a Pep, Sinyan, and Whale, which was very different from the Kuching Cryo Cube Whale we've been seeing in Atlantic.
The other variation of the Electro Whale deck would be to have Cube, Scorpion, and Whale, although those play rather similar. The big difference with 8-Pep Jinyan Whale, though, is that you kind of sacrifice the more immediate power spike you would get from something like discarding Stilettos or tuning the abundance of Bone Cruncher energy blocks, but also have better scaling because a Pep gives you those Kindreds.
And those Kindreds, you can also just massively discard all those Kindreds with Sinyan's Burst, which is why they have really good synergy together, even without Whale. I mean, Whale also likes discard, so that's why you put Whale in that deck with the Sinyan Pep core. But you don't have to play Whale there.
No, you don't. You could also run Whale with, as we said, Kuching or Scorpion. Both are equally as valid, although those decks focus on a faster power spike at the expense of less HP scaling for Whale and also no secondary carry.
Oh, here we go. We see the stage here. So I think our players are getting ready to go in. I mean, with these 3 major deck archetypes in mind for this current patch, I think we're anticipating seeing all of them. The question is who's going to be bringing everything, but there we go. There's our answer. Here are Z, Krumlets, and Mango's decks, and look what's banned again. We are continuing the trend from the online stage. Whale is double banned. Looks like Z Krumlet is going to go with that deck that I believe Kevin Z brought it. He was the only one to bring it. That Nishida Linny Kuki Shinobu deck. We'll talk about that more in a second. And Mango, was that Sino he's rolling with?
I believe it was. I'm not at all surprised that Mango did bring Sino Overload first. I think it is the baseline of a deck's power for this patch. I think it is by far the standout deck. It is the safest pick right now. It's not particularly bad into anything, but it can also have its standout moments.
I'm from Indonesia, and my favorite character from Genshin are Linny and Lynette. I feel lucky because as a top ranker from the group stage, I get more safety before getting eliminated in this local stage. But I also expect that this offline stage will be more difficult than the group stage. I feel lucky because as a top ranker from the group stage, I get more safety before getting eliminated in this local stage. But I also expect that this offline stage will be more difficult than the group stage. It does help because I get a lot less nervous compared to the first times I play offline. But with the fast-paced updates in Genius Invocation TCG, the experience and the cards and knowledge of the meta decks at the time probably won't help much. If I ever make it to the finals, the player I'm hoping to face the most is Inzaghi because I've known him the longest out of all the other players, and we've also met at the previous Prince Cup and is also the champion there, so I want to take it this time. I started Genius Invocation TCG right when the update came out in Genshin. At the time, I wasn't playing any other card game, so it came at the right time. And for the new players, my advice is to understand more about the cards and mechanics first before worrying about the strongest deck at the time.
Yeah, so there were some words from Z Crimlet himself. These player interviews are so nice. We get to hear some information from the players that we wouldn't otherwise get to know, right?
Yeah, we get to see their insights, their thoughts on the game, maybe some personal backstory you might not have been aware of. It is so cool to see these.
Of course, Z Crimlet is someone who follows the meta and tweaks the decks to preference. So it's no surprise at all to me that he is running this deck with Nahida, Linny, and Kuki Shinobu, as we see here. Kevin Z bringing it first. Kuki Shinobu used to be official during the era of the Asia Invitational, which Z Crimlet also participated in, made it pretty far as well. It was called Finale because, fit for official, not for Nahida, and live for Linny. But now with Kuki Shinobu here, we're gonna have to figure out a new name. Finale 2.0 is what we've been calling it.
We can keep the same naming scheme, just Kukinali.
Like Kusanali?
No.
It's Kukinali, but
yeah.
Kusanali is Nahida's name.
Yes, and it's like a cool pun there. But
Interesting. But look at these other decks that were brought. Mango running with that Kazuha deck that Kevin C really struggled with in the Atlantic Prince Cup as well. So very interested to see how this lineup is going to go into each other. But first we have this game 1, and there is Z Crimlet's deck list for the Finale 2.0, or I guess Kukinali?
Kusanali. I'll let chat pick this one, but this is also a deck that Kevin Z struggled with. It is a very standard aggro deck. It is all about early damage or early pressure, but at the cost of that, you aren't quite able to match the dice that other combo decks and other decks currently in the meta are able to generate. But hopefully, with the Revive on Kuki talent, maybe it can help you withstand that pressure a little bit by tanking that just extra damage to let Linny clean up in the end game.
This list is very interesting to me as well. It's running double Tamias along with the Junior Zod, Chef Mao, Engine. Lots of food there, and that one copy of I Haven't Lost Yet and Kuki talent basically has been a game changer historically in most Kuki decks. Having that I Haven't Lost Yet and into burst is so important because, Kuki has trouble getting that second energy point.
Yeah, you really don't want a normal attack after her skill, and very rarely will you actually use all 3 stacks of her Sanctifying Ring, so you don't want to skill again at that point either. Another thing this I Haven't Lost Yet combo is great with is that both Linny and Nahida are also only 2 energy bursts. So if you do manage to pull that in the Adeptus, you can instantly turn the tide of a game.
I just wanted to point out as well that the artifact lineup is also rather different. There isn't that cheeky copy of Emblem of Severed Fate that we often see in Kuki decks, but I think that's because this is traditionally a Linny deck, right? Linny's your finisher.
Yeah, Linny is typically your end game carry, but we can talk about that more when we get into the game.
Yeah, here is Mango's deck, the deck spotlight for the Sign Overload. Of course, it's Sign Overload because it's Sino and Overload. He's an unlucky roller. We're going to have to see if that persists. How can he be an unlucky roller if he's in the upper bracket?
You can roll bad and still win depending on what types of deck you play, but Sign Overload is one that you do need to get a little bit fortunate with. You cannot cringe your dice particularly much because you are an aggro deck. If you have to first attune all of your cards, you have no resource to work with, although there is the Nature and Wisdom in there as well because both Sino and Dea are Sumeru characters, so that can help you pull for the cards you need when you need them.
Look at the Arcane.
Oh, you're right. There's an Arcane in there.
There is an Arcane in there. That is Joy's Celebration, and honestly, I think that's a very interesting Arcane to bring. It's not one we often see, but we're gonna have to see how it plays out for Mango because we are getting into game 1 here. Z Crimlet versus Mango. Kukinali, is that what you're calling it? Versus Sign Overload.
I'm going to be straightforward here. Kukinali is the name I've heard more from the players. I think personally I like Kusanali more because there's the fun pun in there. Although, I'll have to see if it's deserving of the name of an Archon.
Well, I mean, there's an Archon in it.
Yeah, but is it as powerful as an Archon?
Kevin Z won with it.
That's
but
true.
Here we go. Game 1 is starting. Also, there is a raffle ongoing over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. If you're watching from Genshin Official, welcome. This is the first game of the Pacific Prince Cup Tournament Live Finals. Make your way on over to that YouTube channel, Astro Carnival on YouTube, to enter into those raffles. There should be 1,000 Primo Gems per winner, 2 winners per match.
That is a lot of gems we're giving away. And you know what else we're giving away?
Nothing. We're asking you for feedback. Scan that QR code. It will send you to a feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts. If you love our raffles here, if you love our casting, if you love our amazing set here, if you love our players, make sure you tell us. If you don't like something, tell us too.
Yep. But speaking of, well, no, on my thought earlier, we are also giving Z Kremlin a great opener right now. Kuki plus Veteran's Visage is a great starting hand because Kuki, when she has that self-piercing to herself, obviously does proc Veteran's Visage, and if you swap, she's the only character that takes damage, so you also get that extra card draw. On top of that, you get the dice back as well, so we can play a Libin, plus either do another action like swapping, or strategize into Chef Mao.
Mango going for that Sumeru res, has double Prospector's Drill. I anticipate he's going to be putting one of those back, but what else is he looking for?
Ooh, right now he really wants a Libin, just some way to pass dice into the next turn. Oh.
No Lieben did get Gamblers and Sino Talent, but I don't know if they're going to come up just yet. And I mean, this is almost certainly going to be a day of skill, but what do you do with those other dice?
Yeah, it's not looking great. I think the best option you have here for Mango is you're not able to pass on 3 dice into the next round. You no, you are able to. You could Prospector Drill and the Gamblers, I guess, but I don't really. It just kind of feels bad. You'd rather have a Libin.
Z Kremlin going for the strategize there, drawing out, I believe, that quick swap to Leave It to Me and also Gilded Dreams. And with those 3 dice, they are going to be passed over to Lieben. Unfortunately, you know, Mango not getting his own Lieben. I guess that unlucky roller tag also applies to cards.
I mean, do you count drawing cards as rolling? I mean, when you get dice, you're literally rolling them, right? But is it the same for cards?
Well, he had an unlucky draw this game.
That's true, but is that rolling? Would you count that as rolling?
Well, we'll ask chat. So chat, if you're listening in, do you consider drawing bad cards as unlucky rolling?
You know, Mango also rolled unlucky. I have to... The play I was thinking of earlier is you pre-play the Woven, that way you can day a skill, and then we can preserve the Omni and Electro dice, swap over to Sino, and just play our Talon, do a skill, try to get the extra burst damage, but...
So, something you could do if you're Mango, you have that Woven in hand, and you could swap over. What else are you going to do with those 3 dice? You do have 1 Electro, so if you equip Sino Talent here, Z Kremlin's already ended. Oh no, it's just going to be Prospector's Drill and Gamblers. Okay.
Yeah, so I think the reason we're not doing that is because we didn't play the Pyro Woven earlier, right? We had an Omni dice and we used that for the Dea skill, and also we have to tune 2 cards instead of just tuning 1. And the 3 cards remaining in our hand are very valuable.
Oh no, there's that Lieben that he was looking for. Unfortunately, it's coming a little bit too late, but I believe that Z Kremlin definitely has the advantage going into this round 2.
I think, as you said, Leah, Z Kremlin is ahead right now. There is more dice for Z Kremlin to work with, more cards in hand as well if he wants to tune for it. And currently, Mango has no overcharged balls to work with, so Sino isn't able to threaten that instant overload.
Of course, to get those overcharged balls, you have to trigger an overload reaction. So Z Kremlin being one of the top players, this is the top 8 of the top 32. And in the first place, to get to the top 32, you have to go through so many trials and tribulations. Z Kremlin is going to know to avoid those elemental auras.
Like, avoiding elemental auras is the name of the game, especially one that has as little pyro application as Sign Overload, at least before you get those overcharged balls. If you can deny the reactions, you can significantly slow down his game plan.
Let's swap over from Kuki Shinobu. You see that pyro aura on her. Now Nahida has no elemental auras. And Mango is going to have to figure out what to do here. No fast swaps, but it will be a swap over onto Chevrus.
The name of the game right now for Mango is Stall, Stall, Stall. His opponent has a lot of dice to use, so if he goes in prematurely, he's going to set up one of his characters to get knocked out prematurely.
There's the Heart of Kovarena onto Nahida, and there is her elemental skill. I wonder, a typical line we see with these types of decks is, you go Nahida, skill, burst.
That is a very common line from Nahida, because you are able to get the first Skanda and then get the spread it again, but ooh. What did you see?
Drawing that Adeptus. I don't think it's going to come up in this round,
yet.
But that Nahida Burst is going to deal so much damage if he's able to get it off. Looks like we're going Dunyarzad into Chef Mal, draws the Timaeus. Actually, we might see that Timaeus played now, so Timaeus can have 3 stacks going into round 3.
It really does depend on what Z Kremlin wants to do with the rest of his dice. He has 6 remaining. If he plays Timaeus, that's like 4 dice he can still use. I think he would rather get up a Nahida skill first, especially considering there's already a Seed Skanda on Chevrus. If you do another 3-cost skill, it will spread it to all of Mango's characters.
And this is, like I was saying earlier, a very typical line for this deck. Even during the Asian Invitational, when Kuki Shinobu was in fact Fischl, this is what you would do. You'd start on Fischl, go for Oz, swap to Nahida, build up her burst, and burst. That was the most common line.
So on screen right now, we just saw a very, very heads-up play from Z Kremlin. Nahida was at 8 HP, but we played a sweet Madame to bring her up to 9. The reason for that is right now, Sino does, with Pyro Res on a reaction, will do 8 damage. So this guarantees Nahida lives on at least 1 HP.
So where is the aid coming from? So Pyro Res, skill with talent or without talent?
3 base, right?
Okay.
That's the skill damage. And then +2 from reaction, that's 5.
Okay.
And then Pyro Res is another +3. 3 + 5 is 8. Currently only at 1 stack, so if you play talent, it wouldn't add anything. The only way we get to that 9 damage breakpoint is if we also Tada Sino in order to get that self-piercing and also get the the Prospector's Drill +1 damage.
But look what's in Mango's hand. Unfortunately, there's not a quick swap there, but that could have been brutal.
Absolutely. Mango would have also had enough dice as well. We see Pyro Res, Woven, and Tada there, but just missing that one very crucial card.
Goes to show you really need Liebet in round 1 because maybe with those additional 2 cards and 2 dice, maybe would have had that first turn, well, not first turn kill, second turn kill, but essentially first turn kill, considering how much ramp goes into round 1 these
true,
days.
Yeah. Even still, though, if Z Kremlin just leaves Nahida out to dry right now and just passes on the Timaeus, could still be dangerous.
Z Kremlin swapping away from that Nahida, once again managing those elemental auras very well, and now has that quick swap Adeptus Burst ready to go for round 3.
Ooh, that's going to be very, very scary. That is 7 damage coming down, potentially more if we can get an aura on Sino.
Also, look at this animation. It's so cool. I think that was Sino's skill, and now there's an Electro Aura on Linny. Z Kremlin is juggling these auras, trying to avoid that overload.
So what Z Kremlin wants to do right now is just end his turn on one of the characters afflicted with Pyro. That way he doesn't eat an overload in the end phase. But the issue is if he does that, he loses turn priority.
Wait, but what if he ends, gets overloaded from Linny onto Nahida, and then Adeptus Burst Sino next round?
The thing is, though, Sino is at effectively 11 HP because you have the Prospector Drill, right? So it would reduce damage by 1/6. Sino would be at 4 HP with Dendro Aura and Seed. And then you need another fast swap to Threnic Hail onto him with a reaction.
But you have that fast swap. You have fast swap.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
End on Linny. I think we're just gonna end. Ooh, drawing Veterans Visage. I don't think that's gonna be played right now. There's a Lotus protecting Linny from that overload reaction, just in case Mango has anything up his sleeve as well. But this is going to be so good for Z Kremlin going into round 3.
It could be. On the other hand, though, Mango does have an out to this play. If he calcs it correct, knows that this is a bait, Z Kremlin ending early to get that initial Adeptus Burst to bring Sino within that one-shot range, he could play his Woven, which he does have in hand, sacrificing a little bit of extra damage later on in order to keep his characters safe.
Do you think that's what Mango's going to do here? Do you think we're going to see that Woven? You see him looking kind of up there in his player cam. He's really thinking about what to do.
It really does depend on what Mango is worried about. You cannot play around everything, especially with how many cards Z Kremlin does have in hand. If you do swap today, you will eat an overload from Linny, but on the other hand, I don't think it matters.
We are ending. This is a very risky end. Mango taking his time as well to really think about if this is what he wanted to do. It is, that timer started ticking down there. And we're going to have to see if it was a bad decision. We are leaving Sino very vulnerable here.
So the thing is for Mango, the initial Adeptus Burst from Nahida won't actually kill him. It will only bring him down to 4 HP. And as long as we are able to play around the breakpoint from that, he could still be safe.
Wait, did you look at those dice? Look at Z Kremlin's dice. What is that? That is perfect usable.
4 Omni, 4 Dendro, and if we are going for that Nahida Adeptus Burst, it will just be perfect dice, as you said, and we have Gilded Dreams to make it even better.
We do have Gilded Dreams, and also if Sino goes for that overload reaction onto Nahida and manages to take her down, you have that I haven't lost it. You can go for a Cookie Shinobu Burst to finish Sino off.
Oh yeah, you're
right. This is going to be such a huge round for Z Kremlin. Mango has to be careful not to play into it.
And you know what's even worse for Mango right now? He chose to bring Joyous Celebration instead of Wind and Freedom. So typically, this wouldn't be something that matters because you use your Dendro Res right now in your hand to search for Fresh Wind of Freedom, and then you use the Power Res to KO Nahida, and then you can follow up an attack on Kuki as well, knocking both of them out, and that's not an issue. But because we switched our Arcane, this is a very real threat that Mango needs to be worried about.
Of course, Joyous Celebration is probably really good, especially in the mirror matchup, because you can cleanse those auras with Joyous Celebration. It's an arcane that's not commonly taken, but Mango seems to have a lot of faith in it, but doesn't even have it on hand right now. And what happens when you cleanse Dendro? It's actually really bad for you.
It will give your opponent Quicken, which isn't great. But yeah, Mango playing the card for the mirror matchup, just cleanse the auras on Sino, keep him safe, maybe for like a freeze matchup as well, to avoid that freeze so he doesn't have to take extra damage. But in this matchup in particular, because he doesn't have that follow-up action.
Ooh, the Lotus is going to be... Wait, that means we're not going to see an Adeptus Burst here. I'm not sure if I like this from Z Crimlet, because I feel like you want to sacrifice the here.
Oh, wait, Z Crimlet messed up. He forgot the overcharged ball, popping his Lotus Crisp.
And you see his reaction there. He is not happy with that. Yeah.
So I cannot blame Z Crimlet for forgetting about this, because right now he wants to get the Dendro on Sino, wants to get the extra reaction damage on the burst of Nahida. But what he forgot is that when he damages Sino, he will discard a card, and Overcharged Ball is typically the highest cost card in this deck, popping the Lotus, which puts Nahida once again within lethal range. But if it wasn't for that...
Ooh, the swab onto Chevreuse, not going for the overload onto Kuki Shinobu. I think Mango is really trying to avoid that I haven't lost yet burst that Z Crimlet has in hand.
Mm-hmm. Z Crimlet really wanted to keep Nahida alive. Potentially it would have been better if he didn't. Ooh.
I mean, Sanctifying Ring was still active, so that Quicken proccing on Sino into Kuki Shinobu burst, if Nahida did fall there, it would have been brutal. Mango really calculating these lines, but there is Chevrue's skill. Her burst is ready to go, but she is very low health.
Mango going for a very interesting line here, just constantly doing actions on Chevreuse. I mean, Chevreuse burst is okay against enemies that have a lot of cleansing, because then you are able to get the extra power damage on swap, which helps Sino with its overload, but when everyone's already equipped.
There is the Gamblers, and with a skill from Linny, Chevreuse falls, and we get 2 Omni back from that Gambler's refresh. Out comes Sino.
All right. Does Mango finally go in here?
But ooh, this is gonna be really, really bad. Although, if you quick swap away for Z Crimlet to Kuki Shinobu, you're gonna get overloaded onto Nahida.
Right.
So you can't, I haven't lost yet burst without using a dice to swap, so you can't play that Adeptus.
No, you cannot. And with this one stack on the Prospect of Juro main, the extra damage reduction, it could save him.
There goes Linny falling, and out comes Nahida against Z Crimlet's will. But there's the fast swap. We are heading on over to Kuki Shinobu. This should be an I haven't lost yet burst.
How much damage is this? Kuki's has a lot of buffs right now, but no Adeptus.
Boom!
Wait, the seed! The seed!
The seed is gonna take Sino out! There goes Elemental Reaction. Sino falls, and now Dea is the only one left on Mango's side.
Oh, how does Mango win from here? Sino was the core of this deck, and now he is gone. There's no way.
This
Only
is
3 dice.
going to be it. This is going to be it. Unfortunately, Dea is a damage reducer. She is there as utility. She's not going to do a whole lot of damage on her own, unfortunately. Mango really miscalculating that line there and losing Sino too early.
Absolutely devastating. It was a fully equipped Sino as well, with talent, with everything, and Z Crimlet taking a sigh of relief, knowing that he has secured game 1.
Secured game 1 despite that slight mess up with the Lotus Crisp overcharged ball. Of course, these mechanics are very new in this patch, so it's easy to mess these things up, especially, you know, this is the first game of the Pacific Prince Cup Tournament live finals on the big stage. The nerves are probably running so high right now for both of these players. There's the fast swap from Kuki Shinobu over to Nahida. The Sanctifying Ring doing 2 damage because of that quick and proc. And anything from Nahida is going to take it. Will be a skill, -6. Dea falls and Z Crimlet wins game 1.
What an absolute showstopper for game 1. There were so many opportunities for Mango to take the advantage, but every single time he could have done that, there was always the threat of I haven't lost yet burst in the back of his mind.
Definitely, and I mean, you know, Z Crimlet, that reaction from him in the player camp, he was like, oh, I played that Lotus and just took 1 pyro damage from the overcharged ball. I did not think about it. He thought he was going to lose the Nahida, but Mango did not go for that play. I think Mango was really playing around that I haven't lost yet burst, but then it happened anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't want Z Crimlet to have the opportunity to just burst him down with 7 damage on Sino, but because he took so long to do it, he ran out of dice, ran out of defensive options. Potentially, the actions on Chevreuse as well. If he just had 3 more dice to work with, he would have swapped out a bit longer until Z Crim completely ran out of dice and then went in safely.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very interesting seeing the dynamics in this matchup because it's normally you're playing on the defense from Sino. Sino is so threatening, can go for this overload reaction so quickly, and even had the Prospectors real gamblers from early on. But I think Mingo honestly ending his turn and letting Sino take that damage from the heat up burst was just really scary because that applied the Dendro aura
Right, yeah.
was just not great.
And if it wasn't for that +1 damage from the aura, or just not from the seeds, maybe you swapped off a Chefless onto the Day, let her tank some more damage and keep Seno clean from all of these debuffs, could have had enough HP to live that I haven't lost yet burst.
But here we have our raffle winners. If you saw me looking down, I was waiting for them to appear. So if you see your UID there, congratulations. You have won 1,000 Primo Gems each. If you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, you can enter into our next raffle. So just make sure you're following the moderator's instructions over there on how to enter. There should be one every single match, not set, but match, and these are best of 5s.
There are a lot of gems we could potentially be giving away, so pray for, guys, not long games, but pray for a lot of games. More games, good for watching, and great for gems as well.
Yeah, and more entertainment for us on the caster's desk. We are already starting it off really big here. Sino falling so tragic. He's your main damage dealer.
Yeah, and it is kind of the battle of aggro decks. It's something that we haven't seen in a while, but when both decks really just want to go in first, go in fast, it is all about whoever can collect their pieces first, and in this case, it was Z Crimlet.
So I want to take a minute to talk about our players, by the way. So Mango, just a reminder, was Korea Prince Cup top 4 from last year. Also took top 4 in Cattail's Gathering Asia Season 4 in 2024 Season 3. If you're unfamiliar with what the Cattail's Gathering tournaments are, they are open for registration. I do believe registration for the current one ends soon if it hasn't already ended. So you can make your way on over to Astro Carnival socials to check the information for that. But, these tournaments are the community level. They're what feeds into the Series Showdown, which feeds into here. So as for Z Crimlet, he has taken 2nd in Alpha 1 and 3rd in Asia Season 3. Also has 4 top 16s across Cattail's Gathering tournaments.
That is certainly a lot, and if you are interested in joining tournaments like these, be sure to try your luck at them. And even if you don't make it this far, there are still prizes along the way, even some special card backs.
Well, here is the deck selection. Looks like Z Crimlet is going to be running with that Chongyun Sayu Herald deck that we were just talking about earlier when we opened the stream. Of course, this is open decklist conquest format. We will not be seeing that in the heated deck again, because once you win with the deck, you can no longer play it. As for Mingo, he's also going to be playing that Chongyun Sayu Herald deck. I believe we've been calling it Sayu Claymore, but this will be a mirror matchup.
Yeah, it is once again kind of a mirror, the direct mirror this time. And as all mirrors go, it is all about who can collect the pieces first. Especially in a combo mirror, the opening is so important. If you force your opponent to spend more dice than they need to, it means they're bringing less dice into the next round. And bringing less dice in the next round means less actions, and less actions means less damage, and less damage means less chances of winning.
Z Crimlet coming top 4 as well in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament, was mentioning in his player interview that he really wants to face Injagi. And Injagi was our champion of that tournament, who is unfortunately in the lower bracket. But I believe the way the seeding works in this tournament, if Z Crimlet gets knocked down into the lower bracket at all, he will be seeded into the same part as Injagi. So they could meet earlier, but if they both make it to the finals,
they can meet there as well.
Yeah. So it could definitely happen, but Z Crimlet is 1 game up for now.
Currently he is, yes, but it could swing oh so quickly. Both of these players have made it so far in other big tournaments just like this, and especially in a mirror matchup, there is no way of knowing how it will go until we see it.
Definitely. So just looking at this matchup, by the way, what are your thoughts? What is going to be crucial?
Ooh,
There's
wait,
the deck list,
this is
actually.
an interesting list. Herald Claymore has changed for Z Crimlet and Kevin Z, so we don't really like to talk about other tournaments too much. We want to focus on the here and now, but when we see a deck list change as drastically as this, I think I have to mention it. Typically in Herald Claymore, you just run the 2 Wolves Gravestone and as many discounts as you can muster with Golden House, Rhythm of the Great Dream, Ancient Courtyard, but this time, Z Crimlet is going for like a hybrid list. Yes, you do still have the Wolves Gravestone, but you're also bringing in the Wagner as well. He will provide discounts and searching, but of course, you do not get the Wolves Gravestone all the time.
The Wagner weapon banner, as our lovely caster Blep the Cat likes to put it, you have to have 3 different weapons in your deck. They have to be unique weapons in order to draw out a weapon when you play that Wagner. And of course, Wagner functioning very similar to Timaeus with discounts for weapons specifically. So very interesting. Do you want to explain these two other choices maybe as we get into the game? Because here's Mango's deck first.
So first off, Mango is bringing the more standard list that I was talking about. You do run the double Wolf's Gravestone, and choosing to run double Herald Talent as opposed to double Sayu Talent, which was more common during the online portions of the Prince Cup Pacific, and no Rhythm of the Great Dreams, and also no Ancient Courtyard. Looks like we're adding in the Golden Troop just for a cheaper Sayu or Chongyun skill, and also a second countdown of the show and a Lotus Crisp to boot.
Yeah, Mango not running an Arcane in this deck would be very interesting. Did Z Kremlin bring an Arcane? I don't think I caught it.
No, he did not.
He didn't have one either. So no Arcanes in these decks. Of course, they're totally optional, but they're such powerful cards.
They do provide a lot of dice value, but they actually do mess up your mulligan a little bit because they will always appear in your starting hand as opposed to another card. That is -1 chance to draw something you might need earlier on.
Also, I'm just noting the difference. I don't believe that Z Kremlit took 2 copies of Herald Talent or Sayu Talent, right? So that's a difference.
That is also a difference because he needs to fit in the Wagners in there as well.
Yeah, there are no Wagners in this one. It's just 2 Wolf's Gravestone. And just going back to what I was saying earlier, so those other 2 weapons that we saw Z Kremlit taking, what are the reasons for taking those over double Wolf's Gravestone?
So it is because, of course, you want to run the Wagner, right? If you're running Wagner, you want 3 different weapons to get the searching effect. And the weapons he chose are the ones that give him the most dice value instantaneously, which is like Sacrificial Greatsword. Once you do a skill, it will refund you 1 aligned dice of your active character. And Force Regalia will do the same, but it will be 2 dice on a normal attack.
Well, we're gonna have to see if these choices will work out in these players' favors as we head into Game 2. This is Z Kremlin versus Mango. We are in a mirror matchup with this Sayu Herald deck, as we've been calling it. Sayu Claymore, actually.
Pretty sure it's Herald Claymore because Sayu already has a Claymore. Yeah, he's the one that doesn't have a Claymore.
So, wait, so I don't actually understand the naming convention we chose. So Herald,
I think it's 2 Claymores.
Herald, 2 Claymores. So
Yeah.
Herald Claymore.
Yeah. It's Herald and 2 Claymore characters, Herald Claymore.
But Sayu is the main character of this deck, right?
Yeah, but Sayu already has a Claymore, so why do you give her another Claymore?
Well, because it's Sayu Claymore.
No,
She's
but Herald...
she's dual wielding.
No, but Herald is the one that's dual wielding. Look at his arms.
But he doesn't have a Claymore.
Yeah, that's why we bring him 2 Claymores.
Anyway, there is a raffle ongoing over on Astro Carnival's YouTube, so make your way on over there if you want to enter for 1,000 Primo Gems. There should be 2 winners with each match, and this is only match 2 out of potentially 5 if we go on to a Game 5. Of course, 3 wins takes it. Z Kremlin already 1 up on Mango.
Whether or not Mango could bring it back or potentially put Z Kremlit on the ropes, or will Z Kremlit take this game as well and put himself on match and series point, we'll have to see in-game.
Here we go. There's the transition. And how are these players going to start? Oh, I believe we have heart rate monitors now. I was missing those in the first match, but look how high the heart rates are for these 2 players. Something I want to point out is Z Kremlit is notorious for having a very high heart rate in these live tournaments, so I am expecting that heart rate to skyrocket during crucial moments, but Z Kremlit immediately starting off with Countdown.
Gravestone! Let's go!
Gravestone Chongyun start as well versus Mango's Herald start.
Wait.
Elias
Hold on.
draws Gamblers. It's not Golden. Wait.
Are we ramping?
We are full ramping. This is not Herald Rampate. This is Chongyun Rampate.
So, I'm not entirely sure why we start trying to have Herald. Herald is typically safer because he does have the revive to give that extra leeway. But, I mean, look, when you're expecting your opponent to ramp A, maybe you just stay on the character you want to do a skill on immediately and just go for it, right? Because both of these decks really do enjoy passing a lot of dice into turn 2 and kind of just sacrificing their turn 1 pressure. So whether Mango can match that or perhaps might be forced to do a few actions here and there, because it looks like his hand isn't nearly as good.
Mango does have that Lieben, though. You could also go for Dunyarzad, Lieben, potentially draw out Timaeus, but it will be a Herald skill here, applying that Hydro to Chongyun right off the bat.
Ooh, I mean, that will allow Mango to freeze Chongyun later on, as of course Hydro and Cryo, as we all know, is freeze, which will lock down a character. And with neither of these players running Tada, which is the card that was just added that will do 1 piercing damage to your active character, cannot break out of a freeze by himself.
But I believe Mango is just going to be going for that play at this point. There's nothing you can really do with these dice. Oh wait, there's a swap to Sayu. Hold on.
Tune 2?
Are we tuning? No, we're
no,
going to
okay.
Dreams to Dice Fix, and this will be Sayu's skill immediately. Of course, with this elemental reaction, through a swirl, will be drawing card, and it is Timaeus. So this is really interesting. Instead of matching Z Krimlet's ramp, Mango's going for a lot of damage right off the bat, and already Z Krimlet's characters are applied with Hydro, and Chongyun's really low.
Yeah, this is Mango's turn to maybe go for Chain Freeze. Of course, he won't actually have enough dice for that. Didn't get to ramp, so he didn't get a lot of the magic setup he would need to do that. Z Krimlet, I think, is at an advantage here in terms of dice at the very least, although Mango could quickly swing that around.
Of course, Z Krimlet played that second Lieben not because it was going to catch any stray dice, but because he was going to overdraw. He's sitting at 10 cards right now. Look at his pulse skyrocketing, by the way. It's almost at 140.
Ooh, I think the current record is 164 by your champion, Kevin Z. So we'll see if Z Krimlet can beat that.
I think Z Krimlet is notorious for running at a high heart rate at these events, but there is Seed Dispensary, there's the Strategize. Drawing out a Wagner, a second Wagner, and Duel.
So we could Wagner into Golden House for a free discount on a weapon right now, but with how low Chongyun is, it might not be worth it to put the Wolf's Grace on him, but we also do want to skill, so Force Regalia won't get its value either. We could also try to pull for the Sacrificial Great Sword and get that +1 damage, and it will also give us technically +1 dice to work with as well.
So there are a lot of options here in Z Krimlet's hand, but it will just be a Chongyun skill deploying that Frost Field, which will last for the next 2 rounds. How is Mango going to respond? I almost wonder if you just go into another skill.
I don't see why not. It would put Chongyun onto 3 HP if Z Krimlet decides to stay to do another action and put him down to 1 HP, in which case he will be taken out by a swirl later on. But of course, if we do that, it does leave Sayu open to another 2 actions to retaliate on the side of Z Krimlet, because while you are able to double dip into weapons with the double prepare skill, it does leave your active character very, very vulnerable.
There is a Liar Song, and because this was the first card played for Mango this round, it will discount that Gilded by 2. As you see there, it's only 1 to play. Junior Zod going down. Probably going to be leaving. See what we get. It is, of course, going to be Tamias. There's nothing else to draw here. Only costs 1 to play, and now that Gilded's free, draws Heart of Kavarena. Could even use that Boar Princess for additional dice generation.
Not yet, though.
Not yet, but here is another Sayu skill. Look at that swirl.
Yeah, Chongyun is being brought down. Oh, just 3 HP. That's really, really low. As long as Mango could find a weapon to equip on either Sayu or Chongyun, a single action will be more than enough to remove him from the game, especially considering the only weapon he has is Wolf's Greystone, and Z Krimlet has no healing in the deck.
This is really interesting. So Mango drawing a second 0-cost artifact with that Boar Princess could have 2 more Omni in his hand, but what is Z Krimlet going to do here? I believe that was a Heart of Kavarena onto Herald in a swap.
Another card drawn in there for Z Krimlet, refilling his hand back up, but yeah. Making a great choice here not to tank that second hit over on Chongyun. We do not want him to be taken out by just an off-field reaction when we can still utilize him to tank more damage in the long run. And also this makes it doesn't get reapplied with Hydro.
There is Junior Zod. I think we're going to see Tamias. Look how free Tamias is, or maybe it'll be a Wagner having both available in his hand. It is Tamias, probably fishing for that Gilded Dreams. There it is.
Okay, that's good. Another thing here is that because Z Krimlet's hand is so full, he can't actually ramp into the next round. This is the double-edged sword of Countdown. You fill it so much, but you also kind of pigeonhole yourself into a certain style of play.
Z Krimlet's heart rate going up as he goes for this freeze onto Sayu. Herald has another prepared skill coming, the second half of it. More Hydro application will be coming down after Mango takes his turn.
And Sayu is frozen as well, cannot swirl even more Hydro, cannot pop the revive just yet. This is force Mango onto another character, but which one will he choose?
It looks like it's going to be Herald, because that is the Heart of Kavarena going on to Herald. This hit from Z Krimlet's Herald will draw a card. It's Golden House. Wait.
Let's see here. No cards to discount with it just yet. Looks like we're ramping.
We are full ramping. Those 3 dice gonna go to Lieben, and Golden Troop gonna go on to Chongyun. It will discount his skill going into the next round. I wonder, how does Z Krimlet respond here? There's the swap to Sayu.
So Z Krimlet actually does have still 1 more action to work with. Yes, Liar Song does only discount a card by 1 dice, but Gilded Dreams will discount to 2 dice total, and because Tamias is at 2 stacks right now, he can equip it for free.
And that is exactly what we're going to see here. That Liar Song pulling back the Gilded Dreams from Z Krimlet's Herald, and it should be going on to Sayu. Of course, with this elemental reaction through a swirl, we'll be drawing a card as well. What's it going to be?
Okay.
Another Gilded.
You're not going to complain about the Guild Dreams necessarily, but the thing to note here is that Z Crimlet's Tamasis are both at 0 stack, so no discount to the next turn, and he also used both of his Lyre Songs. So for the rest of the game, he is reliant solely on waiting for his turns to stack up Tamasis once again, and also his remaining golden houses.
Indeed, but one Omni Dice left. Does he swap off here?
Or we can play Herald Talent, both work.
I could play Herald Talent, but just give me a swap over to Herald for now. I think I like this more.
I do,
because
yes.
Sayu is your main damage dealer, and Chongyun's already so low. You really don't want Sayu to be any more under threat than she already is with that Hydro Aura. And, you know, Z Crimlet has done a really good job of putting Mango's Sayu under threat as well.
This is the great thing about Herald Claymore. You have dual carries. Both Chongyun and Sayu are able to close out games. Just one has more damage efficiency than the other. But when one of your carries is so low, you have to treat it as if you only have one.
Z Crimlet's heart rate is slowly climbing up. We're at 154 right now. And I mean, it makes sense. We are getting to the crucial moment of this game too. I think everything is going to be decided in this round.
Oh no, Z Crimlet's dies. That's so bad. He's burned all of his magic in the last round, so he isn't really able to correct that unless he just tunes his entire hand effectively.
Well, I mean, you don't need the second Wagner. You'd probably play the Wagner over that seed box, and then you have a free weapon, which is already in your hand. Then you could tune the other weapons. I think it should be okay.
You are able to tune your weapons, but I think you do prefer to like only have to get rid of one. The main issue here, though, is if you tune things now, you aren't able to use them later.
Ooh. There is the skill coming out of Mango's Herald. We are proccing that revive on the side of Z Crimlet.
All right, no talent equipped just yet, but Z Crimlet can choose to do that. That does mean, though, that Mango's skills currently are not being taxed by that bonus cost on the Herald talent. The Curse of the Undercurrent, not yet there.
So what does Z Crimlet do here in response? We did swap over onto Herald right now, but could actually go for a freeze with the normal attack. Wait,
no,
actually, because of the infusion.
So the infusion on Chongyun's Frostfield will only work for Sword, Polearm, Great Sword, yeah, just those three. And it will not work on Herald because he is technically an unarmed character, and therefore will not get the Hydra Infusion. Cryo Infusion.
Interesting interaction there. So what does Z Crimlet do here? It looks like we did play that Wagner. Now the weapons in Z Crimlet's hand are entirely free.
That is true. All of them are free because Wagner 2 stacks plus Golden House is a total discount of 3. And of course, all of Z Crimlet's weapons do cost 3 dice. The question is, though, whether or not we actually use it, because we do also have a Golden House and a Gilded Dreams in hand as well. That could be plus 1 dice to work with as well.
Well, I think if Z Crimlet is going to be playing that Wagner, then he's definitely looking to put a weapon down.
That is true.
So, looks like we're going to be slow swapping over to Chongyun to take that Hydro damage from the rest of Mango's Herald skill. And now the question is Z Crimlet going to just... Oh, it is!
Ooh,
this is going to be a normal attack with Sapwood Greatsword.
So, this is a great choice for Z Crimlet. Sapwood Blade, the way it works is it'll make your character do +1 damage, and the turn you equip it, the first normal attack you do will also refund you 2 aligned dice of the equipped character. So this does give Z Crimlet some more dice to work with.
Yeah, though that Chongyun Frostfield is going to be running out at some point. Z Crimlet would want to refresh it, but I mean, this should be the crucial round that everything ends, right?
More or less, a winner will be decided one way or another. I think right now, Mango is in an advantage right now because look at what he currently has in hand. 3 Gilded Dreams, second one in there as well. Golden House to work with, the second Timaeus as well. There's a lot of discounts for him to play around with.
Also, Curse of the Undercurrent is applied to both sides at this point because Z Crimlet did put Herald talent on his own Herald and Mango as well. So now Elemental Skills and Burst are going to be costing 1 more additional dice. As you can see, the top right there, Chongyun's skill costing 4, number 4 in red.
Oof, this is actually a really crucial time for the Curse of the Undercurrent to come in because this is the turn that Mango wants to even out the odds. He's finally drawn into all of his magic components and he wants to use it, but because of the Curse of the Undercurrent, his magic is going to be that much less effective because he has to spend that much more for his skills.
Be a slow swab onto Chongyun for Mango, and this is going to be pretty scary actually because, I mean, Chongyun is your main damage dealer. Of course, Mango doesn't want to just end on Herald, but doesn't have a fast swap. I feel like it's very crucial. Chongyun's just gonna get frozen here.
He will, but the thing is though, Z-Kremlin needs to spend dice, and as I mentioned before, he's used all of his magic. If he doesn't action here, he has at most one more before ending turn, which will allow Mango to come in safely on his Sayu and hopefully claim the game from there.
I mean, Mango, of course, as well, having that Boar Princess and also the discounted Gilded Dreams just waiting to go, would have very many actions for Sayu.
Would certainly have a lot, but we just need to get to the point where we are able to bring in Sayu safely.
There is the swap onto Herald for Z-Kremlin. There's a bit of swap stalling going on right now.
So Z-Kremlin right now knows that if he spends dice and makes it so Mango can go on Sayu safely, he more or less just loses the game instantly. So he wants to drain Mango's dice and make it so that even if he is able to bring in Sayu, he is able to do at most one skill. And at that point, the HPs will be even and he can play it out from there with his equipment advantage on Chongyun.
Is that going to work in his favor?
It's hard to say because Mango does have the Curse the Undercurrent, right? Which means he would need to have more effective dice than usual in order to actually get the Sayu skill out. But on the other hand, Z-Kremlin's dice is also dwindling.
I mean, with Gilded Dreams, Boar Princess, even through Curse the Undercurrent, Mango definitely has at least 2 actions.
Currently, yes, but if we are playing into the Slop Stall, it can go much lower.
Okay, there is the Gilded already using one of those Boar Princess stacks, and I mean, it's gonna cost 4 to go for this Chongyun skill, but...
If we are going for this, we need to play Gamblers as well, but if we do that, it means we are only getting 1 reset, because we are expecting Z-Kremlin to go into his own Chongyun and then do a normal attack to freeze us.
Ooh, Tomias.
Oh, that's great. That's an extra Omni dice.
That is an extra Omni dice. That is Heart of Kavrina. Of course, it did cost 1 to play Tomias, though.
That's true.
But there we go, eating the last Boar Princess stack. This will be a skill from Mango's Chongyun, and Z-Kremlin's Herald falls here.
All right, what does Z-Kremlin do right now? If he goes on to Chongyun, you can freeze the Chongyun of Mango, but then that does leave his equipped character vulnerable. But if we go into Sayu... Oh, wait, there's still the infusion.
There is still the infusion, so you could go for a normal attack here. There's the normal attack, and Mango's Chongyun is frozen. I think the unfortunate thing for Z-Kremlin is that Frost Field is going to be running out, and look at his reaction. I think he wanted that Boar Princess a lot earlier.
It would have been great because Herald was equipped with some artifacts and talents as well. If he was able to play the Boar Princess there, it would have had at least 1 Omni dice to play with, in which case we can use the free Gamblers in our hand right now to get enough dice to do a normal attack.
Oh, this swap onto Herald. Mango is stalling out a bit, and I think Z-Kremlin is going to have to risk either ending on Chongyun or Sayu. Which one is it going to be? You just end on Sayu? It
Looks
is.
like Sayu.
There's Junior Zod passing the round, and now Z-Kremlin is hoping that Mango doesn't have more dice up his sleeve. He's shaking his head there because he does not like drawing that Boar Princess as late as he did.
So, because of the Curse the Undercurrent, I don't actually think Mango has enough dice for 2 actions. A second Boar Princess plus Heart of Kavarina will only give him 1 more to work with, so that isn't actually enough to end the game this round. It will be all about if Z-Kremlin is able to leverage his HP advantage over Mango's plethora of characters on the field.
This might just be a Sayu burst, actually. No, it's a skill. There we go. Chongyun at 1 health right now. Barely hanging on, but 1 more swirl will actually be taking him out. And Sayu on Z-Kremlin's side is left at 5. Mango does have the Wolf's Gravestone in hand, so can go for the swing on either Chongyun or Sayu. Really scary.
Oh, wait, second fast up is actually huge right now because Chongyun is currently equipped with Gamblers that effectively allows Mango to have 1 more dice if we KO one of Z-Kremlin's characters with him instead.
You know what would be really good right now for both these players?
What?
Fresh Wind to Freedom.
Yeah, too bad this deck doesn't run it.
I mean, it can, but some players believe that arcanes aren't the best. Sometimes they're very situational, and this is the situation where you'd need it.
But typically, though, in this deck anyways, you would prefer Ancient Courtyard because it is so equipment reliant.
True.
Fresh Wind is more for like a more aggressive decks where you can threaten a double KO. This deck isn't really like that.
Look at Z-Kremlin's heart rate. It is down so much from the high it was at before. I think he knows the outcome of this game already.
Well,
very calm now.
Look, it's not over until it's over. We have Wolf's Gravestone equipped on... We could have equipped Wolf's Gravestone on Sayu for free as well, and have a Gambler on top of that. So we are able to very quickly even out the advantage. The problem after that, though, is that Mango will bring in his own Chongyun to freeze us, and if we don't have the Wolf's Gravestone on our own, we don't actually have enough damage to knock him out. Not to mention that Mango also has Lotus Flower Crest in hand to play around that.
So I wonder, I mean, Wolf's Gravestone swing definitely just ends it. I think Z Crimlet needs to find a Lotus.
Yes. On the side of Z Crimlet, he really does need that card in order to keep his characters alive, especially considering he only has 2 remaining. It's not easy to swap on just 2 characters, especially when one is already at 1 HP and a swirl would take him out instantly. Mango, though, is sitting comfy. He has that Lotus Flower Crisp in hand, which will negate a Wolf's Gravestone effectively.
You can see Mango writing there on the bottom left as well. He's noting down everything Z Crimlet has played so he can calculate his round so well, but there goes the Gilded on Z Crimlet's side. Using one of those Boar Princess stacks, we're gonna Liar Song it back, and
oh, what do we do after that?
well, it's Golden House to discount it. No, it is the Wolf's Gravestone. There's Boar Princess.
Right.
And this should be Gambler's Equip.
I think so. I don't see why else you would do that.
There's the Gambler's Equip onto Sayu, and anything you just blow over, you know, gently on Mango Sayu. She falls down, but there's the burst.
Wait. That Swirl's Hydro could allow Z Crimlet to Chain Freeze, and then Mango would need a Leave It To Me in order to go over to Herald, which unfortunately is in hand.
I mean, Mango very decisively going for this skill with the Wolf's Gravestone equipped.
Wait, Mango has no dice. Oh, now he does.
Wait, what do you mean?
The Gamblers,
he put Gamblers on the Chongyun.
I forgot Gamblers was there. I thought it was Z Crimlet's game because looked like Mango didn't have enough dice to do a skill on Herald, but
unfortunately there is no way to freeze Mango's Chongyun without taking him out, and so with the swap onto Herald, Z Crimlet's Chongyun falls, and Mango's taking game 2.
It looked really good for Z Crimlet early on. He had the ramp advantage early. He was able to get the damage down earlier, but Mango does a great job playing from behind, stalling out Z Crimlet's dice, and able to take the game from there.
These mirror matches get so technical. Can you break it down for me? Like, what was going on in that case?
So, Z Crimlet was recognizing his early ramp potential, right? It was able to pass on 8 dice with the countdown and everything. Mango didn't have that, was not able to match the ramp, so chose a separate line. Going for the Sayu line early, applying the Hydro onto Chongyun, and then swirling that allowed him to stall out Z Crimlet's dice by freezing his characters, and he was able to stall out the game long enough to find his own magic components and out-dice Z Crimlet from there.
Z Crimlet, you know, going for that ramp play early on, but then Mango going for the more aggressive play just really had the HP, you know, upper hand. But we have our raffle winners here, by the way. If you see your UID on the screen below, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems, and if you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, with every match there will be another raffle, so make sure you're heading on over there if you're watching from Genshin Official. We welcome you. We're going on to Game 3. This is the first best of 5 of the day. It's already 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Mango evened it out to bring it to effectively a best of 3, but with a few decks eliminated. I think that matchup was really kind of a Mew mirror in a sense. They played very similar to one. The player that goes first on Mew would Mona skill ramp 5 because, right, they can guarantee a swirl because Mona fast swap into the Wanderer skill, and the player going second cannot do that, right, because they swap off no more Hydro, so they are forced to go for that skill swap skill play on turn 1.
So basically what Sumi is trying to say is Mew is a deck that was basically the first iteration of this Sayu Herald Chongyun deck. It has that Anemo
swirl
component, and that was the original core. Of course, Mew standing for Mona, Eula, Wanderer, but now we have Sayu, who's the Anemo character, Chongyun, who's the Cryo character, and Herald, who is the Hydro character. Players these days finding more reliability in this core, but it looks like Z Crimlet's gonna run it back with that same deck. Meanwhile, Mango is on that Sino deck that he lost round 1 with.
I think this could really go either way. Mango could find a chance to go blow up one of Z Kremlin's very important carries. On the other hand, the Z Kremlin does have access to that Hydro Swirl and could potentially set up a freeze on the Sino, preventing him from doing his thing.
So we don't see any indications on the screen at the moment for these decks, but I just want to remind you all this is open deckless conquest format, so whatever decks a player wins with, they can no longer play. That means Z Kremlin is locked out of that deck at the bottom, the Lini, Nahida, Kuki, Shinobu deck, and Mango is locked out of that Sayu, Chongyun, Herald deck. We will not be seeing these players play those decks again, but if you lose on a deck, you can play it again. So, I mean, both these players have already played these respective decks, but they're going to try it again. It's a very different matchup.
It is, and it really can go either way. Mango, of course, he is playing a more aggressive deck, will have that early game advantage, although if Z Kremlin is able to withstand that pressure, could certainly bring it back, as he does have much more dice generation and just much more damage overall with his weapons.
Yes, Sayu, this deck used to be more, I feel like it had more of an edge before Tada was introduced as a card, because Tada can break freeze. And the thing about Mango's Sino deck is that it already takes Tada to proc Prospector's Drill.
Right.
So you're gonna have it to break your own freeze as well. So you can play around freeze with the Sign Overload deck.
The thing is, though, Tada self-damages you, right? And Shatter does do 3 damage. Yes, you are able to reduce that a little bit with the Prospector's Drill, but maybe that self-damage could bring Sino within something like a Wolf's Gravestone range on the side of Z Kremlin, and that could force Mango to just play the swap style game instead of just being able to do more action.
That's why you bring Lotus.
That's
We've
true.
seen it before. We've seen Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus Tada
play.
negates the damage, yeah. You do need to have it, though, is the thing.
You do need to have. It's very situational, but there is a way to break freeze, which was the dominant reaction. Still is. Still is.
A lot of decks have it.
A lot of decks have it, but here is a reminder of Z Kremlin's Herald Claymore deck. I keep wanting to say Sayu Claymore because Sayu is the star of this deck, and this is the iteration that Kevin Z brought to the finals of the Atlantic.
Yep, it was a very strong deck in his hands. It has performed so well now, and also historically. If Z Kremlin can win here, he's going to put himself in a very dominating position and will only have a single deck he needs to win with from there.
Yeah, because you have to win once with every deck you have. So 3 decks to win with, 3 games.
Yeah, 3 decks in 3 games.
1 banned.
The Whale was banned, so everyone's going to ban Whale. That's my prediction right now. If we do see Whale, I will be pleasantly surprised because there's a lot of very fun cards in that deck.
I do believe that for the online stage of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament, Whale had a lower win rate because the players that did let it through knew how to counter it. And so we might encounter a situation where players feel like they can take on their opponent's Whale. That could come up at some point. I think that they are allowed to resubmit their decks with every best of 5. So whoever keeps advancing is going to be watching their opponents play, and maybe they will actually let Whale through. That is my prediction. We did see a double Sino ban in the Atlantic Finals, so it could very well change up here. I really like seeing things change up on the caster's desk personally, but here is Mango's Sign Overload deck.
Yeah, bring in what we really expect, like the Sino talent able to get that free +2 damage. It is basically a pocket Tendoris you get for free every round. The Power Res as well for that aggressive potential, and the Sumeru Res, the Nature and Wisdom to go pull for any cards you need.
Indeed. Lots of really good cards in this deck, and of course that Joyous Celebration is very unusual. If you need a reminder of what it does, you can only use Narcane once per game, and it will cleanse the elemental auras on all of your characters with the element that is your active character. So if Mango is on Sino and uses Joyous Celebration, then Electro will be applied to all of his characters.
Yep, and that, it could also be a good or bad thing, because if he has something like Cryo or Hydro, you are able to do an Electro Charge or Superconduct and cleanse the aura for 0 damage, by the way. And then he's no longer in freeze threat range, but if there's Dendro on him, he can give your opponent Quicken, or maybe if you have Dendro Aura on either Dea or Chef Quiz and cleanse that, it could give them a Burning, and maybe they have Pyro Aura, you overload yourself off Sino, so it really is a double-edged sword sometimes.
Yeah, it is a double-edged sword, but here we go. This is round 3 starting. Z Kremlin with the Grinder tag, very unusual tag in this tournament, versus Mango bringing the unlucky roller tag. I feel like, has that been true so far?
Mango? No, it was Z Kremlin that rolled for Omni for Dendro.
But here we go. This is game 3. Look at the stage, by the way. It's so beautiful. We are in the Hotel de Bois.
Go on.
No, what?
No, go on.
What do you mean?
You're on a roll. Go on.
well, we're in Fontaine.
Yes?
In the Hotel de Bois. Wait, why does it feel like you have something you want to say?
What? No, like, I'm just letting you speak. It seemed like you're on a roll there, that you were getting into something, you're hyping it up. I'm letting you have your turn.
Okay, well, Z Crimlet here, getting ready to go along with Mango. Do you think the Hotel de Bois has mangoes?
I'm sure they do. There was a lot of mango dishes in Fontaine, right? I haven't actually had a chance to look yet.
I got you, boss.
But here we go. If you are interested in Prima Gem raffles, head on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel where you can enter. There will be 2 winners per game, by the way, and a moderator there should be instructing you on how to enter, as well as there should be a QR code appearing on screen periodically. It's right there between the player cams. So if you scan it, you can tell us how we're doing, tell us what you like and dislike. We definitely appreciate hearing your feedback. It helps us improve things over here.
And speaking of improve, Z-Crimlet would really like to improve his dice, rolling 4 Pyro turn 1. Of course, can be fixed up with that countdown to the show, so it's not too terrible.
Not too terrible. And once again, we have our heart rate monitors here. For one, Z-Crimlet is not at 150.
That's true. Very low, relatively speaking, only at 110. Mango is going to start off, though.
It will be a Heart of Cavarena onto Dea and her skill. I guess Mango is anticipating getting hit here, but Z-Crimlet with the countdown to the show, all those dice turning into Omni, will be playing Dunyarzad into Lieben, draws another Lieben.
And then it should be the Timaeus from there, hoping to pull a Gilded Dreams for that round 2, where he can really go off on Sayu with a bunch of swirls.
Seed Dispensary into a free Timaeus.
Wait.
There is the Gilded. Is this Herald Talent?
Yeah,
it is Herald Talent. What a round 1.
I mean, Z-Crimlet had basically everything he needed for another perfect ramp 8. I believe he actually kept the Paradise purposefully so he would have something to play countdown to the show with.
Mango, of course, going for a strategize here, and I didn't quite catch what was drawn, but looks like there's a Heart of Cavarena, not needing to use it right now on Sino because Sino's not going to get hit at the moment, but I think this is going to be a skill, right?
What to tune, though?
What do you tune?
Prospector Drill, you need it for your combo. You don't want to get the Joyous because that's what's going to let us play around freeze. But if you do get froze, you kind of want the fast up as well. And Woven's so valuable, and Cavarena gives us cards. It's just, what here do we get rid of if we want to do the skill?
Oh, I wonder, are you actually going to go for the skill right now, or are you just going to stay on Sino and actually equip Prospector's Drill? No, we're tuning that fast swap, actually, and there is Sino's elemental skill, -3 electro application on Z-Crimlet's Chongyun. At the end phase, that Dea summon is going to overload Chongyun onto Sayu.
But it will also give Mango an overcharged ball, sorry, because that was an overload reaction. I think tuning to Leave It To Me was the best choice for Mango because he already had Joyous to play around auras, right? Z-Crimlet is only able to apply once at a time because he has nothing like a Yoimiya Burst or something to have a follow-up attack. And if he does get frozen, there's always Tada to play around with as well.
Tada! Of course, Tada is a new card in this patch, and we definitely saw it featured in the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament.
Looks like Z-Mango doesn't have it right now, though, so he will have to be careful about the freeze reaction. Thankfully, he does not have auras on his characters right now, so Z-Crimlet is not able to threaten that, and also really doesn't want to be on Sayu.
I love the symmetry of Z-Crimlet's support cards right now. Double Dunyarzad on the left, double Timaeus on the right, except different stack levels.
Well, he played on different turns.
Yeah, but it's not perfect.
What a perfectionist you are. Not everything can go exactly your way, Leah. You need to learn to let go.
Swap onto Herald for Z-Crimlet, avoiding any more terror onto Chongyun or Sayu. I mean, Herald is there basically to soak up damage and apply Hydro, right?
And his curse is great too. But yeah, his job really is to just get that first skill down and give Sayu something to work with. Alternatively, you can start on Chongyun and get a skill down. And if he, assuming he's healthy enough, you kind of don't want him to tank a Sino skill right now.
So, do you think we're going to be seeing a Herald skill here from Z-Crimlet?
I expect to. You really do want to get Aura on Sino whenever possible because he's the only character that actually threatens anything against Z-Crimlet. He really is the carry. Both Chevreuse and Adea don't do that much damage.
Oh, but the thing here is, so Mango going for that skill onto Sino with that Prospector's Drill equip. Z-Crimlet starts the skill here with his Herald. There goes that countdown getting discarded, but Joy Celebration is going to cleanse that Hydro. I wonder...
So, I think what Mango is thinking about here right now is do I go for another skill? Because if I do, I am leaving Sino high and dry. Unless, of course, I do want to spend the Woven to swap off. Or do I play a little bit safer and go over onto the Dea instead? But of course, if we do that, no ramp in hand. So we are passing on more dice than we would like.
There is the Heart of Kavarina onto Chevreuse. So normally if you see the artifact go onto a character, it means that player is going to be swapping on over to them. That's exactly what we see. And countdown to the show after it gets discarded does get put to the top of your deck. So Mango knowing he'd be drawing it here.
And I guess we are just going to play it now, and then we could fill up our hand again, trying to find all of our juicy cards like that Power Resonance, like that Tada, and just let Chevreuse tank the damage. The one thing we do need to be worried about, though, is whether or not she can actually take the beating that we are going to give her, because the Gremlin has a lot of dice and 2 Timeuses right now. If we leave her out in the open, she could potentially fall before we get enough overcharged balls to work with.
What I worry about for Z-Crimlet is what happens if Mango plays that Joyous early and then you can't really go over to Sayu and swirl anything, right?
I suppose
if the Hydro application's gone.
Even so, the base damage itself from Sayu could be very, very scary, especially if we consider the fact that Z-Crimlet could have a weapon in hand as well.
Oh, there is the Joyous. That Hydro application is gone on both Sino and Chevreuse as Pyro is applied. There's the Woven. Is this going to be a skill? Actually, it is. Ooh. Another overload onto Chongyun. And that Herald Revive is already procced. There's another ball.
Oh, by the way, fun fact about Chevreuse skill, it is actually only 2 Pyro damage a base, but it will always discard an overcharged ball when you skill with it, and if you do discard one, it will also heal your lowest HP character by 1 HP. Yeah, that's what it does.
Huh. I mean, that's what we just saw here. Chevreuse did heal there, and the overcharged ball proccing, dealing 1 pyro damage to Chongyun. But here we go, Z-Crimlet's finally going in. This free Gilded giving 2 cryo dice, and his skills coming out. Mango has no more dice to work with. Nothing in hand is going to be forced to end on Chevreuse, and with all the dice in Z-Crimlet's hand, this is still going to be a very powerful round for him.
It's going to be a cryo skill for Sayu coming up for Z-Crimlet very soon, or at least I assume so. No reason not to go for it.
There we go, the swap onto Sayu. Of course, Mango's already well ended his round. We are going to be Liar Songing back that Gilded, and with the other Tamaya stacks, it's free. Now we have 2 actions here. This is not looking good.
No, absolutely not. Mango is getting absolutely chunked out here. The thing is, though, 2 Sayu skills is only 6 damage, which means Chevreuse will live on 1 HP unless...
There is the Wagner. Did not draw the weapon he wanted. You see that reaction, the player cam. He was looking for Wolf's Gravestone, but with the Golden House, he still gets another action.
That is true. So Wolf's Gravestone would have actually... Wolf's Gravestone would have been very big here because the first hit will do 2 damage, bring Chevreuse onto 5 HP, and then the follow-up will do exactly 5 damage, knocking her out the game.
Yeah, Z-Crimlet really wanting that Wolf's Gravestone. I don't think he wants to use these Wagner stacks for one of the other 4-star weapons, but might be forced to here.
Well, it really does depend on what he chooses to do. Just not finding it, losing the 50-50. I believe he already had the Force Regalia in hand, so it was a toss-up between whether he would draw the Sacrificial Greatsword or that Wolf's Gravestone, and in this situation, getting unlucky, drawing the Sacrificial Greatsword instead of Wolf's Gravestone, which would have put him in a significant advantage.
You see him taking his time here, really thinking about what to do, because that's not what he wanted to draw whatsoever. But there we go, there's the Golden House. He's figured out what weapon he wants to put on. It is that Sacrificial Greatsword, so with the skill, will actually give 1 more Anemo dice back. What are we drawing here from the Gilded? Oh!
Ooh. Okay.
Wait, so we'll have another weapon equip actually next round with double Golden House Wagner 1 stack.
Oh yeah, you're right. Especially if we can get that Wolf's Gravestone, that'd be very, very big.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything you can do with those 2 Anemo dice because Z-Crimlet has already used a lot of his magic that was in his hand. There's no more way to generate 1 dice. So Chevreuse is going to live to see another day.
So I'm surprised that Z-Crimlet actually went for the Sacrificial Greatsword equip, because there was actually a way for him to lethal Chevreuse this turn. If you equip the Force Regalia and normal attack instead, that would have done the done 3 damage, and then also given 2 dice to work with, which would have put Chevreuse down onto 5 HP. And with the prepare skill, right, it does double dip into the weapon, giving double +1, would make Sayu's skill do effectively 5 damage, which would have actually knocked down Chevreuse.
Unfortunate, but it looks like Z Kremlin is going to be sacrificing Tong Yun here. That Herald will be very crucial for applying freeze, but Mango did draw that Tada.
Tada is really big now. Because we already used our Joyous earlier, this will be the one thing we have to play around freeze, and we have the Lotus Flower Crest to work with as well.
This is very, very tense here. Look at Mango's dice, by the way. I would not consider that unlucky rolling. And Sino is in his burst form with all those Electro dice. This could be Mango's game to win, actually.
I think Mango is at a significant advantage here, at least in terms of HP, but something to consider, this is an aggro deck. It's not a combo deck. It doesn't play magic, and there is Curse of the Undercurrent to deal with still.
That's true, and also there's no good way to swap away from Chevreuse right now if you're Mango. I feel like you don't really want to go to Sino like without being able to do an action immediately, but that's what's gonna happen. Z Kremlin gonna be forced to probably, is it gonna be a fast swap?
This is actually rather curious. I would have thought you'd just go for the normal attack on Chevreuse. There's no reason to actually swap Insano right now. He doesn't have anything like a Gambler's equipped, and normal attack does 2 damage anyways, right? So that would have been enough to knock down Chongyun anyways. Of course, assuming that is what we want to go for. This could be a bait of some kind to force Z-Krim to use dice.
Well, I think Mango just wants to be on Sino to a lot of damage, because what are you going to do on either Day or Chevreuse?
Well, you could have just normal attacked and knocked out Chongyun anyways, right? Because normal attack does do 2 physical damage. So if we are swapping to Sino, it is not because we want to eliminate Chongyun. It's because we want to force Z-Krim to do something and spend his dice.
It's also a free swap onto Sayu, and
or
Herald could have, you know, gamblers, etc., which he does. So I think Mango is just trying to not fall into that, because Z Kremlin definitely has the upper hand. Like, Sayu is fully equipped. By the way, Z Kremlin did draw that Wolf's Gravestone and could actually go for a free equip now. Unfortunately, doesn't have Boar Princess though.
Another thing, though, is that Sayu is not below 6 HP, so you will not get the bonus damage, and I think you'd much rather equip the Wolf's Gravestone, which is your best weapon currently, onto the much healthier Sayu.
Here we go. There's the Leave It To Me. This will be a fast swap from Chongyun. Now the question is it going to be over to Herald to freeze, or is it going to be over to Sayu to go for a nasty swirl? But it will be over to Herald. Unfortunately for Z Kremlin, we know Mango has that Tada in hand, but Sino is currently frozen.
Okay. Overcharged Ball being discarded as well, as of course that is the highest cost card in your hand. Do we play Tada first, or would we rather play it... Sorry, I mean, do we play the Lotus and then Tada ourselves, or would you rather Tada into Lotus? It's just all about whether Mango thinks he would absorb more damage now or later.
Mango has that 1 cost countdown, and there it is. What are we drawing out? Oh,
no.
Nothing that we wanted. You see his reaction there. I think he really wanted a Gamblers. Fortunately, he did not get it. Draw 2 leave-ins. You don't want those right now. This is the crucial moment of the game.
Gamblers would have been a total momentum shift. It would have given Mango enough dice to do 2 skills on Sino, and that would have been enough to knock out 1 more of Z Kremlin's characters in addition to the Abyss Herald. But now that is no longer the case, especially if he does want to play Lotus Flower Crypts more defensively.
Oh man, Mango really having to rethink his lines here, hoping to draw into that Gamblers. I mean, Countdown draws 4 cards.
Yes.
So, I mean, what is the probability you get a Gamblers, especially when your deck is already halved at this point?
So Mango hasn't played any Limes or anything before that, so he's drawn, this is round 3, so he's drawn 2, 4, 6 cards, plus another 2, 1 from Drill and then 1 for Hearts. That's like 8 cards total, start 25. 17 or so cards left in the deck. Like 4 and 17, that's my guess.
Oh, you hear that timer counting down here. I mean, the odds weren't perfect, but there was a good chance to get that Gamblers. Just didn't get it, but there's the Lotus onto Sino. That's going to be the Tada! Tada! And now the freeze is broken with that Shatter, because of course, Tada is a 0-cost event card that deals physical damage to yourself.
Yeah, and smart choice to actually play the Lotus now instead of later, because if he didn't do that, it would have actually brought... Oh, there it is! No, but it's late!
Look at Mango's reaction. He's shaking his head.
No,
he's like, oh my gosh, that was the wrong timing. But Z Kremlin is going over onto that Sayu.
Oh, so as I was saying before, Mango got A little bit of heartbreak there was that it was a great idea to play the Lotus Crisp first before Tada instead of after, because if he didn't, Sino would actually be at 6 HP here, which is within Wolf's Gravestone range. So this lets Mango keep Sino just that little bit healthier, and maybe that extra HP is what he needs to win.
Ooh, going for a strategize here. There's another Gamblers, just to add insult to injury. You have 2 Gamblers in your deck, and you don't draw either of them out that countdown. Now he has both of them in hand after he needed them. But it will just be a swap on today. Now the question is, what does Z Crimlet do here? Are we going to just pass the turn? No, we're going for Golden House. Is this going to be a Wolf's Gravestone equip?
It should be.
No, it's a Gilded.
Okay. I guess this is what Z Crimlet thinks would do more damage.
Go. Swirl coming out here. What are we drawing? Another boar. That boar is always coming way too late.
Wait. The power res is actually really nice here. This makes it a lot easier for Mango to one-tap the opponent's side. Of course, I don't think it matters as Sino is already at 4 stacks, but it could help him with breakpoints if Z Crimlet top decks the Lotus.
I think Z Crimlet is just getting ready to sweep here. I believe both Shavrus and Dea are about to fall because there will be another action here. And with a Boar Princess into Gamblers, there we go, there's the Boar Princess. There's the Golden Troop eating up that first stack of Boar Princess, generating Omni, and there's the Gamblers.
That's another action.
Kun one.
Oh wait, Shev is dead too!
Yes, Shavrus is gone.
Oh
This is
no.
it.
Oh no!
This is it. Sino is on 3 health. Another prepared skill will take it. The second action coming in. Sino falls and Z Crimlet is taking game 3.
Great dice management for Z Crimlet. Just knowing exactly what he needs to do to get barely enough dice to do 2 actions to close the game out from there.
Look at Z Crimlet's heart rate at 150. Look at him staying hydrated, drinking that water. Good for him. You know, if you're watching at home, make sure you're staying hydrated as well. We are in for a long stream day here, but we are 2-1. Z Crimlet having the upper hand.
Did a really great job there. Once again, leveraged his early ramp advantage over his opponent, was able to take a significant HP lead, and also, more importantly, apply aura onto all 3 of Mango's characters and then threatening the freeze.
Indeed, but do you have any other thoughts about that game?
I just, unlucky roller. The tag worked out. Didn't get the Gamblers in time, didn't have enough actions to win, and after that, just let Z Crimlet run wild because, of course, the Curse the Undercurrent ate away his dice, and he didn't have any way of getting it back.
I think, you know, Mango playing that countdown, really looking for that Gamblers, because with that Curse the Undercurrent on his side, it was just so difficult to take any more than 1 action, even with all those dice, but yeah, unfortunately, not winning that game, but here we have our raffle winners below. Speaking of winners, you guys have won, so there's 1,000 Primo Gems for both of you, and if you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, you can enter into our next raffle, so there will be 2 winners per match, so I mean, we're going on to game 4. That means it's already 1 extra raffle.
This is the last chance for Mango to stay in the upper bracket, though. If he loses this game, he drops down to lowers. This is a do or die moment.
It really is, because 3 games, of course, takes it. It is the majority out of 5, so Z Crimlet would be advancing to the uppers. So I guess if you want more raffles, you should be rooting for Mango to win this game 4, right?
Yeah, and if you do want to root for him, you can head over onto the Astro Carnival. I believe is a YouTube channel where we are running raffles. You can go root for him over there as well while you're at it.
So, I mean, thinking about the deck lineup that we recalled, who do you think is going to be favored? So Z Crimlet is forced onto what deck? He's won with 2.
So that was Ban, I think Sinover Lotus is his last one.
That's one of the strongest decks in this patch, right?
Should be, yeah. It is one of the standouts of our patch for sure. It has a lot of early aggressive potential, but so far hasn't been showing its best form.
So, and what does Mango have left? There should be 2 decks. So there's that Sino deck.
Yeah, which he lost with, I think it was a Kazuha
and Kazuha.
deck.
It's the Kazuha Sigura Mona. So that, is that going to be the same deck list that Kevin C brought?
We'll have to see if he does choose to bring it, which he does.
There we go. Z Crimlet forced on the Sign Overload deck. Of course, I mean, I feel like it should perform pretty well. Though we saw Mango lose with it twice.
Yeah, I mean, Sign Overload is a very baseline strong deck, which is why Z-Equivalent is bringing it here. Surprised it's his last choice. Typically, players like to bring this first because it doesn't really have any bad matchups. It's a very safe Game 1 deck. On the other hand, instead of going for the mirror match we saw him go for earlier on the Herald Claymore, chooses to bring out the Kazuha Freeze deck.
Indeed, and I'm really curious to see this list. Of course, we see our players gearing up to go here. This is Game 4, the first best of 5 of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament. Of course, the top 8 were determined from the top 32 group stage. We were casting that. It was 10 days of streaming the online groups.
It was very long. But this is Game 4. Z-Crimlet is on match and series point. If Mango cannot win here, he will be forced out into the lower bracket. We'll still have 1 life remaining because he does keep that advantage, but he'll have a significantly harder time.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see that whale deck come through at some point. I feel like it's going to just be banned, so these other 3 decks are always what's going to be getting through. Of course, you know, if Mango does drop down to the lower bracket, we'll have another shot to make it through to the finals. This won't be the last we see of him because this is the upper bracket round 1, but wonder how whoever drops down to the lower bracket, what are they going to change about their lineups?
Ooh, it's hard to say right now. Z-Crimlet has more or less been has been sailing smoothly with all of his decks so far, so it's hard to really say what he would change. Mango, on the other hand, despite Sino Overload being a very baseline strong deck, it looks like that is his pain point. If he does not succeed in the upper bracket and is forced down to lower, he might change that for tomorrow.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see. I think these players are still getting set up here, but this will be Game 4. We see the matchup in front of us. Who do you think is favored in this case? Z-Crimlet definitely should have a copy of that Tada, but I mean, we saw Mango use it. Did not work out for him. The Curse of the Undercurrent just too strong at hindering him.
Yeah, the thing is, though, this deck doesn't have anything like that. You aren't able to force your opponent to spend more dice, but it also runs a lot of dice generation of its own. Lots of Timaeus, Gilded Dreams in there, lots of Liar Song shenanigans going on, but the strongest part of this deck is that freeze component, and against the deck that can break it with the new card in Tada, it might be a little bit harder for Mango to win against this deck than other matchups.
It could be. So, I mean, we saw Kevin Z bringing this deck in the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament, and on day 1, it lost a tremendous amount.
Yep.
But he still had faith in it and brought it to the grand finals.
It performed really well there, too.
It did. The first time where the players could actually choose their decks again, he still decided to bring it. So, I think, you know, Mango has definitely been practicing this deck, and I'm wondering how this matchup is going to go for him. But here is Z-Crimlet's Sign Overload deck.
Looks like he's decided to bring 3 fast ups. It's rather curious. Most players do choose to bring either the double Leave It To Me or 1 Catherine, 1 Leave It To Me. Bringing 3 here, he really wants to play around freeze.
I do believe that Mango also had the Catherine double Leave It To Me.
Okay, interesting.
And also, we did see in the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament as well a couple of times. But yeah, sometimes you can cut one of those Leave It To Me's for something else. Does have 2 copies of Changing Shifts, which was really interesting. I would have expected Dawn Winery, as that was a card that was emerging in popularity.
Yeah, typically what players did in Atlantic was they played 1 Dawn Winery, 1 Changing Shifts, and then they ran Heart of Cavarina and for extra draw. Speaking of Heart of Cavarina, that is actually not in Inzagi's list.
Interesting. Mango here running with Kazuha, 3 weapons, the Wagner weapon banner. These are very familiar weapons. You have the Sacrificial Sword, you have Light of Infoliar Incision, and Sapwood Blade.
Everything else, though, is just the standard magic package. You got the double Gamblers, the double Gilded Dreams, and double Heart of Cavarina for the Boar Princess Fuel, as well as just getting cards whenever the character equipped with it gets punched.
Also, one copy of Rhythm of the Great Dream. Pretty interesting. I will discount either an artifact or a weapon similar to that Golden House, but it's an event card instead 1 usage. So, lots of discounts here.
Tons of discounts, tons of dice generation. The thing is, though, the ramp here is temporary. Once you expend it, it is gone. It is not something like a Tenshukaku or a Vanarana that will give you constant advantage. So while Mango will have spikes of power, he needs to choose when to invest it.
So when should he invest it? When he's up against Sign Overload?
Yes. So Sino has a lot of power at all stages of the game. If he has like his talent and Pyro Resonance had given a lot of damage, and when you get him to his 4-stack breakpoint, that's even more damage on top of that. So you do want to lock him down constantly. That is the name of the game.
You want to lock him down constantly, but if you're running Tada, it's going to be really difficult too. But we're going to have to see how this game goes. This is Game 4 of the Prince Cup Pacific Tournament. Z Crimlet versus Mango. And this is Sign Overload versus, I mean, I like to call it Permafreeze. It pretty much is, right?
That is the game plan of this deck. I mean, Hydro Swirl just lets you get Hydro Ore on everyone, and then you can smack them with Signora, apply that Sheer Cold, and go freeze them again.
Okay, Mango getting set up here. I love this stage. We are in the Hotel de Bourg.
It's a very beautiful stage, and up on the ceilings, on the railings, sorry, we can see the guest watching the game, and here is round 4.
Our table is set up and ready to go. If you see the QR code on the screen, if you scan it, it will send you to a survey feedback form where you can tell us how we're doing. If you love our raffles, if you love, anything you see here, make sure you have your thoughts be heard. Additionally, there are raffles currently ongoing over on Astro Carnival's YouTube, so if you make your way on over there, you can enter. It should be 1,000 Primo Gems per winner, 2 winners per match. So just make sure you're getting in on that.
Yeah, I mean, more gems is more good, and I'm not sure who's starting here. Hopefully the dice work out better.
It is Z Crimlet starting. Does have the Pyro dice to go for a day of skill, and that Leave It Enhance would be pretty nice.
That will be very nice. Unfortunately, though, that is only 6 dice. Would really like it over. A Prospector's Drill. I can't words today. In order to equip on Sino. Otherwise, unfortunately, he is wasting 2 dice this turn.
Yeah, because I mean, if you go for another action that's going to cost 3 dice, there's no way to discount it or anything. And the other option is just to float 2 with Lieben, which isn't ideal either. So it's a bit unfortunate.
Tough. The great thing here, though, is that he did open with the Liven, so he is still able to pass on 3 dice into the next round. And double changing shifts as well will help him against swap stalling versus Mango to hopefully play around freeze.
I did not catch which card Mango just tuned, but unfortunately did not have the Hydro dice to go for a Mona skill. Something very different about Mona versus Herald is that on Herald you normally start on him, but you ramp. You're not really going to use those dice to go for a skill most cases. Some cases you do, but normally you're looking to ramp all of your dice in some way, shape, or form, whether it's in equips or passing the Lieben, etc. But with Mona, you really want the Hydro application out immediately, which is what we see here.
Speaking of a ramp, though, looks like Mango got unlucky. Played Dunizard into Timaeus. Did draw the Sapwood Blade from Wagner, but the thing is, Dunizard drew him a second Timaeus instead of the Lieben, which is what he's really looking for, and his dice don't work out for this.
Actually, so Mango used... I think Mango had 2 animal and might have auto-diced a bit and could have played Timaeus if I remember.
But the thing is, if he didn't use the animal dice, if he got Lieben, he would have cringed here as well.
Well, that's not true, right? Because
so I guess you could tune the second Timaeus or something.
But you would have, instead of having 2 Animo, you would have had. I mean, I guess so. You would have had 2 Animo here. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to play Timaeus. So you're trying to get Lieben, did not draw Lieben. I see what you mean.
Yeah, so it's unlucky because Lieben would have been the better companion to play around because there were 2 in the deck as opposed to just 1 Timaeus. I think the thing he tuned was a second Wagner, so just losing the coin flip.
Definitely losing the coin flip, and we hear the timer ticking down, having to tune one of those Timaeuses anyway. And is this going to be a normal attack to apply Hydro into Sino? This is so rough. You see Mango's player cam on the bottom left there, letting out a sigh, because this is not what he wants to be doing.
Oh, that's not good. All I can really say here, I see Crimlet here, I think going for a skill maybe?
Whoa, we are tuning too and going for a skill with Sino talent. Very aggressive play here, not at all going for Lieben. It looks like Mango's going to be ending first.
Mango with no dice remaining does get to end first. That is turn priority. That will let him get a swirl on Kazuha as soon as the round starts. I'm surprised Z Crimlet went for that skill as opposed to Lieben.
Oh, that overload onto Kazuha. This is just a bit rough for both these players, I think.
It's not great for either of them. I mean, this will allow Mango to get a Hydro Swirl, but the thing is, he Hydro Swirls off the aura on Sino, which is what he wants it on.
There is the Sapwood Blade. It is totally free because Wagner is at 3 stacks. Timaeus going down, drawing Heart of Kavarena, Golden House into the discounted Gilded. Lots of animal dice to go with, and this should just be a skill to swirl that Hydro.
Yep, as you said, Leah, it is a skill, and that does give the status onto Kazuha. The way it works now is that Kazuha only has one base damage on skill and burst, but after you do get the skill, his status makes it so that next time you swap into him, it is considered a fast swap, and he will also immediately do a plunging attack.
So yeah, you see that little indicator on the bottom of Kazuha's character card there. It is infused with Hydro, and it will be a plunging attack, as Sumi was mentioning. When you swap back, it will actually be a fast swap, and not only that, it will actually refund 2 Animo dice.
It will,
normal.
because, so the reason it refunds 2 Animo dice isn't actually because of a Kazuha passive, it is because of Sapwood Blade that is equipped. What it does is that it'll make all of your attacks do +1 damage, and the first time you do a normal attack, which you see here, it will refund 2 Animo dice.
And there's 2 Animo dice, and this is why Kevin Z really liked this deck in the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament. Mango, of course, stealing that list. I'm not sure where it originated from.
I think this deck was played around with earlier in the patch, in like around 4.6, 4.7, but really only emerging now, maybe because of the better matchups.
There's the Prospector's Drill, and this is changing shifts so that it doesn't cost a dice to swap. Onto Sino, 2 Omni ready to go. We know Z Kremlin is sitting on that Woven, and Mingo has to think, why did Z Kremlin use that changing shifts?
Ooh, he has to suspect that there's a Woven in Z Kremlin's hand right now. Another thing as well is that there is an overcharged ball, and the Tada on top of that, and Sino's passive is at 2 stacks right now, and with talent equipped, that will be an additional +2 damage for the side of Z Kremlin.
That is really scary. Sino already with his talent, and at those 2 stacks, as you said, will be packing quite a punch. The question is, how does Mango play around this right now? Has so many dice to work with.
I think it depends. If Mango decides to swap onto Mona, I think Z Kremlin will decide to do the skill just to eliminate her and make his life easier later on.
Ooh.
But now that he's skilled on Kazuha, we might choose to just end our turn and pass 2 dice to live it.
This is really scary. So Kazuha going for that skill there. Of course, it automatically swaps him over to Signora, and he has a plunging attack ready to go. It does not have any infusion because he did not swirl anything with that skill. It's just going to be a normal plunging attack.
It'll be an animal swirl, yeah. It'll be an animal swirl we go back, which actually is really bad here for Z Kremlin. If he decides to stay here on Sino, it will mean that it will open up Mango to do a skill on Signora, and then after that, we can have another fast swap over onto Kazuha, which will instantly freeze him. Well, if Z Kremlin swaps to one of the characters Hydra, or I would do a freeze swap onto Sino, which would freeze him, and it's a bit complicated, but yeah. He does have the Tadada, so he could just not care.
Well, we're gonna have to see. I mean, Z Kremlin very well could just pass those 2 dice over to Lehman, actually, because Lehman is at 2 stacks. That's what we're gonna see here. This is really risky, I think, leaving Sino out in the open. I feel like I've seen this before.
So, normally it would be pretty bad, but the thing is, Kazuha has very little direct damage. I mean, his plunges actually do quite a bit, but all in all, because his skill only does 1 damage, it makes it so he's not that threatening. And of course, Mona and Signora don't do that much direct damage either. And we also have the Dea Shield plus our Prospector's Drill to help us out with that as well.
Signora's skill. This is bringing Sino down.
Whoa,
to
no!
6. Oh, that Tada just got burnt to a crisp for Z Kremlin. That is going to be so unfortunate, especially as Mango is setting up this chain freeze. Of course, when a card gets discarded, your opponent can also see what it is. That is so tragic. Mango knowing that Tada is gone.
Oh, unfortunately, all of the cards in Z Kremlin's hand were 0 cost, so it was really just a toss-up between which one of the 4 would get discarded.
There's a strategize there, though. Could definitely be looking for another one. And that sheer cold did bring Sino down to 5 health. This is kind of really scary because Z Kremlin can't easily swap off here.
No, really cannot. The thing right now that's really annoying is that Signora still has the revive. If it wasn't for that, we can Pyro-Res skill and also play our Freshman of Freedom and guarantee ourselves a nice double KO, leaving onto just solo Kazuha.
This is Sumera Res. Draws a quick swap. Z Kremlin, we can't really see what cards he's putting back right now, but we'll figure it out after it's shown to us again. What is he drawing? What is it going to be? Did he draw what he wanted?
There's a Gamblers in there.
There's a fast swap. I don't think that's what you want. I think he's looking for Tada. There's a Lotus.
Not there. Okay, so the thing is though, no Tada yet, but Prospector's Drill will actually draw you cards according to stack count.
Draws a Woven. Yeah, Z Kremlin's really looking for for this Tada.
I don't think he actually needs to be digging as deep as he is right now. So the way Prospector Drill works is that when you do damage, yes, it will discard your cards, but when you attack your opponent, it will actually also draw you cards equal to the stack amount it has. So we don't actually need to search for it right now.
Oh, look at that reaction. He did not find what he was looking for. He really wanted that Tada, and it's not there. I mean, Tada can break freeze. He can also proc that Prospector's Drill. He really needs it for this deck and just did not find it.
You can still find it though. Prospector Drill does draw us according to stacks, which is like, we don't need to dig for it now. We could wait until we have the we can like wait until we see if we draw from the Prospector Drill and then go from there. But I suppose it does give us some comfort and it can give us more knowledge on what to play around if we do find it early.
Well, what is Z Kremlin's game plan without that Tada? Because that Chain Freeze is going to happen one way or another. There's the overload from Signora onto Mona. Just so unfortunate.
Ooh, did we Mona's normal attack here? That feels not great.
Look at this reaction from Z Kremlin. He is so not happy right now.
Oh yeah, he's not happy. If we just had like a second Prospector Drill in hand or something, that would allow us to play around the fact that our Tada got randomly discarded. Just really unlucky that it's
There's
gone.
a Liar Song pulling back that Gilded. It's the first card Mingo's played, so it is a -2 discount instead of a -1. This is a free Gilded equip onto Mona, and a freeze is gonna lock Sino out. Of course, Z Kremlin not having that Tada to break freeze and not having the damage to take down Signora. Rocker 3-5, so tragic, so tragic.
So, I mean, Mango doesn't actually have any healing, so Signora being on 1 HP here is perfectly okay, because even if he was able to bring her down to 0, it would not have mattered. She would have simply flipped into her Pyro form, in which case she would have actually done more damage with her burst and just Vaporize doing more damage than freeze.
There's the skill from Mona. Her burst is ready to go as well. And what does Sino draw here? That talent getting burned to a crisp. So unfortunate.
Ooh.
Well, he already played talent, so it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And he's frozen, so he can't refresh the passive this turn either. But Mona Burst is going to be very, very scary for Mango. It would... So the way Mona Burst works, it does 4 damage when you cast it, and also double the next instance of damage you deal.
We're really going to see the power of Kazuha coming out here, by the way. Mango swapping over from Mona onto Kazuha, and with that plunging attack, it was an immediate action, swirling that Hydro onto both Dea and Sino.
We are also passing the turn back to Z Kremlin. Just look at the dice difference right now. 2 to 6, and all of our characters are getting lower and lower and lower, and we aren't able to do anything about that. We cannot threaten Mango's characters because our Sino is frozen.
I mean, Z Kremlin spent a whole lot of dice looking for that Tada, did not find it. So unfortunate, but there's Gamblers onto Sino. I think we're just looking to pass this turn, honestly, not wanting to really do anything else. Do you put that White Glove down? Why not?
You should consider it, unless we just don't want to fill our deck with more stuff to lower our chance of drawing Tada.
Well, just ending, passing that one Omni into the void, and Z Kremlin is leaning back on his chair with his arms behind his head as he watches Mango wreak havoc with the rest of the dice.
Mango needs to do something this turn, because otherwise he has to worry about Fresh Wind. Mona and Signora are both going to be within threat range, and as soon as one of them falls, Z Kremlin will get a follow-up action again with the Fresh Wind of Freedom, which is in hand right now. And Kazuha solo can only do 2 damage max, because of course you cannot swap into him to abuse his plunging attack if there are no characters to swap to.
Yeah, indeed. But Mango, so many dice to use right now. Where is Mango gonna go right now from Kazuha?
Ooh.
Do you go over to Mona and Burst? Do you go over to Signora and Skill again? Like, what do you do if you're Mango?
I think you want to save Mona Burst for a point where you're able to guarantee the doubling of the damage over onto Sino, which you can't really do right now because, of course, Z Kremlin can just swap between his 2 low HP characters. But the thing is, if we want to go Sig right now, our dice aren't looking good for that either.
Do you just Skill on Kazuha and it automatically swaps you to Signora?
I think the best option right now is probably just Skill into normal or something along those lines. But just our dice not really working out for us this turn.
That timer is ticking down. We can hear it. Mango on a timer to figure out what he's going to do. One of those seed dispensaries getting tuned. And yeah, this is probably just going to be a Skill. Maybe a Burst.
This is fine because Skill into Skill and Signor, I think, does do enough. No, it does 2, 3, 4. No. So if we tune everything in Skill here, that does mean Chef Liz will fall into the end phase, leaving Z Kremlin on just Dea and Sino.
Oh, the timer is already ticking down again, of course, after Kaza uses his skill. He automatically swaps to Signora. Heart of Camarena using that one of the Boar Princess stacks on Signora, and this should just be a skill. So yeah, we're gonna go for another plunging attack here with Kazuha, because it's gonna be an Animal Swirl.
It will be an Animal Swirl because he does have Anemo Infusion. He did not absorb any elements, and that will put Cryo over onto Sino, doing a little bit of extra swirl damage on top of that. And he knows Sheer Cold right now, so he will be able to frozen next turn by Mona.
Well, actually, so Shiverus and Day are both gonna fall here. It's just gonna be Sino solo.
Oh, you're right, yes. Because they're both at 2 HP. Swirl will do 1 damage.
Wait, a swap on Mona. This is so interesting. Okay, so I think that Mango is trying to save that swirl for next turn to really lock down. Well, wait.
No, because Shaboos was the one with the Cryo Aura. That doesn't lock down anything. So I think what this is...
There's no freeze now.
Yeah, there's no
anything.
Because Sig's gonna flip the Pyro.
Yeah, Signora's gonna flip the Pyro. Wait, what was the point? What was that play? Can you break that down for me?
Ooh. It's either Mango forgot the fact that Signora flips at the start of the turn, or we're playing around something else. Because this does open us up to maybe Mona Burst onto Sino, and then finish him off with something like a Kazuha, and then if, of course, the Crimlet swaps over to Day at some point, we just... Wait, hold on. No, Sigburst just kills him. Oh wait, but that's the Overload.
There's the Overload.
Oh wait,
no
this is the Force
fresh
Plunge.
Wind of Freedom just yet, but that Gamblers does refresh with 2 Omni on Z Crimlet's side. There's a skill from Kazuha, and we see Crimlet just wins this now. This is it. This is it.
Yeah,
Here's the fresh
wind.
Wind of Freedom. Here is the Pyro Res. You even need the Pyro Res. No, you just need a skill. It's -10 without the Pyro Res. Signor with 1 HP is going to be falling to that fresh Wind of Freedom play. See, Crimlet will be taking Game 4 and the entire first series in the upper bracket round 1 of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament. He will be advancing on through the upper bracket. Mango falling down to the lower bracket.
Congratulations to Z Crimlet, capitalizing off of a mistake by Mango, even despite the unluckiness of not finding his Tadas in time. But that game was Mango's to lose, and he did. As you said, Leah, the play swap over to Kazuha with the Anemo Infusion would have done a Cryo Swirl. And Swirl does 1 damage base, plus an additional 1 damage because there would be a reaction, knocking it down to just solo Sino, at which point we can Mona Burst into Signora Burst to secure the game. I think the problem there was that perhaps Mango was playing around like a Sig Freeze next turn, didn't want to consume the ore, and just forgot that she would have flipped.
Yeah, I mean, Mango, I was really wondering what the game plan was, not going for that plunge attack with the, like...
Maybe he didn't see it? Because, like, Kazuha has a lot of new mechanics to him, right? Maybe not foreseeing
No,
it.
but why would you take that deck if you don't see it? There has to be a reason, especially, you know, we already saw this deck played on the live stage, and Mango is surely watching those games go down, so...
It could also be something where he swapped over onto Mona, expecting Z Crimlet to either swap onto Day, in which case we can go for the Kazuha play, and then if he skilled on Mona, she would go down, and we can go Signora and Burst, but then just not calculating in the Overload, which would have forced us onto Kazuha.
So, you go to Kazuha,
Like,
you do the plunging attack, and so Dea falls to the freeze swirl, and Shivers falls no matter what, and then, I mean, Signora flips no matter what, and you leave your Kazuha at risk.
Yeah, but then Burst,
you have Mona Burst.
Yeah, Mona Burst to win.
Mona Burst.
So I think the concern there as well is maybe, because, no, the thing is, when your Kazuha falls, right, there's Pyro on it, which would force swap over you onto the 1 HP Signora, and if you do that, if he had, I think, Lotus crits, it wouldn't have been enough.
Look at the handshake there, the sportsmanship between these two players, and I mean, all the speculation in the world that we could have here on the caster's desk. At the end of the day, we're not gonna know what's going on with the players' heads, right?
I think you are right that Burst into Burst would win. Either Sig into Mona or Mona into Sig, both of them would have won the game, but potentially Mango not seeing it with the tournament pressure. There's a lot of things to think about. Maybe he was calculating lines in the next turn and then played a little bit too fast, not being able to capitalize off of his advantage.
But along with our winner, Z Crimlet, we have 2 raffle winners here down below. If you see your UID there, congratulations! You've won 1,000 Primo Gems. And if you make your way on over to the Aster Carnival YouTube channel, you can enter into our next raffle. So, I mean, I think unfortunately this series is done, but we should be going on to a series 2 with brand new players coming up to the stage.
And who are our new players?
It's KDF and Koi versus Dio.
Ooh, so KDF Nkoi is a rather newer player into the scene. He qualified through the Asia Series Showdown, so that does mean he performed really well into the regular season of the Catstail Gathering, and has also placed top 8 in Catstail Gathering Asia Season 3 as well. So he has some achievements under his belt, but is a rather unknown player in the grand scheme of things.
Also, just to give a shout out, so the KDF in Enkoi's name is in fact his team that he's here participating with. I believe Dio is part of LP, so even though Enkoi is rather a newcomer to the scene, it sounds like he's been cooperating with a lot of other players.
Yeah, so he would have a support system behind him, right? If he is part of a team, there is an organization to help him analyze his match against his opponent, help him coach and stuff as well. Enkoi is also a player that's known to play very, very fast. Most players would wait until the very last minute of the timer to think about their turns and also their future action. But Enkoi, when he sees a play, he's very decisive and will go for it immediately, and that is potentially the coaching staff behind him, helping him just finding the plays early and not needing the extra time.
You know, I actually spoke with Enkoi earlier after we arrived here, and I was so curious about that. You know, we saw during the online group stage how fast and decisive he is, and normally players do take their time, as you were saying, but we can talk more about that in a bit. We do have our post-match data ready to go here for this first series, Z Crimlet versus Mango. Of course, Z Crimlet taking the win 3-1, but what does this tell us?
So strung a single strike of like 7 and 10 respectively. That obviously came from the
What?
Sino.
Whoa. Look at that last stat.
Max dice spent in round 1. In 1 round, sorry. Whoa, that's a lot of dice actually.
The max is...
So the max dice cap is 16.
Yes.
But if you spend dice as you're gaining, you are able to go higher than that.
But have we seen dice generation above 16?
Magic is a lot.
Huh. Also, just to compare, so the average cards drawn rounds 1 through 3, there was quite a difference there. I believe Z Crimlet was at around 21, while
Mango is somewhere close to
Mango
15.
was at 15. Yeah, so I think Z Crimlet having a lot more setup, that definitely guarantees you get the cards that you need to go. I remember there were some very crucial times where Mango, unfortunately, just not drawing what he needed. He was really looking for it. Though maybe that information is actually skewed, because does that count Sumerus?
I'm not actually sure. It shouldn't. The difference was, actually no, the difference was like 10 cards. Okay, now it probably does, because Sumerus does draw you cards where you put it back and you draw it.
You put cards back and draw them again.
Draw.
It is technically draw.
I think it does count it, because like, I could excuse it if it was like plus up to like maybe 5 as a difference, because Z Crimlet had much better ramp turns when he was playing the Sayu Claymore deck, but the fact that it is 10 cards average, I think makes it so Sumerus is counted towards that.
Huh. We're going to have to ask for some clarification later. It's a very interesting statistic to think about, but here is our updated bracket. Of course, Z Crimlet making it to the upper bracket final, and his opponent will be the winner between KDF Enkoi and Dio, which is coming up next. Meanwhile, Mango dropped down to the lower bracket round 2, will be facing off against the winner of Minty versus Inzaghi, which will be coming up later with our new set of casters, Kojo Creations and Staffa, and after that will be Chikawa versus CGR ZZZ to determine our other lower bracket winner. So unfortunately, some players are going to have to go home later. So sad they just got here.
That's true, but they will have to wait their turn for their games. Z Crimlet does advance in the upper bracket, which does unfortunately mean that he doesn't get to play his much awaited match against Inzaghi until they either meet again in the lower bracket if he is knocked down, or in the very grand finals itself.
Indeed, but yeah, KDF Enkoi versus Dio, another upper bracket round. These players all having 2 lives, and here's our schedule here. Z Crimlet taking the first knockout 3-1.
It looked a lot closer than the scoreboard makes it seem. It was 4 very, very close games between the players that really could have gone either way, but our next match will be KDF Enkoi versus Dio.
Indeed. So I believe the time there was
15 plus 8 GMT.
Yeah, so that's 3 p.m., right?
Yeah, 3 p.m. sounds about right.
So I'm not sure what time it is right now, but it should be roughly around that time. You know, it's just approximates, it's estimates to when we're going to be seeing these matches. Of course, if a best of 5 goes sooner than later, then
it really does depend on the players for this. Maybe if they play a bunch of stall decks, it can go very, very late, especially if it's 5 rounds of stall decks. That could go very long. Or it could be a faster match like this, where they bring faster, more aggressive decks, and it's over in a flash.
You know, this just returning to the players for Series 1, but I saw Mango actually practicing with Inzaghi before, and Inzaghi and Mango were both at the Korea Summer Invitational tournament from last year, which is less of a competitive tournament. It was a more fun tournament. Those invitationals were so awesome from last year. But I do believe that, despite some language barriers that may be presenting, these players do form very strong friendships with each other, and Inzaghi was the champion of the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan tournament. Z Kremlin was top 4 in that tournament, so had some practice with the champion that...
Yeah, I mean, both players with a lot of history, and especially with such accomplished players, that could be something you could bring into your matches. Just the wealth of knowledge that they have. Maybe they know something that you don't, especially with a lot of new mechanics being added. Maybe like their understanding is better than yours.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see, though. Mango does have one more shot in the lower bracket.
Final chance.
Final chance. And I think that Mango dropped into the same seating as Inzaghi and Minty. He could actually end up meeting his practice partner in the lower bracket if Inzaghi makes it through.
I mean, playing games against your practice partner must be so weird, right? Because it's like, oh, I played this against them. Do I bring this? But this looks really good. Or do I bring this weird, wacky thing they've never seen?
I mean, so I think they're allowed to resubmit their decks.
They are, yes.
So this isn't like the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament where the decks were locked in up until the finals, but they actually get to resubmit their decks when they're up against new opponents. So actually, I was speaking with KDF Enkoe, just returning to that bit, about, how does he approach these games? He's newer. He doesn't have much tournament history as some of these other players. He actually plans on targeting his opponents based on what he thinks their playstyle is going to be. Yeah, so, I mean, a lot of these players here at the Pacific Prince Cup are meta followers rather than meta creators, just to quote Jibu, but...
It's just... targeting your players is such a hard thing to do, right? Because typically when you target a player, you bring this weird, wacky deck that is off meta. Because, I mean, if you just play meta picks where they're already familiar with it, but when you do go for these off meta picks, they are typically weaker in terms of just damage to generation than other stronger options.
Yeah, but I do believe that we're going to be going on to our next set of matches here.
We can see the players there sitting in their chairs. Watch. Yeah, they will pick their decks soon. Oh, is there not? They'll bring some targeted bans, will remain to be seen. Enkoe did say that he could potentially go for it, but I think targeting a player is very, very difficult.
Love those player poses there. This is our next set of players coming up here. KDF Enkoe versus Dio. And yeah, so they're getting set up ready to go here.
And as we were speaking earlier, though, it looks like the players are choosing their decks right now, what to bring first. You talked about the target bans. I want to talk a little bit more about them because I think it's so interesting. It's like, I think when you target someone, you need to bring something they're not expecting or something that counters what they like to play.
So let's use KDF Enkoe himself as an example. Actually, in his group, he knocked down the Japan Prince Cup champion from last year, Chikuwa, who is here in the top 8 as well. He knocked him down and is looking forward to facing against him again. And he told me that he has an idea of what he'd bring against him. Chikuwa likes stall decks. He tends to favor stall. And, KDF Enkoe will definitely be picking his lineup based on what he sees Chikuwa playing if they were to meet again.
And speaking of KDF Enkoe, we did just see him on screen right there. His player stats. His tag was the mathematician, so that does help him calculate out which decks to bring. The great big brain genius could bring up some very interesting counter picks here. And his popular decks, I think I did see the Coaching Whale in there, but I did not quite catch the second one.
Dio getting ready to go here as well. So just to point out his tournament history, he was 4th in the 2024 Season 1 Cattails Gathering Asia Tournament, took top 8 2024 Season 4, and has 3 top 16s in Asia Cattails Gathering tournaments otherwise. And look at his commonly used decks there. Is that MMEC? When was the last time we saw MMEC?
So MMEC was a very, very powerful deck within the patches of 5.0 No, sorry, not 5 point. 3.5 and 4.6. In 4.7, it received a pretty big change where Ocean was no longer able to make... Oh wait, no, that's when Mirror Maiden was nerfed, sorry, for when her skill did 2 damage instead of 3, and then after that she was replaced by Fatui Pyro Agent.
Yeah, so MMEC is standing for Mirror Maiden Electrocharge, and you can see the deck at the bottom right there. It has Oceanid and Mirror Maiden for the Hydro application, lots of summons, and Fischl with her own Electro summon for that Electrocharge reaction. It was a deck that basically took Genie's Invocation TCG by storm in the early days. So I don't know if we're going to see it here now. I don't think it's going to be a pick for these players, but...
Right now, I don't think it's a strong enough deck to warrant play because not only was Mirror Maiden changed as I mentioned, but Ocean was also changed later in I believe patch 4.1, where it was no longer able to have 3 summons on the board at the same time. You're now only able to have 2 of them.
So I'm wondering what decks these players are going to be bringing. I mean, we already have a taste of what is going to be strong in this patch from the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament and from our showing earlier in our first series of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament. So do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of repeats, or do you think there's going to be some more surprises from these 2 players?
I think a lot of the decks we see are going to be very, very similar. A lot of players will bring at least some variation of a wheel deck just because of how strong it is right now. And I'm expecting a lot of Sino as well, but I wouldn't at all be surprised to see something wacky. I mean, we saw Mr. Pelu bring a Double Dragon Magic, which we thought wouldn't work, but it performed okay. And there was also a very interesting Cube Superconduct deck as well around the finals.
You know, I remember CGR mentioning it in his interview. There were some interviews released on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, and CGR mentioned that Bennett Cube deck that we saw in the Atlantic tournament as well. So maybe we'll see that as one of the deck selections. I'm not sure if these 2 players will bring it, but maybe we'll see it as we get in the lower bracket.
So the way I understood the Cube deck was it was actually a counter to the Whale deck, but the thing is, a lot of the players just auto-banned Whale anyway, so you didn't actually get a chance to play the counter matchup.
Well, I mean, if you bring Bennett, you don't have to ban Whale then.
That's true.
Maybe we'll actually
we
see
might
that
see like a difference, yeah,
down.
but we saw a lot of players ban Whale anyways, and that deck was kind of pointless and was weak into a lot of other things. But if players choose to let Whale slip by, we could see that deck pop up again.
We definitely could see it pop up again. And you know, one thing I haven't mentioned yet is there was a deck that became very popular towards the tail end of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament online group stage, and that was the Liyue Armory.
Ooh, that's true. So the thing about Liyue Armory, though, the characters run in that deck were Shenhe, Yelan, and Xiao, 3 very interesting characters, all from Liyue. That does mean you are able to play Lithic Sphere to generate you 3 shields, so it's acting as a second Lotus Crypt, and you run a lot of things like Wagner, the Master Zhang, and also Where's the Unseen Razor to reduce your weapon cost as well, so you can kind of match their magic with your reduction on your weapons, and the damage amplification from your weapons as well to help match their damage. But it was a very specific counter pick against magic, and with that being a lot weaker, I do not expect to see it.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing some Hyper Magic decks, though. For example, you know, Kazuha, you could technically...
But that's...
Well, it's magic. It's definitely magic.
Magic. I wouldn't call it Hyper Magic, though.
It has a lot of discounts that it's magic. It's more aggro.
It's more like of an aggressive control type deck. It's kind of like the Jin Mona Sucrose deck of old, where you kind of control which characters your opponent goes on by threatening the freeze, or in that case, it was just swapping them off forcefully, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it has freeze instead of just pure hydro. Yeah.
So it plays differently from that deck, but a lot of the components of it, I think the thought behind the deck is very similar. It's not really something you would want to bring Liyue Armory into, because that deck kind of wants you to sit on a character and just smack them with your bonus damage, and playing against freeze makes it so you aren't able to do that. I
think Liyue Armory was namely taken to counter the Double Dragon deck, which was the Nuvalet, Aishaha, Layla, or Cryo Cube deck, which, I mean, that's Hyper Magic, right?
Right,
but,
yes.
With that falling out of popularity, only Mr. Pillow brought it on the big stage so far. And maybe we won't see it brought at all.
I think it is kind of weak if you aren't playing into its better matchups. It doesn't have as explosive damage as compared to something like the Kukinali deck, which we saw played earlier. It doesn't have like big burst, no Adeptus burst in there. It does occasionally run Tandoris, but it's all about the damage amplification.
Yeah, but here we go. It looks like this game 1 of the second series is getting ready to start. We see the beautiful stage here as our players are taking their seats. Here's our deck list for Katie.
Whoa, Lecter!
What is that deck that Dio brought at the bottom right there?
Okay, Abyss Lecter, very unpopular card. It has very similar mechanics to the Abyss Herald, where it has 6 max HP and a revive, and when it pops, it'll have revive with 4 HP, and when it revives, it also gets bonus 1 pyro damage. But the thing is, it doesn't have like a passive like the Herald on its talent, which can force your opponent to spend more dice.
So both KDF and Koi and Dio brought the Sign Overload deck, and KDF and Koi bringing Bennett, Electrocube, H-Taha, which is another deck we've saw. There's the Pendant Cube deck that we were talking about, right? And it looks like Whale is banned on both sides. KDF and Koi is going to be going with that Herald Claymore deck first, but that deck from Dio is so new.
I have not seen Lecter played in a competitive setting at all, so this will be a first. But the idea behind the deck is rather classic. It is the classic Bennett plus Electro character combination. You charge up Bennett Burst, and then that means that your skills get +2 damage amplification, and you combine that with overloads with Pyro Res to blow up one of your opponent's characters.
Yeah, so, I mean, Bennett's Thunder Manifestation is a very ancient core.
Classic deck.
It is a very classic deck. Of course, it used to be Bennett Kuching, actually, in Pyro Kuching, right?
Yep, that was the one.
You know, Thunder Manifestation, when it was released, overtook Kuching in popularity and then eventually fell off the face of the earth itself. But now, I guess we're going to see it again. 2 Overload decks for Dio.
Ooh, yeah, Sign Overload being brought as well. Whale, though, is banned as expected, and also bring the Herald Claymore. I'm going to see a lot of that today, probably.
I think Herald Claymore is definitely one of the more popular choices, especially as these players know that these Whale decks are just going to be banned on both sides. It was at a 95% ban rate, the online group stage. I think players still aren't quite sure what they want to do about that deck, so they are just banning it whenever they see it. So they know that Sayu Claymore is going to be the next best choice.
And next best choice, it could be, or it could be the best choice, depending on how the decks are built. This is KDF and Koi's list, though. It brings very standard cards. It looks like he's sticking to the old classic version we saw back in the online stage. The Double Wolves Gravestone, no Wagner shenanigans. Bring in the classic Magic package with Timaeus, Liban, Dunizard, and also bringing back the Ancient Courtyard, which we have seen fall in popularity here in our live events.
The Ancient Courtyard, an arcane that traditionally was ran in decks like this with Sayu, but, you know, our players from Series 1 decided to cut it out in favor of just no arcane. KDF and Koi really valuing that discount, though, having double Rhythm of Great Dream, double Golden House, and that Ancient Courtyard. But here is Tio's Bennett Lecter deck with Thunder Manifestation. This deck is so cool to me. It has Judgment in it. What is that?
So when you are playing a deck like this, it's all about breakpoints. So running a lot of damage amplification, as always, as you expect in the double power deck, Tendoris, Pyro Resonance, and the White Glove as well, just to help you make it so your opponent's characters die by the slimmest of margins, and that any healing or damage reduction do not affect that. The Judgment, though, is rather interesting. Judgment was a card that was very, very popular during the Hyper Magic days because we were able to stop them from playing Treasure, playing their Liar Songs and stuff. But with a lot of those cards being less effective now, players are choosing to just sub that out for other options.
The countdown is going to be very important in round 1, I think. I feel like this deck is lacking a bit on card draw, as is the case with a lot of aggressive type decks. But, you know, the countdown with the Liban, with the Strategize, should be able to draw out some things. Also, Chef Mao will draw out food the first time you play a food card, right? So
Yeah, and also he will also refund you a dice every time you play a food as well, so you can maybe roll into some usable dice if you spend unusable dice to equip a character with food. So some dice generation there as well, just of course not nearly as strong as classic Hyper Magic. The core of this deck, though, is to find that Bennett talent and build towards his burst.
Yeah, but here we go. This is game 1 of Series 2. KDF Engoi, the Mathematician, versus Dio, the Underdog. I am so excited for this matchup. That deck Dio brought is so interesting. I'm wondering if it's going to be taking game 1 here.
Ooh, it's really hard to say here. KDF Enkoi's deck really does like that Sayu Wolves Gravestone carry. You can snipe her off very easily with this deck as well because she is forced into the Prepare skill, which gives you more time to go into Thunder Manifestation and snipe her off with a Pyro Resonance. But of course, if you do that, there's also the second carry of Chongyun mixed in there as well.
I mean, I think that Pyro Lector is taking the place of Herald, right? But Pyro version. And I affectionately call that card Angel because, you know, if you play
from the story quest.
Yeah, from the story quest. If you play the world quest from Enkonomia, you have met Angel, and he is a Pyro Vislector, so...
The thing is though, in this deck, you actually cannot play the Hydro Vislector because that would not give you Pyro Resin, so he's placing either Klee or Pyro Fatui Agent in this deck, so...
Yeah, but he functions similarly to Herald because he has that revive.
He does, but doesn't have the talent discount. Sorry, not talent discount, the talent tax against your opponent.
You don't have the Curse of the Undercurrents, that is definitely a point, but you do have the revive, so kind of like a meat shield in some ways, but here we go. We are getting into this game. If you see the QR code on the screen, if you scan it, it will send you to a feedback form where you can tell us how we're doing. Definitely appreciate to hear from you. Additionally, we are having Prima Gem raffles on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. If you make your way on over there, you can enter in. There will be a moderator there telling you exactly how you can enter. There should be 2 winners every match.
2 winners every match for the viewers, but between these 2 players, only one of them will be able to advance in the upper bracket. Speaking of, here we have the game starting. What Dio really wants right now is to get enough power dice to either do 2 Bennett normal attacks and then have 2 dice to pass over, or potentially just do a normal attack in ramp 5.
It is KDF Enkoi's turn and does have double Lieben in hand and Wolf's Gravestone. This is going to be quite the round. I wonder if you just straight up go for that equip now or if you float 2 and play double Lieben.
Oof, man, imagine if we had a Heart of Cavalry. Here, equip that onto Chongyun and the Wolf's Gravestone with the Ancient Courtyard becomes a 1-cost equip, and then we can just pass 6 dice onto Live, and that would be a great turn 1, but unfortunately the last card in our hand is a Liar Song, so that is not a possibility.
On the side of Dio, does have Anamana, does have Lieben, does have Wycliffe, has a lot actually at his disposal. I don't think he has everything he needs. Ideally, you want the Bennett talent pretty early.
So there's 2 ways Dio can play this early game. He can either do the standard 2 normal attacks and then to rush the Bennett Burst, or alternatively he can try to ramp more against KDF and Koei.
Wait, you see what KDF and Koei just did? That was a full Gravestone equip into a Chongyun skill doing -4 onto Bennett. You know, KDF and Koei, we mentioned this at the start of the series, but he's someone that plays very fast traditionally, right? From the games we saw from the online group phase, he does not hesitate. He knows exactly what he wants to do.
He's very fast, very decisive player, and because he equipped that Wolf's Gravestone to the skill, it does 4 damage, which puts Bennett, a 10 HP character, onto 6 HP, which is perfectly within the Gravestone range to one-shot him. So Dio is forced into a very bad situation here where he's going to have a very hard time actually getting Bennett Burst off.
When I spoke with KDF Enkoe, he told me that, you know, when he gets his first hand, when he sees the matchup, he basically takes a minute to figure out how he's going to approach this game. Does he need to put a lot of pressure on? Does he need to back it up a bit and ramp? What does he need to do? What's his game plan against his opponent with their strategy? And I think this is a very heads-up play, going for that Gravestone into swinging with Chongyun and bringing Bennett into that Gravestone range, as you said, because this makes Dio reacting to what KDF Enkoe is doing.
Yeah, it forces Dio to play more defensively, spending extra dice to play the strategized hope, drawing into some defensive utility. Does get the pizza, which puts Bennett out of the Gravestone range for now, but he will still have a very hard time building towards that burst.
Look, Dio getting that Lieben, those 3 dice going to Lieben, and draws a Tandori.
That Tandori is huge.
Oh no, especially with that lightning rod on KDF Enkoe's Chongyun.
So keep in mind that with Lightning Rod attached to his character, Thunder Manifestation will always attack that character with a skill first and consume the stack and also deal +1 damage. So if KDF Enkoe stays on Chongyun, he will get sniped, and that will be Gravestone out of the game.
It does not matter if KDF Enkoe stays on Chongyun. That's the thing, because the Lightning Rod moves.
You could swap to another character and do a skill, which would move the Lightning Rod.
You would have to fast swap.
But Dio's not on Thunder Manifestation. Dio would need a fast swap as well in order to snipe it.
That's true. So they both need fast swap is really important here.
If Dio has a fast swap, Enkoe needs one, but if Enkoe does not have one, then Enkoe does not.
He does have a fast swap. Okay, so KDF Enkoe is really gonna have to make a heads-up play here, I think.
The thing is, though, do you worry about the fast swap on Dio's side right now? Because I mean, Dio's hand is looking quite full right now, but you do throw away the fast swap in your opening hand more often than not. So what are the odds he actually has it?
There is the fast swap, and this is so important. This is going to be over to the Abyss Lector, actually. Very interesting, but this elemental skill is going to initially freeze Dio's Bennett and drawing that lightning rod over onto Herald. And then the follow-up attack will apply more Hydro.
This freeze actually is huge with the fast swap. Technically, he didn't actually need to do it if he wanted Chongyun to live, because Dio does not have a fast swap on his own, but freezing Bennett makes it so he cannot generate energy, and I think that is much more important than preserving that card in your hand for later.
He doesn't know that.
He doesn't know that.
He doesn't know that there's not a fast swap, but he does know that Dio has fast swap in his deck and has a Tandori. We know that Dio has a Tandori, and so that was a really heads-up play, because when you think about the math, so Thunder Manifestation skill is base 3. With Lightning Rod, it becomes 4. With Overload, it becomes 6. And so with Tandori, that just takes out Chongyun.
So yes, Chongyun would have fallen.
Oh, look at double ramp.
Ooh, okay. I mean, Dio needs to try to take the advantage this turn. He has so much more dice than Enkoi, and Enkoi is just leaving Herald out to dry right now. He could fall before Talent gets a chance to be equipped.
There's the elemental skill from Dio's Endo, dealing -3, and now the Abyss Lector has had its revive procced. Is this going to be a Toon 3 into skill, or
we just need normal. We just need normal attack.
Oh, yeah, just normal attack, actually.
So, Dio, I think, really would have liked to Vanaran into live and pass the dice to try to match Enkoi's ramp, but the problem is if he does that, there's a chance that Enkoi could find that Herald Talent, in which case he will have to deal with the bonus tax from the Cursed Undercurrent. And with no dice generation, that is a very hard thing for him to deal with. So we'll just choose to swap over to Thunder Manifestation.
There's the tune. Wait, we are tuning.
Is it tuned to keep Omni for Vanarana?
Why is he laughing?
Did he not realize he had Omni? It might be tuning so we keep the Omni for Vanarana.
There's the Overload, forcefully sending Kitty of Enkoi from Herald onto Chongyun, but look how calm he is. Well, I say calm, but look at their heart rates. Kitty of Enkoi almost at 140 here. But yeah, there's the Vanarana catching that Omni die.
And both players playing it really, really fast. KDF Enkoi, though, at a disadvantage, at least for now, in terms of HP, but he has a significant dice advantage coming into turn 3, and a Wolf's Gravestone on Chongyun.
Dio drawing the Judgment and the Bennett Talent. That is going to be so critical. You really don't want KDF Enkoi to be using event cards in this round, probably. This is the time to use Judgment.
I think so as well, but something to consider as well is that you really, in order for KDF Enkoi to make the most out of his magic, he needs to have set up with like Wagner with Golden House, which he currently does not have. So he might just not bother with the Judgment because it does cost 1 dice to play, and we only have 9 to work with. That is a tall order to ask.
Well, also KDF Enkoi goes first, so there is the Dunyazad. Look how fast he's playing. Double Dunyazad. What are we drawing? It is Timaeus.
Oh, wait, and we have Golden House.
We do have Golden House, drawing a Heart of Kavarena.
No Boar Princes to work with, unfortunately, to get that free Omni Dice by replacing the Heart of Kavarena.
There's the Ancient Courtyard. What is this one for? Is that for the free Gilded?
It could be. No, that would only take 1 Timaeus stack. Hold on. Could have played Golden House for the free equip there. Curious. This does allow us to keep 1 stack on the Timaeus, I suppose, for next turn if we need it.
Oh no! So KDF Enkoi is playing around Judgment.
Yeah, that does make sense.
All of the event cards are gone now. Yeah, all of the event cards are gone now. So just playing the Ancient Courtyard in advance. The only Dio has that Judgment in hand, and now Dio could play Judgment, but then what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, KDF Enkoi already went for the full combo, already has that free Gilded Dreams for the equip. There isn't really a reason to go for it at this point in time. And also, if we do that, we can't do 3 skills this turn.
Yeah, there's the Judgment from Dio, blocking any event cards that might be coming his way. But of course, KDF Enkoi already played the one that he was going to play in his hand. Another song probably not gonna come up at the moment, but...
Is that 7 damage? I think it is.
That is 7. Chongyun is falling, and it's Sayu versus the world.
Sayu, though, no weapon equipped just yet, more critically. But the thing is, though, Dio's Bennett, no burst yet, and he is running out of dice. This could still be enough to win, especially considering the fact that swirls will add some extra value to these punches.
This is going to be really rough, so that Chain Freeze leaves our Pyro Abyss Lector frozen, and there is Cryo application on that Bennett, but there is no more Hydro application coming out of KDF Enkoi, so those freezes are now gone for Dio.
The freeze is off the table for now though, but Dio is running out of dice slowly but surely. And we also don't really want to swap to Bennett right now either, because of course we aren't able to build his burst if he takes too much damage. Our characters are getting chipped down one by one by one.
You know, I see Dio, I mean, KDF is shaking his head. You know, he drew that Strategize and has Boar Princess, and both of those cards would be so good right now to go for the win, but he's not going to be able to use them.
And none of the event cards to burn off Judgment either.
Yeah, so I mean, you have to go through 3 event cards before the next one's going to work, but the Lotus onto Bennett, swap to Bennett, will be eating up the rest of that prepared skill from KDF and Koi.
Applies the Pyro onto Sayu, and KDF Enkoi has 6 dice. So Dio is accepting the fact that Bennett will fall here, but that does mean that the Thunder Manifestation next turn is set up with Call in for Cleanup, Tandoori's, and Lightning Rod to hopefully one-shot the Sayu with 9 HP worth of damage.
What does KDF Enkoi do here? Is 2 skills going to be enough to take out Dio's characters? We're going to try, we're going to go for it.
I mean, Dio has no dice, but I do not believe it's enough.
There's no way to play that Boar Princess. It would be so good here.
No weapons either, as Chongyun was the one that was equipped, and we don't have any others in our hand right now.
Should be the Gamblers. Oh, we're not even going for the Gamblers. We're going to go for the Burst to heal up. This is actually a heads-up play.
So Bennett will still fall end phase to the Animo damage here anyways, and we need to try to heal Sayu out of range of a Pyro skill or a Tandoori skill or anything like that. Unfortunately, I think Dio still has enough damage, but just trying to get Sayu to live, try to keep her alive is the correct play right now.
So, Lightning Probe on Sayu.
No
So
Lightning
3?
Probe, because Sayu hasn't acted yet.
No, it's on her. You can see it.
Yeah, but there's no actual status. That only means she will get the stats applied to her when she acts. She
Oh wait, no. Sorry,
yet.
that's Judgment. Sorry, that's Judgment. So she hasn't acted yet, so it's not gonna apply it. So it's 3
damage base.
3 plus 2
5 from Overload, plus 2
from
which
Tandoori.
is 7, and then plus 1 from Calling for Cleanup, which is 8. So Sayu actually does live on 1
Pyro
HP.
Res. Look at those dice for KDF Enkoi, by the way. Look at all those Animo dice.
Sayu lives on 1 HP.
Do you actually count down here? Do you count down here and look for Pyro Res?
I don't think you do. Because if you 10 Dories and 2 actions win no matter what. Wait, we're going for it.
We're going in. Oh, there's the Pyro Res! And the Wolf, and he got exactly what he needed. What is this?
So I do think that...
This is it!
No, he wins here. He wins there.
No, look at KDF Enkoi's reaction. There's the Pyro Res. There is the Call to Cleanup. This is going to be plenty enough without the Tandoori. -9 takes out Sayu. Dio's so happy to be taking game 1.
So he does take it and he does draw Pyro Res, but that was a gamble. Because he would have won anyways if he just Tandoori's skill. Because the first one with all the things we would have done 8 damage, Sayu's on 1 HP, and even with Lotus that puts her at max of 4, and of which case we can swap over to the Abyss Lecter as well and just do a 5 damage skill and we win. So it was a little bit of a gamble, but it did pay off this time.
But it was great to watch.
It was great to watch.
It was great to watch. Dio getting everything he needed there. And with that new deck we have not seen on screen before, he is taking game 1 in the second series. Wow.
That was an exciting series to watch. It was going one way and then went the other. It looked like KDF Enkoi had the early advantage, being able to chunk down Dio for a lot of damage, but he was able to bring it back with an amazing Calling for Cleanup, sniping away the Chongyun and eliminating the Wolf's Gravestone.
No, it looked so rough for Dio at the start. I think KDF Enkoi really going for a heads-up play there, bringing it was Bennett below, Wolf's Gravestone range at 6 health with that Wolf's Gravestone. And, I think it was that pizza that brought Bennett up, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
And it also gave him enough HP to work with as well to take another skill. But we can talk about that a little bit later. We have our raffle winners.
Oh, we do have our raffle winners there below. So if you see your UID there, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems each. Congratulations, and head on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel where you can enter into our next raffle. There will be one happening every single game. So 1,000 Primo Gems for 2 winners. There should be a moderator there instructing you on how to do it. Additionally, there's a QR code that will be appearing every so often between players' cams. So if you scan it, it will send you to a survey feedback form. You can tell us how we're doing here. If you like our raffles, make sure you let us know about that too.
Yeah, if you want bigger raffles, more raffles, be sure to let us know there. But that was game 1. That does mean, though, that Dio is no longer able to play that deck because he, of course, won with it.
he did win with it. So open deck list conquest format, these players have access to the full list that their opponents have and are surely marking things off. You see them writing in their player cams at certain times. They are basically taking note of what their opponent has played and hasn't played, writing it off with a pen, and, you know, just hoping the crucial cards don't come up.
Unfortunately, in that situation, it did. Dio was able to find exactly what he needed, when he needed, at just the right time. It was a great last-ditch effort from KDF and Koi, doing the Sayu burst, letting her heal up to 9 HP, and then it would have required Dio to have the powers in order to one-shot her. Unfortunately, in this case, he did manage to draw it with the help of the countdown to the show.
The countdown to the show, that was such an interesting play. Like you said, he probably didn't need to do that, but at the end he drew everything he needed and it worked out perfectly. But you see the stage here, that means we're gonna get ready to go into a game 2.
Yep, this is the second round. Currently, Dio is up 1-0, so still needs to win 2 more games, and with the decks he hasn't yet shown us.
Here we go, Dio running with that Sign Overload deck. Having been locked out of that Bennett, Pyrolector, Thunder Manifestation Overload deck because he won with it. And KDF Enkoi is going to run it back again with that Herald Claymore deck.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is just so good and so consistent at what it does. It is a little slow to start in comparison to something like Sign Overload, but when it gets going, it is so threatening. It will be on Dio to finish the game before Enkoi is able to find his ramp, find his pieces, and to magic him out of the game.
You know, this is the upper bracket, round 1, but, you know, the second series. And so these players both have 2 lives. When I was speaking with KDF Enkoi before, I asked him what his plan was for this tournament. And he had just a few words for me. It was, my plan? See, learn, beat.
Ooh, those are big words for him. We'll see if he can live up to it. He's currently seen one deck, learned from it, but has not yet beaten it.
He's not yet beaten it. He's not going to have to because Dio can't play it anymore. But we are on to a different Overload deck, and it's not quite a mirror matchup, even though the mirror matchup would have been available. KDF Enkoi, we have seen this matchup before, and it really just depends on the timing of your freezes and if you have any way to break out of it and manage those auras.
Yeah, unfortunately, last time we weren't quite able to find the Tadas to break free from that, but maybe this time Dio will be more fortunate. On the other hand, though, KDF Enkoi will try to pressure in that Sino ramp turn 1, hopefully not get blown up, and then live to the point where he can equip all of his characters, find his magic, and just generate infinite dice to overwhelm Dio with damage.
Indeed. So, what do you think is going to happen in this matchup? Who do you think is generally favored to win when you see this freeze deck versus Sign Overload?
Ooh, I think it is dependent on the early game setup. So KDF Enkoi, I expect to do the same thing in this matchup as he's done in many times with this deck. Ramp turn 1, go for turn 2 magic play, and then from there, we'll see what happens. But Dio, though, has 2 different lines he can choose from. He can either go for skill swap skill turn 1, get the overload, get a lot more early aggressive potential, or try to match KDF Enkoi's ramp.
So, I mean, yeah, KDF Enkoi's strategy should be to start on that Herald and either ramp 8 or go for a skill. And speaking of KDF Enkoi, we see his list here. Just in case you need a reminder, we already saw this list before. So, yeah, I mean, is there anything out of the ordinary here? It looks like a standard list, but there is the Ancient Courtyard, which is different from what our Series 1 players brought.
I think the Ancient Courtyard is like the original version of this list, if you will. The interesting here, though, is that Catherine, this deck typically doesn't really run it. It doesn't care for reactions too much. You're able to apply so much aura anyways that you're able to effectively guarantee a reaction at some point in time, so the fast up isn't really necessary, and freeze right now has kind of fallen out of favor, so you don't really need to play around that as much.
Indeed. Well, I don't think it's fallen out of favor. I think freeze is still the strongest reaction right now, even with Tada. It has, you know, taken a bit of a hit because of Tada existing, but Overload didn't necessarily get a boost, but it was more that Chevreuse is making Sino look really good right now.
It's true as well. I think it's also a lot of the popular freeze decks have taken a hit, right? We don't see Xingqiu Chongyun anymore, right? That's a freeze deck.
That's Hyper Magic.
Hyper Magic, right? Taking a hit. Double Dragon Magic, another popular freeze deck that's taken a hit. Whale is a deck that typically runs freeze, but that one is permaban most of the time. So the only freeze deck we have available is the Herald Claymore deck.
Sometimes. I mean, we have the Kazan deck.
True.
And we did see some other iterations during Atlantic Prince Cup. But here we go. This is Dio's deck. He did take the underdog tag, but he's in the upper bracket. Does that check out to you?
I mean, underdogs can always surprise us, and it is still very early on in the tournament. This could be like an underdog that has managed to surprise people already.
He is the underdog turned dark horse, and this is the Sign Overload deck. 2 copies of Tada there. Honestly, nothing here looks out of the ordinary. I guess that singular copy of Liyue Wharf is interesting to me.
That is rather curious. I mean, this is a deck that typically does struggle with drawing all of your cards. Yes, you have Countdown early on if you are able to find it, and Nature and Wisdom can help you dig deep for cards when you need to mull for it. But just having that extra insurance, turn 1 especially, to help you find all of your resources is very nice to have. But of course, it is 2 aligned dice. So if you do not draw it early, it will very likely not see play.
Yeah, so hopefully Dio gets a countdown early. That's ideal when you're running it. You really want it in your first hand, but here we go. This is game 2 beginning KDF Enkoi versus Dio. Race versus Sign Overload.
Yeah, which one of these players will come on top? Both of these decks have lots of damage and also some disruption mixed into the play. I think Dio will be the one having a lot harder of a time because he is a mono carry deck. If Sino gets frozen, there is nothing he can do for the turn, unless, of course, he can find the Tada.
Unless he can find the Tada. But I mean, we even saw earlier, you know, the Tata was played to break free from the freeze, and it still didn't do anything because the Curse of the Undercurrent was just so scary. And this is that same matchup. So Tata, even though you can break free from freeze, you need to be able to capitalize on it too. Like the situation, it's very situational. It has to align in your favor.
You don't just need to find the card. You also need to have the right amount of dice to capitalize off of it. Because what's the point of breaking free from freeze that stops you from doing actions if you have no dice to do actions anyways?
Yeah, but maybe the dice and the card draw will be more in our players' favor this time. This is going to be match 2 in the second series. By the way, if you're watching over on Genshin Official and you're not sure what we're doing here, this is the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup tournament. This is the top 8 that were decided from the top 32 online phase that we were already streaming just, you know, a month ago, not even a month ago, 10 different days of streaming over 5 or 6 weekends, I believe. And yeah, this is the Pacific region, so all the countries in Asia.
Yeah, a lot of players from a lot of different places have gathered together in this tournament. It's to find who is the best player, and I guess there's also some regional pride mixed in there as well.
Of course. I mean, we have players from all different regions here in the top 8. There's so much like variety, and it's great.
Man, earlier we were talking about how Dio needs to have like countdown early, needs to get his draw earlier, otherwise he doesn't find his resources. And here, did not happen. He does still have enough dice to skill swap skill over onto Sino, and also has talent as well to equip early. But like, it's just, our hand isn't what we want it to be. We have a lot of our combo resources from later on, from turn 2 onwards. We want to pressure KDF and Koei. But right now we want our draw, we want our ramp, we want our Libans, and it's just not there.
I really feel for Dio right now. This is not when you really want to play a Woven, but what do you tune? Tune something to go. You could tune Fast Swap, but then you don't have Fast Swap into Freeze, which feels really bad. As for KDF Enkoi, Junior's not double strat. Heart.
Not great either, but of course, at least we have some draw in the strategize.
That's really good.
We don't really want Herald skill though. I mean, it's good, but we also need to have a companion to pair with the Dunyazard.
But you have double strat.
You have double strat.
You have double
you
strat,
find
so you
something
can
from
play
it, yes.
double strat and dig out a companion, and then you could play Dunyazard. You could just probably full ramp if you're KDF Enkoi, because you're about to draw out 4 cards.
I mean, worst case scenario, we just pass on 5 and also Herald skill, which is also a fine play in and of itself.
Oh, Dio is going to be playing the Woven here, not tuning anything. All his cards are way too important, and it will be a Deus skill. Of course, we know he has that copy of Vanarana to, like, basically take out the other 2 dice, but oh, KDF Enkoi going for the strategize, drawing out Golden House and Board Princess. That's not what he wants to see. Is the second strategize going to give him anything? And it's, oh, look at him shaking his head. It's a fast swap and a Lotus Crisp.
It's a slow start from both players, neither of them getting what they want early on. But, I mean, I guess if both players' hands are equally as bad, it is a 50-50 matchup and we call it a day.
There is the Heart of Cavarena on Herald, and KDF Enkoi is forced to go for this skill. Hopefully he finally gets a companion so he can put down that Dunyazard.
Oof, I mean, Dio kind of wants to swap into Sino and do a skill, but of course, if you do that, it will give KDF Enkoi that draw from the Heart of Kavarina, and he also still has 3 dice left over to swap off of the character and avoid that turn 1 overload.
Ooh, this is going to be a fast swap over to Sino. I wonder why we're using this fast swap, but there is Sino talent into the skill. -3, Electro application down on Herald.
And it also gives Sino an additional stack to work with. That means End Phase he will be put onto 2 stacks, meaning next turn, Dio will immediately be able to take advantage of the Sino talent, being able to do +2 damage on the first skill he does.
KDF Enkoi drawing a Heart of Kavarina from that Heart of Kavarina. That is so painful. I heard a collective awe from the players watching to the side of me.
Oh, and nothing to pass the 3 dice on either. I mean, they're not aligned dice either, so we can't skill again on Herald or anything along those lines either. We need to tune if we want to do that. Maybe we just normal attack build towards Herald Burst, or perhaps Dunya starts swap to another character.
I mean, so you could use one of those boar princesses. No, but you don't want the heart to go on the Herald.
Another problem here is you actually can't swap to another character because they eat Pyro. They're at 9 HP now, and Sino, with talent, with an overload, I think does do enough damage to lethal a character with the Pyros in hand right now.
You have to punch with a normal attack? This just feels so bad, though. You're going to get overloaded off of Herald on the Chongyun.
But you can't swap because Pyro's skill next turn does like 10 damage and you just die.
Well, it is going to be a swap on the Chongyun, and there's the Heart of Kavarina. We're floating. Oh no, we're gonna play one to your side. We're floating that Omni die, and this is not ideal. There's the Pyro application on the Chongyun. We know Dio has a Pyro res. Countdown to the show.
And Koei is in trouble here. Talent plus Pyros with the overload does do 10 damage. That would be Chongyun taken out as early as the start of turn 2. Of course, if Dio rolls good enough dice to use it.
Yes. Actually,
okay,
yes.
That's good. That's
the
good.
dice are there. We do have those 2 Electro. They were kind of hidden away from us, but here we go. This is going to be a big turn for Dio, and unfortunately the start for KDF Enkoi was so sad. When you have that card draw in your starting hand, you really want to be drawing into ramp. You want to be drawing into your setup, and KDF Enkoi just drew into a bunch of zero-cost cards that are not really doing anything. There's Countdown to the Show. There's the Prospector's Drill.
Unfortunately, no Gamblers just yet. But Prospector's Drill will be no, because we don't have enough dice to skill twice. We really did want the Gamblers. Unfortunately, not finding it in time. But yeah, like a real unfortunate start for both players though. But when you are playing a combo deck, your setup is so much more important because if we don't have all of our discounts ready, like the magic just isn't there.
There's the Prospector's Drill on to Sino. There's the Pyro res. And this should just be enough to take out Chongyun. -10, instantly sniped, and Sayu comes out from the overload. KDF Enkoi is not very happy about this. There's the Tamais, there's the companion we're looking for. Draw a Golden Troop.
Drew the Liban as well. The Golden Troop we can't use. Like the Golden Troop is like it's the one thing we can't use right now. We had a Golden House. We can draw a Gilded Dreams. We would have been able to combo off on Sayu right now and even out the odds. I think it might have also been a mistake for Dio to equip the Prospector's Drill because now we are stuck on Sino. If KDF Enkoi had magic, this could actually be very threatening.
This is really painful. That's the thing. KDF Enkoi does not have anything to utilize the discounts and the dice generation in his hand. He doesn't have Gilded, he doesn't have Wolf's Gravestone. There's so many things he doesn't have yet.
But that is kind of the pain of playing combo deck. When you have all your pieces together, it is the strongest thing in the world and you are the king.
Well, this isn't combo though, it's aggro.
But when you are playing a deck like Herald Claymore, like that is a combo deck that you want to gather all your pieces, and you just don't have the setup. It just feels so bad because you don't have anything to match your opponent's aggressive potential. And Dio playing an aggro deck, I mean, as long as you can do damage, you're happy. It's a lot lower maintenance.
I mean, I do think that both these decks rely on drawing out their respective weapons and talents. They're both aggro decks. They are both aggro decks, but here we go. KDF Enkoi is going to go for a Sayu skill here, unfortunately without a weapon, without Gilded. But what else are you going to do?
Ooh, I guess you don't really have anything else to do, right? Just you don't even have the Gilded Dreams to help you draw extra card. No Sayu talent there either. You might just be forced to tune your entire hand to do 2 skills, and I mean, 2 Sayu skills, even with the extra sword value, cannot match a Sino at 4 stacks.
I mean, but what else are you gonna do?
You can't afford to do anything else, really. I mean, look, after this, we'll have a Liban as well to pass on dice, so it could still be fine.
So the good thing, the silver lining, is that Dio is officially out of dice, will be forced to end here. Not even enough dice to swap over, but this is Enkoi's last chance to really get something going here. Oh, that Lotus Crisp being burnt because of that Prospector's Drill.
Right now, though, KDF Enkoi has 4 dice remaining. They are all on the line, and we do have Liban in hand right now.
You can't, though. You can't Liban pass. You can't even swap the Herald Liban pass.
No, you can't, because then it swaps the Sayu, and then an Overload, and then Sino's skill. Oh.
I think you... No, you can't.
No, but if you just end Sayu, she dies anyways.
Exactly.
4 stacks, talent, everything. Oh, this is so bad.
This is so bad. I think... No, but you have no damage to take out Sino. It's going to happen anyway. What do you do here? It is just going to be a Liban pass. But the thing is, Dio is definitely going to have the damage here, right? Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, Sino, 4 stacks. I mean, over the Prospector's Drill just discarded 2 cards, so it has the +1 damage, and our talent is going to refresh as well.
Oh,
and we have
Fresh Wind of Freedom. What is that? What is that?
We have everything right now. The only thing that we were missing as a gamblers, but we only need 2 skills to win anyway, so it's not like it matters.
But, like, no, you're definitely winning. What is
Even
that?
if we have 0 usable, we can just tune our entire hand and we win anyways.
All right, what are we drawing here? Golden House Slayer Song. There's the Wolf's Gravestone,
but it's too little too late.
It is too little too late. It is Dio's turn. There is the Fresh Wind of Freedom. And there's the skill. This will be plenty. Sayu falls, gets overloaded onto Herald, and now it's Dio's game to win. One more time to go.
And we drew a Lotus.
You don't need the Lotus. What?
We don't need it, but if we did, it's there.
I'm tuning 1. Just go for normal attack. You don't need to do anything other than that. Herald falls. Game 2 belongs to Dio.
And it's just the difference in setup is staggering. Herald Claymore is a very strong, a very consistent deck that will do a lot of damage. But of course, it's at the caveat of drawing all of our setup pieces. And in that game, just Enkoi could not find it.
Dio 2-0 against KDF Enkoi. The second series is going by so fast. This is the upper bracket round 1. So, I mean, all of these games are going to be best of 5. Winner takes all next game. If Dio wins,
it's over. Like, I mean, it's not over. Enkoi, because he is in the upper bracket, he was rewarded for his excellent performance in the online stage, will have a second life, but you would really like to have your second chance.
You would like to have your second chance. I mean, KDF Enkoi, when I spoke with him, he was feeling very confident because of that second life. So, I mean, it's not anything you can help when you have 2 strategizes and they don't draw on anything, but we have our raffle winners down below. Pause that talk for now. If you see your UIT there, congratulations, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems. There will be 2 winners per raffle, and each raffle is happening every match. So if you head on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, you can enter into our next set of raffles. There will be 2 more winners coming up as we head into a Game 3.
But speaking of raffles, we are only going to give it for every single gameplay during a match. So if you want more gems, you could cheer for Enkoi.
I mean, yeah, it's not really going to affect anything, but maybe it'll manifest some luck.
It could be like an anime thing where maybe you have enough people support him, he just gets like gacha powers and just rolls really well for like 3 games.
We're going to have to find out about that one. But yeah, we are going into our Game 3 here. Once again, this is the upper bracket. By the way, there's a QR code that will be appearing periodically on your screen between the 2 players' cameras. So if you scan it, it will send you to a feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts about how we're doing here.
But this is Game 3. I mean, KDF Enkoi is down 0-2, but that does mean, though, that Dio is on his very last deck. He has to win with this one, and if he cannot move forward. But it is, of course, our old friend, Sign Overload.
Sign Overload. Wait, yeah. No, but Dio's won with it.
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. It's Chongyun, it's Herald Claymore.
It's a Herald Claymore. Yes. Dio's going to be on the Herald Claymore deck. As for KDF Enkoi, will be on that Bennett Agedaha Electrocube deck. Interesting.
Very curious that he's choosing to avoid, the players right now are choosing to avoid the mirror matches. Back in Atlantic, I think players were trying to go for the skill matchup and just saying, I am better than you. If we play the same decks, I will win. It looks like KDF Enkoi choosing to, of course, predict what their opponent is going to play and going for to snipe the counter matchup, believing this is a better chance for him.
I think, there are two different ways to approach open decklist conquest format where it's like, all right, so I have to win on all of my decks. I'm going to pick the hardest one first.
That's true.
Or it's all right, I have to win on all my decks. I'm going to pick the easy one first and
Just to
write off the
extend the
wins.
series.
Yeah, exactly.
But of course, this is the final chance for Enkoi. If he loses this, his upper bracket run is over. He will have a second life, but his run to the finals will be that much more challenging.
If KDF and Koi drops here, I mean, either of these players dropping here, they will go down to the lower bracket to face off against the winner of Chikawa versus CJR ZZZ.
Yeah, both of these players are very tough opponents, especially Chikawa. He was the Japanese Prince Cup champion of last year, an absolute beast of an opponent that you do not want to face this early.
Yes, the Japan Prince Cup tournament from last year. Of course, I do believe that we have Prince Cup players here from all the different Prince Cup tournaments happening in the Asia region.
Yeah, we have quite a few. I mean, we have Z Krumlit, I believe. That was the Southeast Asia Prince Cup. He went top 4. Mango was the Korean Prince Cup, top 4. And we also have Chikawa, of course, the champion of the Japanese Prince Cup. And Nzagi was a champion of the Southeast Asia Prince Cup. So huge, huge names here.
Yes, huge names here today, but we are just waiting for this third game to start.
Still waiting on a little bit as the players are still getting ready. I'm rather curious as to how this matchup will go, as of course Side Overload has that great aggressive potential to maybe snipe off Bennett early, but of course if he is able to get his burst down, Electrocube will be doing a lot of damage with his rock, paper, scissors combo, and Ajda as well will help pass the turns and force Dio to take an action and waste dice, and also generate a lot of dice at the same time.
Are we finally going to do our rock, paper, scissors matches?
If rock, paper, scissors comes out, we could.
Well, so the way Blup and I always did it, when Electrocube appears, we do one round.
Right.
And then every time Electrocube does the rock, paper, scissors combo, that's another round of rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, sounds good. We can do that.
We can do that.
You just got to remember this time, but this is KDF and Koei's deck, running the 2 Bennett talent, 1 Aja talent. That way he can take advantage of Stove God's turn 1 effect, not passive, where if you play it turn 1, it will draw you 1 random character talent if you're running at least 2 different ones.
Only taking 1 copy of Aishtaha talent, really interesting. I'm trying to figure out what KDF Enkoi has cut here. There's actually a lot of optimization in this deck. There's 1 copy of Tada, 1 Boar Princess.
The 2 fast subs, of course, as Freeze is still as threatening as ever, even if a lot of its popular decks have taken a hit, and also running a lot of Golden Troops, running all 4 different copies of it you can, just to place it on cube and make sure its 5-cost skill is that much easier to use, and also running these Stormterror's Lair as well to reduce that even further, and also hopefully draw out your Bennett talents as well.
Here is Dio's deck, though. This is Sign Overload, of course, because it's Sign Overload. Haha, get it? But we already saw this deck before.
I think he should be using Herald Claymore because he did just win with this one.
He did just win with this one.
Could be just a graphical error, but either way, he will be placing the Herald Claymore deck. Sorry, I'm not sure his exact list and when he's running, but I'm sure it will be similar to most of these players. I think the big thing to consider is whether he's running the Wagner version, the Courtyard version, or the no Wagner, no Courtyard version.
We're just going to have to see as we get into this game 3, what is it going to be?
Lots of things in the deck. I mean, the players have changed their decks so much, and especially even considering from the online tournament that was only just last patch, the changes that were made have been so massive. A lot of cards that we saw all the time now are just being cut left and right.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what happens during a meta, right? Like, so basically, in one patch, I feel like there's a lot of changes that happen. You know, the start of the patch, players are trying to figure out what's good and what's going to be played. And then as they get into like the tournament scene and they start playing these things, they start figuring out, okay, so this is strong, how do I counter it? And then it just keeps going like that throughout the course of the patch.
Especially now that this is the second tournament of the patch, these players know what didn't work out for the players back in the Prince Cup Atlantic.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's why we're seeing some things cut, some experiments being run here. We're just going to have to see, like, what is going to take it on top as we get into our Game 3 here. Our players are getting ready to go. By the way, with the new game comes a new raffle. So, if you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, you can enter into 1,000 Primo Gem raffle. There will be 2 winners each match.
Looks like we're not quite ready to hop in yet. No, here it is. Yes.
Yeah, here it is, and
it looks like Dio is running the Ancient Courtyard version.
Yes, there is Ancient Courtyard, so of course, it's a great way to tell the Arcane Legend is always going to appear in your starting hand. We're going to see if Dio chooses to keep it or not. Has Timaeus as the second companion with Junior Sod. Already doing better than Katie Fenkoy was.
Great opening hand. Choosing not to toss away here unless he already did his mulligan. I mean, Dungeons Art into Timaeus is so good early on because it does let you guarantee another campaign on top of that and also just get the discounts going forward.
Dio having Junior Sod into Timaeus into Gilded for next round. We're going to be starting on Chongyun on his side, but is KDF Enkoi going first? Starting on Bennett.
Ooh, I saw a very curious card in Dio. Oh, what are those dice?
What are those dice?
What are those dice?
Look at KDF dice. Okay, considering how bad he rolled last game, the luck is coming back to him.
Okay, so it is just, it's karma, you know, you roll bad once, you were really good in another game. It's just how it is. But a card I see in Dio's hand that has been being cut out of a lot of decks right now.
Shadow of the Sand King.
Shadow of the Sand King. I think in the Herald Claymore in particular, players are choosing to replace that with the 1 copy of Golden Troop instead.
You're right, but we do have it here. I guess Dio's list is a bit more classic. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what it was, but now it's free to play if he chooses to go for it, or maybe he'll save those stacks for the Gilded in his hand for next round. But Junior Zod drawing out a second Junior Zod, probably not going to see that played right now.
No companion to currently use her with, and of course we did draw that from the Timaeus, so it's not like we can play him as well and draw another companion off of that.
I think Dio was really looking for that lead-in. Unfortunately,
really
did not find it.
If we did have a live, we could have Chongyun skilled into past 3 dice, and from there we can carry dice into turn 2, and it would have been looking very good for us. Unfortunately, though, just not quite work out.
Indeed, but KDF Enkoi already 1 Bennett skill down. I wonder if we're going to see something like a Seed Dispensary into Timaeus.
Now, there's no reason to see Dispensary into Timaeus live in because that is 5 dice anyways. We just play it. Right, we can't do another skill after that. So the thing we're considering here is whether or not we want to Bennett skill into Timaeus or if we want to just Bennett Timaeus.
Heart of Cavarina onto Chongyun for Dio, and there is the Frost Field deployed. -3 cryo damage on KDF Enkoi's Bennett. Could see Soul God to get Bennett talent.
We could. We already have Aja talent, right? So it is guaranteed. It's just whether or not we don't want to gamble if we can draw something like a Storm Terror's Lair next round or something like that. I do think we should play it. A lot of the power of this deck is that Bennett talent, especially considering Cube is only 8 HP total. It is very easy to not get below the breakpoint where it will not benefit anymore from the +2 damage on Bennett Burst.
KDF Enkoi normally playing very fast. He's definitely taking his time here. He knows that if he loses this game, he will be knocked down into the lower bracket. That's not what he wants to happen. He's forced to take his time here, really consider what is the best strategy. And will this be another skill from Bennett, bringing Chongyun down to 4?
Nah, okay.
Not Liven, but, well, no, you don't want to strat either.
You could, okay. We can strat gamble Timaeus and then Dungeons Art Timaeus, and that would also be a pretty good turn 1 strategy. But of course, we are gambling a bit.
Why don't you shout? No, because you don't want to Shadow the Sand King because you want
Timaeus
the Timaeus stacks. This is so unfortunate. It's like everything's one off, but there is the strategize.
Oh, what? Look at that! Dio is high rolling a little bit. He did get lucky on the Timaeus top deck with the strategize. I think it was like, he drew, it was like a 1 and the live, but came too late. Fortunate and unfortunate. I mean, no, he has no more companions other than live in the deck, so it was guaranteed.
I know, but like it's
just unlucky. Yes.
So late. But
I think the Timaeus top deck, if my napkin math is correct, is somewhere within the range. My cue card math is somewhere in the range of 1 in 20.
Okay.
So rather fortunate on that one, I will say.
There is the Stove God coming from KDF Enkoi, and of course it's always going to draw Bennett talent because there's only 1 copy of Ace Shaw talent there. There's a Seed Dispensary into Timaeus. What are we drawing? It is.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
That's so good. That is for Electro Cube. There it goes. Leven taking up the last dice there.
What's incredible here as well is our Bennett Burst is ready and waiting. And Dio right now doesn't really have anything. Oh wait, we just top decked a fast swap. Hold on,
No,
freeze?
fast swap.
Oh no, we already had it. Okay, no, we're fine. With Dio's turn priority, we can freeze the Bennett. Let's Bennett Burst.
Bennett, yeah, Dio does have turn priority here. KDF Enkoe does have one copy of Tadab. I don't believe it's in his hand.
No, unfortunately not quite there. I think he did throw it away in the mulligan, so might be regretting it. It will all depend on if Dio does have enough dice here, though, because I don't think he actually wants to tune his hand if he doesn't have enough Hydro for the freeze.
Look at our players' pulses, by the way. 120 across the board, basically. That's pretty high.
It is. This will be a very crucial round for both of these players. Ooh, that's one Hydro. Okay, we only need to tune one. If we want to go for the freeze, it is acceptable to just tune one.
Dio has a big turn ahead of him. There is the free Gilded. There is the fast swap actually over to Herald. This will be a freeze, just as you predicted, Sumi. Bennett is going to be frozen out. There's the Gilded Dreams giving 2 more Hydro and will draw a card on this elemental reaction.
Ooh, this is so big. I mean, Bennett Burst was just waiting for us, but now that is no longer a possibility for KDF and Koei. I think we maybe should have played around the fast because we didn't know Dio had it.
That was an immediate swap over to Aishtaha. I think this is just going to be Aishtaha talent for now. Gonna wait and stall Dio's dice out a bit. That's my thought.
We do still have a lot of dice to work with. We have the Aja talent on top of that. What are we pulling for right now?
There's a fast swap Lotus. That is not what KDF Enkoe wants to see. Probably looking for that Tada so he can Bennett talent burst.
But unfortunately, just not finding it right now. I think KDF Enkoe was greedy on turn 1. We passed 1 dice over onto Liven when we could have instead swapped off and made so that fast up Herald skill would not have been a threat to freeze Bennett.
Yeah, there is a shot talent. It does pass the turn over to Dio. And now what does Dio do? There's no fast swap over onto Chongyun, but does have that Chongyun Frostfield out already. Of course, I don't think Herald can use it. As you said earlier, there's a swap to Sayu.
I think if we are in the spot of KDF Enkoe, we should probably swap off. Yeah, don't want to give away the swirl.
Swapping over onto Electro Cube. So something to keep in mind, that artifact on the Electro Cube is in fact that 2-cost Golden Troop.
Right.
So this skill is going to cost only 3. You can see at the top right there, KDF Enkoe is like basically you can see the skills in the cards.
Yeah, well, ooh, okay. Choosing the normal attack here is actually quite smart from Dio because this way if we swap over onto Ashtaha, we can get like a free swirl. If we stay on Cube, we can also get a swirl. If we go into Bennett, we're going to chunk him down even lower and potentially in to the point where he can be threatened by swirls to knock him out.
It looks like KDF Enkoe is doing a lot of swap stalling here. Not quite ready to go in with Electro Cube, but there's Shadow of the Sand King. What are we drawing? Ancient Courtyard.
No, we're 1 dice off. Hold on. How do we get 1 more dice? I think Dio might have miscalculated. We can't do a skill here.
Can't do a skill here. But we are going to swap back onto Herald. This is probably just going to be Ancient Courtyard, Wolf's Gravestone onto Sayu, pass for Dio. And now KDF Enkoe has to figure out how to use his dice. It will be a skill from Aishtaha.
And then we can pass 2 dice over onto Liben, which is really good. And then next turn as well, we have the fast swap in hand to guarantee the Bennett burst. After that, though, it is hard to say as Dio has a lot of options to like stop us from going off on Cube with the freeze. And maybe we could stay on Ajda instead. It will depend on what Dio does after the fast swap Bennett burst from Enkoe. I think that is 100% what he will go for.
The timer is not quite ticking down yet for Dio, but he is thinking over what to do. I don't think he's thinking about this round, though. He's probably thinking about what's going to happen next round, because next round is going to be the crucial round that decides the winner. And if it's him, he gets to take this series in advance to the upper bracket. There's so much at stake.
Yeah, most games are won or lost by turn 3, especially because that's when you have all of your combo pieces or when you will use your combo pieces. So very crucial turn next round. Like, Dio's going to have a lot of dice to work with as well. Timaeus is going to go back to 3 stack. We have the Ancient Courtyard of Wolf's Gravestone right now as well, and a Golden House for even more discounts on top of that.
Indeed. There's the timer. There's the timer sound. Dio has to think about what to do. I mean, has to be Ancient Courtyard into Wolf's Gravestone on Sayu, but
I don't see why you wouldn't do it.
maybe he's thinking, does KDF Enkoe have any more dice generation? He's been swap swing a lot. Wait, it is a swap on the Sayu. This is not actually great, I think.
I think either play was fine. I guess this way you don't need to spend the dice next round to swap over to Sayu. And you don't want Herald Revive pop early. I guess you can use him to absorb like an Ajda burst or something. Not really understanding why we did this swap though. I guess it was just to pass the turn.
Golden House replacing the Junior Sod into Ancient Courtyard is a free Wolf's Gravestone equip. That's exactly what we just saw here. Dio drawing a Gilded Dreams that Tomias at 3 stacks and a Boar Princess. That's pretty good. I didn't catch what Kitty and Koi drew.
So he drew his second Bennett talent, as well as a Golden Troop. So neither of those will be very useful this round.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, both of them combined are half a Bestis.
But Electrocube's skill costs one
dice.
Now. It costs 1 right now.
That is true. And we also are going to guarantee a Bennett burst as well with that Leave It To Me.
Yes, that Leave It To Me with the Bennett talent burst. This is actually going to be KDF and Koei's turn to deal a lot of damage here.
So Dio could have had turn priority right here if he did end first. Did choose to use his last dice to swap over onto Sayu. Did still get the Free Wolves Gravestone equipped, but I think the reason he did that was to just pass the turn and make it so that KDF and Koei had to have acted first.
But why? Because the problem now is that there's going to be that Pyro application on Sayu. She's going to be under a lot of threat here, right? So why?
Could be.
There's no application, elemental application on Bennett.
Well, I mean, if you did end first, right, KDF and Koei was always going to end on Ajda, pass 2 dice over to Bennett. And then that way, you didn't really want a Herald skill, and then you kind of didn't want to go Sayu after that anyways. And of course, if you went Chongyun, he was just within a 1-shot range for Ajda. So I think either way, it didn't really matter.
Interesting. It is not a fast swap, Bennett Burst. It is a slow swap with Lotus Crisp. And now, how does Dio hit through 7 health? Because I think if you swing with Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone,
it is
5.
4 damage. Normal attack would be 5, and if you just skill, the first instance is 1 damage plus 3, which would be 4. So there is no way to actually do 7 damage right now.
Unfortunate. But there's the Boar Princess.
I guess we swing anyways.
No, we're swapping onto Chongyun, so I guess Dio is anticipating Chongyun falls here, but that means you don't get the Chongyun skill out. There's Bennett Burst, though. Only -2 onto Chongyun.
Yeah, and you also get that 1 draw from the Heart of Cavalry. It is another Golden House, so it could potentially be another discount for us. Of course, we do need to find that second Gilded Dreams first, or a Lyre Song, which we do not have yet.
So if you're KDF and Koei, I don't think you can go to Electrocube and skill, because the problem becomes
You get frozen.
you get
Right,
frozen. You don't get to finish your rock paper scissors combo because the overload sends the Chongyun on to Herald. You also can't go to Ashtaha because then Sayu's gonna swirl the Hydro and freeze Electrocube.
But
I want to do something on Electrocube right now.
But we can stay on Bennett, because Lotus Flower Curse right now is going to keep him very, very healthy. And if he skills again, he does have the self-healing, bringing up to 8 HP, which is out of breakpoint range of Wolf's Gravestone as well.
Yes, however, you stay on Bennett, but then what happens? You don't have gamblers right now. This timer is ticking down for Dio. Dio's considering all these lines as well, probably at a more complex level than we are.
The thing is, Dio doesn't want to act on Chongyun right now, because it basically doesn't do anything into the Glows Crisps of Koei, but you don't want to swap off either.
Ooh, there's a Wolf's Gravestone going on to Chongyun, and this is going to pack a punch onto KDF and Koei's Bennett. Actually, I think a Bennett's skill or normal attack doesn't, like, it wouldn't heal and buff the breakpoint of Wolf's Gravestone.
No, it would heal Bennett to 5, but Koei knows this as well, swapping over to Ajdaha, forcing Dio to use dice. Use a normal attack here and completely run yourself out, which then lets Koei go onto Electrocube and do that rock, paper, scissors combo empowered by Bennett Burst. Or we swap off, make sure Chongyun lives, in which case we run out of dice anyways.
Swap onto Herald, that's very interesting. I would not have expected the swap onto Herald, but this basically guarantees KDF and Koei cannot swap onto either Bennett or Electrocube, or else they risk getting frozen. So what do you do here?
Ooh, let's see here. Do there, 1 dice. Oh, you don't actually have enough dice this turn. You're 1 dice off. This is actually a great play from Dio.
Looks like we are just going to be tuning and going for a normal attack. This will be triggering Dio Survive on that Herald. Back he comes, but no talent.
So this is a great play from Dio. If we swap Bennett and Dio had one more dice, we skill Bennett falls, and then if we go into Crowd Cube, do RPS, because the revive, right, he still gets to do the fall attack and freeze, but if we go Cube, swap Ajdaha, and take the next hit, we don't actually have enough dice to swap to Cube and also do rock, paper, scissors. So we were
Well, the timer is ticking down. I think this should be on to Sayu now to finally bring it home. There's the Gilded Dreams replacing the artifact on Sayu, bringing them up to 5 dice. And yeah, there should just be a swap over there.
I don't see why not. I mean, we're going to get our double swirl as well. Walls Gravestone empowered 2 after we knock down Ajda's HP a little bit lower. And we also have a Gamblers on top of that if we are able to get a KO.
KDF Enkoi's heart rate is creeping up here as this game progresses. He knows that this could very well be it, but it looks like it's just going to be a Herald skill, not quite going over on Sayu just yet. Interesting.
Yeah, no, so I guess the reason we go into Sayu is that we aren't able to actually guarantee a knockout, right? Ajda was at 8 HP. Even if with Wall's Graves, the first hit only does 2 damage, bringing him down to 6, and second hit only does 5, which means we aren't able to get Gambler's reset. And because we were on 5 dice already, if we swap over to Sayu, that would be 4. 3 Gambler's equipped Boar Princess would put us on 5 dice, so we aren't able to do the second skill to guarantee us the win.
That free Liyue Wharf was so good, actually. Just watching KDF Enkoi conserve so much dice here, but there's the Gambler's replace on Herald. Looks like we're going to be going for a Herald, well, not a finish, but this is going to be Ajdaha falling to Herald. No, is it Burst?
Is it Burst? Burst does do 4. Burst does 4, and then we also put the Curse the Undercurrent, right? That's good.
That's great, actually. This might actually be Herald Burst. There it is. Ajdaha is falling.
Ooh, it actually goes off screen there, just like in the actual game in the Abyss. It goes really far.
True, but I mean, nothing Dio can do with those 2 Omni dice right now. Should just be floating them. Maybe swaps off?
I think you actually do want to swap off. That way Cube can't one-shot your Herald. The thing is, what do you swap it to? I guess you go over to Chongyun. That way overloads onto Cube, then we freeze. I think Chongyun is the best option here.
Timer is ticking down. It is on to Chongyun, and I think it is as you say. So KDF Enkoi can't really go for rock, paper, scissors combo on Electrocube because Chongyun's just going to be forced off onto Herald, and both Bennett and Electrocube are going to be threatened by freeze.
Yeah, so swapping over to Chongyun with his dice here is actually really, really smart because if KDF Enkoi swaps over onto Bennett, you can just skill, and with Wolf's Gravestone, that will knock him out. And if KDF Enkoi skills on Cube, it swaps over to the Abyss Herald, in which case you just freeze.
Yep, basically.
This is a checkmate position for Dio right now. I don't believe there's a way for him to lose unless we dice a cringe really hard.
Oh, the unfortunate thing is, to the Curse of the Undercurrent is making that skill cost 2 instead of 1. All those discounts...
We can reduce it, though, with the Sword Bearer's Lair.
You could reduce it, but
then you spend one dice to play it, forget 1 discount, it actually doesn't matter.
Wait, look at KDF Enkoi's hand.
Right. Oh, there's the ta-da.
There it is, it's right there.
Yeah, it is.
I think you go for it. But then you don't. Do you have gamblers? You don't have gamblers. I think you just go for it anyway.
I think you go for it.
You have been in burst. You just go for it. You just go for it.
I think you do. You have to go for it.
All right. There's the overload. It will go on to Herald, and now Electrocube is gonna be frozen. But we know.
We do. The Wharf coming in clutch, drawing us the card we need exactly when we need it. If we go for a skill here, yes, it will freeze, but then we will play the ta-da, and that will break the freeze, and because it is prepare skill, it will just instantly resume the rock, paper, scissors from the cube. We can even choose to play the Lotus if we want as well after that.
Dio also ran out of steam here, only has Countdown Lieben, and after using this skill here, just gonna go for it, is not gonna have the dice to do like anything else. You can't. You could go for
Tada does 3 damage. We still keep our revive.
We do. There we go. The shatter breaks the freeze, and here's the follow-up. Look at KDF Enkoi cheering. He's finally gonna get a win off here, probably.
I think. No, KDF Enkoi wins this because Sayu only has enough dice to do a single skill. It takes at least 2 attacks to knock down Cube with the revive still remaining. So there is no way that Dio actually gets enough dice this turn to win.
Then Bennett Burst is going to be buffing the damage from every single swing of this rock, paper, scissors, so it's going to apply a lot of electro damage. You get that fast swap over to Bennett, the skill. Or you just stay on rock, paper, scissors again, why not?
Do you actually have the dice for it? 6 remaining, 2 in our entire hand, rock, paper, scissors again. If Dio just had 1 more dice, this was his game.
There is Countdown. Unfortunately, there is nothing here for him. 2 Liar Songs, 1 Strategize, 1 Lotus Crisp. There is the Liar Song bringing back that Gilded, but it's not gonna be enough.
The Lotus might actually be enough here. Oh no, it doesn't live 2 RPSs. No, that's fine. It would be enough to live the next hit from Cube and also swap in an Overload skill, but it will not live the second Rock Paper Scissors combo from KDF and Koei.
Though the follow-up is going to take out KDF and Koei's Electric Cube even through Lotus.
Yeah, that's the
Which
hit.
is not even going to go down, but...
No dice for it.
There's the follow-up. Cube falls.
Now it's on Bennett.
It is on Bennett.
We don't have enough for a single skill. Wait. No. It's 5, 7. Wait, I think we live on 1. We live on 1!
No, it's fine.
Oh, you have enough dice. We're good. We're good.
It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah.
Dio does not have enough dice. It's fine. Here we go. Dio ending, knowing it's over, and KDF and Koei cheering in that player cam there. We'll be taking game 3. We are going on to a game 4.
A single dice was the difference there. If,
yeah,
he knows. He knows he won by the skin of his teeth.
He finally got a game in, especially, like game 2 was so brutal, but KDF and Koei won versus Dio's score of 2.
It is now 1-2. KDF and Koei has 1 more chance at a victory. 1 more chance at a reverse sweep.
Well, it's more like if he wins the next game, he has to win again, so...
And then he wins again after that, maybe.
No, but then he only needs to win 3.
True. But, I mean, he does get to continue with the win.
Speaking of winners, we have our raffle winners down here below, so if you see your UID there, congratulations, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems. And if you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube, you can enter into our next raffle because we are going on to a game 4. I mean, after we're done casting, the first 2 upper bracket matches, there will be 2 more casters coming on to cast the lower bracket. So even after this set, there will be more Primo Gem raffles happening over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. If you're watching over on Genshin Official or from anywhere else, welcome. We are having a lot of fun games here today.
Yeah, be sure to stay tuned. We're going to have a lot of exciting matches, just like the one that happened. I mean, Dio, 1 dice short of victory. And KDF and Koei having just the right tools at the right time in order to come on top.
And I mean, just the game before, that was the reverse. KDF and Koei really not drawing very well, and Dio drawing very well himself.
We'll need to see if his fortunate encounters with his dice continue, but this is his second deck. We haven't seen this from KDF and Koei yet.
Yeah, so Dio, of course, if you're not familiar, this is open deckless conquest format. Conquest format basically meaning if you win with a deck, you can no longer play it. Dio is locked onto that Chongin Sayu Herald deck. As for KDF and Koei's only won 1 game, it is on that Bennett Cube deck, and is now going to have to go onto a Sign Overload deck to get another win.
This is a matchup we actually saw earlier, but in reverse. It was Dio on Sign Overload and Koei on the Herald Claymore, and Dio did come out on top in that matchup, although of course it was because Koei could not find his combo pieces early enough. It will need to see if Dio can gather up all of his magic components, or if it will struggle just like Koei did before him.
Yeah, we are gonna have to see. Look, the table is getting set up here and ready to go. These players are preparing for a game 4 that I'm sure KDF and Koei wasn't quite anticipating it was gonna happen, but
it was a very, very close game. Just 1 dice the difference, and unfortunately Dio was just 1 dice short. His Liar Song did not quite come in time, where maybe if he had another, his Gamblers or something along those lines. But even so, what is done is done. This is game 4.
This is game 4 indeed. So, I mean, we've already seen this matchup once, but is there anything Dio can do to pull a win off here? I think that this deck is very, very strong. There's a reason why everyone's bringing it.
It is. It's a very consistent deck that has a very consistent power spike on turn 2 that you carry into turn 3. It is a very strong deck that has a lot of stuff going for it, but of course you need to draw into your magic components. If you do not do that, this deck will struggle.
So basically, the way these things work is you start off on Herald and you ramp 8, which basically means that you use the 8 dice you have to build up your setup in somehow, whether it's passing those dice to Liebin and generating dice for the next round, or if you're just going for equips on Sayu or Chongyun or anything like that.
Yep. basically you want to have as much dice into the next round as possible, but that is for the game. Here we have our deck list from Inkoe.
Yes, here we have our deck list from KDF and
double arcane.
There is a double arcane. This is the first time I've seen this in the Pacific Prince Cup tournament, and just in general, that's not very taken.
Yeah. So the reason we typically only run one arcane index is because they always show up in your opening hand. Now that does sound good in theory because, well, you always have your arcane, but typically arcanes don't come in until turns 2 or 3, and in turn 1 we really want our setup cards like Live and like Countdown to the Show, which are normal event cards. And so if we always start with our arcane, that is one less opportunity to draw into those.
Indeed, but so you start with both of them. Which one do you keep? Do you just get rid of them both?
You get rid of them both, and then you draw into them depending on the matchup.
Interesting.
I think that is the idea behind this. It's like either that or it's like the Kave Will 3 Arcane deck where you have all 3 Arcanes, you tune away like 2 of them to keep 1 for the matchup. This could be the same thing here where you mull 1 into the deck and keep the one you want for the matchup. It really does depend.
I can definitely see why Joyous is seeing more play. Just considering the types of reactions you're cleansing, you could potentially have a quick swap. Say you have Pyro on your Sino and you play Joyous and your active character Sino, you'll actually quick swap over to the next character in line because it applies an Electro and it overloads you off. But you can also cleanse things like Hydro and Cryo so you can avoid freeze reactions. It's kind of like a damage list, ta-da.
Effectively, yeah, but of course you do need to pre-play it, of course, because like if they do the reaction, you can't cleanse nothing.
Right.
You can't cleanse the freeze. Freeze is not a static or like not an aura on your character, so you will still need the Tada for that.
Indeed, but here is Dio's deck, and it is running double Sayu talent. There is no Herald talent here, but I mean, you could go for that burst to apply Curse the Undercurrent. Also has Ancient Courtyard.
Yeah, the Ancient Courtyard here is, I think, rather standard for this deck, depending on which variation you run. The thing that is not as standard anymore is that one off Shadow of the Sand King. When this deck was originally thought of when we first saw it, that is what was being brought because in combination with Sayu talent, it gets you a lot of draw to help you find your ramp, find your gravestones, find your courtyards, your golden houses, whatever. But nowadays, it is typically more common to run that zero-cost golden troop, as of course it can help you discount the skills more.
Yeah, and there is that one copy of Shadow of the Sand King, which you were pointing out earlier is a very interesting pick because it kind of got phased out.
Yeah, I think players value the dice from Golden Troop as opposed to the draw from Shadow of Sand King. And another benefit from the Golden Troop as well is that it is a zero-cost artifact, which lets you play on top of a Heart of Cavarina or the other way around in order to generate you 1 Omni dice from the Boar Princess.
Yeah, this deck list is very standard. I think, you know, between players, you'll see the same cards, but maybe different amounts of them. So, for example, we saw double Rhythm of Great Dream before, but in this one, there's only 1 copy. So different players have different optimizations depending on their playstyle and what they anticipate their opponent's going to bring. But here we go. This is Game 4 of the second series. This is KDF Inkoe, the Mathematician, versus Dio, the Underdog.
Currently, though, the underdog is not looking very under. In fact, he is looking in a very dominant position, just a single win away from advancing in the upper bracket and knocking down Inkoe, the Mathematician.
I mean, Dio does have a lot of match history.
He does.
So it's not really that he's an underdog, right?
Maybe if you compare it to some of the other contestants we have in the tournament, he isn't. I mean, he is, sorry. But against Inkoe, I think he is... It's like the veteran player between the two.
Here we go. This is Game 4 starting. You see the QR code on the screen. If you scan it, it will send you to a survey feedback form where you can tell us how we're doing here. If you love what we're doing, if you don't like what we're doing, make sure your thoughts are heard. Additionally, there is a raffle for 1,000 Primo Gems. 2 winners happening over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. If you make your way on over there, you can figure out how to enter by listening to the moderator's instructions. But as we get into this game, this could be the last game of the series, and for day 1 for Suminai, at least.
And it looks like Dio got what Inkoe got in Game 2. Dunzard double strategized and 2 cards that you cannot use for ramp.
So we're gonna have to see if these strategizes actually draw into something usable for Dio. As for KDF Inkoe, has the perfect dice. I do believe he played a strategize there. Already has Joyous in hand, has Sino talents, Pyro-Res, Sumeru-Res. Do you even play Countdown?
I think what I think Inkoe would go for here is Countdown into Dea skill and then maybe play like a 1-cost card for ramp or something. Although the only ramp option you have is is Lime, which you don't have in hand right now. So maybe you just go for Daya's skill into Sino's skill instead with the talent.
So KDF Enkoi, if he actually chooses to play that countdown, is going to have to play some other cards to not overdraw, but it looks like it's just going to be Daya's skill. Wonder if we're going to see a swap on the Sino actually. There's a strategy.
We got Live. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Okay, Dio did not low roll, actually drew out the perfect companion.
That's good. Dunizard into Liven is so great because Liven is free and he still also activates the searching effect for Dunizard, and this like lets you choose which companion you draw. Ooh.
There's a second Dunizard.
It lets you like draw your companion and then decide what you want to do with the remainder of your dice and helps you be a lot more flexible.
Oh, there's Tobias. So you played Dunizard here, and then you played Tobias for 1 cost, and then what companion do we get?
Should be either Liven or Timaeus.
Oh, Kibler's not exactly
Timaeus,
what you want, but you already have Golden Hand.
No, we can't play the second one because if we play it, we aren't feeding enough dice to Liven. It will only be 2 dice going over to him as opposed to 3, which is what he needs to actually activate his effect.
So, who do you take the Pyro application onto is the question. Do you swap off or no? I guess we're just going to be floating 3 of those dice going to be going over to Liben. And this will be swapped to Sino.
So this is fine because yes, Chongyun will take a lot of damage, but there is no aura on him right now, which means KDF and Koi cannot combo this into something like a Pyro Res and plus White Glove, as of course he doesn't really have that in his hand right now, and you cannot use Pyro Res's damage application with no aura.
KDF and Koi tuning that copy of Tada and going for Sino talent skill. This overload will send Chongyun into Herald, but it's kind of risky. I mean, I know KDF and Koi has 2 copies of Tada, but
I think it's fine because we have the Joy Celebration in hand. When our Sino gets afflicted with an aura, and if we want to swap back to him, we could simply cleanse the aura off of him first, and then we can swap it safely.
But use Tada to also proc Prospectors.
That's fine. You can also have your opponent attack into you.
True, but you can directly control it with Tada. So having one of those gone...
I don't think that matters as much. It's like a cool play if you want to slam someone with Pyro, but I mean, like, Herald is going to die to a single skill anyways, and so will Chongyun, so you know, it really is only effective on Sayu, and as long as we get an aura onto her, we can just play Pyro Res later anyways.
Well, either way, it is Dio's turn to act. Has a free gilded here. Also Solar Song. Obviously not going to see a play. There's no artifacts on the board right now. But the second Tamaya is totally free from the double Dunysaw. Draws Heart of Cabrena. There it goes on to Herald. Should just be...
What do we do now? No Boar Princess to replace it yet. It could Herald skill, and then we get hit, and then we maybe draw into him. We can do a lot of magic shenanigans from there.
It should be Herald skill. If you're putting Heart of Cabrena onto Herald, that implies you're going to go for that skill.
Yeah, when you equip Heart of Cabrena, because you need to get hit in order to draw from it, it implies you want to stay on that character. And okay.
Prospector's Drill is down. Now the question is... We're just gonna skill here. It is just a skill here. -5. The breakpoint's not great, but...
The unfortunate thing here is that we weren't able to play the drill earlier, because of course if we did, we would have used its discarding effect, which would have given it +1 damage, and combined with our talent would have done 6 damage, instantly knocking out Herald's Revive.
There is Heart of Cabrena onto Chevreuse. Speaking of Prospector's Drill, though, it just ate up that countdown and spat the 2 costs back out the top of KDF and Koi's deck, so we'll be drawing into that at some point.
Eventually, yes. If Dio decides to punch into this Chevreuse, it will, of course, draw into that 2-cost countdown to the show.
So what does Dio do now?
We need to apply aura onto a character anyways, so we could just skill again on Herald, or alternatively, we could wait to swap saw a little bit until we run out of dice, but no, I think with how full our hand is, we go in for the magic now.
There's the Heart of Cabrena on Chongyun.
Time for some training?
I mean, that does imply you swap over to Chongyun, but Chongyun is very low.
He is, but the thing is, Enkoi only has 2 dice remaining, and the only way Chongyun is in threat here is double woven fast swap onto Sino for a skill. And then if we do that, we only have 1 card to tune. And then, of course, the Pyro Woven of this deck, it's a double Pyro deck. You need to tune 2 cards for it to be a double Electro. And the normal attack right now doesn't actually do enough damage to do 4 damage knocking out Chongyun. So it's actually impossible for Chongyun to fall right now.
What does KDF and Koi do? You're swapping on the Chevreuse. Obviously, you don't want to leave Sino unprotected, but you have nothing to do with these dice. It looks like we're just going to be swap stalling. It is a swap onto Daya.
So we do want to activate the Heart of Cavarina on Chef Goose eventually, but if we do just leave her out to dry right now, she could fall, and we do want at least one more overcharged ball to work with. So we take a little bit of damage onto Dega first, and then we can swap back to her now.
Yep, and that is exactly what happens. KDF and Koi going from Dea onto Chevreuse, officially out of dice, no way to generate anymore. Will draw a card when she's hit, but Dea with that Gilded in hand could probably go for 2 actions here.
Has Lyris on Golden House and Rhythm of the Great Dream. That's a lot of discounts still left in hand. We can generate up to 4 dice here, putting up onto a count of 7. So we can skill on Chungi and also have enough dice to swap over onto Sayu as well. But of course, if we do that, we have no more dice to swap off of her, leaving her vulnerable to a fast swap Pyro Res next turn.
I think the unfortunate thing here is that there is no elemental aura on that Chevreuse. There's nothing for Sayu to swirl, which is really what Dio wants.
Yeah, which does force us to do a Chongyun skill first, or at least maybe swap over to Herald, and we can play our double Gilded, get skill off on him. That doesn't feel the best.
That timer is starting to tick down. We heard it activate. There it is.
Not a lot of time to decide.
What is Dio going to do with the remainder of his dice? It will be Gilded Dreams on to Sayu. Are we just going to go over there anyway?
My issue with this, though, is if we go over to Sayu, with all of our magic combined, it is 7 dice. We want to do 2 actions. We can't swap over to her and also swap back and do 2 actions. So it could just be swap Sayu, do a skill swap back on her Chongyun, but then we don't have aura. It would have been better to just skill on Chongyun if we only are doing it once.
So I get the impression, that Liar Song with the Timaeus is a free Gilded. Shadow of Sand King first, drawing a Boar Princess. I get the impression that you would swing with a normal attack first. I wonder if Dio was really looking for Wolf's Gravestone there.
Would have been enough to play for 1 cost as well. If we did find it, would be great for us right now.
There is Golden House replacing one of the Junior's odds.
I mean, there's no other companion for her to discount in the deck. Dio is running 2 Dunizard, 2 Timaeus, and 2 Libans, and we've already seen both Dunizards and both Timaeus, so only the Libans left, and of course, Liban 0 cost does not benefit from the Dunizard discount either way.
That timer is so brutal. It's ticking down. It's going to force Dio to take an action here, but I really feel like with all this dice generation, it is not on to Sayu. It's on to Herald.
But we have
ends.
But we have full Animo dice, so we do need to go to Sayu if you actually want to make use of it, unless we want to tune our entire hand, which I don't think would be ideal.
It's going to be on to Herald. It is on to Herald. This is so interesting. So this is going to be a Herald skill, and then you have enough dice to swap onto Sayu.
And do a skill, but the problem comes after that, though. You don't actually have enough dice to swap off Sayu. So if Nkoi has a fast swap into Pyro Res, she is gone.
Oof. Unless you just tune everything in burst.
No, but if you did that, why did we play Gilded Dreams on the Sayu? We could have played on Herald instead.
Well, I'm not sure, but there is a swap onto Sayu, and this should just be a skill, though. I mean, you're going to be using up that cryo application when KDF has already ended his turn. There's Sayu talent. That's late. So unfortunate.
Ooh, great that we burnt Countdown here. If KDF Nkoi could use that to dig for a fast swap next turn.
And there is the follow-up onto Chevreuse.
Oh, wait.
Rhythm of the Great Dream, Gambler's Replace.
Okay.
This is just a swap off.
Okay. Smart play from Dio. We expend the Rhythm of the Great Dream and replace the artifact on Sayu, using up the last stack of the Bull Prince to generate 1 Omni Dice, which is exactly what we need to swap off.
Wait, that is exactly what Dio needs right now. That Wolf's Gravestone. And everyone except for Sino is within Gravestone range. There is that Gamblers on Sayu ready to go.
And what's great right now as well is that we did go over to Chongyun. There is no character right now that does do enough damage to take him out in a single action, except for a Shevska right now. But if we do that, we use our overcharged ball, which isn't ideal.
Oh, okay. There is a Wolven. So KDF Nkoi could go for Chimera Res.
We're digging for Fresh Wind.
You're digging for Fresh Wind, but
don't have it.
This is really rough because we're using so many dice to do this. There's Chimera Res. After the Wolven, what are we drawing here? It's another Wolven.
I think we do keep that. Okay. Do we get it? Do we get it? I think we do. We get it.
Yeah, we did get it. We have the fresh wind.
Just the problem is, do we actually have enough dice to benefit from it? No fast swap, so we can't actually go to Sino right now.
I wonder if KDF Enkoi was... You need fast swap and maybe even...
So
this is really rough.
yeah, I don't think this is ideal right now if you are KDF and Koei.
Whoa, wait. That's joyous. So basically, Fresh Wind of Freedom is not going to be played because KDF Enkoi has used his Arcane Legend for the game, eating up those Hydro applications on Sino and Chevreuse with a joyous celebration.
And Pyro Woven, that's the second one to swap over onto Sino. Dio knows now that Enkoi has no more dice generation left in the deck. Those two Wovens were the only way Enkoi would have gotten extra dice other than Gamblers.
Dio's turn to go. There is the skill from Chongyun, flying that cryo onto Sino. Overcharge ball getting eaten up by prospectors, and I mean, you don't really want that on Chongyun, I think. And unfortunately, KDF Enkoi can't go for a fresh wind play at the moment.
If we skill here, it will overload onto the Herald, which would let Dio freeze our Sino. And on the turn that we really do need him alive to even out the damage count is very, very challenging, especially because we did not manage to find the Tada.
I think KDF Enkoi really wanted a fast swap there. Was forced to use that Joyous just to go into Sino. But honestly, maybe he should have swap stall between Chevreuse and Dea. But there is the Gamblers onto Sino. I think he's going to swing anyway. A normal attack does it. Overloading off.
Overcharge drill top deck?
Is it?
Overcharge drill top deck? No, but there's the fast swap that you need to combine with Fresh Wind. Oh, he knows. That's rather unfortunate. Still, though, it's not terrible. Nature and Wisdom would give us what we need. And
so the unfortunate thing here is that Countdown's going to get burnt first.
Yes, so no Overcharge Ball getting burnt, which is not ideal. It would have overloaded off the Herald after it did a skill, and then it could have let us play Nature and Wisdom, try to dig for a Tada, and then skill inside you massive damage. We could have utilized the Pyro Res to close out the game from there.
It's just so unfortunate for KDF Enkoi here. The cards are not coming when he needs them, but Dio is in a great position to go for a freeze here.
I think it's still winnable though, because even if we do skill on Herald, and Koei digs for Tada with the Nature and Wisdom, right? And then I think there was still no, because that would. If Herald attacks with the second stack of Overcharge, so we can't Tada ourselves and overload the Overcharged Ball.
Yeah, so you can't go for the play you're talking about here because the second charge of the Prospector's Drill is going to discard that Countdown rather than the Overcharged Ball, so there's no way to actually use that Overcharged Ball onto Herald. You don't have enough dice. You can't just play it outright. It's not enough dice.
Yeah, we used too many dice to dig for the cards we need and just couldn't find them in time, and this is the consequence of it.
Interesting, not a burst. It's just going to be a skill here. Drawing a second gravestone, not that you need it, and there goes Countdown.
That what is rather risky of Dio to go for the skill instead of the burst. He knew that Enkoi had at least an Overcharge Ball, as he did just do an overload, but like, it was between, didn't know he was a Countdown, so he could have gone overloaded, and of course, like, just the burst would have done more damage overall, also applied Curse the Undercurrent.
Ooh, there is a Lotus onto Sino, and then just playing the Overcharge Ball outright to proc that Herald Revive. Now, what do you do?
Ooh, we don't actually have enough to play our Gilded Dreams for free. No, if we play Boar Princess and play, it will actually give us 3 dice of skill on Sayu, but we have no aura, so that's not the best thing to do right now either. Do we just... there's no aura on Sino right now.
Bad timer once again ticking down for Dio. It will be Wolf's Gravestone equip into what looks like an end.
Has nothing else to do?
There is something else to do, but KDF Enkoi also able to swap off if he wants. Actually, this is KDF Enkoi's game to win. You swap off from Sino, and then you can fast swap back onto Sino with the Pyro application from Dea.
Sayu.
This is going to be KDF Enkoi's game to win.
We're at 4 stacks as well.
Has to swap off onto Dea.
Swap onto any character. It really does not matter who. As long as we do not end on Sino, There is no way that Dio actually has enough damage.
Ooh, there is one white glove. There is two white glove.
Are we just ending on Sino? Really?
No, we shouldn't.
There's no reason to.
Ooh. So, Sino is not really under any threat.
No. Normal attack only does 5 damage.
And with Prospector's drill shield stacks, it's actually 4.
It would decrease to 4.
Yeah.
So Sino will live on 2 HP, and then Herald comes in and punches, and then it's still a little bit risky because Herald does a fair amount of damage now. When the Herald's revive is popped, the Watery Rebirth will give him a +1 Hydro damage on every instance.
But here it is. This is Dio's turn, so Dio's gonna have to avoid that overload. Now the problem becomes, even if Dio goes over to Herald and fast swaps to do something, well, no, because then Sino really is in trouble.
Yes, Sino is actually in trouble a bit.
So I don't know why KDF and Koi didn't swap off at the end of last time.
Fast swap Sino, and then we could burst, and that means KDF and Koi only really has enough dice to do 2 skills, or like 1 skill plus a pyro res. Oh no, but there's a gambler, so he always has enough to do 2 skills. But then we can freeze the Sino with the Cryo Infusion on Sai right now, because the Frostfield lasts 2 turns.
So with the Herald Infusion, after proccing the revive at the bottom there, should deal additional Hydro damage, right? It's +1 Hydro damage.
Yep, so it would basically just mean it does the original damage and we ignore the Prospector's Drill.
So basically what I'm trying to say is Sino's going to be brought beneath the threshold for Sai to swing and take the win. So basically, Kitty Finkoi really needed to swap off of Sino at the end of last round.
He had the dice for it as well. That was rather greedy, and we had the fast up as well if we wanted to snipe Sai. There was no reason not to do it.
Yeah, there we go. Fast swap onto Herald, and KDF Enkoi is in a really tough spot all of a sudden because this Hydro application is going to be really brutal for KDF Enkoi.
I think KDF Enkoi got complacent. He wasn't playing around the out of Dio, which was going onto the Herald, applying the Hydra, and bringing Sino within the gravestoning range of Sayu. If we just swapped off of our characters, sacrifice one of them, yes, they will fall, but as long as you win the game, it doesn't matter.
I mean, I'm sure with the first 2 games under KDF Enkoi's belt, it has been a bit stressful on his mental, getting high rolled so hard by Dio.
Well, he's sitting back in his chair. He knows that he's messed up.
He knows that he has made a mistake.
Dio, though, is just playing it slow, playing it controlled, making sure he's not missing anything, making sure he doesn't overstep his bounds.
It is Dio's turn, though. I wonder, is it going to be a burst or skill? It should be a burst.
It could
be either.
It could be either. It might also be a skill just to like apply the second Hydra aura.
I think a burst is better. You want the Curse of the Undercurrent. Ooh, there's even a Lotus onto Herald. And wow, it's just a skill.
So I believe it is a skill because if Sino doesn't attack into the Herald, you don't get that free swap over onto Sai, especially now that you play the Lotus. There's very little chance of that. And we swap over to his second character, we are able to get that second instance of Hydra, which will help Sai swirl that much better.
So what does KDF Enkoi even do here? I feel like you have to swap off, but instead of being in a position to take the win, now all of a sudden you're reacting to Dio.
On the other hand, though, Dio isn't in the best position either. His Sayu is within threat range of Sino, and also only 3 Animal Dice remaining as well.
On to Shivers we go. -2 from that follow-up from a Herald's Prepared skill. Draws one of the Call to Cleanup.
We actually can't swap Sayu and do a steal. We need to stay on Herald a bit.
Dio is actually in a tough spot because KDF Enkoi could just swap stall.
Yeah.
So it looked like KDF Enkoi was in a tough spot.
No, but was able to play around. Swap stalling was great. Just having the extra characters let him play around this that much better. Just being able to swap stuff between all 3 of them, making it so Dio cannot get the Gambler's reset on any of them.
Ooh, wait, gilded onto Herald. Using a Boar Princess stack. There is the burst. It takes down Dea. She falls. And now Dio is completely out of dice. KDF Enkoi feeling more than happy to go on to Sino at this point, and I think should just be able to swing and take out Herald. There we go.
Skill does exactly 5 damage. Wait, but the Curse of the Undercurrent, Sayu doesn't die here.
No, but...
No, wait, but calling for cleanup. Wait, we have Sino Talent reset. Sino Talent reset. That's enough. With the double calling for cleanup, that is exactly 9 damage.
Oh, look at the heart rate of KDF and Koi. It is skyrocketing. We are tuning too. There is the Sino talent. Don't even need the calling for cleanup. Sayu falls. And Dio goes down.
I will say, though, that that was rather fortunate. If we did not draw into that second call in for cleanup or that second Sino talent, he wouldn't actually have to have enough damage, and he knows.
Look at KDF and Koi holding up that one side. He only has one more game to go. That is what he is telling the audience. We are on to a 5th game in this second series.
And what close games they were. I mean, it looked so dominant for Dio in games 1 and 2, but KDF and Koi bringing it back. Now it's his chance to potentially reverse sweep Dio.
It really will be a reverse sweep. He lost the first 2 games, and now he's taking it back by storm. It looks like that unlucky streak is gone for him. Now we are neck and neck, 2-2. These very strong players. This is the upper bracket, round 1. Well, it's round 1, but it's the second set.
Yes, the first 2 games of the upper bracket.
Anyway, so we have some winners below for our Primo Gem raffle. If you see your UID there, congratulations, you've won 1,000 Primo Gems each. If you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube, you can enter into our next set of raffles because we are going on to a Game 5, which means we're going to have a 5th raffle for the second series. So make your way on over there. There will be a moderator instructing you on how to enter. Additionally, there will be a QR code appearing every so often. So if you have any feedback for us, feel free to let us know about it.
You know, I think the last match is a mirror match. Because Dio is obviously left on sign over. That's the only one he hasn't won with. And I think it's also the same case for Nkoe. Both of these players have yet to win with their sign overload deck.
No, Dio is only playing the deck that
he's playing Herald Claymore. He won with it earlier on. Okay, now I got them confused.
But I don't think that KDF Nkoe is won on his own Herald Claymore deck.
Really?
Yeah, so it was Sign Overload and it was Bennett Cube.
Right, okay. And then in the other case, it was Sign Overload, and then it was also the Fire Station deck.
The Pyrolector.
Yeah, Pyrolector Fire Station deck.
Angel. It's a lore test for those of you watching at home.
So it will be a mirror matchup to clean out our round 5. Probably. Unless I'm remembering it wrong, but I think it is a mirror.
So I think a lot of this is going to depend on who gets the best setup. Honestly, it's really surprising seeing this Sayu Herald Chongyun deck perform so poorly on day 1.
Yeah, typically it is one of our more standout decks. It has like all of this setup, all of the magic is able to get a lot of damage, but you also do need to roll into the setup first.
You do. So, I mean, I think, part of it is going to be who is going to get that setup faster, and part of it is skill. There is always skill in these games. We have seen it time and time again. It's not only RNG these players are up against. They are the top 8 of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament for a reason.
Yeah, it will be all about how these players get their setup, which is the luck component, of course, and also how they utilize it, how they manage the cards in their hand to generate as much dice as possible, and that is the skill component. Even if you have the best setup in the world, if you aren't able to use it to its fullest potential, it will all just be wasted.
Will all just be wasted, but I'm very excited to get into this last game here.
So am I. This is round 5, Nkoe versus Dio.
Oh, so just another reminder in case you didn't hear me a minute ago, but if you see the QR code there, if you scan it, it will send you to a feedback form. Also, make sure you're staying up to date on the Astro Carnival socials. So I believe the Cat Sales Gathering Tournament's the main community tournament that feeds into the Series Showdown, which feeds into these tournaments you're seeing here, the live events, the Prince Cup tournaments. I think that's open for registration still, so you can go check that out on Astro Carnival's Twitter, I believe.
But that is for later. We are going to Game 5, Nkoe versus Dio. This could be the reverse sweep.
This could be the reverse sweep, and here is the deck lineup just in case you needed a reminder. This is open deck list conquest format, so essentially the players have access to the full deck list of their opponents. They're keeping track of what's played, what hasn't been played, and additionally, if they win with a deck, they can no longer play it. So they are locked onto these decks for this Game 5.
Yeah, they need to win with all three of their decks, and both players are currently locked in on Herald Claymore. It's the deck they have struggled with in this series, which is a surprise, as historically, it has done very, very well, but we can see them, they're getting nervous, they're getting the jitters out. This is the game with all the stakes on the line. Winner continues in the upper bracket, and loser will have a much harder time.
So honestly, there are a lot of stakes in the upper bracket, but I feel like it's not all the stakes. If you drop here, you still are in the tournament. You fall to that lower bracket. But after this set of matches, we're actually going to be going on to the lower bracket as Kojo Creations and Staffa come in to take over for us. It's going to be so interesting. I mean, we're going to have two players going home today. It's going to be so tragic, too.
The lower bracket is where your life is on the line. If you lose, it is over for you. That is your tournament run. These players, though, will have one more chance, whether they win or lose, but it's always nice to have that extra insurance in your back pocket.
It is, but here we go. It looks like Game 5 has started. KDF and Koi having gained his confidence back, and Dio kind of losing his foothold in the past 2 games. Of course, it's anyone's game to win. Unfortunately, it looks like KDF and Koi's dice are not great, but just one last reminder, there is the QR code there for the feedback form, and there is the Primo Gem raffles ongoing over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel.
Despite having 2 games slip by the narrowest of margins from his fingers, we can see that Dio is calm and collected. His heartbeat is at a very normal, very low 60.
By the way, so KDF and Koi just played Dunyarzad into Tomias and drew out Catherine. That is not the companion card that you want here. You are wanting something like Liebid, and it's just so unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, when you do run these extra companions in your deck, you always run the chance of Dunyarzad not drawing the one you want.
Interesting, KDF and Koi tuning the heart of Kavarena, and I mean, if there's any way to draw out... Wait. It's huge. With that countdown, just drew into everything.
Yeah, wait.
Dunyarzad into Liebid.
And another Dunyarzad?
Another Dunyarzad? Into the Tomias? Like, look at Dio smiling. Look, his heart rate's so low, by the way. He's so calm. Look at
Koi. He knows.
His head.
He knows.
Where is his high roll?
He knows he got outlucked. Like, look at the difference in these 2 hands. It is massive. And Koi knows he got outlucked by Dio, and this could be a repeat of Game 2.
This is so unfortunate for KDF and Koi. Dio having one of the best starting hands this deck can have. And while KDF and Koi is locked into that prepared Herald skill, what is he even going to do with those other 3 dice?
I have no clue. Like, it's not like they're Hydra dice either, right? You want to skill again, you have to tune everything. And you don't have enough dice to swap and do a Sayu skill either. This is terrible.
Oh, but there is the follow-up from that Herald prepared skill. And what do you even do here? There's nothing to do.
Do you unironically just pass 3 dice into thin air, let it dissolve into the ether?
Swap onto Chongyun, probably just playing Catherine and floating one. What else are you gonna do? And unfortunately for KDF and Koi, I do think Dio is in for a very big turn coming up. KDF and Koi drawing out Rhythm of Great Dream into Golden House, by the way.
That is more fuel, but no setup. Or no, more gas and no fuel. No, it's the same thing, really.
KDF and Koi does have that Gilded Dreams, though. So there is something there.
You know, this is my analogy. And Koi has all of the fuel in the world, but he doesn't have a car to use it. There we go. That's my... Or no, it's the other way around. He has the cars, but no gas. Whatever.
No, I think you're right. It's like the equipment.
Right. Is the car, right?
No,
is the gas? No, the equipment is the car, because that's what, like, you drive, right? And then the setup is the fuel, I guess?
This analogy is going flat. So, chat, if you are listening to our cast, why don't you give your opinion on how you would describe this? But it is Dio's turn to go. Has that free kill. It also has double Liar Song. This is...
Oh, well, free Timaeus. Let's go.
Absolutely free Timaeus because both those Dunyarzad's stack to discount it for 2. So free Timaeus draws out the gamblers. Not that you even need it.
Yeah, this is really rough for Koi. I mean, the dice will even out a little bit as Dio will need to do a Herald or Chongyun skill in order to get the auras in order for Sayu to swirl.
Will be a swap onto Chongyun after putting the Gilded Dreams onto Sayu.
Ooh. Okay, I guess just to make sure you don't overdraw, that is a Heart of Kavarina, I believe, that was just put onto Chongyun, just to make sure you don't fill up your hand too much.
There is the skill from KDF Enkoi's Chongyun, knocking Dio's and drawing a card with Heart of Kavarena. It is a Boar Princess. Dio is getting all the setup in the world right now.
I think we really would have liked a Wolf's Gravestone. We did just draw into our Ancient Chord, so it would have been a one-cost equip if we were able to find it. Unfortunately, that was not the case, although we do have strategists who still dig for it, but we will need to empty our hand a little bit first.
Here we go, Liar Song, and of course, this Liar Song is only discounting it by 1, but with those 2 Tamaya stacks, it's still a free Gilded. Re-equipping that heart back onto Dio's Chongyun. Probably gonna be Boar Princess play into Gilded afterwards.
It depends on whether we want to stick on Chongyun yet. We are first equipping the Heart of Kavarena onto him because we want our opponent to attack into us, that we can draw that extra card.
There is a swap onto Sayu. It is fast swap because of that Catherine. Golden House into Rhythm of Great Dream, into Gilded Dreams, and this is going to be a chain freeze, leaving Herald frozen.
Gravestone? That is the Gravestone. That's what we wanted.
What?
That is exactly what we wanted from Dio. Top decking the Gravestone.
I was sitting here thinking, okay, what if Dio plays strategize and draws out the Gravestone?
And Sayu is locked into that prepare skill. If we equip Gravestone and skill on Chongyun, she's being brought down to 6 HP. That will force Enkoi to swap off onto another character.
No, but Enkoi can't swap off onto another character because Sayu's locked into that prepared skill. Sayu is just gonna fall here.
Your Gravestone skill, she had 6 HP, and then she has to do that second attack, and then that's where you skill again, do 6 damage, and instantly removing her from the game. And we have Boar Princess, we have Gilded Dreams, and we have Gamblers. So we can do another skill on top of that, although Enkoi can come in with a Herald to freeze us.
There is the Boar Princess. This is going to be it. This game is going to go by very fast. And look at Enkoi's expression. Unfortunately, I think he knows it's over. This has been such an unfortunate series for him.
So close to the reverse sweep, but close is not good enough. Of course, there is still the game to be played. It is not over until it is over, but low rolling 2 games in a row must feel bad.
It was so close to reverse sweep. I mean, it's not over just yet. It's not over just yet.
No, there is still a lot of game left to be played, but you have to admit that Dio is at a significant advantage.
That timer starting to tick down. Dio really taking his time to make sure he has everything checked off. There is the Gilded Dreams replace onto Chongyun. I see KDF Enkoi shaking his head. This is not what we want to see.
He knows. He knows that's the Gravestone.
Courtyard. This is going to be the Wolf's Gravestone onto Dio's Chongyun. He's going to swing for -4 on that skill.
The look on his face just screams, can you believe this guy? He high-rolled me in Game 2 and once again in Game 4. Why can't I have that type of luck?
And this should just be the Gamblers replace into another skill to take down Sayu, and that Chongyun Burst will be ready to go.
It will actually be a free gamble. Let's play the Liar Song on top of that. That will be like, what, +3 dice to work with? The only unfortunate thing here, though, is that Enkoi will be able to freeze our Chongyun with the Abyss Herald, but he will have no dice to work with after that, and it should be our game from there.
Dio's not going to have anything to swirl, however, if KDF Enkoi goes onto that Herald and freezes Chongyun. So, no, there is the Gamblers, though. Oh, KDF Enkoi's he's even smiling. He's laughing at this point.
He knows,
like,
yeah.
What is this?
He has everything.
What is this? He has everything.
It looks like Dio will be the Pacific incarnation of Ting. The luck always on his side, always high rolling. Just has like 10 dice ahead of you, 5 cards ahead, 3 games of setup more than you. Just always that tiniest bit ahead of you with that smallest of leads, being able to take the game.
Timer is almost down, but there is the skill from Chongyun. Dio just wanting to make sure that this was absolutely the right thing to do. Sayu falls, Dio gets 2 Omni Dice back. Chongyun's Burst is ready to go, but I think he's about to get frozen.
It should be swapping over to Herald to freeze the Chongyun. I think if we don't, we will just lose the game on the spot right here and now. But like, if we do that, we need to tune our entire hand for it. We have no Hydro Dice to work with.
We have absolutely no Hydro Dice. You have to tune your entire hand. You want to tune Liar's Song, Boar Princess countdown? But there we go. We have to. We are on Herald now. This is going to be a prepared skill. It's the only thing you can do. Wait, countdown.
Draw into dice and then
hopefully... Wait, draw no 0 cost?
No, we can't.
Wait, you can.
You have no discounts.
You can Demise.
And draw. You can't though. No, there's no discount to play the Golden Troop. Golden House was already used. We don't have a second one in hand, and no Rhythm of Great Dream either. And we don't actually have 3 dice to play the Boar Princess and replace an artifact or something like that. There's just barely not enough dice.
There is the Timaeus. What is it? It's a Gambler's Weight? No.
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 We don't even have enough to do a skill. We don't have the discounts to play the Golden Troop right now.
That's it. There is the Golden Troop.
He knows. Wait.
No, wait.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
Timaeus.
With the Timaeus. Wait. That's genius.
Sue me.
We do have the dice. I just miscalculated.
Sue me. There is the skill from Herald, freezing Chongyun. Unfortunately, not going to get that burst off this round, but with 6 dice in Dio's pocket.
We can't stop the Sayu yet either. We need to stop the Herald first.
Oh, that's true. Dio really in a tight spot right now, actually.
Okay, it's not over yet. There's still a chance.
Strategize. We're looking for a fast swap. There is a fast swap.
Another Gravestone to work with as well. That's great. What if? No, there's not enough dice for that. Swap Herald, equip Gravestone, go from there.
So you could fast swap
I think
on the side.
I think the play here is actually slow swap the Sayu. We eat the Cryo Aura with the freeze, and then we can equip a Gravestone for next turn.
Do you equip Gravestone for next turn, or are you gonna leave it intact?
Both are okay, I think.
There's Golden Troop onto Chongyun. And this is not yet over for KDF Enkoi, but there is that fast swap. Chongyun burst ready to go. This is really scary.
So, it looked really, really bad earlier, but KDF Enkoi with that great play, playing the zero-cost Golden Troop, being able to lyre it back and then play the Golden Troop at that 1 discount because the Timaeus had 2 stacks, was able to slow down Dio just enough to maybe give him a chance.
You just drew double Golden House, and that's a Gravestone in hand.
Wait, oh, you gotta be kidding me.
What?
Does he also have a Rhythm of the Great Dream by any chance?
I thought he did. I'm gonna have to look at his hand again. I don't know if I was imagining that. No, there's not.
No, it was a lyre
Sayu talent, though.
There is Sayu.
You don't even need Sayu talent at this point.
You already have all the setup pieces you need. You don't even need that. You have a Lotus as well if Sayu ever gets too low.
There's 4 Princess on the side of KDF Enkoi. This should just be replaced. Yeah, there is the Heart of Kavarina replacing that Golden Troop, I believe it was. Didn't do anything because you ended on Herald.
No, it was a Gilded Dream. That's how we got enough dice to
Oh,
skill.
yeah, there was a Gilded Dreams.
Yeah, but we have no more discounts in our hands, so there's no point in keeping that on Herald right now.
It was Gilded Dreams with Lyre Song Timaeus, but there is the skill taking down Dio's Herald, and the revive is procced.
What do we do here? I guess just skill of our own? And then if KDF Enkoi ever lethals our Herald, we just swap over to Sayu and do a swirl. And if they don't lethal our Herald, we're fine, because Herald right now on a skill, both kits combined will do 10 damage.
Lyre Song as
5,
the
not
first
10.
card will discount Gilded by 2, so this is free to play.
Yeah, don't need to do it just yet, though.
Well, I already did.
Well, play the Gilded.
Oh, yeah, you don't need to play the Gilded just yet, yeah.
We can wait on that just a little bit longer. No Boar Princess either, so it's not like we're expecting Herald to fall and we need to pre-play in order to get that extra Omni dice, so we can just wait on it.
But what do we do? Are we actually going to go? No, we're not going to go for Chongyun Burst just yet. I don't think we want to use it on Herald. This is just going to be a skill.
Especially with the revive, there really is no point. So going on Herald here is just great because if KDF Enkoi swaps and lethals our Herald, that's fine. Fast up Sayu or Chongyun depending on who it is. And then we either get a Swirl Freeze or we one-shot our opponent's Chongyun with our Burst. But if they don't kill Herald and swap Salt, that's fine too. Because right now, both hits of the skill combined do 5 damage.
I just keep hearing Herald going, the end is not.
He's a very loud boy, you gotta say.
Double strategize. What are we getting? There's Wolf's Gravestone, double Wolf's Gravestone, but
I think a little too late.
It is a little bit too late, isn't it? But you do have it for free with the Rhythm, with the Golden House. There is the Gambler's Refresh. Well, not refresh, sorry.
Yeah, it was replace,
Replace onto KDF Enkoi's Herald.
Good burst here. That will be enough to finish off the Herald of Dio. But the problem is after that, Dio just goes into Sayu and
just
just
Sayu
freezes
chain
Chongyun.
swirl. That's just gonna be it. You can't do this.
Yeah,
you
can't.
actually can't do this.
But the thing is, if you swap Chongyun and skill, I mean, Dio swaps into his own Chongyun and just bursts and you lose anyway.
Oh, we're gonna do it anyway. There is the burst taking down Dio's Herald, and this is gonna be very brutal for KDF and Koi. You know, despite kind of getting it back in this game, I think Dio is about to close it out with Sayu. There is finally the Gilded Dreams going down. Look at this. Golden House.
Number 1, should be Golden House number 2 going down shortly.
Yeah, there's the other Golden House, and this is the 1-cost Gravestone onto Sayu.
And the Talent, which is great because Talent isn't actually taxed by Curse the Undercurrent.
Chongyun is now frozen, but Herald Survive does get procced. Wait.
Wow.
Wait.
Wow.
Wait, that would have been a free Gravestone.
It would. Not that it matters, though.
Not that it matters.
That's another Omni dice to work with, by the way.
Wait, Boar Princess and Shadow of Sand King 3.
That's another 2 Omni dice to work with. Dio just has everything.
He does. How does KDF and Koi respond here? His Herald is still not frozen, but I mean, Dio is about to end this game.
He's so close to winning. Just what can Enkoi do to turn this around? I don't think it's possible.
I think the follow-up from Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone actually just takes out Chongyun. You can't even
will.
swap stall. That's just it.
No Lotus to survive either, and even if you did, Dio just has another action regardless, has 5 days to work with, and with the top decked Boar Princess plus Cavarina, has 2 actions on top of that.
2 actions on top of that. Indy, well, you have to fight their Curse of the Undercurrent.
You do. I mean, so it is only 1 action, unfortunately.
It is.
No, it's
so
2. Skill normal.
You can go for skill normal, yeah. But there we go. Herald on KDF and Koi side is falling, and Chongyun, who's frozen, comes out. There is the rhythm into the Claymore. Finally getting the Wolf's Gravestone onto Chongyun. I think KDF and Koi is just trying to tell Dio that he has it, but it's too late.
Can't use it, yeah.
And there we go. Sayu taking down Chongyun. Game 5 belongs to Dio.
And like, what a game it was. We just saw him high roll the absolute chances out of Enkoi. There was no way he could have won there. Both playing a deck that was reliant on setup, but one just rolled so much better than the other. Call this man the magician because he has everything out of the hat.
Where's Lenny?
He's on the countdown card.
True. Well, actually, did you know that Lenny and Lynette perform in Hotel de Bois?
Oh, I did not. But it does make sense because the owner, I forgot his name, V something.
Vonnegut.
Yes, Vonnegut, thank you for reminding me, is a fan of the arts. And what better art is there than magic?
Especially with the sportsmanship here, KDF, Enkoi, and Dio shaking hands. So sportsmanlike. I saw them speak earlier today before the matches happened, and they both seem pretty happy going into this game, but neither of them are out of the tournament just yet. Dio will be advancing through the upper bracket, KDF and Koi falling down to that lower bracket to meet the winner between CJR, ZZZ, and I believe Chikoa.
But first, before that, here are our raffle winners.
Yeah, so I mean, congratulations. Along with Dio, you guys have won 1,000 Primo Gems each. If you see your UID down there, then that's what that means. So if you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube, you can enter into our next Primo Gem raffle. Unfortunately, that's going to be it here for Sumi and I, but there will be Kojo Creations and Staffa coming on to cast the next 2 sets of games for you. There will be more raffles with every single match.
You can be sure that there'll be another set of great games down the lower bracket, especially because these players are playing with their tournament lives on the line. They might be bringing out decks even wackier than Dio's Pyro Station deck with the Abyss Lecter. I think this is probably its first appearance in competitive play, maybe.
I mean, so these players should be able to resubmit their decks with each match they play. So they're probably going to be looking to counter their opponents. I'm sure they've done a ton of research. And I mean, coming up in the lower bracket, we have 2 different Prince Cup champions from last year going head-to-head against some players that are still veterans but don't have as much tournament history.
That's true. The thing as well is that the 2 previous Prince Cup tournament winners aren't actually facing each other. They will if they win, though.
That's true. We could have a Prince Cup champion head-to-head matchup
in the lower bracket.
Maybe.
It's not guaranteed yet. It will depend on how the lower bracket turns out, but that is the excitement of a tournament such as this. We have all these big names coming together, and depending on how it turns out, the storylines are incredible.
Incredible indeed, just as our matches were today, and I can't believe they're over already. Is there any last words you want to say about that series before we wrap it up?
Play Magic, roll good, win games.
Thank you, Sumi, for that. Thank you, beautiful. So, I mean, there's a lot on the line right now. The total prize pool for this tournament, just a reminder, maybe if you're watching over on Genshin Official and you're not sure, it is 60,000 USD. First place takes 16,000 USD. So our lower bracket players coming up next, you could see the knockout stage schedule here. It will be Minty versus Inzaghi, and then Chikawa versus CGR ZZZ. They will be battling to stay in the bracket, but if they do get knocked out, 7th and 8th place take home 1,600 USD. So just for coming here, they've already have won quite a prize. But just a reminder, so Inzaghi was the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup champion from last year. Chikawa was the Japan Prince Cup champion from last year. And yeah.
I mean, we could have two champions face off in the lower semifinals, of course, if they first make it to the lower bracket round 1, and then go through Mango and KDF and Koei, respectively.
And here is our schedule. So yeah, Z Crimlet taking the first series 3-1. Z Crimlet, by the way, being one of our 2 wildcard qualifiers.
Ooh, okay.
Along with Minty, who's coming up next versus Inzaghi. And then KDF and Koei, of course, unfortunately getting knocked down into the lower bracket by Dio, the underdog. Now, I think it's a dark horse.
Yeah, at this point, I think he is. I mean, with how he has been playing, he is certainly no longer the underdog. He can go toe-to-toe with our veteran players.
I mean, Inzaghi has that protagonist tag, and it's really funny because we say this often, but the protagonist often takes a stumble in their journey, and then they'll climb their way back up to the top. And we've seen that happen with Prince Cup champions. Of course, Robot Wizard getting knocked down to the lower bracket, still making it to the top 8 and making it to 3rd place, which was very impressive in the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament. So maybe we'll see that again. It's the same with Chikawa, our Japan Prince Cup champion. It is anyone's game to win. I'm certainly going to be watching those lower bracket matches.
It is certainly anyone's game to win. With how much achievements these players have racked up together, you can never really predict what will happen, especially when these big names and titans clash. And I mean, the protagonist buff, as you said, maybe knock down to lowers, climb all the way back up, or maybe he's already at the top and will just continue to climb even higher.
I mean, for sure. But, Inzaghi's specialty is actually playing combo decks. We've seen him cook up some very interesting decks for us. I'm very excited to see what he's going to bring. And as for Minty, being our other wildcard participant, we don't have too much tournament history on him.
That's true. I actually have nothing on Minty right now.
I have a fun fact, actually.
Okay.
So Minty's name does not stand for Minty Meat Rolls. It's actually a nickname for a character he really likes.
Ooh.
So, and he actually doesn't like the card Minty Meat Rolls.
Really? So not a combo fan?
Well, he knows that it's a good card in certain decks.
Right.
But he prefers stall. I think he likes playing stall.
Ooh, we might be in for some long matches down the lower bracket then.
But yeah, that's going to be coming up later. I do believe that we're going to be going to a short break as our next casters get ready to come on in.
is Invocation TCG Prince Cup 2024 for the Pacific region. It returns once more to grace your screens, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently in the second half of day one of the knockout stages, and we've already been treated to a delight of very interesting TCG games. My name is Stafa. I will be your caster for the second half. Alongside me, we have none other than Kojo. How are you feeling?
Hello everybody, Kojo Creations here. I'm so excited to be here finally live at the Hotel de Fontaine here at the Prince Cup Pacific. Very happy to be here and casting alongside you, Stafa.
Yeah, I think we're all very excited to see what is going to happen next. Because those of you who have been joining us all day today, thank you very much for choosing us. And you guys have already seen what happened in the first two Best of 5 series, where we witnessed players like Z Crimlet and Dio move on into the next phase, with other players dropping into the lower bracket, where things get a lot more dicey for them.
Absolutely. And speaking of the lower bracket, me and Stafa will be casting lower bracket matches, so it is do or go out for the players. You will get to make it, or you will be gone from the Prince Cup.
Yeah, that's a scary thing for sure, but at the very least, the players that lost earlier today will still have a chance to fight for their tournament lives going forward. Unfortunately, for the next two matches, which we are going to be casting, the same kind of privilege will not exist.
Yeah, absolutely not. And these players are going to be fighting for the first place, of course, the coveted Prince Cup champion title, those card backs, but also the $16,000 for making it all the way to first place.
For those of you who may be just joining us right now, have a look. This is the current state of the knockout stage brackets, and these are the top 8 players who made it all the way here from the regular season, qualifying through 5 arduous weeks of effort. Would you like to tell us who is still here, Kojo?
Absolutely. Currently, we have Z Crimlet, who is moving on to the upper bracket, and then the other side below that, we have Dio, who moved on with the upper bracket. And now we are going to be seeing both Minty versus Inzaghi and CJR versus Chikawa.
Ooh, it's a scary bracket, that's for sure. There's new names, there's old names here, and it is really surprising that some of these players have started the knockout stages in the lower bracket. I think a lot of people will have their eyes on Inzaghi and Chikuwa especially, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. Not only two players that have been taking Prince Cups, and there'll also be some fun facts about the fact that they're in the lower bracket with just 1 life remaining. It is so scary to have that much pressure on top of you.
It is a lot of pressure, and that's why, environment is important. We are in the beautiful hotel. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. I probably won't get hired by this hotel anymore, so I'm gonna enjoy my time while I can. Yeah, I even brought my mascot here for those who are unfamiliar. Oh, hold on. A beautiful place this hotel is, whose name I cannot pronounce, but it is amazing to be here. The set is incredible, and the players are just as impressive. Like you mentioned, Kojo, this is going to be our third match of the day with Minty versus Inzaghi.
Absolutely. You can see Minty with the mathematician tag. We'll see how much that actually comes out during the games. But like you said, this is a hotel, so it is the one that sells food in Genshin Impact. So we may not be doing food-related things right now, but we are going to see players cooking some decks. I do expect Minty and Inzaghi to at least bring one custom cook that is a little off of the meta.
I would love to see some custom cooks. Like, I know that we've only just started this tournament, but we are coming off the cusp of another Prince Cup. So we've gotten a little taste of what this new patch has done to the meta. And we've seen the decks that are popular here so far on day one. But you know me, I always like to see something a little bit different.
Absolutely, yeah. And a little bit of the interesting. Here we go. Inzaghi, the unlucky roller. I don't know. I feel like he might, abolish that curse that he's put upon himself. We'll see how things go. But Inzaghi, of course, like you mentioned earlier, with Inzaghi and Chikawa, that these players are quite favored, going into this. Not only do they have Prince Cup, respectively, specifically on Inzaghi, is the Prince Cup, Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. First place. That is a monstrous tournament to take.
Yeah, it really is, and it's amazing to see what these players have been able to do for themselves. So I'm really excited to see what happens once we do end up jumping into the game. But for starting things off, we have a little bit of an interview for you guys, so feast your eyes on this.
My name is Minty. I am a representation of Vietnam. My favorite character is Venti. So in this tournament, my only expectation is to win against Inzaghi in the first match, because Inzaghi is the Prince Cup champions last year, and he's a very strong opponent. And he also went undefeated in the lower bracket of the regular season. So I know that the match against him will be very challenging. After that, I don't have any plan yet because I'm not imagining myself winning. Talking about last year Prince Cup, I haven't known much people here, but I knew about Inzaghi and Z Crimlet because they were the top 4 participants in the last year. So in the version 4.7, one of my favorite deck was Double Dragon because not only it is a free deck, it also has Nivelette, which is one of my favorite characters, and it is also a good counters to the popular deck back then, which was Conwell. There was some people who use it really well to beat Conwell, like Z Crimlet himself. So if you are new to TCG, one of the deck I'm going to recommend you is the deck Mona Eula Wanderer, because that is the first deck you can learn the basic principle of the game, like the reactions, what actions you can do with Wanderer, either to skill or to normal attack to win the game. I think it's one of the basic deck, so you can learn much more complicated deck in the futures, like Wave deck or some Magic deck.
Hi, I'm Inzaghi. I'm from Indonesia, and my favorite character is Kazuha. The group stage was particularly tough for me. I lost the first best of 3 and I went to the lowest bracket right away. So to qualify, I had to win 4 best of 3s in a row, and 3 of those were on the same day, back to back to back. So it was really tiring, but I was very proud of myself. So after my first loss against 8, I reviewed my games, and like every other Genius Invocation TCG player, I told myself that I got unlucky. So what I did was, the community knows me for having a Sloth plushie that I bring to every live tournament for good luck. So I took my Sloth and I gave him a last name. So I called him Sloth Lumen. So at the beginning of every other game, I would take my plushie and pray, and I was blessed with Lumen Stones in my starting hand every game. With every live tournament I go to, my goal was always to make it to the live tournament. So once I'm here, I'll just do my best and enjoy myself. There's not really a particular player I want to face. Being in the lower bracket, if I'm going to win, I'm going to have to basically face every other player.
It's really interesting to see the perspectives of these different players up here. And even though they may be standing on the same stage now, prepared to face one another, the achievements that they have under their belt are there's quite a big gap, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. While Minty does not necessarily have any, tournament records, directly here, is still able to make it all the way into the Prince Cup. It's really interesting how these players share sort of the same level of just humbleness that a lot of TCG players do, where it's like, I'm going to do my best to win, but, I'm not going to put an over amount of pressure on myself.
Well, regardless, it is going to be a best of 5 series. That means that both players are prepared for decks, and one has been banned, both of which being that Whale Kaching deck, which I still haven't gotten a chance to see for myself.
Yeah, same here. I may have been able to see some of the matches, but, for the most part, people have been pretty consistently scared of Whale. It makes a lot of sense being able to stack up that much HP, no matter how much damage you can throw out, even with Sino, it's probably not going to be enough.
Well, we've already seen what the first decks that these players are going to be bringing to the stage are going to be, and I think it's going to be a little bit more interesting because, like you mentioned, Kojo, these aren't really the same deck archetypes we saw on the first half of the day. So could you tell me a little bit about this one with Ice Cube, Manifestation, and Signora?
Absolutely. So this one is definitely slightly off meta. This would be Minty's off meta pick here. You know, last time we got to see someone play this with Herald, but general consensus is that you have 2 revives, and then Thunder Manifestation is going to be able to snipe you because Lightning Rod will target whoever you know, has the status, and you'll be able to do a significant amount of damage. And since this is now a double resonance deck, we have Cryo Res, you can boost that further by 2.
Cryo Resonance, very useful resonance to have actually because of the way that it works. Doesn't require you to do any reactions, it's just a flat +2 base damage, and I think that helps a lot because there are going to be conditions that other situations don't work out for you. As for Inzaghi, this is a much more familiar deck. It's of course going to be Herald Claymore.
Absolutely, Herald Claymore, we've seen it multiple times today already. Even the last game, which was Kitty of Enkoi versus Dio, they both had to play the Claymore mirror in the very end. And, you know, fun fact, Inzaghi does not like mirrors, so, you know, we'll see if that ends up coming up later on. But yeah, it's pretty standard, nothing too much to talk about here, you know, outside of a pretty normal artifact selection. And we have a Golden Troops reward available if you get lucky enough to grab it and then make it so other character skills will cost less.
Yeah, I think I am not sure if we just didn't see them, but earlier today I didn't really notice Parametric Transformer being included in the Herald Claymore deck, so maybe that's something that's a bit more unique to Inzaghi. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 1 of our third match of the day. We got Minty, the underdog, up against Inzaghi, the protagonist, and honestly, these are the perfect taglines to describe this matchup.
Oh yes, absolutely. Underdog versus protagonist. You know, we saw some of the other tags earlier, but it truly is does feel like that, you know, with once again Inzaghi with many achievements in their belt, Minty with not too many. Now there is a lot of interesting parallels. You know, we got to, you know, talk to the players, you know, learn some fun facts about them. But the one interesting parallel that I find through the community is that for Minty and Inzaghi, I find that they did not have to spend a long time like other players. You know, this game has been out for 2 years to actually really lock into the competitive mindset.
I think that's an important quality to have as a player. The moment you start playing, you already have that competitive feel to you. You want to be able to reach greater heights. You want to be able to chase for more success. And I think that's a very important mindset and energy to have. But before we really get into the nitty-gritty of this game, there's a QR code on the left side of the screen. So make sure you guys scan that so that you can offer us feedback about things we can improve for this tournament and future events.
Absolutely. Your feedback is super helpful for letting us know what we're doing right and possibly what we'd like to improve on in the future. But without the way, on to the game.
So we've got Minty with his Signora Manifestation Cube deck. Not too sure if this one has a name just yet. And then we have Inzaghi with Herald Claymore on the bottom side. The first thing that sticks out to me is the fact that the Manifestation Signora deck reminds me a lot of the old Yelan OTK, replacing Ice Cube with for Yelan, but I get the feeling that the gameplay style is notably different, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. Of course, Yelan having you know, Hydro with Signora is going to be able to have freeze control over the match, but now we have Cryo Cube, who very interestingly, you know, it has the idea of like trying to normal attack, but really what they do is they just spam skill most of the time, and then from there you get enough cryo application that your other characters are able to take advantage of it. But I don't think it's going to work out that way for Minty. Of course, we have Thundering Manifestation, who's going to be the only reactor until Signora flips over to the Crimson Witch of Embers.
Then she will become quite a threat as well. We've already seen that Signora as a character has gained a little bit more popularity now that there's more aggression possible in the meta overall. So that is nice to see. Herald Claymore is a much more familiar one. Inzaghi going to have first turn priority and already actually getting a really nice ramp set up with a double Dunyazard into Liben and Timaeus.
Absolutely. This is going to put Inzaghi at a pretty nice advantage, and even here he has the option to go for possibly a skill. If not, he can just drop the other Timaeus, get out the rest of the artifacts, like Gilded Dreams that we've seen many times earlier today, and he'll be able to use that super effectively into the next 2 turns.
The question now for Inzaghi is how aggressively he wants to start things off. And it does look like he will go for a skill. There is the option sometimes of going for a full float here, but because he's already been so efficient with the way of having double Dunyazad, he's actually able to maintain 3 dice even after attacking to give to Liben.
Absolutely. Looks like it's a good thing Minty had the Cryo woven, because that way they're able to drop in another normal attack and also scoop the rest of the dice into Liben, which looks like that's what they're trying to get. Just get a little bit of chip damage out there, you know, while you can't really do anything else for the moment.
And it looks like Minty going to be able to match here. Does end turn with Liben as well as White Glove too. So a good amount of ramp on their side, just not quite as much as Inzaghi, who will be looking to try and aim for a high damage round 3. We'll see whether Minty is able to play aggressively enough to make sure that doesn't affect them.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with all those damage boosting cards, especially the White Glove and the Fisherman now having called for cleanup. You can see that as the first card in Minty's hand should be able, even Cryo Resonance. You can get a bonus 3 damage right now if Minty so desires. Of course, it will not be relevant until later when characters are more in lethal range.
So Inzaghi going to have turn priority going into round number 2, and we can see in their hand they do actually have a few tools, including a Wolf's Gravestone, which they were able to pull out pretty early on. Not to mention having a free Gilded because of Timaeus, as well as Ancient Courtyard, means there's a lot of possible equips that could come out this round.
Absolutely, yeah. With the Ancient Courtyard, I do wonder if Inzaghi is going to try and jump it a little bit and get that Claymore out. Golden Troop, not what you want to see. Now, the thing that you mentioned earlier that was interesting, right, about Inzaghi is the Parametric Transformer. So you don't know what the Parametric Transformer does is that it is a 2-cost unaligned dice action card, and what it does is that goes into your support zone. Every time you do at least 3 elemental reactions or elemental skills, it'll gain a stack. Once you hit 3, you will generate 3 random dice, and of course, Inzaghi being, you know, combo being his favorite archetype, this is the ultimate combo card. But it's interesting that it's played in this deck because Sayu and Herald have a bit of an odd interaction because prepare skills sometimes don't work out with Parametric Transformer.
Yeah, it can be kind of an awkward interaction where you won't get stacks depending on certain circumstances, and that is the reason as well why we don't really see Parametric, but we do see the burst coming out from the Cryo Cube here, and that will officially pop Herald Revive. And Talent is already equipped, so that means Curse of the Undercurrent instantly applied onto Minty's side.
Yeah, and that is quite big. It's a good thing that Inzaghi had the foresight to equip that early, because last turn they had the option of just not and shoving it into putting their dice somewhere else, but they're gonna stick with that. You know, kind of just holding it down. It's sort of a Revive 1v1, right? We haven't seen Minty or Inzaghi budge from these 2 monsters.
Yeah, that is interesting, but kind of expected nowadays because the game state has accelerated and we're seeing a lot more aggressive decks and gameplay overall. It makes it very difficult for you to decide to go over to your carries. I think these decks have slightly less worry because both sides do have double carry, and we can see Minty already setting up with the Gamblers, even the White Glove gonna do exactly 4 damage to take out Herald straight away.
Yeah, that is a pretty good move, honestly, seeing that Minty not only is holding their Cube Revive, but use the ability of the Thundering Manifestation to snipe off Herald immediately. That is quite relevant. Now, there is only Hydro application on Cryo Cube. Sayu and Chongyun are going to have to struggle or hope that Minty swaps back to Cryo Cube at some point to get those freezes.
Yeah, this is actually a great setup for Minty because, like you mentioned, Kojo, only 1 Hydro application now exists on their side of the board, and that is on the Cryo Cube, who, now that he is bursted, basically never needs to become active ever again, and that really messes with the win condition for Herald Claymore.
Absolutely, but don't count Inzaghi out. It will probably be coming in the next turn, but they still have that Wolf's Gravestone. As for when they equip it, it'll probably have to be next, so they don't have other cards like the Golden House, or, you know, they want to save that Ancient Courtyard Arcane card for Gilded equips if they can help it.
Yeah, we've already seen how effective that can be, getting a free Gilded out. Nowadays especially has a lot of value since Liar Song did recently get nerfed, so it's not quite as easy to stack those together for big hyper magic turns anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. If you didn't know, the change to Liar Song is that you need to play it at the start of the turn and it'll give you -2 dice just like the original, but if you've already played action cards, it'll only be -1. And of course, you know, Gilded Dreams is a 3-cost card, so if you want to actually get a dice benefit, you need to make sure you subtract as much, you know, cost away from it as you can.
But it looks like they will go ahead and play Gilded for free with the Timaeus stacks, even using Ancient Courtyard, most likely to equip the Wolf's Gravestone. Now, it may be a little early to go for this, since none of the characters on Minty's side are below that threshold just yet. But considering that Herald has already gone down, Inzaghi doesn't need to up the aggression or risk just kind of being stomped on their heel.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolf's Gravestone is one of those cards I would say that you can actually equip it early because number one, damage is damage, and it has to scare off your opponent, because at any point if they decide to use something that will cause them to dip below the HP pool, of course that's not going to happen right now, but it's going to make it so that they are scared away from ever taking those moves.
So far, definitely seems like the players are sizing each other up quite well, and despite his humbleness in the interview earlier, it does seem like Minty is putting up a pretty strong fight against a player that is quite heavily respected. Going to go ahead and switch over to Signora as well, just to tank that follow-up hit to make sure that neither carry falls below that Wolf's Gravestone threshold just yet.
Yeah, Minty is very carefully just playing with their HP, even going back, of course, to Thundering Manifestation. This is really nice, actually, because now Inzaghi is going to do another skill, most likely, and then Thundering Manifestation should just be A-okay to survive into the next phase.
Yeah, and if they're able to survive into the next phase, it should be pretty good for Minty, because they will be able to take advantage of the cryo application that comes out from this cryo cube summon, and they will be able to refresh that lightning rod as well. So another big hit at the start of the next round to prevent Inzaghi from being able to take advantage of the Wolf's Gravestone.
Yeah, you can see Inzaghi even goes just for a normal attack, not wanting to waste any of the extra resources they have available to them, like the Golden Troops Reward. Technically, you could have tuned it, but you know, it's going to be a lot nicer for Chongyun, because Chongyun at some point will have to carry the game, because Sayu cannot last forever. The cryo summon is going to come down. However, I will recheck which character is targeting right now, because it does have a special mechanic, but yes, Sayu is already starting to lose a good amount of HP.
Inzaghi does still have Liar Song. I was going to ask you, does he play this to get one more action out? But it seems like Inzaghi has already answered that question for me. This does mean giving up turn priority to Minty.
Yeah, it should be okay, because thankfully Minty is not playing the freeze version of this deck. Now, I do wonder if... Oh, looks like they're going to go for the skill. I wonder if they would ever go for the burst, which gives you some healing in the end phase, because someone did that earlier today, and it was able to just make sure those breakpoints weren't too crazy. Ooh, a knockout!
That does hurt a lot. I'm pretty sure Minty did calculate that. Signora, one of the reasons she was very popular a little while back was because of the fact that she had this revive mechanic. Obviously, you don't want to lose it too early on, and you still want to maintain the pressure that the cryo form provides. But since there's a summon on field already, I think Minty is okay with that, since Manifestation is most likely going to be the main carry.
Absolutely. Should be able to get at least one melt, but of course, Signora, when she gets revived like this, only has 1 HP, so, you know, Inzaghi literally has to breathe, and Signora is out of the game. Thundering Manifestation and Cube to carry the end game. I think it's definitely possible, thanks to Q having revive. If they didn't, I'd definitely get worried.
Yeah, but because Minty did end up having to do a lot of swap stalling to tank damage and make sure that Wolf's Gravestone wouldn't get free kills, and meant that his characters did end up eating quite a lot of damage there. So we're seeing the board state even up quite a lot here, and you can tell that the players are starting to get more and more stressed out. Inzaghi's heart rate is near 150, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, you can see he's shaking the head a little bit. It's like, not liking what they're seeing right now. Here we go.
He's praying. He's praying.
No white. Oh, wait, but there's Cryo Res. We could stack on Cryo Res. How much damage does that do? So first off, Signora does 2 damage, and then we do a melt, so that's also another 2 damage. Add Cryo Res, that's 6.
Yeah, you don't even need the white glove. Cryo Res is enough to take out Chongyun. Inzaghi is praying. He's hoping that Minty doesn't have damage in hand to lethal Chongyun here, because he will still need a second character in order to go up against all 3 characters still alive on Minty's side. So this is kind of an unfortunate situation for him.
Yeah, Minty's just recalculating, making sure they will not need Cryo Res at any moment, but I think they should be in the clear. They may actually be wanting to also check in for Gamblers. Of course, they already have 1, so the chances of drawing it off of that Strategize in the middle of their hand is pretty unlikely.
It's possible though. We've already seen players high roll pretty big. No, looks like he's not going to get it this time. Another white glove though, so that should be helpful to clear some breakpoints, especially since if Minty does go for a cryo skill here, basically trade Chongyun for Signora, it wouldn't actually be completely like gone for Inzaghi, because Sayu has quite a lot of solo carry potential, especially in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm already pre-equipped with all the artifacts and weapons that you could ask for. It's just a question if Minty can dish out that amount of damage. Let's see here, right? Because the big thing about Thundering Manifestation is having that lightning rod, changing your skill, you know, to do 4 damage, and that's going to be very relevant, right? You know, Sayu only being at 7 HP. So if we did it right now, Sayu does not have lightning rod. You know, yeah, it may happen because Chongyun's about to go down, but here we go. Let's see. Thundering Manifestation does 3 damage onto Sayu, and then afterwards Cryo Cube does 3 as well, plus the Superconduct. Think you should be able to make it, but you'll be on the hair, basically the hair end of your HP decks.
It would actually end up being quite close, despite Minty's impressive play earlier of taking out Herald very early on into the game. And I think he realizes that he does need that extra damage as well. That's why you do see the white glove being played again, as he realizes he's gonna need all he can get to make sure that he can claim victory in game number 1.
Yep, Inzaghi didn't even react to the cryo res. He just knew, you know, if this is going to take this long, Minty probably has it. Yep, shrugs, oof, really rough to work with, but they still have a game to finish. They do have Countdown to the Show, that Linny card with the 3 cost. They could throw it out there, but it is an incredibly risky move because from there, you're only going to have 5 dice to work with.
Yeah, I think what Inzaghi needs to do is actually leverage the dice advantage. And I think that's exactly what he's doing by going for Liar Song first. As you mentioned earlier, the way this card has been changed is that if you play it as the first action card in your round, you get the original Liar Song buff instead of just discounting by 1. Therefore, it's very important for that to start off with. And yes, he could go for Countdown, but it would mean that he's like really matching dice here, and I think just going for the hits will give him more of a chance to pressure Minty down.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree, because as long as Sayu can chain together multiple normal attacks, or just, you know, the skill, right, because that's also going to hit multiple times, should be enough for Inzaghi to take the game. Right now they have Gilded Dreams, they should be able to generate a few more dice, and then from there, if they get lucky, they actually no, you can't do anything to draw out right now. No elemental reactions from that, but Gamblers should be able to give you a little bit of dice advantage. Let's see here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no Boar Princess. If you had Boar Princess, you definitely just replace Gilded now with Gamblers, because you are most likely going to be able to get a kill, maybe even 2 if Minty really wants to keep Manifestation alive.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't imagine if that is a Lotus in Minty's hand, should be able to hold out, but of course Wolf's Gravestone Practice is still active even through barriers and shields. It's still going to chew through your HP and get that +2 damage bonus.
Yeah, I absolutely think you do just replace Gamblers. You even get it for free because you do still have that 1 stack on Timaeus. Countdown, I don't really think there's too much in the deck that could really save Inzaghi right now.
Yeah.
Considering how low Minty's side of the board is in terms of HP, I think just whacking on Sayu is actually the way to go.
Yeah, it is also possible that Inzaghi is considering the fact that Lightning Rod will be applied to Sayu once they do an elemental skill. So, you know, it is a bit of a rough scenario. You know, you have to deal with all of these extra damage factors. Of course, Minty still has White Glove in play, and Inzaghi knows that, so it's very rough.
Yeah, actually, thinking about it, that is true. Sayu attacks here, Lethal Signora. You either attack on Manifestation or Cube, which is going to take Sayu down to like 4 or 3 HP, and then another attack with Reaction would be enough to take her out. So I guess he is looking in the deck for something that could give him at least 1 or 2 more HP to survive that hit.
All right, we see the skill come out. There we go, Gambler's triggers, and I believe we'll see the Lightning Rod as well. I wonder if at any point, just a little less on dice, Inzaghi could implore to strategize, but at this rate, if you haven't drawn anything off of that countdown, you're probably not hoping for anything else.
Yeah, but if Inzaghi doesn't do that, then yeah, 1 attack each from Manifestation and Cryo Cube would actually be enough to finish her off. So... unfortunately, he might still have to go for it.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially now there are no other characters on field. The Cryo Summon is not going to be having any targeting shenanigans. It's just going to go directly for Sayu. So that's another damage in the end phase that you must consider.
It's a difficult calculation as well for Inzaghi because he's at exactly 6 dice. Wait,
nice.
Oh, there comes the Lotus on Minty. Oh,
the egg. I was actually wondering if at any point Minty would implore the egg, but I suppose you could try and hold out through the entire end phase, but looks like it's pretty calculated. That second hit of Sayu's skill going through takes out Manifestation, should be swapping over to Senora.
Actually, this is still enough. Inzaghi does still win here.
Ooh.
Inzaghi has more than enough dice gamblers to just go for hits and actually go 1v3, take every character out. Minty tried to hold on with the Lotus and the egg, and you can see the Q will revive here, but Inzaghi still has so much dice, and so despite his best efforts, Inzaghi demonstrates to us why he is a player who has earned the respect of the community.
Oh yes, absolutely. That was a very impressive game, you know. I was trying to do a few calculations. It's like, okay, can Inzaghi actually make it through with the Gambler? It's very hard to do it in a situation with so little cards, you know, to work with, but he was able to pull it off just with the Gamblers alone, so it's quite impressive to see that happen.
It was really impressive indeed. It looked like Inzaghi was in a very difficult spot starting things off because Herald was taken out quite early, though admittedly as well, once Herald does apply that Curse of the Undercurrent, he is just there to act as a bit of a damage sponge. My biggest concern was that there was no more Hydro, so there wouldn't be any freeze, but turns out Sayu still does more than enough DPS to deal with that.
Absolutely, that is the power of the Wolf's Gravestone. Wolf's Gravestone has been able to take many games alone despite Herald going down. And oh, looks like we have something over here. We have our raffle winners. 1,000 Primo Gems will be going to you two. Congratulations for winning that.
For those of you who may have just joined us right now, you'll be very pleasantly surprised to know that there is actually going to be a raffle ongoing every single game. So if you guys are watching any of our streams, make sure to go drop by the YouTube stream of Genshin Impact Astra Carnival. And when games start, when the raffle starts, there will be instructions that you can follow in order to participate.
Yep, absolutely. Make sure to drop over to the Astra Carnival YouTube channel so you can get those Primo Gems. I know some of you are watching on the Geshel official live stream, but here we go. Here comes the next picks for the next game. Interesting stuff. Looks like Minty's going to stick to the Cryo Cube, and then Inzaghi in turn will also have a Cryo Cube with Double Dragons.
Yeah, we haven't seen Double Dragon in a little bit. One of the most popular decks in 4.7. Honestly, I think its pick rate was right behind Conwhale, depending on the timing that you're looking at. So, considering that it's not as popular anymore, I'm going to be very curious about how well Inzaghi is going to pilot it.
So I actually have a lot of confidence with Inzaghi, of course, him being the combo god, the #1 combo player, you know, in all of TCG. And, you know, this is a combo deck. So, you know, all the lines work out. The big loss that you're missing is the changes to Lumenstone and Treasure. Lumenstone definitely will still, has a possibility of being seen, but Treasure will definitely not. So no more being able to heal a ton past breakpoints that would be relevant.
It's surprising that Inzaghi would still bring this deck because I did feel like Treasure was a very integral part of Double Dragon, especially to enable Neuvillette to be able to solo carry games. So, with Lumenstone and Treasure taken off the table, what do you think would fill in the blanks?
For the most part, the core will stay the same. You'll probably revert back to the companion engine and or seed box to make sure you can get things like you're probably not a Wagner's, but you'll still stick around with Timaeus. The list will actually be quite similar to what we've already seen in Herald's Claymore. It'll probably actually just copy the same action cards and maybe change a few things around. Parametric would probably be inside Inzaghi's deck once again, so that's going to be fun to see.
I see. So basically speaking, now that the Treasure engine and the Hyper Magic engine have kind of been nerfed, we're reverting back to the good old classic companion engine.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's still not the full companion engine where we try to stuff in food as well. Most players still have stepped away from food. Of course, we did get to see Minty, you know, try their best with their food with the Lotus and the Egg, but unfortunately was just a little bit short. You know, you can't underestimate the power of Gambler's Chain.
That is true. We've already seen it multiple times, and now that it's a lot more difficult to make sure you always have utility in your hand to keep your characters alive, or have treasure and stuff to make sure healing is propagated, Aggression reigns supreme, and cards like Gamblers that enable you to continue aggression are just so powerful.
Absolutely. Here's a refresher on Minty's deck. Once again, the underdog. Already one game down, but who knows, they'll be able to reverse it. I really like this deck, you know, surprisingly enough, being able to counter the main idea of Herald Claymore, you know, just sticking on your Reviver until the other person goes down, but then Cube just has just enough HP because they started 2 more HP than the Herald to go through and have those extra damage spikes to just completely curb any form of defense. Even a Lotus probably wouldn't be able to save you.
Yeah, this deck definitely has a lot of damage potential. We already saw that initially with Herald being taken out, and Minty doing a good job of piloting it so that the characters would not end up dropping below Wolf's Gravestone. But as a result of that, wasn't really able to take many actions themselves to be able to face off against Inzaghi, who, as we can see right now, their deck is up on screen.
Yep, and like I mentioned, there's going to be the seed box next to those parametric transformers. Parametric transformer works great in this deck. You know, all the characters are just going to be mashing the skill button until they can start doing some other stuff on Nuvilet, like normal and charged attacks, and that's going to be all assisted by Tuliotala's Remembrance. That catalyst up on the top, shaped like a bell, is going to reduce your charged attack cost and also give you +1 damage. It's very, very strong.
Just like before, Tila can be a very important weapon to enable Nuvilet to become the main carry of this deck. We've definitely seen many games in the past where not being able to draw this at the time you needed it has costed valuable damage that could have broken through specific breakpoints. Therefore, we'll see whether or not Inzaghi will be able to reliably get that out now that you no longer have cards like Lumenstone to depend on.
Yeah, absolutely. Your draw is going to be a little slower. However, I do trust in the deck that we have here because we do have Ancient Courtyard, so you're going to be able to equip it effectively for free. And of course, you will probably use this for Gilded Dreams anyway, because, you know, being able to decost your Gilded Dreams without any outside assistance of Timaeus or Ilaria Song is super duper nice.
So before we get into the game, Kojo, I gotta ask you, since we are dealing with a decks that we've seen before but kind of changed based on the meta, who has the advantage going into this?
Personally, as much as I don't think Double Dragons is going to do too hot, you know, in this meta, I think Inzaghi actually has the advantage here because when it comes to Minty's side of the things, they need to make sure they have a lot of those draws, of course. Even if they get those pop-off cards, I don't think characters like Cryocube and H-Taha are going to care too much. And of course, Nuvilet has that little bit of healing to push him over, you know, past those dangerous breakpoints.
I see. Well, let's find out whether or not the game does end up developing in the way you mentioned, Kojo. This is going to be game number 2 with Minty versus Inzaghi. Inzaghi currently 1 game up. Can definitely see that protagonist energy shining through once again. It's gotten him through a lot of sticky situations, but will it be able to keep its vigil until the end of this series?
Absolutely. You know, that's actually another point I was going to throw in there is because, you know, they both have Cryo Cube, right? So if we're talking about matchups, you know, Minty does have another revive on Signora, but, you know, that's kind of the extent of it. We saw that it did come into play, but not in play enough to the point where Signora could actually start doing a lot of damage.
That is true. And I am glad to see a lot of Cryocube being played. I was a fan when they switched out Layla for Cryocube last time, and even more so now because I really wish I had a Cryocube because it is really hot here in the hotel.
Yes.
But regardless, QR code on the left side of the screen, you guys know the drill, and sometime during this game, the raffle is going to begin, so make sure you guys keep an eye out on the chat to know the instructions for how to participate and stand a chance to win 1,000 Primo Gems.
Absolutely, getting there. A moderator will be there to tell you the instructions, but it should be let's go, the player, you know, who you're rooting for, and then your UID. So get in there, go quick. The raffles end super fast, and just like this game, we're getting started.
All right, let's have a look here. Neither player really high rolling heavily on the dice. We saw a lot of that today, so it's nice that we're actually getting regular dice for once, but with Countdown being played, drawing double woven, but I don't really think Minty got the ramp that he was hoping to get.
Yeah, would definitely prefer something else in this scenario, but it is okay. You know, wovens are a little awkward in the first turn because, of course, you can use them, but you want to save these, you know, when you're at that really lethal nice little end games where your opponent's like, okay, my opponent doesn't have any more dice, you know, I'm gonna be fine. Nah, I got you.
He does have double Sealy though. It's not your usual Dunya Zard live in and stuff like that, but it can still be very effective. And we did actually see Inzaghi react a little bit, saying, wow, double Sealy, okay.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because, of course, every single first turn, you can only ever start with 8 dice. And if you play double Sealy, you're actually going to stop yourself from doing multiple actions. So it is, you know, as much as it is efficient, you may stop yourself from doing important things like 2 action turns that a lot of decks tend to do, especially, well, looking at Inzaghi's side, a combo deck.
Yeah, looking at Inzaghi's face, the reason why he's making an expression like that is because he also doesn't really have the cards he's looking for in his opening hand. Double parametric, it's way too early. Cabrera's good, but you don't really need both copies. And you have Dunya Zard, but no other companion to combo her with.
Yeah, absolutely. Dunya Zard only works off companion. It's actually a really interesting lesson I learned when talking to other players and playing this game, because of course I do play this game a lot on my own time for competitiveness and guides. But you know, Dunya Zard, if you don't see any other companions in your hand, it's best just to toss it out, because otherwise, I mean, no friends, what are you gonna do with it?
That is true. Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense when you think like that, because if you do end up not drawing any companions with your redraw, then you end up in a situation like Inzaghi right now. Although Minty didn't really get the companions he was looking for to start turn 1, he's still gonna have a better ramp overall and already ending turn quite decisively, so looking a lot better in this first round.
Absolutely, yeah. Getting a white glove now, it may be a little awkward because, you know, you do have, you know, you're adding more cards to your deck, so it lowers the chances of drawing something that you may find relevant. Of course, you know, they can also draw cards out for you, so maybe it's not the biggest deal in the world, and it's only 1. It's not like Undersea Treasure, where it fills your hand with 6.
Well, now this is unique. You know the saying, right? When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. And when life gives you double parametric round 1, you play double parametric round 1. It's obviously not efficient because you're not going to get any ramp or increase in dice the next turn. But if you time things correctly, you can actually pop both parametrics at the end of round 2 and give yourself a 6 dice advantage over your opponent, who should already be out of actions.
Oh yes, absolutely. Now, it's very important that Inzaghi is very careful with the timing of these parametrics, because your opponent's skills and elemental reactions can activate it as well. So as long as Inzaghi plays around that fact and Minty does not try to go for a chaotic line that would mess up Inzaghi's turn, should be in the clear and be able to pull ahead with this much extra dice. Oh, there's the KO though.
That does hurt. That is the reason why Thunder Manifestation was one of the premier aggro carries a couple of patches ago. Still definitely very strong. We're definitely questioning, is Minty going to attack? Are they going to try and avoid proccing parametric? But I think no matter what, unless they just choose not to attack at all this round, they're going to pop it anyway. And that's obviously not a good idea, so may as well commit.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Minty needs to be careful here because they're definitely going to go for another action, but they need to start getting rid of cards in their hand, because that Treasure-Seeking Sealy is going to proc after their next action. It's going to draw 6, and of course, as you can see in their hand, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's going to be overdraw, and 2 cards will be burned.
And you do not want that to happen, especially in a more aggressive deck, right? When you're playing a more aggressive deck, almost every card is put into the deck for an express reason of contributing to damage and pressure, so you can't really afford to lose anything.
Yeah, no, these aggro decks, you know, because effectively speaking, you know, despite having a little bit of a slow start, Minty is playing a full aggro deck. All these characters are here to throw as much damage as possible out, and of course, using things like White Glove and Cryo Res are going to contribute to those factors of a damage pop-off.
Well, it's gonna be Minty's turn once again. And if they go for another action, they are going to proc parametric. They unluckily don't really have the best dice to work with. They've got double woven, but those are for cube or signora, and not really manifestation. So yeah, they got a quick swap. They're gonna use it.
Yeah, you can see Inzaghi had a little bit of a smile there. He's like, I'm about to use my double parametric very, very soon. That is just a normal attack. Ace to hug gets to, ooh, nice. That's super huge.
That is good timing, actually. Yeah, they have Golden House in hand. They have Ancient Courtyard. They should be able to get this equipped if they want to. And Minty only has enough dice left for 1 action, so it's 3 dice versus 10. That's going to give Inzaghi a lot of time to play with.
Yeah, this is a pretty monstrous turn. Minty is going to have to extend as much as their HP like they did last round and also make use of those revives because otherwise Inzaghi is just going to start trucking. Like we saw, the Tuli Tolerant Emerge just came out. Nuvalet probably isn't going to come out this turn because Ajaha alone does a good amount of damage and will also absorb elements to make their burst damage even stronger. But this is already setting up Inzaghi for a very clean endgame.
Unfortunately, not able to get burst out on Ice Cube, but that's not usually compulsory. So I think Inzaghi was perfectly fine with sacrificing it in order to put himself into this situation. And he's gonna be able to start putting that pressure on. As you mentioned, gonna go ahead and attack on Azzaha, absorbing the cryo on Minty's Cube.
Yeah, and I do wonder if Minty will actually go for the Cryo Cube Burst. I imagine not. They want to use their dice to swap around as much as possible. Don't give Inzaghi any free, lethals because there is the Gamblers in hand. Looks like they go for it, though.
I think the reason that we saw the White Glove card there being used was to try and drop Azzaha to a health threshold where a Lightning Rod skill on Manifestation would be able to lethal, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. And as long as Minty gets at least one White Glove or a Cryo Res, Ajaha will not be long for this world and is going to be on the charge of the other dragon to take his place.
And normally that is okay, but since Inzaghi has already lost Cryo Cube, we have to note, even if Nuvalet has a lot of solo carry potential, you still ideally want another character around at least so that you can do things like swap stalling. So keeping Azzaha alive is in Inzaghi's best interest.
Yep, and Inzaghi goes for a very simple, a normal attack, takes out the Cryo Cube, Gamblers goes over, and now they have to face down Signora. Healthy, 9 HP, Golden Troop, decosting them down to a 1-cost skill at this moment. They'll be able to use it next round. Now, how does Inzaghi respond with just 6 dice remaining?
6 dice would be 2 actions, as Daha does have burst, but it would only do 5 damage currently, which is actually enough to flip Signora for next turn, but I don't think you want to give them a free melt reaction.
Absolutely not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about because I'm like, oh, you could push Signora down to the Crimson Witch of Ever because, of course, it's very important to get rid of revives as soon as possible, but then Signora, all she would have to do is Cryo Res and do an elemental skill, basically just breathe, and then Inzaghi's Ajaha is gone.
Inzaghi could consider equipping Tule Tula with the last dice here because now that Cryo is applied on both Manifestation and Signora, you can leave Azzaha out, eat the Cryo from the summon, and then let Nuvalet freeze the next turn. As long as Minty doesn't have Quick Swap, Inzaghi should actually be in a good spot.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Tule Tule equip is definitely a decent option, but looks like they're going to go for the lethal on Signora and the flip, but watch out, Ajaha. Hopefully that one extra crystallized shield is going to be enough. Probably not. But anyway, outside of that, like you said, Nuvalet and freezing, it is the intended end game of this double dragons deck. You're going to get Cryo onto all the characters through the means of just Cryo Cube and Ajaha, and then you can have a clean Nuvalet sweep, but it looks like they're still going to go for it. Oh, 0. Nice Golden House. That's what we're missing.
Okay. So Inzaghi is able to get an action out as well as an attack because with the Ancient Courtyard and Golden House, equipping Tule Tula does end up being free. Unfortunately, with the way that the Cryo Cube summon works, having Signora as the active character means that Nuvalet will get a Cryo application no matter what. So Inzaghi's got a lot of damage to potentially contend with.
Absolutely. You could hear I got a little scared there when the Cryo summon hit Nuvalet, but I have to remember this is not the freeze version of this deck. It is more of the damage oriented. So you're definitely going to take a lot, but not having freeze control on Minty's side is going to be very difficult. 2 Cryo Res and 2 called for cleanup, so that's a lot of damage coming.
Ordinarily, Signora with just basic skill melt would only do 4 damage.
Yes, only 4 damage right now.
Azzaha right now is at effective 7. That wouldn't be a problem, but Cryo Resonance and called in for cleanup, and instantly you reach that threshold. That's the reason why I was thinking keeping the Cryo for freeze may have been a better idea.
Yeah, most definitely. Minty, you can actually see they're going down to write on a paper. They're trying to do the math and see the ways that they can get out of this situation because, like you said, you can stack up those damage boosters, Cryo Res, and called for cleanup to get a clean lethal on Ajaha. But the question is, it's worth it because even if Minty has Gamblers, you have to spend... Ooh, Tandoori's.
Oh, wow.
Okay, hey, we're going for this instead.
They have that in hand as well. Couldn't tell which food it was, but I suppose we should have known there's only so many foods with that cost here. And that means that you don't even need the cryo res. I think even just one called in for cleanup will be enough, though they will go ahead and play that cryo res anyway.
Yeah, I think it's all right to expend the cryo res now. I don't know, I probably wouldn't want to call for cleanup, but you have to take that lethal, and now it is just a Nuvi-led solo. Can they take down these two villainous bosses?
At this point, it's going to be very, very difficult. The only plus point that Inzaghi has is that Minty has... no, actually... Yeah, Minty will have enough here.
Yeah, they specifically didn't play Gamblers or the Egg at any point to just make sure they drew a full damages. Cryo res, called for cleanup again. Here we go.
And yeah, that's gonna be a skill. 11 damage from the Thunder Manifestation. It is completely unnecessary, but sometimes you just gotta end things with a bang.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, if you got the chance to damage pop up, I would always go for that, but GG's. There we go. Minty takes their first game, and Inzaghi is now a 1-1. It's still a best of 5 set, so we have plenty more action. The players just need to take a quick breather. You know, think about it, but what a game, right?
Yeah, we saw a really impressive performance here from Minty, showing us why, despite not having a lot of achievements to his name, he has made it this far to be one of the top 8 players here in the Prince Cup Pacific. And unfortunately, even though Inzaghi is the combo master, we can also see the troubles that a deck like Double Dragon has now in this meta.
Absolutely, with no defensive utility and being, you know, unfortunately matched into, you know, something that you can't prepare for, right? You know, this is not a deck that, even if it existed, you know, outside of it beforehand, like, you know, it's like, oh, nobody's bringing this, but guess what? That damage boosting is enough to push you all the way through, but it was also great to see these winners, because here are our raffle winners right below here.
Congratulations, guys. Make sure you guys check this. If one of these is your UID, that means that you have won 1,000 Primo Gems. So look forward to receiving those sometime soon. And for the rest of you guys who haven't won anything just yet, don't worry. Like we mentioned earlier, there are going to be raffles every single game, so you'll have plenty of chances.
Yeah, these players already going 1-1 means we will go to a game 4. That's one more raffle, you know, in the pocket. And if they keep trading, we'll see how it goes, right? Because now we're going to be switching to a more traditional meta deck. I think these are the two sort of curveballs that we would not expect to be played. But now I did remember seeing we said Sino Overload as well as Sino Crab, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Sino Overload so far today, with Sino and Chevreuse being big winners after the current patch. But yeah, we did notice that there was a Sino Crab, which is a variant that some players have brought recently, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, just a quick footnote on a Sino Crab. So the idea always before is that you need to fuel Crab with shields. You would always play 2 shield characters alongside of it. Thundering Manifestation was sometimes... Oh, looks like we're going to get picked, so it is a good time to talk about it. But, you know, you'd always put Thundering Manifestation next to Crab, because you can always target off-field characters, and it just has a really high amount of electro application and damage. However, now with the advent of Sino having some changes so he can have much more control of how much damage he can deal within the first rounds, he's sort of a secondary carry.
Yeah, I think a lot of people watching so far would think that, oh, Sino is strong, but it kind of depends on Chevreuse, because you have very easy pyro application with those overcharged balls. But Sino himself is already so strong that as long as you have any other pyro characters around to make sure that application is kept up, he can still apply a lot of pressure regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is actually a really interesting fun fact, because I did not know this about Minty, but after asking them, they are a little more prone to stall, right? And of course, Crab is traditionally a stall deck. You have to build as many shields as possible until your 2 other characters goes down, and then it's going to be Crab versus the world. But however, when it comes to that, Minty actually says Tada is a little too strong, you know, preventing traditional stall decks like Freeze, right, is one of the strongest reactions for those deck archetypes, making it so that, you know, enabling it and stopping your opponent from doing anything against you.
Yeah, I think it's cards like that as well that have contributed to a bit of the downfall of deck types like Double Dragon. It's not just the nerfs to cards like Lumenstone and Hyper Magic, it's even the introduction of cards like Tada, the buffs of characters like Sino, which just accelerate the game state and give you more options to try and pressure your opponent right from the beginning.
Absolutely. Now, it's really important, like I said, there's going to be a lot of parallels between these players, interestingly enough, because Inzaghi on the side, of course, being the combo god, says Freeze is too popular to actually play combo. Of course, combo being, you know, the combination of 2 characters doing doing things, in tandem that really work off of each other super well, like this Cryocube Asia and Nuvilette deck. And of course, it's funny that it is freeze, but also combo, but if freeze is super popular, we can clearly see it's the case on the side of Minty.
So we will see whether Minty is running Tada in this deck, because if he does, then it's just a very easy solution to any time Inzaghi figures that he has a way of freezing Crab or Sino. And we will find that out in just a little bit based on the deck list. But before, well, I was about to ask something, but we're gonna have to look at the deck list first.
Yep, so we can see here Toma, Sino, and the Crab, or the Emperor of Fire and Iron, but that's a very long title. Anyway, we have Sino Talent, which is super relevant because it's going to give you +2 damage based on your stacks, and then also we have Crab Talent, which is super duper important to have, because not only does it increase the amount of bonus shields that you get, but also is a Pyro Cleanse. So in this freeze relevant matchup, Crab is not going to have to worry about getting frozen, because that is the one thing that can shut it down entirely.
Yeah, it's good that Minty does have that, because as we can notice here, he doesn't actually have a Tada in this deck. So that could potentially be trouble if Inzaghi is able to get those freeze reactions up and running, since even if Crab is able to cleanse itself, Sino will not have that same luxury, and we'll see if that makes a difference.
Absolutely. Other cards to check out is the Dawn Winery, which received some changes into this patch. Before, it only decreased your swap cost once, but now decreases it twice, and that is super relevant. It's actually making decks a lot more smooth for those who can run it, because before, in these Crab decks, you want to skill twice on two of your characters, right? And there would usually be shielders, but there was always a little bit of awkwardness because you need to reduce the amount of cost it has for swapping characters.
And not to mention, besides that, in Genshin TCG, every time you decide to add a card to your deck, it is about how much value it brings. And Dawn Winery always was a little bit slow to get that value added up, because you basically had to wait 2 rounds and use it both times before it paid for itself. Now it does that on the turn that it is played. So that makes a big difference, especially if the games are getting faster too.
Oh yes, absolutely. And just once more, a refresher on Inzaghi's Double Dragons Cryocube deck. It's mostly, what we find standard in sort of a pseudo companion and, magic dice engine. I haven't really figured out a name for that yet, but of course, the big chains being the parametric and seed box. Not that people didn't play it last time, but now you're going to have to rely on it a little more. And we saw Inzaghi already pop up with the double parametric proc last time early as well, so we'll see if he's able to replicate that.
Yeah, the double parametric helped a lot in round 2 to be able to even up not having quite as much ramp in the initial round, but I really like that Minty just decided to go for it and not think too much about, oh, I'm gonna give Inzaghi more dice, because that kind of thinking is what enabled him to clinch the win in the end.
Absolutely, yeah. It's terrifying to stare at someone, who had 8 dice initially, and then there's just 10 more. It's like, what am I gonna do? But, it's just enough damage for them to push through, and they were able to get a very nice draw at the end, double Culture Cleanup and Cryo Res. But no more relying on that. It's going to be now pure Sino and Toma gameplay until the Crab is ready to roll.
So once again, I will go ahead and ask you, Kojo, which of these decks is more favored? Is it gonna be the Crab or the Dragon?
So I haven't actually gotten to see much Toma and Sino gameplay specifically, but I'm definitely favoring it a little bit, because I've always had the opinion going into this patch that Sino has a very strong power spike already into the second round, because how it works, and for the viewers at home who don't know, Sino, what he does now is that he still has his 3 damage skill, but he can increase his indwelling level by 1 on his own. Being able to command and choose when you have more damage is super duper strong, and he is also increased from a maximum of 6 stacks to 8 stacks, so Sino can also hold this damage boost for longer.
I think it really helps a lot, because everyone who was excited for when Sino was released in the TCG would very quickly find out that, you're a little bit awkward to play, aren't you? Because you have to wait until round 4 before you could really pop off. And then when that happens, you only have 2 rounds to make things happen before you end up losing all of those buffs. So all of this helps a lot. And I think some players even may think it may have helped too much.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. And, if my prediction is right. Of course, I haven't gotten to see too much gameplay of it, because this was played in the Prince Cup Atlantic, but not enough to the point where we have a lot of matchup data.
Absolutely, but as we jump on in here, this is going to be game number 3 between Minty and Inzaghi. And as per usual, we're gonna have raffles happening, so keep your eyes glued to the chat as well as the stream. And when you guys have some free time, scan the QR code to tell us what you enjoy and what you dislike so that we can make these tournaments even better for all of you watching.
Absolutely, your feedback is appreciated. And of course, and not just the players who are going to be winning and losing on the stage today. You could be the one to win 1,000 Primo Gems. So go quick, listen to the moderator, look for the sign, and you'll be able to enter that raffle.
But looking at things right now, Inzaghi going to have turn priority and immediately going for quite a bit of a ramp. They did also play Countdown, which actually ended up drawing Tula out very early. So anytime Inzaghi feels they can play it, then it's already prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about the freezes for the Double Dragon's Cube. Now, the thing is, you do actually end up freezing more towards the end game. But of course, you know, now that Inzaghi has to contend with the General Mahamatra and his damage spike, you do actually have to play a little faster and maybe try to aim to freeze Sino as soon as possible.
It's gonna be a difficult thing to achieve. At the very least, Inzaghi won't have to worry about Tada. A lot of players who wanted to play freeze decks have found their plans thwarted by that card alone. So the fact that Minty doesn't have it should allow Inzaghi to play with a little less weight on his shoulders. And with Liban being played here, may actually even consider going for full ramp.
I think ramp is definitely a good option because, interestingly, Minty is doing one of the things that you'll see a lot in freeze matchup is fielding off early application. And what that means is that you're going to start in characters that you typically wouldn't, because the best start for Minty would definitely be Toma or Sino. You know, Crab is never the one you want to throw in early because, like the Whale, they start at a very low, you know, extra value through this one through shields and Whale through HP because, you know, Crab only has a 5 extra HP and they have to make sure they gain this all back so they can stack more and more shields later on.
I think this is a behavior we see from basically every player. We can see from the reaction of Inzaghi, though, that Minty being able to equip 2 tenacities on round 1 is going to make this Emperor of Fire and Iron a true Emperor indeed.
Oh yes, indeed, indeed. Tenacity's helm, the crown of the crab. And you know, the reason Inzaghi is shaking his head there is because that's kind of sort of the quote-unquote high roll line for the crab deck. Getting tenacities early, you know, is a big deal. It's why people end up even running the lower version, the quote-unquote 4-star version, as I call it, the General's Ancient Helm, which only gives you the shield and not the extra dice. But now Minty is sitting very strong, very nicely, and now Inzaghi has to figure out a way to tear through this.
Inzaghi does have a good amount of dice as well as plenty of cards to play with. Boar Princess gilded in hand already with Timaeus and Golden House set up. Not to mention the Tula we mentioned earlier. So they can definitely try to play a bit more aggressive to make sure that the crab doesn't stack up too much shielding. But having to contend with double tenacity on round 1 on a deck that usually plays a little bit slower is a very tall order.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Inzaghi, once again, they're still in the same, you know, early scenario, and now Minty's going to benefit from the fact that Cryo Cube is attacking in. You know, there we go. The tenacity dice just got gained. And also, Opera Epicleus. Very interesting to see this card once again because it is going to be based off how many equips you and your opponent have, and if you have more, of course, Minty having, you know, 3 tenacity is pretty expensive, not gonna lie. But yeah, there we go. And also, yeah, there we go. They're just getting everything, honestly.
They've got the Dawn Winery here, so Minty will be able to play a little bit slower and adjust depending on what Inzaghi decides to do. If Inzaghi wants to go for the typical line, go for mid-range, get set up on a new roulette, then Minty can just match and make sure the crab is stacked up. And if Inzaghi decides, no, I'm gonna try and stop him and play aggro, then he has the switches capable here to make sure that his characters aren't taking too much damage.
You can actually see Inzaghi is throwing up his hands and counting out all the dice available because they do have 2 Gilded Dreams available to generate more dice. The question if it's really worth it. Of course, you always stay on Cryo Cube and try to get as much cryo application as possible, but they may be looking for those alternative lines because, of course, fighting an Overload deck, we haven't gotten to see Overload for quite a bit, but now you do not have control of where your characters are going. You're going to be pushed around thanks to that reaction.
It's a really annoying reaction to deal with because a very important mechanic where if a character goes down and you get to choose who becomes active next is just completely negated by the nature of Overload itself, and you don't want to give that control over to your opponent if you can avoid it. For now though, Minty going to be able to get that energy started on Thoma, and the reason, again, why Thoma is put in this deck is what we saw right there. More shields for the crab.
Absolutely. Now, I'm a little surprised that Minty didn't go for the crab talent because, like I mentioned, is going to have that cleanse, so it does make sense why you may want to keep the crab talent, but the important thing is it also increases the amount of value that you get from your shield, so it is going to slow down Minty's endgame a little bit.
Yeah, it is interesting. If it only removed the elemental aura, then it makes sense that you would save it for a situation where you want the crab to actually do something. But in this case, it does actually double the amount of shields you get from eating shields on other characters. So the earlier you play it, usually the better.
Looks like Inzaghi is, maybe they're trying to push to Nuvalet early because I'm like, oh, this is a ramp turn. But wait, no, they have 2 Gilded Dreams, with 0 cost. And they also have so many cards in the hand that they would have to start actually tuning in or tossing some out if they didn't want to overdraw. They would be okay here. But, it's generally ill-advised to, have yourself, force yourself to have 10 cards, right?
Yeah, it is a possibility that Inzaghi is just holding on to those cards and waiting until the round is almost over to pop them so that Minty isn't able to prepare for it. So that timing is coming pretty close, so we can see one being played already on Azdaha. So it looks like Inzaghi isn't planning to field Nuvalet just yet, even though he has Tula equipped.
Yeah, definitely a good move. Of course, Azdaha. Not much element application has been through. Ooh, Azdaha talent, very nice.
And the Liar Song. Like, it's not as good as it was before, but it's still pretty handy for getting more dice out. So very nice strategized there for Inzaghi.
Absolutely. Inzaghi's running through it. Looks like they want to go for another, skill on Q. Maybe the burst. The burst would definitely help out a lot. I do believe, once again, the targeting mechanic, you could get, other characters like Sino hit. Of course, you need to move around for that, but it is going to be nice to have a consistent form of cryo application, especially because, Cryo Cube is not looking too good in the face of the General Mahamatra and his massive damage.
Yeah, burst may actually be a good idea here because, like you mentioned, you would need to move characters around in order to ensure that cryo is applied to Sino. But since it just so happens that Azdaha is opposite Sino here, that's actually a character Inzaghi is perfectly comfortable with leaving vulnerable.
Absolutely, and there we can see the talent for the crab comes out, and Thoma once again, the crab just scoops it all up, give me those shields, and already sitting at 12 stacks, not bad.
Looks like Inzaghi, unfortunately though, not going to have enough dice to switch over to Azdaha to end the turn, so Thoma is going to end up eating that cryo application as well, which is something that Minty is going to be very happy about. The longer he can keep aura off of Sino, the more easily he's going to be able to just walk up and hit Inzaghi's characters really hard in the face.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting how these decks not only have a very opposite, archetype, but also different sub-archetypes as well. Me referencing the Sino because, of course, why is Sino in a deck like this? Well, I mean, there's plenty of reasons, we already explained it. But, with this, it's interesting that they are just staying on Thoma and Cryo respectively. They're just going to skill as long as they can.
It's starting to become a bit of a trend between these two because that's exactly what happened in game number 1 as well, right? There's clearly a very deep amount of respect here from both these players for one another and a recognition that a single mistake will cost you heavily in this very fast-paced meta.
Yeah, once again, we're just waiting. Inzaghi's looking at the potential lines because this is the point where Sino, not only does he have already 2 stacks, but now they have to work around, that damage. And they're now moving to Azdaha. Definitely a good move. I was thinking, yeah, Azdaha is probably the best move. You can do talent, so you can generate more dice. If you don't know Azdaha talent, it costs the 2 aligned dice, but then once you play, it'll generate 3 dice of each character, in your deck. So it's going to be Cryo, Geo, and Hydro from the Nuvalet. And that way, you'll be able to gain at least 1 more dice and just keep pushing the turn forward.
And hopefully Inzaghi will be able to do that. Because if we look on the upper side of the board, we can see that the crab already has 18 shields built up. So effective 22 HP, which is a threshold that is difficult to achieve even for the whale. So if Inzaghi wants to overcome this, he has a lot of work to do.
Absolutely, yeah. Inzaghi pushes it back over to Minty, and Minty responds in kind, simply swap stalling onto Crab. And once again, since Dawn Winery is here, swap stalling is way more of a viable strategy because you can swap around with no cost to your dice.
It's just free, and it feels so good to be able to do that for free, especially when you want to avoid giving your opponent free damage or free reactions, which is exactly the situation Minty finds themselves in. Earlier, they would be a little more hesitant to leave the Crab vulnerable, but now that he has 18 shield, he can just eat whatever is necessary, and Minty is totally fine with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the interesting things while we were seeing on Sino is that Sino does have the Golden Troops reward. You know, it's one of the smaller artifacts, but it does make it so that your skill is going to cost 1 since Minty has waited enough turns. And this is really interesting because you can see Minty is actually thinking about playing the Sino talent or not, because that is the surprise +2 damage, you know, boost that you can get unconditionally.
It's a little bit difficult for Minty to do that here, I think, because there isn't really a fast swap on their side, and other than Cryo Cube, the other two characters don't have any Pyro and are at still full HP, so it's not really the time to pop that just yet. So we're going to see continuous swap stalling for these players to position better. And eventually, someone's got to crack.
Absolutely. I have a feeling that both Minty and Inzaghi would probably go for skills here because, of course, Inzaghi has the dice advantage, having 2 Gilded Dreams at their disposal to just throw out there and go crazy with. But, you know, Minty is run out of Dawn Winery usages, so every swap is going to cost them.
And I think Inzaghi has realized that as well. That's why we are going to see New Valette come out. Basically, if Minty does decide to burst on Thoma here, he is going to get frozen, which Minty doesn't mind. Once Thoma bursts, he doesn't really need to do anything else. This means Inzaghi also has to contend with Sino being able to proc overloads on command.
Yeah, this definitely makes a lot of sense. Of course, Inzaghi swapping to duel, that makes a ton of sense because you don't want to give Thoma the ability to feed the crab, you know, being the fisherman and all, you know, really does not want that. But then, otherwise, Minty is simply going to respond by swapping to Sino and now threatening New Valette, which is very dangerous.
And even the countdown, unfortunately, Inzaghi not going to be able to find what he was looking for there. You can see in his face, you can see in his heart rate that this game is not going the way he wants. New Valette definitely capable of doing really strong 1v1s. We've already seen New Valette take down whales in solo duels when they had way more HP. But I think the Crab is a bit more of a difficult opponent due to the fact that that talent can always cleanse. And well, it's just really difficult to handle.
Yeah, here it comes. Sino is now on the field. Any character is at threat because not only does Minty have Pyro-Res and the talent, but also because Thoma bursted, they now have the Crimson Oyoroi, which if you don't know what that does, anytime you use a normal attack, it'll generate you 1 shield and also do a coordinated 1 pyro damage. And that's super relevant for characters like Sino and Thundering Manifestation, who was originally playing this deck because Sino can infuse his normal attacks with Electro as soon as he gets enough stacks. So he's effectively being able to not only be a cast character, but also have that bonus damage. There it goes.
And it ends up acting kind of similarly to the way Chef Bruce and Perspectives Drill together work as well, because you get that free and easy pyro application, and you get a little bit of damage reduction to make sure that Sino can continue remaining on the field. So we are now seeing a situation where both Crab and Sino are getting quite enabled by Minty, and Inzaghi really isn't in a position yet to actually threaten anything.
Yeah, and this is a little unfortunate because I do believe Minty could take a lethal here. And this is once again another really cool thing, you know, about artifacts and stuff, but it is the Golden Troop, you know, is still decosting it, so the talent costs only 1. Boom! There it goes.
And there we go. That's what you talked about with the talent, with the stacks, being able to add that extra damage, even without relying on things like Pyro or Cryo Resonance or called in for cleanup. Azlaha's just gone. He hasn't been able to do basically anything this whole game. And that is your secondary carry in this deck.
Yeah, and since Crab already cleansed the Cryo, Thoma is the only one with Hydra application. And, you know, as much as Minty does not have the dice here, I'm sure Inzaghi, that's why they're confident enough to swap to him. It's quite dangerous, you know, facing down a Sino with that many stacks and Pyro application on yourself.
One thing to note is that this is probably going to be Inzaghi's best chance to potentially take out Sino, though, because he recognizes, like you said, that there's no dice left on Minty's side. When you play a deck like this, you usually don't have a lot of dice generation, not to mention he only has 2 cards left in hand anyway. So if there's any time to take Sino down, it is now.
Yeah, but here comes the Iron Wall. The Crab is now up on the field, 22 shields and 4 HP on their own. Nuvolet is not going to be able to blast through this, even with Tutalia.
Minty, having 1 dice left, still able to switch to the Crab before ending their turn to make sure that Sino doesn't get taken out. And even though Inzaghi does still have a little bit more dice in hand with that Gilded, you're not going to be getting through over 20 shield this round.
Oh, and hey, we even have not proc Tenacity of the Millith yet because it does not proc off field. So there we go, an extra dice for Minty. Of course, they're just going to scoop it up into the Vonarana, use it for next turn. And now Nuvolet is just doing anything they can to take this Crab out.
This is looking like a pretty bad situation, but I don't think it's completely over yet for Inzaghi, because although the Crab is arguably more difficult to remove than the Whale, it also doesn't do quite as much damage as the Whale consistently. So if Inzaghi can avoid leaving Nuvolet vulnerable against Sino, he can actually slowly whittle down Minty's side of the board.
Absolutely, you. Crab, only does its big damage through its elemental burst, whereas Whale is the opposite. It does it through its elemental skill. So, you need to make sure you take at least 2 actions on Crab to make sure you can get, that damage out. And we can see here, Inzaghi goes for the elemental burst. That's pretty good. As much as this is a very rough turn for Inzaghi, I do like that you're able to get some of the source water droplets like below Nuvolet, because without having that, Nuvolet can't actually do anything.
Yeah, you're gonna need those going into the next round when Minty has dice to perform actions again, just to make sure that Nuvolet will keep up in HP by healing himself. But it also means that he has spent quite a lot of his magic engine thus far, only having that Liar Song in hand left to potentially generate more dice next turn. And that means that Minty will have a lot less to worry about.
Yep, keeping themselves nice and healthy, still taking the 1 piercing damage. A little unfortunate there is no Mari Shosei Hunter in this deck. Of course, that was much more relevant when Undersea Treasure was around, but, not as much anymore, as much as it is a per-use card. But, here comes the end phase, and Sino has transformed. The spirit of Hermanubis has come down, and he's ready to tear him up.
We know how powerful Sino can be in this mode. His physical damage is just converted to Electro, and then he just gets a free +2 damage base. Not to mention that having Talon means that his first skill every round gets another +2 damage. It is honestly kind of ridiculous, and it means that Inzaghi cannot afford to allow Nuvolet to stand in front of Sino, but guess what Minty just pulled out?
Yeah, you can see, okay.
Look at that smile.
They're shaking their head, so I'm not sure if that's a negative reaction or not, but Fast Swap is kind of all you need in this scenario. They're going to throw out, my goodness, boom, boom, Inzaghi's like, oh, come on, man.
Very, very quick. Even a Pyro Wrench, which he obviously does not need, with that called in for cleanup. And all of the other buffs from Sino, a single hit is enough to take out Nuvolet. And although it's not over yet, I think it's pretty safe to say that Minty is about to clutch game number 3.
Absolutely. Here we go. Parametric Transformer comes out. Just try to be as efficient as your dice as possible. Gilded Dream, generate 2 more, and then go for the skill. Sino is down, but it's Toma and Crab versus the Cube.
And Crab still has 11 shields, so 15 HP in total. Yeah, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but neither does the Cryo Cube. So I think we all know who's going to come out on top in this 1v1.
Absolutely. Even gets the extra dice from the Tenacity of the Millith. Crab is going to go for another skill, takes out the Cube Revive. It's going to have to do at least so many skills. And the follow-up. There we go. That's what I was missing.
I like how Toma gets to have that last hit as well. He hasn't really done all that much, but we all know how important he is to this deck, so giving him a little bit of credit at the end with that Crimson Oyoroi. And that means that Minty is currently at match point.
Absolutely. It's going to be very scary because, once again, this is the lower bracket where players are not going to be able to move on and continue in the Prince Cup if they fall here, and it'll be very unfortunate to see, someone like Inzaghi go, of course, being a previous Prince Cup champion.
It would be a big surprise if Inzaghi ends up eliminated in round 1. So I'm gonna be very curious to see if the pro tag energy can continue carrying him forward. But it's gonna be quite difficult. We are definitely now seeing a demonstration of why players aren't leaning into Double Dragon anymore, since it just has a lot of difficulty in this
Yeah,
meta.
has a lot of difficulty in the matchup, but the players may have to go home, but you will be going home with 1,000 Primo Gems right here. If your UID is here, you just won 1,000 Primo Gems. Go ahead and take that. Enjoy it for any of the banners and the characters that are coming up, and we'll have more raffles on the way. Once again, characters or players, I should say, trading games back and forth. They could see even more.
We hope you guys are enjoying the raffles and the games as well. It is all to make sure that you guys have the most entertaining experience possible for choosing to join us here at the Prince Cup. And going into the next game, the pressure is going to be on here. It's not something that Inzaghi is unfamiliar with, because he already mentioned he actually ended up losing his first game in the group stages. He dropped into the lower bracket straight away and still made it all the way here. So now that he's backed into a corner, will we get to see a repeat of that history?
Absolutely. There's sort of a thing in competitive gaming, right, that, you know, sometimes you may go down, but there's the reverse 3-0, or in this case, the reverse 5-0. You know, who knows if a player is actually going to be able to just, you know, throw it down and pop off and take out against all odds.
Well, it does look like Inzaghi has decided to switch things up. Going to be bringing in the Sign Overload here versus Minty's Herald Claymore. And from what I've seen of this matchup so far today, the Sign Overload deck does seem to be favored.
Oh yes, absolutely. Sign Overload being able to just threaten that early damage onto Herald already, so you're not going to be able to draw talent fast enough. That's something we saw a lot in earlier matches. Herald didn't even get to put on their talent early before just being completely knocked out, and then afterwards, of course, Wolf's Gravestone, you know, pretty cool, but we have our own weapon of choice here in the Sign Overload deck, being the Prospector's Drill.
The Prospector's Drill is a very complicated weapon.
Oh, yes.
I think we've all talked about it quite a lot recently, providing damage, card draw, damage reduction, but it does synergize incredibly well with Sino and Chevreuse in order to contribute to those big 9-10 damage one-shots.
Absolutely, and we'll talk about that more once we get into the game. And, you know, on the side, we have a Herald Claymore. Yeah, it's definitely going to be favored more toward Inzaghi's matchup, but we'll see. Maybe Minty has some tricks up their sleeve. We already see they're very much favoring, you know, White Glove, which is not a card that I've been able to see played outside of Sign Overload this patch.
Yeah, but I think it just helps out a lot because the card itself is already free to play initially, and while it takes a little while to actually generate those cards, that extra 1 damage makes a big difference with breakpoints, because a lot of the time decks are built with breakpoints in mind. So if you have a card that just says, oh no, your breakpoints don't count, it makes a difference.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're just waiting here. The players are lining up. Whoa, look at that score. It is just so scary to see those dots. Oh man. Oh, here we go.
All right, we got Minty up here. I have to give a shout out to Minty though. Again, this is his very first offline tournament, hasn't had a lot of tournament experience, and yet here he is putting a player like Inzaghi on the ropes.
Absolutely, and here can we see the Herald Claymore deck, of course, featuring Hydro Abyss Herald, Sayu, and Chongyun. Now, but this one is a little different from the one that we saw Inzaghi play earlier, and more specifically, what most people played last patch is that this is using the Wagner's engine, or, you know, the Wagner's weapon banner, where you need to play 3 different Claymores inside your deck, but then you're going to be able to guaranteed pull out them over the match.
So basically what this deck has done is replace the old engines that we had, like Hyper Magic or Treasure, with more weapons and Wagner in order to pull them out more easily, but with the risk of not necessarily getting Wolf's Gravestone, which we've already seen actually has hampered some players so far today. And it's kind of surprising to see the Wagner weapon banner back after not seeing it for so long. The last time it was consistent was with Mew, which, again, another situation of you don't get the right catalyst, Wander just doesn't do enough damage.
Absolutely. Now, these Claymore, those are going to be a lot more friendly because we have the Forest Regalia, which is the Sumeru Craftable Weapon series for those of you who play, you know, the main game, right? But it's going to be, if you do a normal attack, you are going to gain 2 more dice. So effectively, it pays for itself.
It sure does. So there's definitely value with the other weapons, but obviously everyone wants that Wolf's Gravestone. It's the whole reason you have the double Claymore characters in the first place. And as for Inzagi's side, this is going to be the Sign Overload deck. Gonna be relying on cards like Pyro Resonance, Prospector's Drill, as well as White Glove in order to just one-shot characters off the face of the map.
Absolutely. The only, sort of card that I'm not really used to seeing here is Macarons. Not that other players have yet to play. I think more players played Macarons in Atlantic more than they have in Pacific.
That is a good observation. Yeah, so far we haven't seen a lot of Macaron being played, but hey, if it's able to stack up with that Prospector's Drill as well, then it makes an even bigger difference to allow Sino to survive in situations where you may be dealing with a similarly high-pressure deck.
Absolutely, yeah. Macarons is going to be really nice because not only is Prospector's Drill going to give you damage reduction, but also, if you take no damage, then you're just going to heal for free because Macarons always works off of the fact that if you take damage, you'll heal for 1.
And that's going to be very useful here. Sign Overload, very powerful deck. We've already seen this card break basically every record for a single hit of damage. So Herald Claymore being a deck that has survived since the previous patch, and so far not having a very successful streak against this deck, will Minty be able to pilot it to victory?
It's really going to be interesting to see the pre-match data tomorrow, right? Because that's a fun thing that we do for the tournaments, right? We saw it both online and on the Atlantic. But the damage numbers are going to be ridiculously high, aren't they?
Yep. And all of it is because of Sino.
Well, I'd say Minty's skewing it a little bit. They got the 11 damage.
That is true. That is true. More players should do that. I think a lot of players today, they had that last hit. They had more damage in hand, just decided not to play it. And that's fine, but we gotta have some fun while we're here, right?
Yeah, if I am ever playing, TCG competitively, I'm always gonna go for that moment of glory, get the biggest damage I can on the screen. But the players are suiting up, getting ready, just taking one more breather because this is match point.
It is going to be game number 4 here. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the lower bracket. That means that if Minty is able to get another win, Inzagi will end their journey here in the Prince Cup Pacific in round 1, which would be a completely unexpected result, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen.
Absolutely. I think I have a lot of faith in it, and in Inzagi, of course, because Sign Overload, traditionally has been able to take out, Herald's Claymore pretty consistently. It's also just a really powerful deck. There's a whole thing about managing breakpoints in the TCG, which is a term we've been using for a long time, but breakpoints are basically, certain thresholds where you're not going to make it, or you need to make sure you change up what you're doing, otherwise you're going down. But with Sino, you kind of have too much damage to where it doesn't matter anymore.
It's not really even a breakpoint anymore. It's just what your max HP is in the first place. But since a new round is starting, you guys know what that means. That means a raffle is going to be ongoing sometime soon. So make sure you guys keep an eye on the chat. And this is only happening on the YouTube channel of Astra Carnival. So if you guys are watching on any other channels and you want to join the raffle for Primo Gems, make sure you guys go over there and check it out.
Absolutely, and just like how fast of Sino Overload plays, you better enter that raffle quick. You only have a few minutes to get in there, and you could take home 1,000 Primo Gems.
It's quite a lot. So it should be enough to get you closer to that new shiny character that you have your eye on. So make sure you guys go do that. For now, though, Minty already getting a pretty strong start, going straight into Timaeus Wagner live-in on round 1.
Yeah, we were talking about speed, and all the raffles and stuff, but this was a speedy start. They just went boom, 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 go, go, go. And they did end up drawing, I believe that should be the Wolf's Gravestone on the left and then the Forest Regalia on the right. On the other way, we have Inzagi looking at how they want to handle, their whole opener. Of course, they did go for the countdown, and now they have not really what they want. Sino Talent's great and all, but no ramp to really speak of.
Yeah, having Sino Talent early is great, because that means you can play it on round 2, which is where you usually want Sino to pop off. but not having any ramp besides that is really, really unlucky. The protagonist energy kind of failing Inzaghi here.
Yeah, he's feeling a little bit dejected. You can see even in the seat. Now, there is a line, but you know, I'm not a big fan of it there. The important goal that you want to make sure that you get inside this deck is making sure you get overloads. And so there we go. Actually, Inzaghi plays the 2 Wovens, uses the Dea skill, and now they should swap over to Sino and go for a skill.
Yeah, this will guarantee an overload straight away, give you a ball from Chevreuse, so it's unfortunately a little bit inefficient in the way that it works, because you'd ideally want to get set up, and even though that means that Minty will take some damage to start off, he's going to have a better round 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, an overcharged ball will come out here. Inzaghi should also be dropping, shaking his head like, I have to waste my 2 Wovens now? You gotta be kidding me.
Wasting both Wovens, that's another thing, right? Minty has already seen that Inzaghi used both Wovens on round 1. That means he doesn't have to think about it anymore for the rest of the game. And you usually don't want to give your opponent that kind of security.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised also that Inzaghi ended up playing Sino talent early, because you can always use that as a surprise factor against your opponent, but I guess it's not going to change too much, because Minty is already doing, once again, the strategy that I talked about when fighting, you know, decks that rely on elemental applications. Fielding off to someone like Chongyun, that way Herald does not just immediately get obliterated by overload.
Inzaghi even gonna be playing that Tada there. Unfortunately, this has been a very poor round 1 for a deck that really wants to get started as soon as possible. But if he's able to draw some good stuff in round 2, and he should be able to get back into it. He's got double strategize, so he can search the deck for his stuff, but it's still not the best.
Yeah, hopefully Inzaghi is going to be able to pull some stuff out of that. Here we go through the rolls. You know, what Inzaghi would definitely be looking for is a Prospector's Drill, just in general, even if you only have 1 overcharged ball. You know, it's such a powerful weapon, you know, which I'll review slowly because it is quite the long description. But looking on the side, it is Minty's turn right now.
Minty, like you mentioned, did actually end up getting a Wolf's Gravestone initially, has Wagner to play it for free. We already talked about how the Wagner weapon banner can be a bit unreliable at times, but Minty is clearly high-rolling this game, having a great start, getting the weapon he wants, still having plenty of tools to play around with, which is very, very important against a deck as strong as Sign Overload.
Yeah, Inzaghi's actually just tilting over his head because he's quite upset that Minty just pulled out another Tomatoes with the Seed Box as well, because you can guarantee companions with Dunir Zod, but you cannot guarantee Seed Box. So the fact that Minty has it is just frustrating.
Yeah, Inzaghi is feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders right now. He is straight up smiling because of the misfortune that he has had to face here of not getting good cards at all to ramp, and watching Minty pull out everything he could have ever dreamed of.
Absolutely. Of course, luck is simply part of the game. It is a little unfortunate. It's why matchups end up working out differently, even if it's unfavorable for you. Oh, strategize into 2, called for cleanup.
That's
Yikes!
Not what you want. You do not want cleanup right now. A mess has not even been made yet.
Indeed. You know, called for cleanup, a great card, but this is not the time to damage pop-off. You have to deal, you know, with this Herald. Now applying, you know, that's another piece of the counterplay, of course, trying on Chongyun to field the application, but also it pushes you directly over into Herald, and now Minty can just whack away with Herald's Hydro Blades.
Yeah, unfortunately, at the expense of Inzaghi, everyone watching is getting a good example right now of what the weakness of a deck like this can be. It does still hurt quite a lot. 6 damage, immediately proccing Herald Revive, and despite his luck, Minty has not actually managed to pull out a Herald talent yet, so there's no Curse of the Undercurrent to further punish Inzaghi, so it at least even things up a little bit, but it's still tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, that's nice that they were able to get the 6 damage off thanks to talent. I wonder, okay, this is completely not going to happen, but I wonder if Inzaghi's feeling a little silly, because you can actually play the Overcharge Ball, which is available in Inzaghi's hand as a combat action. Of course, it will pass the turn over, but it will do that pyro damage. Definitely not worth it, because you would not lethal Herald and they would still be alive, and then you push it on Asai, which is exactly what you don't want to do. So.
Yeah, that is exactly what you don't want to do, because Sino right now has Hydro. You are giving Minty a free swirl, so obviously not something you want to do. Inzaghi still has another strategize, so can potentially try to pull something else out, but they really just have so little to work with right now. Looks like they will just commit to Gamblers and take out Herald, so they at least have something.
So that is a really interesting play to go for, because of course playing Gamblers is going to be the fact that Inzaghi will go for the lethal here. Now what is interesting though is that I wonder if the reason they're doing is because they're realizing that, okay, clearly you know, Minty has such an advantage thanks to their ramp, so I need to start speeding up right now and go.
I think that is the right approach though. Without Herald now and Curse of the Undercurrent not having been applied, Inzaghi at least won't have to worry about for the rest of the game. But now you can see the most dejected expression I have seen on any player this entire tournament as he witnesses Minty refresh his Gilded Dreams multiple times in the same round.
Yeah, oh boy, that was certainly something. Getting, you know, the maximum value Boar Princess, Gilded Dreams, all of that jazz to just spawn a dice out the wazoo. And Zag's like, ah. But it is, you know, as much as it was definitely a pop-up, and Minty's definitely being favored right now, you have to remember that Gilded Dreams, this is a limit, you know, using things like Liar Song and stuff is the only way they're going to be able to regenerate dice afterwards. So if Minty popped off a little too much here, they may start finding themselves in a tricky situation later on.
But they're in such a dominating position right now. No Prospector's Drill to deal with, which means you're not gonna have to worry about overcharged balls being sent your way.
Yeah.
He has 8 dice compared to 2 on Inzaghi's side. Even if a lot of them are not the best, he still has the hand cards to make up for it. And Inzaghi is going to be forced to use Lotus on Chevreuse just to try and tank damage because he's just got no more dice left.
Absolutely. You know, thanks to Sayu having the Wolf's Gravestone, you should actually be able to chunk out Chevreuse here, because we saw this happen earlier, right? But after that, does Sayu have Gamblers? They do not.
I actually don't remember, but I don't think it is Gamblers. If that was Gamblers, then Minty probably has a chance of just winning right here. Strategize not going to be able to pull that out for him, so at least Inzaghi will survive this turn. But I think Chevreuse is guaranteed to be going down.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's currently Gilded Dreams on Sayu that was equipped right to generate so much dice. You know, and Minty actually went fishing for Gamblers with that Strategize. No luck. But Boar Princess still active.
The Strategize did not pull out a Gamblers, but it pulled out the second Gilded. So Minty able to get a little bit more dice out. Without Gamblers, I don't think it's going to be enough for another action, but the follow-up will also lethal Dea. So Inzaghi now left in a 1v2 situation where any attack from either character will take him out. And I think Inzaghi already recognizes what this means.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Sino as much damage as you can get. You know, you'd pretty much need like a fresh wind and freedom here to even give yourself a chance of making it out of this. And no, that's Tada. That's definitely not what you want to see. Sumeru Res, maybe you can make that work, but it is just so rough.
That Sumeru Res could have come in handy so much sooner for Inzaghi. Looking at him, I feel like he's already accepted his fate, because remember again, viewers, Minty is at match point. He can win this game, eliminate Inzaghi in round 1 of the Prince Cup knockout stages, the underdog story coming true in a completely unexpected outcome.
Yep, let's see what Inzaghi can do here. The line will be first to strategize. You could even go as far as to play... actually, no, you don't have Prospectors, so Tada will not be relevant. Not what you want! But let's see if Sumeru Resonance can save us here.
It seems like playing that double white glove earlier may have actually hindered Inzaghi. He just did it because I have nothing else to play. I may as well put these in now. But it means that they are diluting his strategizers. He's not getting the cards he really needs.
Yeah, because if you don't know, white glove, unlike Undersea Treasure, which goes evenly into your deck, the white glove goes into the first 5 cards in your deck. So every time, and of course, you draw 2 every round, so that chance becomes more and more and more relevant.
The fact that we haven't seen a single Prospector's Drill this entire game is a tragedy. Seriously, Inzaghi living out his worst nightmares, I would imagine. And sometimes that is just the nature of competition. I think Minty has actually put up an incredible performance. Obviously, luck still plays a factor, but unless you are a player that can at least match Inzaghi in terms of understanding and gameplay, even that wouldn't make enough of a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. The timer is starting to run down. Inzaghi must make decisions too. Here comes Sumerez. Oh, wait. No way. Okay, let's count the lines right. Okay, Chongyun's already at lethal, right? I believe Gamblers is equipped on Sino, so we're gonna be able to refresh the dice. And then from there, let me see here, right? Oh, there's no pyro application on Sayo.
There's no application on Sayo, that's the problem. Inzaghi's already spent a Lotus. I can't remember if he has a second one. That might help a little bit. But Fresh Wind is finally a card he can actually use to maybe make a difference.
Yeah, what you tune out here is definitely get rid of Tada, get rid of Fast Swap, and then let's see here. Oh yeah, get rid of Pyro Res as well. Tada, interestingly, okay. We can do this, He's
got the stuff, he's got Prospectus.
He's got it.
Well, he doesn't need a second talent, but hey, he can refresh, that's fine. Hold on here, Inzaghi's not out. Can we do the calculations real quick?
Yes, absolutely. So first off, you know, Chongyun going down, very easy to do, but we're also going to make sure first we play Fresh Wind, and then we're going to add Prospector's Drill on top of that, and then we're going to, you know, since Tada does not pass your action, you're going to play it. It's going to deal yourself a 1 physical damage, and then it's going to force the overcharged balls to come out and be tossed at Sayu. Now, of course, you know, yeah, that's right, because Prospector's, sorry, I'm stumbling over words. There's so much happening here. But, you know, Prospector's Drill is going to take the highest cost card in your hand, of course, being the Chevron's Overcharged Ball. Now, the question is, can Inzaghi... Oh, he has second Sumeru Res, though. Can Inzaghi actually pull off all the damage needed to go through 10 HP? I think it's possible.
It is actually possible. Because... yeah, Chongyun's gonna go down. You have Fresh Wind, so you'll continue your turn. Sino will do quite a lot of damage. I think they just really need a pyro application, which they can actually do with Tada on themselves, so that the Prospector's Drill will throw it, unless it throws the weapon, which would be very unlucky.
Yeah, so let's do, once again, I'm going to do a recalc here. So we already expended talent because Sino's already done a elemental skill, I believe, right? So there we go. Prospector is now available. We have the skill, which is already Sino's now awakened because he has 4 stacks, so 3 + 2, so that's 5. And now we do the Prospectors.
Has to throw the ball. It throws the ball, okay.
All right, now that adds 2 more damage, right? So we're 5 plus 2. There we go. Oh, no, that's 10. We still have the other damage boosters from other stuff and the Prospector's Drill. My goodness, sorry for such a chaotic cast, but oh my goodness.
That is actually the ultimate turn. Look at Inzaghi. Look at the relief. We can't see his face, but we know the emotions that this man must be experiencing right now. That Sumeru Resonance pulling out the stops at the last second. The protagonist energy still exists for Inzaghi.
I cannot believe it. Nahida coming down, of course, being the new, you know, Archon of Sumeru and blessing her General Mahamatra with exactly what they need to take the win. It is literally, if that did not work out, if they were missing some cards, you know, maybe there's a Pyro Res or a White Glove, you know, you can mess around with her, but that was the perfect line to make Inzaghi take this back, and we are going to a Game 5.
You literally saw the light return to Inzaghi's eyes the moment that redraw happened.
Absolutely.
I cannot believe this. And it really shows how strong this deck is, but we'll follow up on that later. Guys, we have 2 UIDs at the bottom of the screen. If you are one of these, congratulations. You just won some Primo Gems.
And like we said, every single extra game that we play means another 1,000 Primo Gems, technically 2,000, going to 2 people. Of course, you know, splitting in half, right? But, you know, that we're now on Game 5. That's another Primo Gem raffle coming. So stay tuned. I cannot believe that we're going to a Game 5.
I cannot believe that. Like, Minty had the perfect start, great ramp, good cards, pulling out Wolf's Gravestone when necessary, slowly taking out the members of Inzaghi's field. And it really, again, demonstrates how strong Sign Overload is. He had the worst opening. He was losing characters left and right, but you just need the right combination of cards. And you just finish out that Fresh Wind.
Oh, that Fresh Wind. The fact that the Fresh Wind came out, because if you don't know how Sumeru Res works, basically you play it, costs 1 dice, and then you're going to draw a card out of the top of your deck, and then you're able to mulligan everything out of your current hand, put it all the way back in, and replace it with anything else in your deck. And you know, the more and more cards that you have, because Inzaghi had relative to 7, 8-ish cards, right? That's going to be 8 out of 15 to 20-ish chances of pulling out the rest of your deck. And that is, it's definitely a little bit of RNG, but you're most likely going to get what's sitting at the bottom.
I'm shell shocked. I am speechless.
But there was no crab.
There was no crab.
How are you shell shocked?
Maybe it's a delayed reaction.
Yes.
But you know what? Considering everything, I think that's exactly how Sino would want to win a TCG match.
Oh yes, absolutely. I am a sucker for competitive games when they go to that final round. Everything is on the line. Minty, Herald Claymore, and Inzaghi back to double Dragon's Ice Cube combo. Can he bring it back and prove that he's once and for all the combo god?
This should be a more even matchup because Herald Claymore versus Double Dragon is a combo that has been seen plenty of times in the previous patch, so the players should have a good amount of experience dealing with it, even if the contents of the decks are a little bit different than before.
Absolutely, yeah. Once again, just give these players a minute to breathe. This is such a stressful match because it's really interesting, right? And it's really awesome that we get to have this live event in the Hotel de Bro. But yes, here's the deck. But what I was saying there is that you get to see the players' expressions, right? We can't do that, online. People are busy doing other things. But yes, here's the deck selection that we have right here.
As we already saw earlier, Herald Claymore, Double Dragon, Ice Cube, 2 decks that were very, very popular in the last patch. And that means very, very popular during the group stages of which the players had to play through in order to qualify to this point. Thus, there should be plenty of experience dealing with it, and it should be a very even Game 5.
Oh yes, absolutely. This is so much on the line, using 2 decks that were quite popular in the previous patch. And while some changes have happened, for the most part, they can function about the same, as they were. I think Inzaghi is having a little bit of a harder time, of course, not having access to all that healing, but it should work out because, interestingly enough, they kind of play the similar way.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that possibility. What I am focusing on is that the protagonist under Inzaghi, it has never been more true than this moment right here. Literally backed against the wall. And then the heart of the cards responds to his pleas.
Absolutely. It is going to be the underdog boost versus the reigning champion. Let's see what you do this time, Minty. A refresher once more. Herald Claymore running the Wagner's engine, or specifically, as we like to call it, the Wagner's banner. Run 3 different Claymores in your deck. We'll see if Minty actually gets Wolf's Gravestone early to really mess with Inzaghi's breakpoints.
Minty got very lucky with this deck earlier, being able to get Timaeus, Wagner, Liban out straight away, getting to pull things like the Wolf's Gravestone to be available, but he was still missing some key pieces of the puzzle. Not having Curse of the Undercurrent applied affected it somewhat, and only running a single copy of Gamblers. If he had this card, he would have already won.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the things. Even if you have Timaeus to guarantee your draw, you still have 6 other artifacts you need to worry about. And Gamblers is the one that you want to come all the way to the end. But of course, Sino Overlord is just ready to rip through early and, was blessed by the Sumeru Resonance.
As for Double Dragon Ice Cube, on the other hand, it has so far not been working out too well for Inzaghi, because when you're playing this deck against a deck that's faster, it can't quite keep up. And when you're playing against something like Crab, unfortunately, Neuvillette will still have some trouble. It's going to be more evenly matched against Herald Claymore, but with the changes to Treasure and so on, it does make it more difficult to keep the characters healthy.
Yeah, Inzaghi definitely, because we pointed out so many things in this deck, like the Tutalia's Remembrance. We got to see that in play. Aegis to Talon and the double parametric transformer. I have faith that Inzaghi is probably going to proc them once again in this matchup. But the last thing definitely to look at is the singular Lotus Crisp, the one chance to reduce 3 damage from your opponent. And of course, if Minty ends up equipping that Wolf's Gravestone Claymore, it's going to be very relevant to survive the onslaught that it brings.
It's going to be down to the wire. A single game between these players and moving on into the next round of the competition. And I cannot believe that this is what the very first game of the losers bracket has come to. Like, we knew it was going to be intense down here, but this has surpassed all expectations.
Absolutely. So many parallels between both of these players, you know, in their opinion of how the meta is shaping, you know, certain cards or certain archetypes that are preventing them from playing, you know, the way they want to, but it's just, of course, how the meta goes, right? And, you know, they have their opinion. They're very humble about it. It's like, you know, I'm just going to do my best. You know, if I can make it all the way through, that's great. But, you know, this is a very difficult match that they have to face off with.
And I'm really glad that this gets to be my very first game casted here as well. You too,
yes.
Kojo. I can't
Absolutely.
believe this is how it kicks off. I'm
know,
glad that
right?
everyone watching right now is getting a very entertaining time, but it's not over yet. There's still one more. Minty, the underdog, who has been able to push one of our top and most celebrated players in the community to their limits. And Inzaghi, the protagonist, who has continued to defy odds time and time again. Only one gets to move on to the next stage.
Indeed, indeed. But two of you can win the 1,000 Primo Gems because this is the last game before we move on to the next one. So be sure to check into the chat and enter through the moderator. Just let them know the command, and you'll be picking the player who you think is going to make it out of this match.
And this is only going to be on the YouTube channel of Astra Carnival. So make sure you guys are not confusing that. Make sure you're in the right place, because otherwise, even if you do follow the rules and type in the correct message, you will not be eligible, and that's not a good feeling, is it? So yeah.
Oh man, round 5 starts. Such a wonderful visual there. Herald Talent T1, Golden Troop as well. Countdown and Strategize and Liven. Oh my goodness.
Well, this is once again a pretty nice opening hand for Minty. Definitely an opportunity to switch some things out. Could maybe get rid of Strategize or the Golden Troop if they really wanted to, but could even keep their hold hand. As for Inzaghi, at least they have Liven this time. That's not the only card they're gonna keep. And with Dunyazard, this is looking a lot better than Game 4.
Oh yes, absolutely. Liven is kind of the key, you know, to all of this, because even if you really, really want the countdown to the show, that Linny card, that's 3 aligned cost, Liven is really the core of it all. Of course, all you need to do is skill on the character that you want to sit on for as long as possible, and then Liven can scoop up the rest.
Liven continuing to be a very crucial card, even from the very beginning, the early days of Genshin TCG. But again, Countdown to the Show pulls out Wolf's Gravestone. Well, he doesn't really need an extra Liven, but hey, why not?
Yeah, Inzaghi is right now, he's just waiting. He's looking at the camera, it's like, you better not pull Wolf's Gravestone. Don't do it. Don't do it to me, man. Come on now.
If only he knew.
If only he knew. I'm sure he will eventually. Now, Minty's calcing out the line. Did expend an extra dice to the, what is it called? The float is going to be a little awkward. There we go. And let's see what we got. Okay, Wagner's.
If they do play Wagner's, though, you won't be able to fully feed Liben this turn. Unfortunately, nothing like Seed Box to be able to help out with that.
Yeah.
So Minty's going to have to make a bit of a decision.
Yeah, thankfully, I think Minty should be fine here because they do have Wagner's and Golden House to make sure that works out. And they're going to make sure to toss out another Liben to make sure they don't overdraw. And Zagi nods his head. It's like, okay.
He was nodding his head.
Yeah.
He was basically saying, okay, this is fine. This is acceptable. Did he make a mistake?
No, I think he should be okay. Yeah, because it's always Dunerzod into Liven, and then you pull out the Timaeus. Maybe they were hoping for something else. There we go. Oh, okay, very nice.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm really wondering what that reaction from Inzaghi was about. I feel like we may have missed something.
It could be the stress, right? We've already talked about it a lot. And, you know, this is actually something Inzaghi already talked about in his player interview, right? Got knocked out early, very unfortunately. You know, just got unlucky. It was the Kave Whale deck that knocked him down to the lower bracket. And then from there, like Minty said, why, you know, they have a little bit of fear going this, not only because of the Inzaghi being a Prince Cup champion, but also the fact that Inzaghi did not drop a game in the losers bracket of the online series. That is insane to do that.
It's the lower bracket meta, basically. Inzaghi seems to perform the best when he's pushed into a corner, which is exactly what a shonen protagonist should be. So continuing to live up to that title for now. But let's have a look at what kind of dice rolls we can expect from them in round 2.
Yeah, once again, just give them their time to think about it. You know, it may seem like, you know, these players, you know, like they're not doing anything on screen, but they have so much to think about because you got to remember, you know, even up here here as casters, you know, we're talking about what's presently happening. We are looking a little bit ahead, but players need to calculate like 3 lines ahead or 3 turns ahead about what's going to happen next, especially when one mistake could cost you the entire game.
It's a very tense situation, and I really could not imagine myself doing it. That's why I'm up here instead. But Inzaghi did end up getting some good stuff. Already actually having that double parametric once again. Not too sure if he'll play those together the same way he did previous. Ooh, another gilded
very
too.
Nice.
So Inzaghi's hand looking way healthier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, there could be some other things that could swing, you know, Inzaghi into a better favor, but I'm not going to complain about 2 free gildeds. There's going to be plenty of dice generation to match off against Minty, who also would have something similar in kind, but of course now, this time around, Minty is having more weapons than they do artifacts.
But I think it is pretty even. Inzaghi has a little bit more ramp overall, but Minty can match that by having the Wolf's Gravestone and the Herald Talent in hand, prepared to play at any time. It does look like Inzaghi is going to go ahead and go over to Aztaha here. Going to be looking to absorb the cryo that is on the Herald.
Yeah, that's definitely great to have. You want to ideally absorb, you know, cryo on Aztaha, because that's how this deck has been played. Even when it was back with Layla, you always want that cryo on Aztaha. So you have 2 forms of cryo application, and make sure that Nuvlet can have a super clean endgame.
Nuvlet has been having trouble finding that clean endgame so far, so let's see if this is going to be the game where it does end up happening. Inzaghi going to take his time to think about it just a little bit. The obvious play is to go for an attack, absorb the cryo, even proc the revive. But if Minty does have Herald Talent in hand, that could mess with the number of actions Inzaghi has left this round.
Absolutely. They even throw out the guild as well. They've been drawing really well. Might as well continue the trend. 12 dice to work with. Let's absorb that crowd. Now, we've been talking a lot about Inzaghi, right? But looking over at Minty's side, they don't really have the similar capabilities to generate so much dice like Inzaghi is. Now, I do wonder, you know, how much are they going to be able to do here? Because Herald simply falls to this skill and then needs to do, you know, a little more on Inzaghi's side. But Herald is definitely going to fall within this turn.
And that's going to be unfortunate, but as long as you get the Curse of the Undercurrent out, then it is somewhat manageable.
And I'm going to eat my words because Minty just drew Gilded anyway.
Well, at the very least, he doesn't have easy ways of discounting it. I am looking, actually, no, that is a Golden House in hand, right? So Golden House with Timaeus would actually discount it.
Oh yeah, no, Minty is going for a counter line, so that way they can stop Aztaha in their tracks by using their Chongyun skill. But from there, what else are you going to do? I do wonder if they go for that Golden House into Gilded Dreams, because if you don't know, Timaeus does not need to be at maximum stacks to recost your artifact. It just needs to be what is currently available. So Golden House will reduce Gilded Dreams by 1, and then Timaeus is able to scoop up the rest, and that is a free Gilded Dreams for you to use.
It's a very handy feature of this card here, which can make up actually for the nerfs that Lyre Song received recently in order to keep the magic engine going. And I do think it's a good idea. Minty sees that Inzaghi has a good amount of dice, could potentially even generate more this turn, so making sure they're able to keep up in dice economy will ensure that they're not forced into a hyper defensive position.
Yep, and there we go. Minty makes sure to make max efficiency of the Golden Troop. That's one of the awkward things about playing Golden Troop, is that you need to make sure that you use it first before you do any other Gilded Dream shenanigans. You cannot keep that dice reduction as long as you take off the artifact. But there we go. Aztaha is now frozen. Inzaghi still did the right play, I think. You know, make sure you just apply Cryo to everyone. That's always your #1 game plan inside Double Dragons.
And that's why we can see that Minty has not used Sayu yet this game, wanting to make sure that it will be difficult for Inzaghi, or at the very least, not within the efficient line to reapply Cryo onto her, because she is going to be the main carry here. Only having 1 Wolf's Gravestone in this deck means that you're not going to be able to enable both Sayu and Chongyun the same way that other Herald Claymore variants would.
Yeah, and once again, we can see, you know, why Inzaghi doesn't like freeze, because in this scenario, assuming Aztaha was not unfrozen, we could use Seed Box into Parametric, do a skill, and then Chongyun, you know, in kind would skill right back, and then you could skill another time and have another 3 dice and be able to continue your turn. But this freeze is stopping all of that game plan in its tracks.
Yeah, it is really good for Minty that he was able to freeze as the He here, because Inzaghi, like you mentioned, would have a lot more ways to generate dice. Still have another Gilded for free, have the Parametric, should have enough actions this turn between him and Minty to get that procced as well. And if as the He was available to take advantage of all of those dice, Minty would basically lose on the spot. And people might ask, oh, why not Inzaghi do that, but with New Valette instead? Well, without Tule Tula, it doesn't quite do as much.
Yeah, absolutely. You lose a lot of damage, you know, when you don't have that Catalyst equipped. And Minty just went for the line that I suspected, because now that Inzaghi's on Cryo Cube, of course, Inzaghi has plenty of dice to swap around and has the Gillandries and Liar Song combination, but Minty's immediately going to go for the last remaining Hydro application they have available and try to get that Cryo Cube. Looks like they're willing to take it.
I think Inzaghi is perfectly fine with this, because so far it has been very difficult for him to actually get Sayu vulnerable. So trading the applications on their main carries seems like a worthy trade for him right now.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, there's this whole idea way back when Shenhe was first introduced, you know, because that had the Animo Swirl doing multiple times of damage. It's trying to deny reactions, but thanks to the existence of, you know, Sayu and then Cryo Cube being just a tank, you know, at some point you just have to consider you can't wait anymore and you need to start moving.
That's exactly what Inzaghi is doing, and we can see Minty gonna go ahead and go for that Golden House to Maya's play to get the Gilded for free, thereby giving himself an additional action, and that will confirm a Hydro application onto New Valette as well.
Yep, there we go. A nice draw into another Golden House. Minty is going to be able to play their next weapon for at least one cost. Super duper useful to have something like that.
Now that Minty has actually been able to swirl Hydro onto Azdaha and New Valette, there's actually the option to use Chongyun as the main carry instead of Sayu. Since that Wolf's Gravestone has been held in hand this whole time, it hasn't been pre-equipped. So Minty still has that flexibility of deciding who is going to be his finisher.
Absolutely. I definitely agree, but also disagree with that point, because with the other version where you only ran 2 Wolf's Gravestones, Chongyun and Sayu never had to fight over who gets the big popsicle stick of doom, right?
So in this deck, they do. So I personally still do prefer the previous deck list a little bit. I do feel like the Wagner banner can be disappointing sometimes, and both characters with Wolf's Gravestone do a lot of pressure. But Minty does seem to like this version a little bit more, and so far it's going well, but will it be able to close things out for him?
Yeah, Inzaghi's redoing some calcs. Like I said, the parametric line is a little messed up because, you know, Inzaghi probably isn't feeling that Minty has more Gilded, but you always have to account for the possibilities, these lines, and that's how you have to play the TCG competitively, is that you need to consider that, hey, it could happen and it totally messes up my current strategy, but they should be going for the Elemental Burst. There we go. Boom! And now we could probably apply Cryo to Herald as well.
That's going to be a pretty good position. Now that the burst has been used, Cryo Cube as well is no longer really important. So Herald and Cryo Cube are both going to be just characters that the players are looking to throw away to try and pivot.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the point where revives cannot push you through the game any longer. You're going to have to rely on your damage carries to really push you through the game. I think that it's a little uncomfortable, but I think that Inzaghi is in a pretty good position with Cryo applied to both of the opponents.
Yeah, I think so as well. We know that New Valette still doesn't have Tile Tula, but Freeze is still a pretty powerful reaction. I can't really remember if Minty's deck is running Tada.
No, it would not.
It is not. So, yeah. If Inzaghi is able to get freezes out comfortably onto Minty's characters, then, oh, well, there's the Tile Tula.
There, we love to see it. Inzaghi, you know, very much locked in, not leaning back in his chair anymore. He knows this is the last game that could be possible, and the rolls have been pretty kind to him this time around. Unlucky roller tag finally abolished from this world. It is time to do or go home.
And it is a very evenly matched duel right now. Minty even was able to draw the double Liar Song themselves. If this was a previous patch, that would be very powerful. A little less powerful this time, but means that Minty will still have enough dice to play around with. Their positioning going to be very important now, because if Sayu and Chongyun get frozen in front of New Valette, then you will lose the ability to disable Inzaghi for this turn.
Yeah, oof, you know what, I just gotta stop claiming things because unfortunately Inzaghi did not get very lucky in this turn because ideally you would go to Nouvelle and you can at least do one skill to make sure that Minty characters stay down because of course they will likely stay on Herald, so it's maybe okay. You would swap to Agedaha and then just do maybe a little 1-2 punch, but then from there, you know, once Herald goes down, Sayu and Chongyun are ready to roll that Wolf's Gravestone lying in wake.
Yeah, and if you want to keep Nouvelle healthy as well by finishing Herald with Cube or Azdaha, both of them are beneath the Wolf's Gravestone threshold. And if you combine that with Gamblers, you would effectively be giving Minty dice for free, which is what you want to avoid.
Yeah, absolutely. You already get dice from Gilded Drink's Liar Song and the Boar Princess. Don't give them more than they already need.
So Inzaghi will be forced to make a choice here. From his perspective, there isn't going to be a correct answer. He just has to choose something, stick to it, and hope that it ends up being the most effective one for him right now.
Absolutely. I think ultimately Cryocube is the one that you're going to be wanting to sacrifice because at the end of the day, you know, Cryocube still has that revive, so you're going to be able to avoid the Gambler's Chain for at least one turn before things start to get a little difficult for you.
Yeah, I do agree. Inzaghi gonna take his time. He has been able to generate a bit more dice, but that is basically all of the magic engine that he has in this deck. So if he's not able to make a definitive play this turn, Minty will start taking over.
Yeah. Another reason that Inzaghi was taking a little bit is that there is only one Gamblers inside this deck, you know, or at least available in their hand. So once the Cryocube goes down, you know, once again, they still have another turn, a little bit of padding, but unless you get that Liar Song, but you're not going to spend on something like Gamblers, you know, it's going to be Nouvelle versus the world. Even this is the second parametric as well, right? So
Liar Song gonna be played, first card of the round, so gonna be able to get that full discount. Boar Princess as well means that Minty will be able to generate more dice for themselves and make sure that they get something if Chongyun is taken out. The revive on the cube will be burnt out there, and it will be left frozen, which means that Inzaghi with no quick swap will be forced to slow swap to another character, and all of them are at risk of being frozen by Chongyun.
Oh yeah, it's quite ironic for the fate of Cryocube to fall to being frozen, but
pretty weird.
It's pretty weird, but let's see here. Now it is the bait and switch situation. Can Inzaghi go to Agedaha safely? We know that they can't, but you know, let's see if they're willing to go in for that play.
Inzaghi's gonna have to make a smart choice here. Gonna go ahead and pull
strategize, but it's not what you want. You want that fast swap, that leave it to me.
You need the quick swap. There is no way to break out of this stalemate outside a quick swap, unless Inzaghi wants to just sacrifice Cube and Azdaha by switching between them until Minty runs out of dice, which feels bad, but could be a line for him to take.
Absolutely. Just thinking about, I don't know. Do I want to, because it's hard to say if I want to swap to Agedaha, because it feels too much, you know, too much free dice. You really just don't want to give that to them. And they're, you know, they're regardless
quick
out
swap?
of...
No. There's another countdown.
There's another countdown.
Do you want to keep digging, Inzaghi?
Yeah, well, yeah. Do you want to keep digging down the mine? I don't know. I probably wouldn't at this rate.
Yeah, if you keep digging, you'd be left at 5 dice. And we already know Inzaghi spent all of their hyper magic engine. They're not going to get any more this round. May have to just commit to the switch play.
Yeah, make sure to pre-play Boar Princess because Boar Princess gives you that Omni dice when you destroy an artifact, and a character falling means you will also destroy the artifact. And since 2 characters are guaranteed to fall, you know, I think you're going to get 2 procs out of it.
This is rough. This is rough. Both players still have pretty solid chances here, but Inzaghi is going to need to survive this onslaught. As long as they're able to find a way to get Nouvelle out. Honestly, either character out opposite Chongyun, they can just take him out.
Yep, looks like Inzaghi goes for the Agedaha. Minty should absolutely just drop in the Gravestone. They technically don't even need to, because I know I've been focusing a lot on Gravestone, but Chongyun actually just has enough damage. First off to freeze, you know, Cryo and Hydro, but also just to take out Agedaha in the first place. So really, doesn't really matter.
I don't think you try to take out Azlaha here, because you would be giving a free switch to Neuvillette.
Oh yeah.
And if you committed to that by playing Will's Gravestone too, you would be left with very little dice, like a 1 action maximum with Liar Song and Golden House, which I guess would still work since you do have Chongyun's Frostfield up.
Yeah, I did talk about dice being a little difficult on Zagi's side, but Minty's actually having a little bit of a difficult time here because you do have 2 Wagners to tune, but you want to use that to make sure you can decost your Gravestone all the way. Ultimately, I think you can just use Golden House, and that's fine enough to work with it because it'll also turn over to Gilded Dreams later on. But, you know, you need to tune at least 2 cards if you want this Sayu, or not Sayu, sorry, the Chongyun, you know, skill to come out. Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna be able to pull out Sack Sword here. So if Minty wanted, they could actually play Sack Sword on Chongyun instead, just to give a bit of extra damage.
Yep, if you are not familiar with the Sacrificial series inside the TCG, all it simply does is that when you use an elemental skill, you will generate 1 dice of your character's type. So to basically, you know, it's more similar to that Forest Regalia or the Sumeru Craftables where you can gain, you know, extra dice. And this one's permanent, you know, those Sumeru Craftables only work once.
Yep, so Sack Sword definitely can have value here. And then make sure that you're not potentially wasting the Will's Gravestone. Ooh, Minty does find their own quick swap. I don't really think they're in a position to need it right now.
Yeah, it would definitely be relevant a little more later when a Neuvillette does inevitably freeze them. But right now, I think definitely just go for the Chongyun skill, keep Azhdaha, you know, locked away and force Neuvillette to be the only one to take the field. And that way, you can just start slamming down with Gravestone instead.
More Golden House. Yep, it will be the Sack Sword equipped onto Chongyun. So no Wolf's Gravestone yet. Inzaghi can breathe a little bit, but does not know if this means that Minty doesn't have Wolf's Gravestone or if he's just holding onto it. Even gonna commit the Gamblers here. So that means that Azlaha does go down.
Yeah, ultimately, having that fast swap changes up Minty's lines because they were really prepping for, you know, not being able to move off of Chongyun cleanly and Nuva possibly just completely sweeping the game here.
This is where that quick swap from Minty will come into play. Because Neuvillette now will freeze Chongyun. Inzaghi will specifically try not to kill Chongyun so that Minty has the slow swap, but he has a quick swap. And Sayu can freeze Neuvillette with Chongyun's Frostfield.
You can even see, you know, how you mentioned earlier, like, you know, the Sacrificial Gravestone, oh, that's not so bad. And Inzaghi just did a little wince, like, oh, okay. You know, it could have been Gravestone, I would have been sad. But, well, we all know it's still in there.
Minty's just been waiting. And now this is the chance. I don't know if Minty has enough dice to switch Gravestone and attack twice to take out Neuvillette. I doubt Inzaghi would even let that happen. He'd switch to Cube first. So Neuvillette will still survive this round. Minty can actually choose maybe not to go for Gravestone and just commit to double action for more damage.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, the most interesting thing here is that they do have the Liar Song and stealing the Gamblers away from Chongyun because the Cryo Cube is going to fall to a Swirl, a Death by Collateral, because they're already on 1 HP.
Except Minty does. Okay, Minty does have access to Swirl, but I think they would much rather use that Hydro to freeze Neuvillette. I think that's going to be much more value overall. And that means that Inzaghi is going to be forced to end his turn.
Yeah, no, it's definitely fair. I was too used to seeing Chongyun already getting knocked out super early, so I'm like, oh, hey, this Frostfield. So yeah, take Neuvillette to the freezer, give him a few minutes to cool off, and then we can take care of it next round.
Inzaghi gonna use his remaining dice for countdown because there's literally nothing else he can do with them. And that means that he is going to leave his fate to be determined by Minty right here. Minty has enough dice for one more action. Liar Song not the same as it used to be, so I don't think he's gonna get another one.
Yeah, thankfully, Cryo Cube, you know, no more elemental application is available, so they're going to be able to live another day, and that could definitely come into the end game if Minty never gets to a point where Sayu can do another Swirl, because that way you have one more character to try and squeeze out that final end game.
As of now, it's definitely looking like Inzaghi is pushed into a corner once again. We've already seen the protagonist energy come true for him once this series. Will it be able to happen once more? Lotus guarantees that Nuvalet will not go down this turn and is a very important card because Inzaghi won't be able to switch to Cryo Cube to tank damage once he ends.
Absolutely. The timer is ticking down. Yeah, Golden Troop onto Cube. Be as efficient as possible. There's no more board princesses that are going to be able to save you at this moment. I think the players are almost at a deck out if we see the cards on the left side of the screen. They're not as jumbled up, so I think they're about to run out soon.
Look at the heart rate on Inzaghi jumping up slowly. You can tell that he is nervous, he is anxious, he knows that he has left his fate in Minty's hands. And whether or not he survives to move on to the next round all determines on how much damage Minty will do with the rest of this round.
Absolutely. Yeah, Minty, you know, very much locked in. It was really interesting to observe the heart rates, right? Because earlier, Minty was sitting at about 90, and now they've jumped up 10. So, you know, they too are feeling the pressure. Going to go for a board princess and going to try and wish out the artifacts through this means. I'm a little confused as to why, though. Oh, okay.
Burst. Going for the burst. Okay.
Let's go. Oh, yes, and Chongyun does fall to the summon because Nuvalet is standing on the opposite side of him.
A quick swap could have been handy for Inzaghi a little bit earlier, but hey, better late than never. He still has 2 characters alive, so that will still make a difference. We are coming down to the wire here, folks. This could be the very last round to determine which of these players goes on into the next stage.
Absolutely. This is now the time to absolutely equip Gravestone. 1 Sayu normal attack will be able to knock out Nuvalet. Could Cryo Cube push it out from here? I don't think so. Inzaghi, I think they need to fast swap into Cryo Cube and then skill and then just let Nuvalet and let that freeze, and hopefully they can take the game from there.
But doesn't Nuvalet just freeze right here?
Oh, that is true. Nuvalet would freeze right here, so there's actually no need to do all those shenanigans. That is right.
And Minty doesn't run Tada. Yeah, Minty has to end their turn. Inzaghi, he has clinched it out again. Pushed against a wall multiple times. The protagonist has done it.
Oh no, going for the extra, letting them know I have a fast swap. Burst! Here it goes.
And you can truly see the relief awash on Inzaghi's face as he knows he has been through the ringer. Minty has pushed him to his utmost limits. And it's only round 1.
Yeah, this was only the first round of the loser's side. It's so much harder to fight through the lower bracket because you know that every single match could be your last. And you know, a lot of times people expect people to like pop off really hard. You gotta understand that this is a lot of mental and stress that you have to work through in a match like this.
I've gotta give props to Minty as well. Again, very new to the scene, one of their first tournament, their first offline tournament. And they've already been able to achieve things like this, putting it very close. It could have been anyone's game right until the finish, but we can see the handshake right there from both players, a show of sportsmanship and a recognition of one another's strength.
Absolutely, yeah. It's always great to see sportsmanship, you know, represented at the end, because at the end of the day, this is a game and it is a competition, of course. Not to say that there isn't any hard feelings, of course, there always will be a little bit there, but, you know, it is at the end of the day competition between, you know, players who have played multiple times, you know, against each other.
But it hasn't been an incredible match. This is not how we would have expected it to go at the beginning. It seemed like Minty had a good handle of things. It seemed like Inzaghi may have some trouble bringing Double Dragon to effectiveness in this meta. There were multiple close calls where it seemed like Minty would be able to close it out, where it seemed like the cards were on his side. But Inzaghi showing why he has this power, why the community fears him so much.
Absolutely, not only being the combo god, but you are going to be feeling quite well with these Primo Gem raffles. If you see your UID here, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems.
Ooh, that's a lot of Primo Gems right there. Hopefully it will go a long way into helping you guys claim the next character you have your eyes on. And for everyone else, don't worry. We will still have one more match before the end of the day. So that means there'll be plenty more raffles for you guys to participate in. So make sure you stay tuned.
Absolutely. That was only the first game of the day. Can you believe we have another one after
third
this?
game. First for us.
Third game, yeah. Yes.
I can't believe it because so much happened there. It feels like we've already been through a whole day of casting, but it has only been a single best of 5 series, and it really shows how close the competition actually is between this top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Even, with no records on the board, you can still prove your all through that, and I think Minty played amazingly. And of course, Inzaghi finally getting that Game 4 protagonist buff just pulls through, and then a very difficult Game 5. It's not all luck, it was skill.
It takes a very special series to be able to keep us guessing all the way until the end, and now we get to have a look at the post-match data between these two players as well.
Oh yeah, there we go. The strongest single strike, on average, if you're not playing Sino Overload, you would not expect the other players to match it, but there it is, 10 and 11 respectively. And going a little lower now, this is a really fun stat. Maximum dice spent in the first round. Wow.
That is quite a lot here. A single round having lots of dice spent, even though we have had cards like Lumenstone and Hyper Magic nerfed in total, players are still able to figure out ways to get those dice out and get a pretty healthy amount of card draw as well.
Absolutely. Look at that. Their average action taken per turn looking pretty similar. Once again, a testing, despite having very different decks they're playing, quite similarly, those certain engines will end up working, pretty similarly. And here we go, a reminder of our schedule today.
Like we mentioned, there is still going to be one more best of 5 before the end of day 1, and it is going to be between Chikuwa and CJRs. Once again, another matchup with some pretty big names in the TCG community.
Absolutely. I'm going to be very excited to see those matches later on. We can see an update of the bracket. Goodbye, Minty. Thank you for playing. Congratulations.
07 in the chat, guys. Minty put up an amazing fight. We would not have expected him to push Inzaghi this far, to have to activate his protag powers, not once, but twice.
Oh, yeah.
And he was still so humble in the interview as well. He said, oh, there's no way I'm going to make it into the next round, but he was this close.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as it's sad to see the players go, they don't go home without anything. They do have, the prizes that do delineate down. Of course, the top prize is $16,000 for being the Prince Cup champion, and then from there you divide it by 2 every single dime down to the top 8.
It's a big prize pool, so these players want to put their all on the line. But for now, we're gonna jump into a quick break before we come back with the last match of the series. So if you guys want to see more TCG action and participate in more raffles, make sure you guys stay tuned. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, travelers! Hope you guys haven't missed us for too long because you're currently watching the Prince Cup Pacific 2024 knockout stages, and we are down to our final match of the day. And it has been an exciting day so far. My name is Stafa. I'm gonna be one of your casters for today alongside Kojo.
Yep, Kojo Creations here once again. We're only on the 4th game, but it's gonna be the final game of today, and we're gonna be back with 4 more tomorrow, so that's quite exciting. So we have 1 more game to go through, and like you said, this is literally the knockout stage because we are in the lower bracket where players only have 1 life left, and once it's gone, they're out.
Yeah, we've already watched one of our players go home earlier. Minty, unfortunately, their journey has ended. So they put up a strong fight, but that is the nature of the competition, and it can be really, really difficult around here. But we want to remind you guys there is a QR code right now at the bottom of the screen. This same QR code pops up in every single game as well. So make sure you guys scan that to give us some feedback about what we can improve going forward.
Absolutely. Your feedback is super appreciated. Helps us improve these shows to make them bigger and better.
It's been so exciting all day. Like, I wanted to introduce, we have a 3rd person on desk. This bird right here is my mascot, in case anyone is wondering. I hope he hasn't been causing mischief because we've been so focused in on the game. I haven't been keeping an eye on him. So hopefully you guys can help me do that as well once we jump on into things. But yeah, our last match is going to be between Chikuwa and CJRs. What do you think about that?
Ooh, CJRs and Chikuwa, very strong players in their own right for different reasons. And of course, Chikuwa having a 1st place in the Japan Prince Cup, just like Inzaghi, having such a large title to live up to is very much something that's going to be a lot of pressure, against this time going against someone who's quite seasoned, in my opinion.
I think both players have quite a number of achievements under their belt, so this is going to be a very high-level battle between both players, and I think it's a very interesting one as well, because they have pretty distinct personalities.
Absolutely, yeah. We can start talking about a little...
Man, their personalities are so powerful, they just showed up and almost hit Kojo in the face in the middle of his sentence. Are you okay?
Maybe a little bit. But Chikuwa, very cute pose there, this time showing off the Prince Cup logo. But of course they had the little heart in there, and then CGR adjusting their gauntlet and ready to throw it down.
So the personal tag that Chikuwa has chosen for himself is Dice Magician. Do you think this is accurate?
I could say it is interesting considering the decks that they do like that aren't going to typically run Gilded Dreams, whereas all that magic stuff is going to come from. But looks like this is what they've been trying out on their commonly used decks. So last patch looks like it's going to be the Fatuizon deck, which we're quite familiar with. I can throw out a lot of damage just by doing skills on all your characters.
That is true, that is true. Definitely not a deck that's quite as good anymore after a lot of changes, so it's going to be fun to see. I do personally like watching Chikuwa quite a lot. I think he's one of the more expressive players we have here in the Genshin TCG community. You can always tell what he's feeling on his face. But on the opposite side, we have CJRs, who has tagged himself as Burnt Kitchen.
That is quite accurate because CJR does cite themselves as they like to cook by themselves and they like to do all archetypes. But of course, if you can play all archetypes and cook all of them, sometimes you might make a little bit of a mess.
I see. So maybe they cooked a little bit too hard here. The kitchen couldn't handle it. But I hope that we will be able to, because I want to see some fun games here. But before the game starts, as per usual, we gotta dig into the brains of the players a little bit. So let's go ahead and show you guys their interviews.
Hi, I'm CJR Zizi, and currently studying in Melbourne, Australia. I'm glad to have a chance to play Prince Cup this year. For me, the most impressive game is Game 3 against Duel. In that game, I played the treasure on the wrong character and lose game because of it. After that, this failure alerts me to think more and faster before I doing any action. I still remember that game. First of all, I believe my lineup is good, and it brings me a lot of good matchup and makes my life easier. And secondly, in that game, I luckily draw the lift with me and act on time, which helps me to get the victory. For this patch, personally, I will introduce the Bennett deck, especially like Bennett, Herd, and the Electro Cube. I think this deck is very easy to play, and the gameplay is very linear, which is suitable for the new players in this game. My personal advice is that enjoy the game, enjoy the competition, and don't care too much about the result, like win or lose.
Well, I definitely agree, with CJR's mentality because, when we talked to them about it, they're like, I was more of a casual at first, but then, I got a little interested in the competition, and from there, it's just the spirit of competitive play. You're going to win and you're going to lose, and if you don't lose, okay, well, first off, you're a high roller, but secondly, you're probably not doing the right thing, and you're probably not learning the lessons that you have to learn inside the TCG to win.
But I think CJR has learned quite a lot himself, and he seems like a very confident player straight up. I think he's already giving the impression to the rest of us that he's already guaranteed to move on to the next round. So, I don't know, you gotta have something behind a statement like that.
Oh yeah, definitely rolling in with the confidence. We'll comment more on that later, but look at the deck selection. Both of them, Psy and Overload. Wait, but Chikuwa is playing Crab.
Chikuwa is not only playing Crab, they are playing Ningguang Stall.
Oh,
that's a deck we have not seen in a very long time. And in fact, I think it is the deck in which he got the highest single strike damage in during the Asia Invitational.
Oh wow, that is super impressive. Of course, Asia Invitational was a little bit a ways ago, so at the time you could definitely play slower decks like Ning Wong, and be able to pop off with that massive damage in the end game. But this is really interesting because we didn't get to see Chikuwa's player interview, but of course we are able to sample some of the questions for them, and I was very interested to find out that they actually do favor Stall a little bit with their archetypes. They have Diona, Barbara, and Xingqiu, and then of course, like we just saw here, the Ningguang, Xingqiu, and Barbara deck.
Stall decks can be difficult to pilot. I myself do not know how to pilot them. That's why I don't really like them very much, but the players definitely do. So we're going to start things off by looking at the decks they're going to play for round 1, which actually end up being Sino Crab versus Sino Overload.
Yeah, this will be really interesting to see who comes out on top because both of the decks are going to have that damage turn 2 to 3 pop off, and of course it can go even further assuming Sino survives, but looks like Chikuwa is going to go for a little more consistency inside this deck through the means of having 2 Sino talents and a Moon Piercer for Sino to equip.
Having that Moon Piercer is a very interesting choice here because it's not really something we've seen in the previous Sino Crab deck, but definitely can help quite a lot since both Sino and Toma can equip it when you are needing that pinch of dice.
Absolutely. It's most likely going to be equipped on Sino because not only does Moon Piercer reduce the cost of your skill, but it also reduces the cost of your talent, so that is going to be super relevant. And here on the other side, looking pretty standard, not too many curveballs in here.
They do seem to be running changing shifts here, though, for CJR, so not quite the Dawn Winery that we've been seeing so far. Instead, having this card that will be able to work once, not quite as consistent, but is a lot more on demand.
Yeah, that is always the difficult part about playing locations or support cards is that you need to make sure you drive, because if you don't, then you're not going to be able to use the extremely supportive effects and super important effects of those cards, right? We have Catherine and Leave It To Me to cover both of those bases in CJR's deck.
The difference between running a single Dawn Winery and 2 changing shifts is that in exchange for having more consistency, you lose the element of surprise with Dawn Winery, right? Your opponent sees it, they can always calculate it and changing shifts or leave it to me can come out all of a sudden and catch them off. So I guess that's what CJRs is operating off of.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see, changing shifts is going to be able to be relevant into this matchup because, we haven't really seen it. It's been slowly starting to be phased out. Now that Dawn Winery exists, players want to experiment with a little bit like, ooh, I got a new way to decost my swaps.
But it also means that if you're able to switch things up a little bit, pull out a different card that does a similar thing, then maybe players aren't quite as prepared to deal with it. We'll find out whether it does pay off. But this is going to be game number 1 here between Chikuwa and CJRs in the lower bracket. And that also means QR code once again is available for you guys to scan. Please leave us your feedback because all of it goes towards making even better content for all of you guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, this should be a really interesting match to start us off with. Sort of the two opposite archetypes of Sino, the full aggression versus the stalling variant on the side of Chikuwa. And this victory could determine the momentum of the rest of the other 5 matches that could potentially be played. And with that many matches, isn't there a way that our viewers at home could benefit from all of those?
Yeah, I sure do wish there was a way to benefit, right? It's not like there's been a raffle ongoing every single game thus far that you can participate in by typing a specific type of comment in the chat and leaving your UID so that you stand a chance to be one of our winners every single round. There's definitely nothing like that, right?
Oh yeah, no, definitely not. It's not on the Astra Carnival YouTube channel. If you're watching on Genshin Official, head over to there and make sure you get your 1,000 Primo gems. But yes, here we go. Interesting start that we have here.
Yeah, interesting start already. I think both players do have a good amount of utility in hand, but unfortunately not really the ramp you would usually want to look for.
Yeah, for the most part, CJR will be able to work with this. They simply skill on Dea. Now, ideally, they would want to go for an Electro application, but they know that Chikuwa is playing this Crab, and now it's even more funny because now they're going to be cleansing Electro on the Crab, and of course that their talent is going to apply Pyro. They will get a free swap over to Toma if they so desire. So, all in all, CJR is not going for that Sino skill.
It's a potentially funny interaction, but here we can see Chikuwa gonna equip that tenacity into Vanarana and potentially end here. They did have a Liban in hand, but I think because of having to play Countdown previously, gonna be a bit difficult to make sure that is fed. So just gonna go for passing the dice to the next round instead.
Absolutely. I think unquestionably, of course, we talked about CJR having not too much ramp, but I think that they're simply going to equip that Prospectors or Onslaught to Sino. Yep, exactly as I expected. And there we go. Actually, now that I'm looking at this board state, I'm a little bit in disagreement with it because if you don't know, Vanarana and Liban are 2 cards that take away dice, and push them into the next round. But the problem is that Vanarana is permanent and you cannot get rid of it. So you want to fill that Liban, it's not going to happen unless you pass 5 dice, and that's a little bit too much.
It's quite a tall order, especially when you're against such an aggressive deck like Sign Overload, right? So I'm not too sure if that Liban will ever find some play, but we'll keep an eye on it for now. As for CJRs, he actually did manage to draw Sino Talent here in round 2, which is exactly when you want it. We actually did see his reaction to it. He went a little bit like, ooh, okay.
Ooh, very nice, very nice. Oh, yeah, nodding his head. I'm very curious to see, the players' expression. We already had a very expressive match earlier with Inzaghi and Minty. Inzaghi was falling into despair before finally getting the lucky break that they needed through the round 4.
Yeah, I think Inzaghi's reactions were very emotional because of the stakes of things, but I can almost guarantee that this match will be a lot more expressive because Chikuwa has always been the type to let his heart show on his sleeve. I'm a little unfamiliar with CJRs, but so far he's been reacting quite notably, so this should be quite fun.
I'd say CJR is quite expressive as well. It's great to see these things because that way you can see they're nodding their head. That means they're thinking through, all the available lines that they have. And it looks like they swapped over to Dea just to tank some of the damage once again. Of course, in this scenario, it is not going to be a skill-on-skill battle because Dea's recasting her skill is not super useful.
Yeah, I think that's why CJRs will decide to go over to Chevreuse instead. Because Chikuwa started with Crab to eat that initial pyro application from Deya's summon, there's no risk of Toma getting one-shot by Sino at this stage. So Chikuwa can definitely start building up towards that burst. But this is still a very high damage deck, so navigating it carefully is going to be crucial.
Absolutely. Yeah, the players are going to be thinking through a ton of lines available, but I definitely want to go over some of the achievements that these players have, because on the side of Chikuwa, like we said, one of the more favored players in this matchup, just in terms of records, because they qualified through the Series Showdown, and then they have the Prince Cup Japan first place. What a monumental achievement, right?
One of few players around the world who can call themselves a Prince Cup champion. So definitely there's a reason why he's got a lot of eyes on him.
Yep, and also they have the WGC Busan third versus a Maytel, who is actually casting on the other side over with the Japan, so you can definitely check that out as well. And once again, we're seeing lots of swapping around. Should see a skill. Yep, okay, here we go.
Ouch. I say ouch, the Crab didn't feel anything because it was all through the shield, but that did actually do quite a lot of damage. It brought the Crab down to 3 shield. So if CJRs is able to continue this pressure, it'll make it very difficult for the Emperor to continue building up those stacks.
Most definitely. Yeah, I actually got quite scared for the Crab there because they haven't stacked up that much, but I'm like, wait. It's not enough. Yeah, it's not that much yet. It will become relevant very soon. Let's see here.
Not to mention, CJRs only has a couple of stacks. They don't have any Pyro Resonance or called in for cleanup to play around it. So yeah, it dealt a lot, but not enough yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Chikuwa probably would go for a skill spam on Toma, just feed the Crab more shields, because there's nothing really else in their hand. They could play the Tenacity of the Millilith for the next turn, especially because CJR only has 1 action left, and of course they need to tune a lot for that to actually happen. Overcharge ball.
That's going to be very useful here, and exactly what CJRs was hoping to achieve, because by getting rid of that Pyro application on the Crab, there were no others for them to overload off of on Chikuwa's side. So now it means it's very difficult for Chikuwa to stay on Toma and spam skills, like you said.
Yeah, this will be an interesting setup, though, because of course CJR will probably go for a Sino skill. It's definitely not the worst thing to do, because you want more overcharge balls to throw at Chikuwa, so that way you can have a consistent form of Pyro application. But if Sino overloads here, it would actually push Chikuwa onto their Sino, and then next turn CJR Sino would be in a difficult situation.
And that's exactly why CJRs decides, okay, I'm gonna switch to Deya instead. Uses the Catherine to do so that he's able to end the first and get turn priority, and then uses the remaining dice to equip Gamblers as well. It removes the element of surprise, but it's more efficient.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, even though they've ended the turn, you can see CJR is really thinking through all their lines. They're like, what can I do next to really push me into an advantage? Chikuwa, for the most part, has had a pretty, calm expression throughout all of this, trying to work through, what they can do as well, because their hand is okay. They'll probably play the Tenacity of the Millilith, is my best guess. Oh no, General's Ancient Helm. Okay.
Okay, interesting. They could have definitely played Tenacity. They had the dice for it, but I guess they want to keep a bit of dice to pass into the next turn so that they can at least keep some dice economy against CJRs, because you cannot afford to lose out in dice count against a deck this aggressive.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Both of them being Resonance decks means you can't run engines like Gilded Dreams, because Gilded Dreams works off the fact that you have 3 different elements, and both of these are a double Pyro, but of course you do get access to the ever so deadly Pyro Resonance plus 3 on reaction, but specifically a Pyro reaction, so I don't think you can be too cheesy with it.
You can be cheesy with Fresh Wind, though, which CJRs did just draw. Maybe a little bit early, because Chikuwa's side of the field is still pretty healthy overall, but at the very least, they'll have that in hand when the situation comes for it. My issue is that CJRs, with a deck like Sign Overload, you usually want to already make an impact by round 2, and that has not happened.
Absolutely. Yeah, there we go. CJR gets to use the proc of Catherine to fast swap over onto Sino, and that should overload the Crab. But I think both of the players are kind of facing the same issue, where they're really trying to stick to a character, will not be affected by overload that much. CJR drops over to Deya, and then Chikuwa, in kind response.
Can Sino lethal Crab? Crab's at 10 HP.
Crab is at 10 HP. I don't believe so. Let's see. 3 stacks. We have talent, and we can also replay it. Get the pirate. So let's see here. Right now, we have Prospector's Drill, but Prospector's Drill has not been triggered, so you're not getting +1 damage. So right now, it should just be a... Let's see here. 3, but then we have talent already on, still active, right? That should be 3 + 2, so that's 5. Right? And then from there, we have Pyro Resonance. So we add that together. Yeah, no lethal, not yet. Not gonna do it. Very close though, very close. They decided against it.
Wait, wouldn't Pyro Res have done enough then, actually?
Pyro Res probably would have done enough, actually. Why does CJR want to keep the crab alive? That's interesting. Maybe it's a form of control.
Form of control. I feel like getting rid of crab early is very valuable.
Most definitely.
It means they're not building up shields on it anymore. Like now it's just gonna continue.
Yeah, it's just gonna go back up. Maybe that was a little bit of a misplay.
No, it couldn't be, because like I feel like we would have seen a reaction if it was a misplay. That was planned. I just don't know why. And I'm sure the comments are telling me why.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I can't read them right now.
Yes, unfortunately, we will make sure to read them later. But oh no! The second Sino talent on CJRs is gone, so no refresh cheesing in here. It's just gonna be what Sino has right now. I don't know, because there was no reaction to it on the face cam, so it must be intentional, but why? We'll find out eventually.
But that means that Chikuwa has now put themselves in a very good spot, because comparing these two decks, Chikuwa has 2 potential carry characters, while CJR's only has 1. And Chikuwa has already been able to drop CJR Sino to 2 HP. This deck doesn't run a lot of healing, so that's all CJR's is gonna have for the rest of the game. And since they didn't take the chance to take out Crab there, like, I don't know, it feels a bit weird.
Yeah, no, it really does feel a bit weird, but, you know, neither of them are really reacting in a way that would give off that they're, like, you know, being pushed into a corner. I do wonder what CJRs does here, though, because you have 3 dice, and you could do a skill, but to be honest, it's not really that worth it. You'll simply just discard the overcharged ball, which you'd rather do with Sino, who's now at very critical 2 HP.
Sino dropping this low this early on is not ideal, because you want to have him active quite frequently so that he can take small hits, build stacks into the Prospector's Drill, throw away balls, get Pyro application. At 2 HP, CJR just cannot afford to let Sino take the field anymore. And if Sino doesn't take the field, who does damage?
Yeah, no, realistically, that is one of the big problems about Sign Overload, is that once Sino is gone, it is Sign Over for you.
It is Sign Over indeed.
Yes, because Chevrolet only deals 2 damage on her skill, and then Dea cannot do damage with her skill unless she already has it active, and it's only 1 damage, so I was like, oh no, it's so much damage, it hurts.
Well, there's a changing shifts. I don't think CJRs will switch to Sino. I don't think they still have a quick swap proc, right?
No, they do not. Catherine is not currently close.
Huh, okay, they just played the changing shifts and then ended, even floating 2 dice. I feel like CJRs is in a bad position.
Yeah, it may be a little bit of mental fluster round 1. So, of course, you know, you still have, you know, a few games left before, you know, things start taking a turn for the worse. But this is definitely a little messy, you know, and not the plays that we would suspect. Because you're not, are you worried about overdraw? Let's see here. I do not believe you were, so...
Yeah, you're not. There's only 7 cards in hand. It's not like you have something like Lumenstone to worry about. And now another Tenacity comes out onto Toma. So every character on Chikuwa's side is equipped with shield generation, which means that even though the crab was almost taken out previously, it's going to be able to slowly build that shield back up again. So... I can only think that the chat must be yelling at us right now.
Oh, yeah.
I can't help but feel like CJR's not lethaling crab was a mistake.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you in that aspect. Is take out the taking out carries as soon as possible is, you know, a very relevant strategy, you know, inside these decks. We were fighting something like a Nuvilet and Ajda. You want to take those 2 out as quick as possible. You know, Cryo Cube is honest, it's not going to do that much, so... Right now, let's see here.
What do we do in this situation here? CJR is obviously not in a very good spot overall. And Chikuwa, clearly, in control. Like, yeah, their crab hasn't been able to build all that much shield, but it is alive, and all 3 characters are still in fighting form. And while CJR's solo hyper carry is not. Like, I don't know what CJRs can do in this position.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to think over it. Let's see here. What are the lines that CJR can do right now? They have the ability to once again lethal crab. You know, let's see here. Do they have gamblers? They should have gamblers already equipped onto Sino. So that would be nice. And then from there, you could probably work with it and just take out Toma. But after that, I don't know. You have to face off Chikawa Sino, who's way more, you know, way more healthy than yours. So that's going to be a bit of an issue. Oop, timer is ticking down.
Is ticking up.
Mission begins.
CJR is taking the time. Gonna finally be able to use a fast action on Sino, and that means that the crab should be lethaled here. Only has 7 HP. Easily taken out by Sino, especially with Pyro Res still in hand. And then maybe, I don't know if you want to use Fresh Wind yet. But you might have to.
I think it's probably not right. Let's see, because let me check if Chikawa had a fast swap. Yeah, Chikawa does not have a fast swap right now, so it wouldn't be an issue because then Chikawa has to slow slot to Sino if they want to do any form of punishment.
That card was burned.
Yeah, no, definitely don't want to see that getting burned out. Very unfortunate, because I don't believe Toma could lethal here. No weapon, just a 2 damage skill. So, you know, and they have Prospector's damage reduction active. So,
even with all the damage built in, I don't think Sino will do enough to do 12 damage at once.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think Toma's in too much trouble. And if CJRs does decide to go for that, then you just end up overloading onto Chikawa Sino, and then he just gets the attack for free.
Yeah,
so
no,
CJRs can't do that.
Yeah, the stars would not align in this scenario. CJRs, they're thinking about who they swap to, but it could be Chevrolet. Chevrolet is an okay character to swap to. There we go. Just 1 damage off. Prospector's protection. Only 1 more left before they run out.
What can CJRs do here? Again, not enough damage in hand to actually take Toma. Actually, it could be no. No, I don't think.
We're at 5 stacks. We have +1 from the Moon Piercers current, or not Moon Piercers, sorry, the Prospectors, but it's still a +1. So we have 3 plus the default 2. Sino has not skilled yet, so we have another 2.
All right, team, let's move it.
Yeah, it decides against it though. I don't know, like even if you had no damage, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it regardless. Even if you do lethal, you lose Sino, and then this deck has no other hyper carry. So CJRs is going to need to try and whittle down the characters a little bit with the other 2. But neither Dia nor Chevrolet are particularly good at doing that damage.
Yeah, most definitely. And since Toma can simply skill every time, and Chevrolet at maximum can do 3 damage by discarding the overcharged ball, which is not what you want to do in this deck. You'd rather have Sino be the one discarding all those, so that way he can get follow-up with an overload.
This has been a bit of a strange game thus far. A little bit hard to understand the mindsets here. But again, that's why we're up here and they're down there.
Exactly.
So Chikawa are gonna switch over to Sino at this stage. Going to be able to threaten quite a lot of damage on CJR's side, but also giving a free Pyro application, which is a bit strange.
A bit odd to see that, yeah, because that was the one thing I would never expect Chikawa to ever swap to Sino, because that way you just get to keep the Pyro application clean, like you said. So now, maybe Chikawa is trying to pop off here, because since they know that, you know, CJR's Sino is backed into a corner, that makes it all, gives them pretty much all the more room to just start skilling and pushing their Sino to be as strong as theirs.
CJR's is smiling. He straight up was grinning. You could see his teeth. Something has happened that has made him feel pretty good about this situation. So I imagine applying Pyro to Chikawa Sino is a very obvious candidate for that.
Yeah, definitely an obvious candidate for that. Does maybe, you know, this is really interesting because Fresh Wind and Freedom is here. Maybe it's a checkmate scenario that CJRs has calculated out for the Sign Overload, because there's only 2 characters left. So as long as CJRs uses that Fresh Wind in a Pyro Res and takes out one of the characters, the other character is probably doomed.
It's very possible. As long as CJRs takes out Chikawa Sino first, he just wins. So Chikawa cannot let that happen. And a very easy way to prevent that from happening would have been just not to allow Sino to get Pyro applied.
Absolutely. Yeah, interestingly, yeah, even went for an extra Dea skill, so they're just
quick
trying
swap.
Ooh, that's a big wrench in CJR's plans.
CJR's pulled a quick swap.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Yeah, so
all right, well, they have a second quick swap now, so if they want to do it twice, they can.
Because Sino in this position, it's very difficult for them to be able to switch out.
Yeah.
So without a quick swap until now, it was unlikely that CJRs could apply too much damage or threat. But now that they have one, the moment Chikawa decides, oh, I'm going to go over to Sino, then they're in trouble.
Yep. There's the Moon Piercer. Chikawa can stack on a little more damage onto their own Sino. Not that they need it. At this rate, I believe all of CJR's characters would be in a lethal range just thanks to raw damage or reaction.
I feel like there has been some weird decisions being made so far. We're definitely going to have to look back at this a little bit because I'm pretty sure we've missed some things.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel the same way. Chikawa goes for the burst on Toma. That way Sino can now do a lot more shenanigans with his normal attack. Now, I'm wondering at any point Chikawa decides to play Countdown to the Show because I think it's definitely a weird line, but I think at some rate Chikawa is also trying to fish for a fast swap because CJR's having 2 fast swaps gives him pretty much control over the entire game.
That is how powerful quick swaps are. Having both Catherine and Leave It to Me means that CJRs will be able to move around a little bit more comfortably. Chikawa may fall into the trap where they think, oh, Catherine's quick swap is gone, and then the hand quick swap comes out, and they could end up losing a character as a result of it. But again, CJRs has to make sure that Sino goes down first, because if they give Chikawa an overload onto their Sino, then they are just throwing the game.
Yeah. It looks like CJRs may be trying to calculate how much they need to take out Toma this turn. It's unfortunate that Toma used a burst because it adds 1 more HP. They're now at 13 effective HP thanks to those shields. And now, you know, it's going to be like, you know, as much as powerful as Sino is, it's going to be pretty nearly impossible to tear through it.
I'm like thinking of what lines can be taken here. I was even like considering, hey, maybe you can burst on Dea, which we never ever see, but that doesn't really do too much either, because there's already Pyro on both characters there. The only thing it would help would be to chip away some shield, but it wouldn't leave you with a lot of dice to do anything else too, so...
Yeah, definitely not.
Oh,
wait, they're
never
gonna go for it. Really? That is the first time we have seen something like that. A Dea burst coming out. She has the Fiery Lioness, and now she will follow up with another 3 damage later on, but that gave Chikawa 1 more dice. I don't like that.
Yeah, that's a very interesting choice, because I already explained the reasonings. Like, I can see how... Because Dea's damage will do precisely enough to make sure that the shields are gone on Chikawa's side, but it again doesn't leave you with a lot of dice to finish them off with Sino either.
Yep, and now Chikawa finally has a fast swap as well to play with, so all they would need technically is a fresh wind, and they can also put CJRs in a pretty terrible position, though CJRs would probably swing it right back at them, so...
This is a weird one. This is a weird one so far, guys.
Yeah, it's really hard because, like, you know, this isn't like you know, the aggro matches that I used to, because aggro has been gone for a while, and now it's just like, okay, Chikawa could take out both Dea and Chevreuse, right? Even with a freshman that they don't have, but they probably could pull it out of their deck if they.
Does Chikawa's deck run Freshwind?
We have to go check back on that. I have a feeling. I mean, I'd be surprised if they didn't, because Freshwind is so. Oh wait, crab.
Because crab. It's a crab variant. It's not the Sign Overload variant.
Yeah, no. So it would not be running something like that. Even without crab, I mean, it feels like they're playing just Sino Overload, basically, right? Like the deck that CJRs currently has, because that's kind of how they've been handling it. They've just been making sure the characters stay nice and equipped, you know, and swap off to someone else who can take the damage.
Chikawa is in a bit of an awkward position himself, because you obviously don't want to tank the damage from Dea on your Sino. That doesn't feel very good. But attacking on Toma, which Chikawa did end up doing, also feels like a bit of a waste of dice.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, Chikuwa dropping out Liven once more. I'm not sure what's going to scoop up, though. Vanarana is still in the way. You're going to have to burn that if you want something like that to happen.
I'm really confused. Unless... Okay, playing that is just to make sure Chikuwa doesn't overdraw, because they do still have 8 cards in their hand right now. So yeah, that's the purpose of that. Neither Liven is probably going to get fed today, so that's very sad for them. CJRs now has the freedom to actually do something.
Question is what though?
They can actually Lethal Toma here, and the overload will no longer matter because Chikuwa has ended their turn.
Yep.
But do they have enough dice after that to switch to another character?
As long as they have gamblers, they will be able to move over, but it's still quite a slow play to do. Here it comes Sino, a 10 damage strike.
And that hurts. That's a big pain right there. Yeah, I forgot. The gamblers was equipped in round 1 and hasn't really come too much into play yet, even though it did help once during the crab. So yeah, CJRs will have enough dice to switch back over to another character. And now, despite the fact that his Sino was dropped to 2 HP very early on, CJRs has been piloting this masterfully to make sure he just comes out for these hit and runs.
That's a funny way to phrase it. You know, because I think definitely the fact that Crab ended out early, right, it's definitely... Oh, there is Fresh Wind. Yeah, there's fresh wind. Wait a minute.
Does Crab hold on.
No.
It doesn't, right? It doesn't normally run fresh wind.
Yeah, because I was gonna mention, like, I think the fact that Crab has gone down and Chikuwa is basically just playing the, you know, skill game with Toma and Sino. It's completely messed up, you know, my line calculations when talking about this match. I'm just like, wait, oh, there's like playing Sino overlay. They must have fresh wind, and it's like, wait, they really don't. Oh, but then they do.
But
and
they
now,
do.
so, now
did we not notice that during the deck list?
Most likely not.
I think we just kind of skipped over it because like we think Sino fresh wind, that's normal.
Yeah, Sino fresh wind is normal, and also like on the opposite end, Crab fresh wind. What are you thinking? But regardless, we are at the game state right now. So there's the swing scenario. Both have fresh wind, and if Sino on Chikuwa's side lethals both the Chevras and ideally moves to Dea afterwards, then I feel like CJR is just gonna respond in kind and then slam them with Pyro Res.
It is now going to be the main question of does CJR's Sino do enough to lethal 12 damage in one hit?
Oh my goodness, the Sino curse has come back to haunt him because as much as Sino now gets 8 stacks maximum, Sino on CJR's side has reset.
Oh, that's the fresh wind. Chikuwa played the fresh wind.
Yeah, of course, don't count CJR. They still have lots of damage. They need to proc their Prospector, so right now they have 3 plus 1, and then they also have Talent, so that is another 2, right? So we're sitting at 6 damage base, and then we need to add on the Pyro Res, so that's 9 damage, but that is not 12, which the Chikuwa Sino has with the effective shields.
That's not enough. You need one other character to do some damage to Sino, but with fresh wind, Chikuwa is gonna get free kills on both Chevrus and Dea, which means that CJRs doesn't do enough damage in a single strike.
Yeah, no, there's no white glove to save you here. It is possible that you go ahead and play the countdown to the show and then Sumeru Res everything out and try to work with that. Oh no, but the discard, now it's gone. Still can happen, but...
You can just play the Sumeru Res to redraw it, so that's fine. But can you draw something out that gives you that extra damage? I don't think there's anything.
I think you need to forcefully play white glove. Well, no, it doesn't even work like that.
Oh, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that, so it's like, huh. Wait, we might have an issue here.
He did end up burning it earlier, so that's a bit of a problem. But even if he did have white glove here, that extra 1 damage wouldn't be enough.
Most definitely. CGR's best option here otherwise then is to play Tada, force proc the Prospector's Drill, and then have Chevra's Overcharge Ball fly onto Chikuwa's Sino. But even that, it's just 1 damage. You know, you still got 2 shields keeping them nice and healthy.
From what we can see, it certainly seems like Chikuwa should be able to win this. Like, CJRs is still calculating. They haven't really shown a lot of emotion on their face so far, so it's been a bit hard to tell what they're feeling in the moment, since their heart rate is also pretty stable.
Yeah, so this is the thing I was going to follow up, you know, while we're waiting for this turn to push through. Okay, here's Fire Res. Hold on. We'll hold that thought.
Is it enough? No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Oh, look at Chikuwa.
Chikuwa's, let's go!
And this is why I like watching Chikuwa. Every single time he knows that, okay, I've done it. You can see it. He's so animated about it. And with that, Chikuwa does secure victory in game number 1.
Yeah, very nice. Congrats to Chikuwa for taking that first game. Definitely could be a mood setter for the later matches. And you know what? Losing Crab, you know, not being able to play it again because they've already won with it, no big deal. I feel like Crab is a very specific kind of deck. And, you know, you do lose Sino as well, but I think all the rest of their decks should be able to bring some heat here.
But I do have quite a lot of questions overall, right? Because I do feel like CJR's had the opportunity to go for a kill onto Crab. They had Pyro Resonance right from the beginning for quite a long time. They drew Fresh Wind quite early on. Yeah, it wouldn't have been efficient to play it off of the Crab because it wouldn't have made two. But these are all actions that could have been used that ended up being wasted.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's part of a misplay or perhaps a little bit of too much confidence, because the interesting thing about CJR slowing that is you said they were very confident in every move that they made, but the thing about it, right, because especially since they're fighting Crab, I think the idea was that since you're playing Crab, you can only pretty much do you know, you're only going to work with, like, you know, shielding equipment that's not really helpful to your damage.
That is true, but you know what is helpful? 1,000 Primo Gems.
Oh, yeah.
And we have 2 UIDs down here at the bottom of the screen who just won 1,000 Primo Gems in our raffle. Those of you who may be unfamiliar, we have a raffle every single round. So once game 2 starts, there's going to be another raffle that you can participate in on the Astra Carnival YouTube channel. So make sure to go over there and check it out.
Oh, yeah. Stay tuned. We got plenty more matches coming our way. This is only the first of 5 and could be all the way up to 5 depending on how these players trade. I think CJR is just, you know, some things happen, right, and you accept for what it is, and I think they should be able you know, to pull through in the next one.
But we can see that Crab is still a really difficult character to have to work around, though honestly CJRs did a good job around it, right? They were very close to lethaling it quite early. And yeah, I'm still a little bit confused, but we'll go on into game number 2. And I think this is going to be a much more difficult matchup for Chikuwa.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have Sign Overload once again on CGR side versus a Ningguang stall. And interestingly, they're picking Xingqiu over, you know, Kokomi, which is typically, as Barbara and Kokomi are the ones that take those slots. And it is the ultimate stall deck. You know, they're able to hold out on those 2 characters, and then Ningguang comes in with a massive burst damage, and, you know, very similar to Sino being, you know, up to 11 to 10.
But it is also a very slow deck. That is how stall works. And compared to even more recent stall art variants, this is one of the original. So the way the game is played has changed quite a lot. And Sign Overload is a deck that can consistently come out with one shot. So I don't know, like, I don't want to make predictions too early, but it feels like this is one of the worst possible matchups you could have.
I could definitely agree with you. The one angle I can see where Chikuwa is intentionally playing this deck, because they actually talked about it and they said, oh, this is the one that I like to play, you know, alongside that Diona, Barbara, and Xingqiu deck, you know, that many players I'm sure are familiar with at home. But interestingly, what is important about this deck, and, you know, it's even okay that you drop Kokomi out of it, is that these have 2 forms of cleanse. Xingqiu can cleanse themselves with their elemental skill and elemental burst, and then Barbara gives a cleanse to whoever is the active character in the end phase.
That is true. Having access to cleanse will help a lot to avoid the one-hit KOs, but Sino still does like 6 or 7 damage each time without those applications. So I don't know. And if Chikuwa times it incorrectly, they're giving the Hydro that that Sino can do damage off of as well. So I'm gonna be really interested to see how this works. I definitely will have a hard time with this one because stall always confuses me, but hey, I gotta keep an open mind for this.
I think it'll be really interesting because, I mean, first off, it's nice to see, you know, the Ningguang deck once again. Let's see what they got here. Oh my.
Ooh, interesting. We got a lot of unique stuff here. Tenacity for sure, things like that. Double Dawn Winery. Fortress of Merpede. We got Hydro Resonance, Cox, Double Cox, Butter Crab, Matsutake. This is just a completely different deck than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, this is in another universe. I mean, I think all the components of stall, like you mentioned, tenacity, are there. But now we get to see additions like a Dawn Winery. There's some other cool things to point out with this deck is being the Xingqiu talent card, which is going to give you increased damage reduction, which is all great. Now, Buttercrab is a complete curveball because Buttercrab has never really gotten a chance to be super relevant because, you know, it's like, why are you stopping the 2 damage, you know, in between the turns? Just, you know, do something else with your dice.
We also haven't seen Vorukasha in a very long time. It's just been hard to cover in for ages, ever since the previous Vorukasha nerf. So, very interesting to see. And yeah, like, I know that I always say I like seeing things that are a bit more unique, but this is definitely just completely out of left field.
I think the biggest thing that makes me a little confused here, you know, away from the traditional Ningguang stall, is going to be the Fruit of Fulfillment that is on Chikua's side. Now, Fruit of Fulfillment, you know, I think it's a good card. Gives you +1 damage at base, but then also will draw you out 2 cards. But the problem is that that only ever happens once. You're never going to be able to proc that again. So instead, Ningguang stall tends to run a Sacrificial Catalyst because not only would all 3 characters usually be able to use it, but also they're always skilling. So.
Yeah, like, Fruit of Fulfillment doesn't feel like it would provide a lot of value in a deck that wants to play the long game, not to mention they actually had a copy of Xingqiu Talent, which you never see either. So very, very interesting. And as for CJR's side, this is again going to be Sign Overload. And oh, they are only running 1 copy of White Glove. That explains why we never saw another.
Yeah, we'll see if they lock in their game plan a little bit. I think, yeah, the thought I was trying to make at the end of that round before we were whisked into the next is I think the idea is that since you're fighting Sign Overload Crab Edition, is that most of your artifacts are not going to be equipment and resonances like this one. Of course, they do have Pyro Res, but at the end of the day, that's going to be a majority of their damage pop-off. From there, they just kind of have to work with, like, you know, oh, maybe I have Sign Talent, maybe I have Lotus, you know, to protect me, right?
It's not really a situation you want to have to consider a lot of the time. So I do still feel that game 1 was a little bit weird. But this is going to be a very interesting matchup because Sign Overload is clearly one of the stronger decks we've seen this meta. And while it is true that aggro is supposed to be weak against stall based on the classic Trinity, I don't know if it's gonna go the same way for this one.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason that, you know, players brought these decks, you know, outside of number 1 having the comfort, right? Because, you know, I think there's always been a big debate about playing meta versus comfort, is that, like, you know, if you're really comfortable with the deck that, like, you know all the lines, you know all the matchups, sometimes you just take it. You know, you don't have to worry about the idea. It's just like, no, I gotta play only, you know, like what other players do to counter all their matchups. It's gonna be, you know, really interesting to see what Chikua does here.
I do appreciate that. Always love when players are willing to stick to their guns a little bit. And I want to know what you guys love as well. So you gotta scan the QR code on the left side of the screen. It comes up every so often, so you'll get a chance again. It takes you to a survey form where you can tell us what you love, what you dislike about the Prince Cup, and we can improve upon those for next time. And not to mention, raffle is going to be ongoing for this round. So go over to the Astra Carnival YouTube channel so you know how to participate.
Yep, absolutely. Act quick because Sino Overload is going to be playing quick, so that raffle goes away super duper fast, and it will not be slow like Chikua's deck.
Whoa, that's a Sino opening from CJRs. I guess it makes sense. Chikua isn't really going to put a lot of pressure out straight away.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not a lot of pressure. Gets the white glove early. Very nice. We didn't see it last time, and now this time we'll be able to reliably make use of it.
I'm even having Liben and Ivana Rana, so if CJRs wants to try ramping, they can. But I think against a stall deck, you want to just get going.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, they played all that out and then went for a Sino skill. Very interesting. It is strange that they went for the Prospector's Drill, in my opinion, because any move that Chikua does is going to forcibly make CJR discard one of the cards from their hands, which, I mean, they're pretty important, so I don't know.
Yeah, they are pretty important. Woven, Quick Swap, Tada especially. I think you can maybe afford to get rid of Liven because you're not going to be looking to do a lot of ramping here. But the other three are pretty crucial.
Yeah, most definitely. When it comes to Liban, of course, he's already getting sandwiched in between Vanarana, so that's definitely stopping you. To Da, I could definitely see, being tossed away because while it is important to give yourself the free draw and the proc on the prospectors, there is no freeze to worry about on the side.
That's
of
true. True. We'll see, because CJRs isn't really gonna get a chance to pick here. Though there is a possibility that Chikuwa just doesn't attack at all, which is very likely actually with a Barbara opening. And yeah, they're gonna be going for full equips here with the helmets on Xingqiu and Barbara going into Liban. And yeah, gonna be a pretty uneventful round 1.
Yep. Just respond in kind to what they are doing. If you're going to ramp, I will ramp as well. And let's see how it folds out in the next turn now that the players are going to have more dice and more cards to work with.
Let's have a look at the dice rolls here. CJRs. No Hydro character to use those, otherwise that would be a very nice roll. Chikuwa's roll, ooh, not looking good.
A little bit of an ugly turn too. We might see players basically ramp it up, but now Chikuwa can take maximum advantage of it. Dawn Winery here to play, and that's already one free swap over to Xingqiu.
CJRs. I wonder how long they intend to stay on Sino, because you do ideally want a different elemental application to be able to really do the big damage. But if you do any elemental application, you are giving Chikuwa a free pass to skill and cleanse. And this is a similar situation we've seen a lot in the past when Stall was still popular, where you kind of hold each other's skills hostage because you don't want to give them free heals and utility.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now we can see that, Electro is applied onto Xingqiu, but as long as they skill, I mean, it's going to be cleansed off. And this is, despite, of course, I agree that Sino has a lot of damage potential on his own, but, this one really works off of that overload reaction thanks to Chevreuse. And without that, I mean, I don't know.
All right, team, let's move
Chevreuse
it
gonna
out.
come out, so if she's able to pop any overload, then we will be able to get those balls out, which could be pretty good. But all Chikuwa, actually no, Chikuwa not going to be able to immediately cleanse that on Barbara. I think CJRs did plan this, because now Chikuwa actually has to go to Ningguang.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Oh, normal attack. Not sure how I feel about that, because GGR definitely, the cards are quite valuable in their hand, but you could definitely get rid of a Liban, possibly even the changing shifts, just to make sure you can get a skill out, because elemental application is the name of the game, and now Barbara's going to be cleansed, so you're going to be falling behind in this aspect.
That was the perfect opportunity to have Pyro on Ningguang.
Absolutely.
Why would you not go for that there? I was 100% sure that CJRs had planned it even. Yes, if they end turn on Ningguang, then she just gets cleansed anyway, but that means that they end turn on Ningguang, so...
Yeah, ending turn on your hyper carry is the best scenario they want, because I mean CGRs has to play with the same mentality because Sino is their hyper carry, and if for whatever reason Ningguang is able to drop their super burst, it would be a pretty big deal.
That's a lot of Omni on Chikuwa's side. Actually, rolled 5 Omni there, got the rest from earlier. So a good amount of dice for Chikuwa to work with. We know that he's probably not going to do anything too active with them because this is Ningguang stall. It's just all about that chess match and positioning yourself correctly. And again, I feel like CJRs has missed out on an opportunity to do something that could make a big impact.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think CGR is just playing this deck a little differently than how we've typically seen it. Of course, last time wasn't necessarily a mirror matchup. They may have made a decision, to play things out a little longer because they were confident that maybe Chikuwa would not have, more equipment like they typically do to really just dish out damage infinitely. But, it does come to bite you in the back. Sino's already at 4 stacks, at 3 more skills and or waiting 3 more turns, which I'm sure Chikuwa has plenty of time to wait. Through these rounds, is going to revert Sino back to his non-permanent state.
CJR is gonna go for a skill here on Chevreuse, get that Pyro applied onto Barbara, which means that Chikuwa will have to end on Barbara in order to get that cleansed off. It's a good opportunity for CJR to maybe position Sino in a way where he can one-shot her, but he doesn't really have the dice for Sino to use.
Yeah, no, most definitely not. Once again, I think you can tune out some of the cards in your hand. Liven is okay to get rid of. Changing shifts feels a little bad now that you only have 6 dice, but you can definitely get rid of it. You know, outside of that, you know, everything's kind of iffy. I mean, there is the cult for cleanup from the white glove card, but I don't know. You probably want to hold on to that if you can help it.
I mean, if you can take out Barbara, then that's good, definitely. If Chikuwa for any reason decides to stay on Barbara, then CJRs can quick swap to Sino and get the one-shot. I don't think he will.
Let's see here. You know, while we are waiting, of course, you know, because we are making a lot of critiques, you know, towards CJR, but they are not out without achievements, because not only are they a leader of a team, you know, with a bunch of their friends over on the side of the community, but also they went 3-0 with Doom in the, you know, online season. And as for other achievements, they have the Cat Sales Gathering Season 3, they got top 8, and Cat Sales Gathering Season 2, they got top 16. So, you know, it's a good amount of achievements, you know, and clearly they do, you know, cook a lot of decks, so...
Yeah, CJRs did high roll quite a bit during the group stage, but they have just ended their turn on 6 dice. 5 of those will be caught by Vanarana and Liven, of course, but this is an aggro deck. You usually don't want to make plays like this. Chikuwa is getting a lot of time to set up his characters.
Absolutely. You know, I do wonder if maybe CGR is trying to recapture the same mentality they had going into the crab match, where they're okay with waiting because they're just simply going to let Sino naturally stack up, and then even with a tenacity, well, I think we noticed that's probably not the case, but even with the tenacity or some sort of damage reduction, Chikuwa will not actually be able to push back against it.
So CJRs is waiting for the timing where Sino would actually be able to one-shot through the artifact.
Pretty much.
I mean, I can see the angle. I don't know if you have to go for that, but hey, it's a different approach to it. So we'll see if it works.
Yeah, it's certainly a different approach, like, because we can always talk about, you know, players going for the quote-unquote, like, I shouldn't say quote-unquote, because there is a correct way to play decks. You know, I'm sure a lot of players are probably talking about, it's like, oh, maybe you're supposed to do it this way. But, you know, if there is a different approach that, you know, someone has calced out, I mean, there's a reason to it. You know, is it correct? We'll find out.
Is it correct indeed? Chikuwa gonna be continuing to just switch around characters. He is playing this deck exactly how it should be played, making sure that you're going between Barbara and Xingqiu, keeping Ningguang safe, and not being punished for it right now because CJRs isn't really playing aggro. That Pyro will get cleansed off as well.
One interesting thing, once again, I can think about it, right? Because I'm like, okay, so you're playing intentionally slow. You're giving Sino stacks, even without, you know, all the relevant cards that really make you pop off. You know, now that you definitely have it, but it's definitely going to happen because White Glove and Pyro-Res are now available. I wonder if CJR's idea is to fully equip Sino, get him to, you know, right now, the very healthy 5 stacks, and then quickly just gamblers out one character and, you know, possibly freshman as well, and that's going to be enough for them to totally swing the game.
It would be a very flashy way of doing it, that is for sure. And actually, going for Chevrolet's Burst, something you would almost never see on Sino Overload, is actually quite good in a stall deck, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. You know, we never get to see it because simply Sino plays too fast, and you don't really want to go back to Chevrolet, but you know, they shot it out, and now they have a status attached below. It's that little 2 symbol next to the barrier on Barbara, but it is the bursting ring of grenades. So when you swap characters, you're going to have a pyro applied, and this is a really big deal because now CGRs has a, you know, really good form of pyro application. They're even going to swap to Xingqiu to make sure they can cleanse it, assuming Sino does not come raining down.
But look at how much shield the Xingqiu has as well. Like, Sino does a lot of damage, but I don't think it's quite enough to break through all of that. So CJR still needs to make sure that there's an actual idea of how he's going to break through these characters. Because, again, for those of us who may be unfamiliar with stall, the way this deck archetype works is the longer the game goes, the better it becomes for them.
Yeah, most definitely. There may not be perma-ramp like Tenshukaku, which personally I stand by that you always need to play inside a stall deck because it's always going to give you at least 1 dice per turn. But, you know, I think Chikuwa has plenty to work with. Just a thought.
CJR is going to finally switch over to Sino once again. Xingqiu does have Pyro applied. Could be a chance to do some good damage. Has Pyro res, has the call in for cleanup, has the Sino talent. Only plays the Sino talent. I mean, with the rest, wouldn't be enough to finish off Xingqiu anyway, so I guess he's saving those.
Yeah, chips him down just a little bit. It's actually really interesting to see the idea, right? Because there's so many barriers in play. Because now that Xingqiu has talent, he can also make a bigger barrier with his rain screen. Of course, it's not relevant, but he didn't take a lot of damage. Only going down to 7 HP, you know, through a 6-stack Sino is pretty good, all things considered.
That is good. Yeah, and that's what I was worried about for CJRs, right? Yeah, Sino's gonna do a lot of damage, but the more you wait, the more shield, the more resources Chikua's gonna build up, the more elemental applications he's gonna be able to get rid of to slow down your momentum. So I'm just waiting for like the beat drop, basically, for CJR.
I agree
and
with
I'm
you.
hoping that there is one.
Absolutely, yeah. We don't want a repeat of last game because, like last game, you know, you definitely could have pushed your way out of it because, of course, you're still fighting, you know, Toma and Sino, who are, you know, they have some capability to stall thanks to those tenacity of the middle list. But, you know, in this case, everyone's very healthy, so.
He was able to get rid of quite a lot of the shield statuses, so any further damage this round will be able to hurt, but Chevreus's burst has run out. Oh, Chikua may have made a mistake there.
Yeah, the reason I don't agree with swapping to Xingqiu is because now that he's already lost his tenacity shields and, you know, has some damage reduction, but Sino's already at 6 stacks. Even without an element applied and, you know, not having talent, you can do a lot of damage.
He can. Xingqiu still has some shields to work with. And it's a lot less than before. CJR is gonna be playing that Sumeru res, switching things up. What would he be looking for?
Let's see here. So we already have Prospectors, we have a Pyro Woven, we have the Resonance. Tada, so you can make sure you can discard, so we're gonna keep that. What are you looking for, actually, in this case?
Fresh Wind?
Fresh Wind is definitely going to help.
I don't know if you can lethal Xingqiu yet, though.
I think you could, considering that Sino's at such a high stacks and then you force proc. So the line would be you take Tada, you throw it out, and then you proc Prospectors, but you get the Chevreuse Ball onto Xingqiu, he takes 1 damage, gets Pyro applied, and then Sino should just be able to rip him out.
Okay, that's true, yeah. I forgot that you can very easily apply the Pyro with the Tada to yourself. Okay, so that would definitely be enough damage to take out Xingqiu. That is why Chikua face-palmed a little bit there after making the switch. And we will see the Tada into the discard, into the Pyro. And that should be enough for Sino to actually take a kill.
Yeah, it's really funny. Despite all that damage reduction, the damage reduction, which I do believe would be Xingqiu's rain screen and then possibly the food that they just ate, should have been Buttercrab most likely. Yeah, it's not enough to stop Sino.
And just with that, exactly 6 damage to lethal Xingqiu, even able to get a bit of Gambler's Reset here, so 1 more attack is possible from CJRs, and he did actually hold on to his Pyro res as well. So can do enough damage to lethal Barbara on top of it.
Yeah, this is really interesting because to an extent, CGR is just sort of playing Sino how he was originally, where you had to wait for stacks or use burst to increase your stacks really fast. But I have a feeling that CGR is going to go for a skill, and that's going to be hitting them at 8. So Sino is going to reset, but then they can simply burst and be back up to, let's see here, it goes from 1, starts at 0, and then it goes up from 4, right? Already back up to 4, so that is very interesting.
Chikua gonna switch over to Ningguang because Ningguang doesn't have Pyro up, and he also is able to identify that once Sino attacks 1 more time, will drop down to 2 indwelling stacks. So at least won't be as much of a threat for a little while.
Oh yeah, because it is only going to be -6 and not a full minus out, so Sino can restack themselves. It is so interesting to see Sino use his full repertoire, right? Because before he had to play a little slower, now he can play a lot faster. But now, you know, even despite all those changes, CGR is still holding it the way, you know, Sino used to be played.
Chikua gonna start building up energy on Ningguang. I think this is a good idea. Gotta make sure that burst is ready at some point, because if you keep allowing Sino to go ham, you're gonna end up losing a lot more. I think Chikuwa could have avoided losing Xingqiu. He himself realized it. That's why he was kind of...
Yeah, a little bit of a facepalm there.
Yeah.
Here we go, though. Last move for Chikuwa during this turn. Let's see, we have some food. Probably not super relevant. Calix Arts, no. Hydro Resonance, no. Yeah, just pass it over.
I think I am starting to see a little bit of the logic behind CJR's actions, though. There is a confidence behind it. The confidence that even if you give Chikuwa time to build up his defenses, as long as the opportunity presents itself, you can still break through a lot of it.
Yeah, most definitely. That Sino pop-off is super necessary.
Wow.
Ooh, wow.
Wow, okay. Nice high roll there for Chikuwa. CJR is definitely not as good, but that has extra dice to work with, so that's fine.
Yep, and we can see the perfect combo of changing shifts into fast swap. If CJR so desires, they can simply go over to Sino quick and then do a burst and put them back up to 6, just as strong as they were before.
There's no more pyro application on Chikuwa's side, so a little bit less to worry about for now. And as long as they're able to prevent any more overload from taking place, then there's not going to be any free overcharge balls for CJRs to play around with as well. Chikuwa has already made one big mistake that enabled CJRs to find an opportunity. He now has to proceed making sure he doesn't do the same again, because if Barbara goes down, then the game is just over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, I was always kind of wondering what the reasoning behind Xingqiu was over Kokomi, but I think it makes a lot more sense because Kokomi, you know, she can only put down her jellyfish and it doesn't last very long. But Xingqiu, of course, it's not the main goal that I'm seeing. It's more that Xingqiu can on-demand cleanse and still do a lot of damage without needing an elemental burst. And if Xingqiu does elemental burst, then Ningguang can simply carry and have a crystallized normal attack every time she goes for it.
Yeah, because Kokomi and Barbara kind of end up fulfilling the same niches. And if you put them together, then yeah, it's a lot of healing and survivability, but you also end up losing flexibility because of it, which Xingqiu provides a little bit more, because like you mentioned, on-demand cleanses, as well as things like offering some extra damage. And CJRs did just end up burning that Pyro Resonance, which is kind of bad.
Yeah, very unfortunate. No overcharge balls in hand, so it's going to start picking out the other cards that are one cost all in CJR's hand, and that's definitely not what you want, because you can't regenerate something like Pyro Resin. You only ever get 2 of it. It's so essential, you know, to the idea of Sino's game plan.
And yet, despite all of this, we're not really seeing any change in expression on CJR's face. Their heart rate is actually kind of going down a little bit. So it feels like he's got everything planned out. And I'm just trying to figure out, what is he thinking?
Yep, Sino's going on to the field. Chikuwa, only one more action available. There's no means to generate extra dice in this scenario.
Gonna be tricky. Barbara has burst available. Ningguang is just 1 energy away. Got double cocks as well, so either is available at any time. Not gonna do quite enough to take out Sino.
Oh, wait, there's a chance. There's no way.
Take out Sino? No.
Oh, wait.
It does not. But it still does hurt quite a lot.
Why did we go for it then? I don't know how I feel about that.
I think it's actually fine. Because Sign Overload doesn't really run healing in the first place. So any damage done is permanent.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh dear. That could be very relevant next turn.
Yeah, you gotta get off Ningguang right now.
Yeah, so that is a really interesting move that they made there. Yeah, but I do agree with you. It's actually okay to just let it rip, because the important thing, right, we can saw Sino's like doing baby damage now. He's only doing 1, you know, he only did 1 damage there. Of course, there's damage reduction in play, but that's pretty important to know, you know. Sino is suddenly not being the powerhouse that he usually is because he doesn't have stacks.
But I think it is really interesting the way that CJRs is piloting this deck right now. Because the usual thought process when you're up against something like Ningguang's style is you're gonna go hard, go fast as soon as possible. Instead, CJRs is trying to match Chikuwa's pace and properly responding to his swap stalls.
Yeah.
With the confidence that even with all of the defenses and healing Chikuwa will come out, Sino has a way of taking it out.
Yeah, most definitely. It's a really interesting way of playing. But here we go. They moved over to Chevreuse. They have the ability to drop down 2 Wovens and make sure they generate an overcharged ball. But I have a feeling that CJR does not want that to happen.
Yeah, definitely not. Okay, Chico are gonna end round. They will have turn priority, and then we get the double Woven.
Interesting. Yeah, ultimately, getting an overcharge ball is super important, but now you're off of Ningguang, and I can't imagine Chikawa would swap to them so quickly for free.
Getting that overcharge ball is actually pretty good, because CJRs confirms that he will have a way of proccing an overload, since Barbara's skill would cleanse it otherwise. So keeping those Woven as a surprise is definitely quite effective so far.
Yeah, most definitely. We're at.
This is very strange. This is very interesting, in fact. The way that both these players are playing the game is like very different than the meta that we're used to right now.
Yeah, pretty much. We're having to dig through old knowledge channels, you know, to figure out, you know, what's CJR's idea behind Sino. Of course, Ningguang, who has not gotten a chance to shine in quite some time.
CJR's unfortunately rolled pretty bad this round, though.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
No Electro for Sino at all is not good when you want to try and threaten a character.
Yeah, they've expended all their Wovens, and they're at the point in their deck where they really, really want to keep all these cards because these are all super duper valuable.
CJRs has a lot of damage potential in hand. They got the ball, which they can toss out. They got another Sino talent to refresh damage. They got called in for cleanups, fresh wind, managed to draw the second Pyro Res, so losing the first one not gonna hurt quite as much. And a quick swap on top of that. Their entire hand is massive value right now.
Matsutake meat rolls coming out on top of Ningguang, gonna keep her nice and healthy all the way through. Heals 2 damage initially, and then also will heal at the end phase every single turn. So it's some hefty healing that, once again, CJR is basically going to be fighting a 12 HP character battle every single time, and I don't know Sino has the breakpoint to push through that.
Especially now that they don't have the dice to really force it out either. And a full hand of cards you don't really want to tune. Chikawa did end up playing a quick swap. Going over to Ningguang right now doesn't really feel very necessary, but I guess you could just do some damage. Actually could potentially lethal Chevreuse.
Yeah, I believe Chevreuse is possible to lethal because, let's say, there's Jade Screen, right? And then there's the Hydro already applied to Chevreuse, so she will go down. But then after that...
After that, you just go to Sino, but you don't have a Tada to proc the overcharge ball.
Yeah, and you'd have to strategize if you want something like that to happen. So, I mean, if not, then you have to play the overcharged ball, you know, like, you know, pretty much without the discard, which can be done. Ooh.
Yeah, looks like Chikawa is concerned about that possibility, so he decides to switch back onto Barbara instead. We see emotion on CJR's face for the first time in quite a while, and he's just confused why Chikawa didn't go for the lethal. I think he was expecting that.
Absolutely.
Oh, he actually did draw the Tada.
Ooh, very nice. That could be quite relevant here. Yeah, without Chevreuse being lethal, Chevreuse being able to apply Pyro for Sino, and then eventually, once that Pyro is out, it's okay for CGR to tune out a little bit more because you just really need that Pyro on top of these characters, so that way you can actually get your big overloads.
Honestly, CJRs can quick swap Sino, Tada, and then he will have enough damage to lethal Barbara. And he has fresh wind so that he has a way of switching off of Sino too after that, so Ningguang doesn't get the lethal.
Absolutely.
It looks like he's not gonna do that just yet.
Yeah. Chikawa, you know, playing the stall game a little bit, but they're starting to run out of juice. Well, actually, no, they're not, because they have 2 Dawn Wineries this time around, you know? Being able to have 4 free swaps all the way around is nothing to scoff at.
And there is that Fruit of Fulfillment, plus an egg. An egg gonna show up after all this time, so a chance to bring Xingqiu back. Always gonna be more effective in stall decks because there's a lot of healing being run, so the character that is revived can get topped up quite easily.
Absolutely, yeah. All that healing available should be able to just bring Xingqiu back to life. But the question if they'll ever do that, I don't know. Chico needs to tune one card here if they want to make sure Lyman scoops those dice and gives them draw and power into the next phase.
Could be potentially a bit risky for Chikuwa to end turn here. CJR still has enough for 2 actions. CJR is saying something. Looks
like,
kind of taunting.
Yeah, either they're taunting or they're saying, no, 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 wait, they're smiling. Ooh, ooh.
What's the play here? What's the plan? There has to be something. Because, yeah, CJRs can still quick swap Sino. And take out Barbara immediately. Wouldn't even have the fresh wind if Chikuwa has already ended their turn.
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe CJR wants Chikuwa just to end their turn here. That way they don't have an extra action. Ooh, okay.
So Barbara is dead here. Surely CJRs goes for this.
Surely they have the calculations. First, let's see the Tada. Always gonna do Tada. If you don't do Tada, okay.
Oh, tunes the talent. I guess he doesn't need the second one anymore.
Yeah, you don't need the surprise factor.
There's the Tada.
Boom.
Gonna go ahead, throw away the ball, apply Pyro, and now Barbara is within range of being one shot with Pyro Res.
See here. Are they going to play it? They still need to tune one more. Okay, White Glove just to make sure it is perfect. Probably doing administration. Ooh! Samara Res. Boom! Okay.
Actually is even able to hold on to Pyro Res. CJRs is good at math. That is for sure. Even Catherine coming out now.
That actually, that makes a lot of sense because now they have a second overcharge ball, so they can do the same thing to Ningguang. But yeah, CJR clearly has stopped here because they can't actually play overcharge ball into a Sino skill because it would cost too much. Overcharge ball costing 2 dice. Yeah, they swap away.
They are 1 dice away from just taking out Ningguang right now, but that is fine because they can actually just pull out a Dea summon and apply the Pyro in end phase. And because Chikuwa ended first, their summon activates first too.
Yep, so we're gonna, oh wait, but it's gonna be a Vaporize instead. So it'll be some good damage, but not the Pyro application that's
yeah, that is true.
There we go. Yeah, ouch.
But I think at this stage, it is quite safe to say that CJRs has this game. Because Ningguang, I don't think will be able to 1v3.
Yeah, Ningguang definitely is not someone who, you know, easily 1v3s. I think, you know, for the most part, they have the equipment, but then Fruit of Fulfillment is just kind of weird. You do have +1 damage, but that's the extent of it. So, I mean, well, Passing Judgment. Passing Judgment, I don't know, but it could change a little bit.
It helps a little. But I think CJRs has enough cards that they can just, like, play to cancel it themselves. Chikuwa, though, does have a good amount of healing, still has the double Hydro Res, actually is still holding on to an egg as well. So CJRs may still take a little bit of time to break through this, and that means time for him to potentially make mistakes.
Yeah, most definitely. Tunes at the start, are we looking for a Dea skill? What are we doing here? Or are we just tuning for Pyro? That makes sense as well. Okay, we are.
Well, it's not very efficient, but it does give CJRs that Pyro application they were looking for.
Absolutely.
We are definitely reaching the stage of the game where actions are becoming a little less defined.
Yeah, absolutely. CJR still just has that thinking pose on. It's just like, okay, I can still do something here. I don't know. I think basically, like, well, actually, probably not because she. Oh, okay. Well, he froze. Oh no.
Passing of Judgment does come out. So CJRs won't have access to the action cards in hand, which could be a bit debilitating, but he's got quite a few cards anyway, so he can either play a couple to cancel it out, or he can just wait until next turn, because there really isn't a lot of threat on Chikuwa's side of the board anymore, though if he waits until next turn, Chikuwa can build up Burst again.
Yeah, Ningguang will be able to do 2 actions here, and then Ningguang will have Burst ready. Egg! Okay. Looking for a little bit of a sacrifice. Is that wise when Sino has Gamblers? I don't know.
I don't know if this is meant to be a sacrifice, though.
Yeah, they may. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're gonna quick swap and play Hydro Res to keep Barbara topped up.
Yeah, and then from there, yeah, Hydro Res 1, and then Hydro Res should be number 2, because three damage.
It's not hard for Saito.
Yeah, Saito, he's not, you know, his skill already does 3 damage in the first place, and he's a bunch of damage boost, so I don't think he's worried about it. Hydro Res, Toon Vonarana, Barbara's skill, but that's still... I don't think that pushes you past lethal either. Saito just simply has too much damage on his side.
Let's switch back to Ningguang. Is that wise?
Yeah, because Barbara's guaranteed to be lethal, but it's definitely a little unwise because, you know, at this rate now you're starting to you're stalling a little too hard to the point where you're not throwing out actions against your opponent, who very clearly is lining up, you know, to take you down.
I think Chikuwa really doesn't have a lot of options left.
Yeah,
basically.
absolutely.
Playing the egg is fine to get a character back up, but I do also feel like that ended up wasting some of the dice that could have been used to build up Ningguang's burst again. I think he's still somewhat safe because Passing of Judgment is going to cancel out some of the cards like Pyro Res and so on, which would, and Quick Swap, which would allow Saito to come back up and one-shot Ningguang.
Still thinking through it. Okay, there goes Countdown. No more overcharge ball.
Dea Burst.
Once again, you know, CGR really seems to like this Dea Burst. They're trying to use it to push past certain breakpoints, so that way, you know, the characters, even despite having shields, will have an issue next round. But that's just, I don't know.
CJR is just thinking on a different level.
Absolutely. Yeah, thankfully we had that damage reduction from the Jade screen, I believe, so that way Barbara survives on 1 HP and CGRs cannot follow up, no more Wovens available.
And then healing from Barbara will be able to provide a bit more HP and get rid of some Pyro. You probably want to get rid of the Pyro on Ningguang if you can.
Yeah,
okay.
There you go. Perfect, perfect. Ooh, and the Vonarana to scoop it up as well. Very nice, very nice.
But hold on. At this point, yeah, Saito won't be able to lethal here because there's no reaction, so Pyro Res won't be able to add too much, and only 1 white glove doesn't quite add up to 10, so it's fine for Chikuwa to end here on Ningguang to make sure that the Pyro is taken off.
Most definitely. All right, what is the plan now, folks? Okay, reapply Pyro, so there goes the cleanse. All the shenanigans we were talking about, right?
They're getting so much Dea, like, playtime.
It's just like the trailer. It's her deck now.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. You gotta use Pyro Resonance on Dea. You gotta live up to the trailer.
Yes, live up to the trailer. It'll be great.
I think this is an appropriate time to bring up that I don't like stall decks, right?
Yeah, a little bit. It's been a little bit of a game.
It has been a long game. I have to again praise the players because there is a lot of masterful play being done right now. It's just it's a bit hard to visualize because of how much strategy goes into every single move.
Yeah, I think it's the most interesting thing to, you know, note that, like, these are, strangely enough, you know, despite, you know, Side Overload being traditionally aggressive, it's the one deck that seems to be able to afford it, especially because their opponent is stalled, so that ability is enhanced further. But there goes Dea. Okay, so now we're down to 2 and 2.
Down to 2.
Ready to do my utmost.
But that means that Saito can come out and do some damage.
Yeah.
And then Saito can play Pyro Res and Fresh Wind.
Yep, CJR is doing the calcs right now. Only one more Sino skill before they revert, unless they want to normal attack all the time, which I imagine they probably don't want to do. But here we go. Pyro Res should be White Glove into a Tune, the Fast Swap, and Elemental skill. Maybe with the, I mean, I guess you don't need Fresh Wind because it's only Pyro Res. Oh, no, they're doing all of it at once.
Is it gonna be enough? Yup, just enough. 10 damage. You can see the shock. The shock is palpable on Chikuwa's face, thinking, what? How is that possible? And CJR's has, after a grueling game right there, taken victory in game number 2.
Yeah, very interesting way of seeing their strategy of how they play Sino actually pull off in this scenario, right? Because we were seeing, you know, sort of figments of it when they were playing the Sino Crab game, and now that they're actually able, you know, to use it to its full effect against another stall deck, you know, I wonder if this has always been CJR's plan on playing Sino.
I actually think it may have been. It genuinely seems like this is the strategy CJR's has for playing Sino against like more slow stall decks. Because it is a very similar style to the way that he played in game number 1 as well, right?
Absolutely.
And if that is truly the case, I'm gonna say right now, CJR's is diabolical.
He is!
What in the world?
Yeah, there's some idea that, like, you know, you could, like, maybe break, you know, your opponent's mental, you know, drain them out a little bit. But I'm sure you friends at home, you know, while the matches go on longer and longer, you are able to get 1,000 Primo Gens. Congratulations to our winners right here.
Congrats to you if this is one of your UIDs down here. And for everyone else, don't worry, we've got more raffles ongoing, especially now that it is a 1-1 series. We are guaranteed at least game 4. So that means even more Primo Gems to be given out, so you don't want to miss it.
Absolutely. Yeah, but going back to, I don't know if it was an intention either, because the one thing that's interesting about CJR, right, you know, they've said that they're able to play all the archetypes, but, you know, during the online season, they were the one player who played stall in a meta last patch where stall was very difficult or near impossible to play, to be honest.
I feel like they very purposefully entered this match with the thought process of playing this deck in a different way than usual. Because again, Sign Overload, very strong, able to one-shot characters right from round 2. You're playing against a stall deck. You want to slow it down. The idea should be go hard at them straight away. CJR says, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to play at their level, and I'm going to win playing stall against a stall deck as an aggro deck.
Yeah, maybe that is the idea. It is kind of mind-blowing. I'm just like, huh, why did they do all that? We're always so confused. I'm sure we're gonna read the chat later. It's gonna be quite confusing. Oh, are you not enjoying this?
I'm not. I did not. Like, it was very interesting. I will not deny that. It was very, very interesting. But man, I have no idea what is going through these players' heads, because this just goes ahead and above and beyond. You know?
It's a different level of mind game so much that our minds are just, you know, they're gone. It's like, what is happening? But of course, we still have more games to come, and I do believe right now that Sign Overload is gone, you know, on the side of CJRs. They already won with it, right? We won't see it again, but I wonder what mentality they'll be taking in next time with these other decks.
Yeah, I feel like I'm intimidated by him now. I just look at him and I feel like a fear, a primal dread within the depths of my soul.
Oh yeah. Now this is interesting because CJR's is going to be using that deck that we saw earlier with Minty, the Cryo Cube, Senora, and Thundering Manifestation.
Whereas Chikuwa looks like they're going to be switching it up as well and bringing in the classic Herald Claymore. We're going to get a chance to look at the deck list again after this, but again, what would be the matchup like in terms of favor?
Hard to say. I definitely lean towards Herald Claymore because it's simply more consistent. As we've gotten to establish, you know, watching Minty, they're definitely playing, you know, it's more, that deck is more aggro oriented since it has so many damage boosting cards. Assuming that CJRs runs it. Who knows? Maybe they're going to do the same thing like last game, no?
It does scare me, but it doesn't seem impossible because I am starting to really understand the moniker of Brent Kitchen. Because this man was cooking last game.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
It's not any cuisine any of us have heard of.
No, definitely not.
But it does work.
Yes, only found in this wonderful TCG tournament. But yeah, I mean, I just definitely attribute it to, you know, Herald Claymore on the side of Chikawa. And then CGRs, I mean, we'll see, you know, their list. But I have to imagine they're running those white glove damage boosters and the cryo res because it's the most relevant thing for your deck.
We will see what happens because CJRs should be feeling pretty good from that previous victory. I think they were probably looking to go for victory in game number 1 as well, but just weren't quite able to reach it. But now that they've been able to do that, it does make things a lot more difficult. Because remember, the way that Conquest format works is that these players need to win with every single deck they have.
Absolutely.
And Chikua's Ningguang stall deck doesn't match up all too well to the rest of CJR's.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, we'll see, you know, if they're able to win. They will have to play it, you know, again at some point. But right now, here we go. Just the Herald Claymore, super standard, has Sayu talent, wants to get more of those draws. Only one parametric, and outside of that, pretty normal.
Yeah, one parametric is fine. It's usually just Inzaki who really likes parametric transformer and brings it in almost every deck.
Absolutely, you gotta love your combo tools. I mean, I love parametric transformer, but I don't have a lot of decks that can actually make super effective use of it. But yeah, this is once again the Herald Claymore deck. You have the Wolf's Grave, and it's not the Wagner variant as well. You know, you want to equip Wolf's Gravestone onto either Sayu and Shongyun, spread as much Hydra around with Herald, and then you have 2 characters who can freeze and then just deal tons of damage.
I do personally prefer this version of the deck just a little bit. I don't know if it's the nostalgia or just I've seen a little bit more of this, but the Wagner banner has left a lot of unfortunate memories from past games, especially in like Mew decks. So yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, here we go on CJR side. Yep, looks almost exactly, you know, like we saw. We even have a Tandoori's to boost it. Wow, they must be a really big fan of changing shift, that Rosaria and Amber card you can see right next to the Cryo Res, because they have it here once again.
Yeah, the double changing shifts, double Tandoori, double Lotus, I feel like I'm looking at a very classic deck just from the bottom hull. And then on top, we actually even have a Chang the Ninth too.
Yeah, no, what? Oh, wow, I didn't even know. Wait, what are you doing here? I mean, okay, here's the thing. I definitely would be okay with this because Chang the Ninth is a card that is he's going to be free. He's 0 cost, but he allows you to draw when you do things like physical and I believe piercing or an elemental reaction, right? And of course,
yes.
This deck is not going to have a hard time doing stuff like that.
It does have a lot of reactions built in. And if you're able to get those reactions off, will do a lot of damage, especially off of the Thunder Manifestation. Though I will also admit that Superconduct as a reaction is definitely a little bit weaker compared to things like Vaporize or Melt or Overload even. So it's an interesting idea to bring this here.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder, you know, maybe CGRs really does play this deck end up differently. Probably less likely because the only 2 defensive utilities you have is Lotus, and the characters very much work on getting the other damage, you know, as soon as possible, like Senora, right? Once you lose that cryo form, it's going to be permanently pyro form until the game is over.
Well, without further ado though, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into round number 3 between Chikawa and CJRs. This is of course our final match of day 1 and also a lower bracket match. So the player that ends up defeated here will be eliminated from the competition.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see which way this match can swing, after, their current score. It's just, now, see, we can see what CJR's angle is, and we wonder if them burning the kitchen is enough to take down the mighty Chikawa.
Burning the kitchen seems to be working pretty well here, because, if the enemy isn't able to predict what you're going to do, then that means you're catching them by surprise every single time.
Oh, yeah.
And they definitely would not predict you burning your kitchen down.
Oh, yes, absolutely not. I do wonder how much that can actually last. Because I think, with the idea that CGR does say that they can play multiple archetypes, right? Maybe the idea is that they're doing this to really curveball Chikawa. And then once they get into the later rounds, assuming they win, they're going to actually just, play more traditionally. Because you can only use your trick so many times before someone picks up on it.
As long as you continue varying between different strategies, though, then you just become a chameleon, right? People never really know what you're going to do, where you're going to be. And we will see whether that is the case, because we're jumping into the game right now. That means, as per usual, QR code on the left. You guys please do scan that for feedback. We appreciate any and all constructive criticism. And there is going to be a raffle ongoing at some point on the YouTube stream. So make sure you guys pay attention to the chat, because that is where they will explain how you participate to win some primos.
Yeah, CJR once again giving a nod and a bit of a surprise shock, the fact that Chikawa started in Herald, which me, I don't know. I mean, of course, CGR, we already noticed that they're taking multiple different lines, but to me, it's very logical, right, that they would both start on their revive characters, because that's the idea. You're going to keep smacking until you go down, and the rest of the crew will take care of it.
I think CJRs is confused because up until now, a lot of players have been starting on different characters to avoid that reaction. So maybe they anticipated a Chongyun start instead. So when they saw the normal Herald start, that's actually what surprises them.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. You can feel off that application, to someone else who will not come super duper relevant like Chong Yun. But the thing about it is, I think why, of course, I mean, number one, I think this matchup is already something that's not really well studied, right? So, Chikawa doesn't really have to, think about it too hard. But also for the fact that, there's no freeze. So, CJRs is only going to bully you with damage, not stopping you in your tracks.
It did seem like CJR's reacted in a way that felt like he made some sort of mistake. And that happened right after he played Liven, which also, I don't think that's a particularly big mistake.
Yeah, I mean, everything seems pretty accurate here. Who knows? Maybe the players have a different form of expression we do not understand. But, pulled the gamblers off of Timaeus. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I will say, though, we did, manage to have talked with CJRs earlier today. And he has already mentioned that he usually will think about moves quite a bit ahead. And maybe even go for some showmanship from time to time. So, yeah, I think we're seeing that.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that. I think the memo came in after round 6. All right, here we go. All the skills coming out. Chikawa is definitely just going to drop a live, and we have a pretty even start across the board.
Going to have a good start with the Liben ramp. Chikawa gonna be able to do some ramp of their own. So round 1 gonna go pretty normally for both sides. Tandoori early on is actually pretty nice because you can definitely catch people off guard with that.
You're also getting White Glove as well, so you can start throwing that into your deck and then hopefully drawing it at the right moment and not too early and not too late.
And there's Chang. Haven't seen Chang the Ninth in a very long time. Used to be a very popular card to play back during the earlier days of Genshin TCG. Chikawa actually getting Wolf's Gravestone as well quite early on, so both players drawing pretty good.
Yeah, and once again, just a review for Chang the Ninth, if either side does an elemental reaction or deals piercing or uses a normal attack, you're going to be able to let that stack up a little bit. And right now, yep, they got 0 stacks because that was not, one of those conditions that I just mentioned.
But it was the condition required to break the revive on Chikawa's Herald. And Chikawa doesn't have Herald talent right now. You could actually see CJRs sitting there for a moment seeing, is he going to have talent? And then after a while realize, he probably doesn't have it because he hasn't played it yet. So not going to have to deal with Curse of the Undercurrent for now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty thankful. Yeah, a lot of people are rolling into their Herald talents. That's very interesting. Board Prince is expecting Herald to fall here. They're gonna set. Oh, never mind.
Okay, playing Board Princess and then switching.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an odd choice. Of course, you know, there aren't really a lot of relevant artifacts for Chikawa to play right now because Guild of Dreams is something you want to save to surprise CJRs later, but otherwise...
So with Sayu now taking the field, CJRs will hesitate to stay on Cryo Cube. You don't really need to burst on them. Ooh, changing shifts, leave it to me. Completely free fast swap over to the Thunder Manifestation. And the Gambler is equipped very early on as well. Oh, right, Lightning Rod, yeah.
Yeah, as soon as they equip that Gamblers, I'm like, who's falling? Oh, right, Lightning Rod. That's right, our good old friend, Thunder Manifestation, targeting your off-field characters so long as they skilled. And now, Lightning Rod is not going to be available this round, but it'll certainly come back later.
Ancient Courtyard into Wolf's Gravestone, though, will mean that Sayu is able to get equipped quite early on, and even getting that talent. So I don't think Chiku was too bothered by losing Herald at this point, though. Not having Curse of the Undercurrent is going to feel a bit bad.
Absolutely. Yeah, once again, characters just trading skills left and right. Oh, snap. Yeah, CGR is nodding their heads like, yeah.
That is very nice. This is good timing as well. With Herald gone and only Chongyun and Sayu left, both of them are going to take a good amount of chip damage going forward. CJR is actually ending turn, letting Signora eat the damage with her revive, and forcing Chikawa to have to waste more dice in order to take her out. Though it is gonna be quite painful here. I'm not sure if CJRs was ready to calculate all of this potential damage.
Yeah, because there we go. We even see Signora go all the way down from her revive as well. And now it's just Thundering Manifestation and Q. That is not a lot to work with, to be honest.
I feel like there may be a possibility Chikawa wins right here.
Yeah, no, there definitely is, because if CGR, for whatever reason, Trix goes to Q, Sayu can simply normal attack for 5 and then skill again. So I was like, what happened?
And if he goes to Manifestation, we remember Sayu still has their follow-up attack right now being prepared. So they can do that into another skill, and Manifestation will fall as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, CJR's actually calculating this, so like, where do I go? Because if it's Q, it's going to be a problem. Thundering Manifestation will probably also get lethal as well. So who has the best chance of surviving an endgame?
I mean, if you're looking for a character to keep an endgame, it is almost definitely Manifestation. The big concern right now for CJRs is that there is a genuine possibility he just can't keep characters alive.
Yeah, pretty much.
Chikawa may have enough dice off of that extra bit generated at the end of the turn, and then the multiple gamblers resets to just win right here.
Yeah, CGR kind of clutched up. It's like, maybe I made it. Maybe that was a mistake. Huh? Oh, okay. That's fine, I suppose.
Yeah, follow-up will finish that off. Gets another reset. So Sayu will still be able to pop one more action. Cryo Cube will survive with 1 HP after revive. But yeah, Chikawa has claimed this game very quickly compared to what we saw.
This is like a turn 2, right? Or is this a turn 1?
No, turn 2.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I was like, no, there's no way it's a turn 1. That can't be right. But there you go. Boink. And then Cryo Cube is alone. Oh, yeah. Hey, get a Cryo Res in there. That'll be funny. All right.
CJRs has no way of doing enough damage to lethal Sayu here. And even if he did, Chongyun is still pretty healthy.
Absolutely. Yep, so that was a super quick game. Was not expecting that at all. CJR will go for one last hurrah just for the funsies, because there's no way you're pushing through Chongyun or Sayu in this state.
What a weird series this has been. I do like how confident the players have been in executing their strategy so far, because like they're making mistakes, but they're owning it, and they're just like pushing forward regardless. CJRs is smiling. He just conceded. He knows it's done. He's just gonna go ahead and concede, and that means game 3 goes over to Chikuwa.
All right, yeah, and that is pretty important because now it is 2-1. Only one more game for Chikuwa to take it out, and then CJR unfortunately will have to leave because this is the lower bracket. Only one life remains for these players.
It also does mean that Chikuwa does need to win a game with Ningguang Stall. And the remaining decks that CJRs has is the one we just saw with Manifestation Signora. And the other one is a Bennett Electrocube, which matches up really well into stall decks.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, it is one of the combo lists. It's also the one that CGR recommended in their interview, and I definitely do agree. You know, I would say it's a little more complex than other beginner decks, right? But, you know, it's very straightforward, and that's a good thing. Bennett Burst, and then either Herald or Cube, and then you just go and press their skill button, and then wait for the magic to happen, basically.
But yeah, once again, we've got 2 UIDs at the bottom of the screen, so if one of these is you, that means you have just won 1,000 Primo Gems in our raffle for game number 3. The day is coming to a close, so we only have a couple of potential raffles left, so if you guys want to get some Primos, you guys want to make sure you keep your eyes peeled for the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, make sure you keep your eyes on those Primogen raffles because it could be simply as fast as that match that we just saw, right?
That I still can't believe.
I know, like, right?
The experience of Game 2 into Game 3 feels a bit like a fever dream.
Probably the longest match over here in the Prince Cup Pacific, turning into the shortest match of the Prince Cup Pacific. My goodness, these players are really throwing us curveballs left and right.
But that means that, as we mentioned, Chikuwa now will only have Ningguang Stall left to play with. And CJRs is actually going to bring the Bennett Electrocube deck in. So this is going to be a very big challenge for Chikuwa. And I'm also very curious if CJRs is going to play it differently than usual.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They may have to play a little bit around conventions because, you know, once again, finally actually getting to see, you know, this Ningguang deck with Xingqiu, seeing in how Chikuwa plays it, they're really going for those cleanses because while I don't think cleanse is going to be super relevant inside the Bennett Cube carry deck, it's, you know, definitely something still that's nice to have. That way, you don't have to be threatened by other elemental reactions.
Indeed, indeed. Chikuwa currently 2 games in, CJR is only 1. So that means that this is match point for Chikuwa if they are able to take the victory. It's not going to be an easy one, but I do think that they did a pretty good job of piloting their Ningguang Stall deck earlier. They just made one mistake of putting Xingqiu in a vulnerable position that really cost them their momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. This should be a really interesting matchup to watch. You know, I haven't really seen, you know, 2 archetypes that are fully leaning super hard because this is like, when it comes to Bennett and then like 2 characters that prepare Sky, I think that's truly the combo experience. And on the other side of Chikuwa, right, we have truly the stall experience and cleansing.
Would the stall and cleansing from Ningguang Stall be enough to deal with this? Because there's so much potential damage with Bennett Burst into Rock, Paper, Scissors, or even Bennett Burst into Herald Skill. Like, it's just a deck that takes full advantage of a Bennett's ultimate.
Yeah, absolutely. The cleanse would be super irrelevant because Herald and a Cube are just going to deal the same amount of damage by boosting by Bennett Burst. You know, it doesn't really matter if you can start throwing out 5 damage skills, you know?
If you can just keep attacking all like over and over again in the same turn, then it doesn't really even matter if your cleanse is only available at the end of the round, right? But Chikuwa, the Dice Magician, is going to find a way to make it happen. This is going to be their Ningguang Stall deck list as we saw earlier.
Absolutely. And we can see, just once again, for a refresher for anyone who missed it, we have our equipment like Tenacity. We have the Fortress of Meropide. Didn't get to see it come up last time. Maybe it will be this time. It would be very useful. And also Dawn Wire to make sure you can swap around all over the place. Chikuwa played 2 last time. 4 free swaps is nothing to scoff at.
but it will only help if you're able to make sure your opponent isn't dealing a lot of damage at once, which the Bennett deck is going to be able to do. So hopefully there are other tools that Chikuwa has to be able to deal with that somewhat. Passing of Judgment, I think, will play a pretty notable role, because in the previous game as well, it actually delayed the game a bit for Chikuwa to find his bearings by making sure that there would be no quick swaps or fresh wins or pyro resonances on Sino.
Absolutely. Yeah, we should see something really interesting coming here. There's also Egg and Butter Crab and Matsutake, so lots of healing coming out. It's going to be very difficult for anyone really to break through with that. I don't know, they did use Butter Crab, but it unfortunately was not enough to save their characters, which is really interesting, despite having quite a big, team-wide damage reduction.
Yeah, I think there is a reason why Buttercrab isn't played particularly often, even in more defensive decks. Like, there's so much damage flying around nowadays that you end up not really feeling it a lot of the time. But here we have CJR's Bennett Cube deck. And yeah, we're going to have Bennett Talon, Storm Terror's Lair, and things like that.
Absolutely. Now, the one thing that's definitely really interesting in the card that I like a lot is Lee Su, the man in the green, because it allows it so that anytime your character has 0 energy and then you swap onto them, they will gain 1 energy once per round. And that's super useful for Bennett starters, because instead of starting on Bennett, you simply click on someone else and then you swap over to Lee Su, and then Bennett can gain 1 energy, go in with a whack, and then use the dice for something else.
I still remember that was actually a pretty common strategy back during the early days of Genius Invocation, where Liu Su was a character that was kind of included in almost every single deck. And if you just happen to have him in your opening hand, then you switch your starting so that your starting character can get energy straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see how CJRs makes use of this, because of course you have Herald, right? But Herald already has talent. So do you really need, to go all the way up to Burst just to make sure they get more curses of the other current? Who knows? Maybe CJR just has that different mentality, right?
It is definitely a card that is only going to be used by Bennett primarily. I guess if you really want to make things interesting, you can still use it on the Cube or the Herald, because you can get Curse on the Undercurrent out, you can get the Cube Summon out, but it's not what you would consider the ideal line.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, but here we go. Chikuwa versus CJR, the Dice Magician versus Burning the Kitchen. Let's see if CJR does it for the last time, or they will be triumphant over the champion at Chikuwa.
Oh boy, this is gonna be an again, I am terrified.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I am too, because as much as Benno is definitely the combo list, right? And then once you run out of Bennett Burst, you're basically going to be struggling for the rest of the game. You can definitely play a deck like Herald Cube quite slow, not only just through the means where you just need to think through your turn, but also it's just, you press one button and then you kind of wait for things to happen.
Yeah, if CJRs can find a way to make Sign Overload, which is probably one of the most aggro of aggro decks we've ever seen, into a stall play style, I have no idea what else he can potentially cook up. But what I do want an idea of is what you guys think about our stream, because there is going to be a QR code coming up on the left side at some point, right after this, I think, and then you can scan that, you guys can give us feedback, and we can use that to improve.
Absolutely. Your feedback is always appreciated, so we want to know that we want to do for next time. But here we go. I am surprised. Did CJR really mull away Bennett Talent? There's no way. Why would you do that?
The man's mind operates in a different dimension.
Honestly, I mean,
there's just a different plane of reality, and it's called CJR's brain.
I would definitely agree. There's a reason, he's here, and maybe there's just something I don't know, right? But it should be. Right now, it looks like CJR is trying to figure out which character they want to start on. The timer is ticking now, 20 seconds left. Gonna stick with the Bennett and Xingqiu opener.
Okay, classic openers here coming out from both players. CJR just responds by nodding. He's already thinking about what's going to happen next here just off of this classic opener, which is what you should expect. It just feels so much more scarier coming from him. And mind you as well, like, we had breakfast with him this morning. I don't think we were ready.
I don't think we were ready. Oh, okay. But you started on Bennett.
If that came a little earlier, then you could have started on another character and switched to Bennett.
Oh, very nice. This is the Golden Troop, which how it works is that you can equip it onto any character, and in the end phase, it will gain a stack. And this one specifically gains extra stacks, unlike the other Golden Troops reward. And this one has a higher stack limit, so you can start decosting, you know, skills like the Electric Cube, who costs 5 dice to play. Just their only damaging skill for the most part. So, you know, this is super duper helpful to put on top of them.
CJRs can play that for free as well, since they already have Timaeus set up, so it could be a good way to start off with Cube. Gonna go ahead and spend the rest of their dice to fully charge up a Bennett's burst. And this is going pretty smooth for him so far, if he had kept the Bennett talent.
Yeah, if you kept the Bennett talent, I don't know, maybe CGR simply believes in the high roll. And you know what? I respect it.
Hold on. Golden Troop on Cube. Golden Troop's reward on Herald. So, I mean, that makes sense, right? You're gonna end on Bennett for sure, so you're gonna get a stack on both characters straight away. No Bennett talent. I would have been very surprised if it came out.
Oh yeah, no, at that rate, you know, I think, you know, something's still getting a little favored here, but, you know,
As for Chikuwa, I think things are proceeding apace as well. They're already able to get a bit of ramp set up. Actually able to go to Ningguang quite early on as well.
Ooh, 2 Lotus Chris, not what you want to see right now.
Did get another Dunyazard and Timaeus, so gonna be able to pull another artifact out here.
Is it going to be something that's going to help you? Ooh, yes, Gilded Dreams. We love to see that.
But no Bennett talent, which, like, it is weird, right? In this deck, that is the card you want to have as early on as possible.
Absolutely.
Re-rolling that is something different entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they're going to go for the Herald skill and try to get Hydro all over of Chikuwa's characters. That way they can get Vaporizes and Electro Charges. Later on, I do wonder if Chikuwa is going to have enough ramp to go in for this counterplay.
I can't help but feel that when you say that he's gonna try and get Hydro over all of Chikuwa's characters, that it somehow sounds incorrect.
Yeah, maybe it sounds okay. Here, just think of it as the high-powered Hydro Cutter. You know, the ones that like can cut metal. It's like that.
That's even more concerning in some ways.
Oh no, mistakes were made. Herald, stop being weird. But CJR decides to just float the dice. That's a surprise to me. I mean, of course you want to make use of Liven in this early game because you know Chikuwa is not going to do too much. Yeah, they even equipped Tenacity. But I don't know. I feel like you could have gone for a skill.
How does CJRs intend to catch Chikuwa off guard here? Because Chikuwa is just, again, getting to play the game exactly how he wants to on Ningguang's stall. Ningguang already getting quite a lot of field time, able to build up energy without too much risk, because Bennett Burst, the talent at least, is not available, and without that, the other characters aren't quite as threatening as they should be.
Absolutely. There we go. Here goes the roll. Is CJR angling for that Bennett Burst? Looks like, yeah, they kept the Pyro. Yep, and then they rolled at least 4 Pyro. Oh,
there it is. Okay.
Oh my, okay. Never punished.
Punished a little bit. It came a little later, but honestly not that much later, so it's still fine. They got the double quick swap on top of that. I don't think they need to use it, but it's a possibility.
Absolutely. Are they going to use that into Bennett? I imagine, because since they know that Chikuwa is using calcs very effectively, right? We saw it last round where they jumped the energy over to Ningguang and nearly lethaled their Sino. It's definitely not something you want to happen to Bennett. You know, even if the energy doesn't work out, you don't want to give him a free opportunity.
But there isn't enough energy yet on Chikuwa's side to calcs burst. So I think CJR's is fine, slow swapping to Bennett.
Absolutely. should go for the burst here. If you're not going for the burst here, something's happening. Something is being cooked that we would not be aware of.
Yeah, you just have to burst here. Chikuwa, I don't know if he wants to eat the burst on Ningguang. He definitely can. He's got plenty of shields. But maybe going over to Barbara is a possibility, and maybe getting energy out on Barbara by skilling as well would set up for the Calcs.
Yeah, most definitely. And also have that backup heal. You can get all your characters back to full, basically. It's a +4 HP across the board, nothing to scoff at. And, you know, it doesn't matter how many times Cube will whack you with a empowered Bennett burst. If you heal it all up, it won't matter.
I'm not gonna do too much here, Chikuwa. Just building up that energy. Looks like they will decide to stay on Ningguang. So they're willing to take Pyro on her.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's okay because, you know, ultimately, since they're using prepare skills, a reaction is nice, but it's not the main draw of this Bennett and double revive deck.
CJR is just thinking a long time. When there should be a very obvious play in front of him, he is taking a while to consider things.
Yeah, probably just recalculating some lines, making sure it works out in the end, but it should absolutely be a Bennett burst. I would be so shocked if they decide to swap out otherwise, because, you know, Herald swap is, you know, relatively, oh, okay, they are scared of Calcs.
All right, that's good. That's good respect there. I actually smiling quite heavily too. So Bennett burst will come out with the talent, so that's good.
Absolutely. There we go. Ningguang gains a dice once more. Lots to work with. Yeah, swaps over to Barbara. Okay.
Yeah, Ningguang at this point doesn't really want to use burst on Bennett. It would ideally be on the Electro Cube. Yeah, it would just pop revive, but getting rid of that character is going to be more important overall now that Bennett already has burst out.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Bennett could even go for an elemental skill here to get Pyro onto the other characters and then, you know, just have that extra damage, extra healing. Because Bennett, just like the main game, on his own can do a lot when he has his burst active, even for himself.
Yep, we have seen it before. CJR is going to go ahead and switch over to the Electro Cube. Because of the golden troop that was applied earlier, I do think that their rock, paper, scissors has been discounted enough to be used here.
Yep, it's currently discounted. Wow, discounted by a lot, all the way down to 1 for rock, paper, scissors, and they have Gilded Dreams later on to do it once more. CJR is starting to take a little bit more of an advantage than I expected.
Barbara should be able to eat quite a lot of this damage, though. So, like, Chikuwa doesn't necessarily need to switch to someone else. Though it is a little bit inefficient to stay on Barbara because you'd have to attack, and he doesn't really have the dice for Barbara to use.
Yeah, most definitely not. It's all super inefficient thanks to the unlucky rolls. And oh, they're still going to threaten them with a Ningguang. Okay. Oh, but the overload comes in.
Allowing the overload to switch over to Xingqiu is very interesting.
Yeah, not what I expected. And then swaps back over to Barbara as well. This is really just lines I don't expect in the slightest.
I think this is fine because Chikuwa is just trying to evenly spread out damage. Because if you evenly spread out damage, you can actually Calcs Barbara. And Barbara burst instead for max efficiency.
Yeah, and that's definitely true. Although the thing about going for a Barbara burst, as much as it's, you know, really cool to see, I don't think it's going to be a good idea in CJRs against CJRs, because CJR still has another turn of Bennett burst after this. So they will simply probably just repeat exactly what they'll do and do just as much damage as they did before.
That is true. If Chikuwa wants to go for the Calcs play on Barbara and burst to heal all the characters back up to full, they need to make sure that they have resources to get energy back out on Ningguang again.
Yep. And now we're at a scenario where Ningguang can no longer do a Calcs Arts into burst, so they're just simply going to skill, assuming they want to stay here, because this is dangerous, you know? If CGRs, as we can see, can generate more dice, you know, that means that Electrocute could simply just take out Ningguang, and Barbara and Xingqiu cannot solo a game.
Yeah, but it would be slow, so Chikuwa would still have opportunities to switch over, and he knows that golden troop stacks were already used up earlier, so the next skill is going to be too expensive for CJRs to play. Indeed, CJRs will go back to Bennett, get energy through Liu Su. So he is anticipating the game lasting long enough that another Bennett burst may be possible.
Honestly, I definitely respect it because Lee Su has always been that opening Gambit card, but if you're playing a little slow, I mean, it's always going to come up that you'll be out of energy at some point. And Bennett being able to just fire off more and more bursts definitely messes with how much Chikuwa can pass a breakpoint. 7 damage! Oh my goodness.
Wait, hold on. Did we miss something?
We definitely did.
Barbara had, Barbara had elemental application.
That's why.
So yeah, Bennett's skill does 7 damage with reaction and burst. I think Chikuwa forgot.
Yeah, no, I mean, considering that I didn't comment on it, I would definitely forget about it too because, oh my goodness, Barbara's out of the game.
Because you're always going to be keeping an eye on Electrocube. This is still somewhat of a new deck in this meta, Bennett Electrocube. It has been played before in the past, but it's not something that players are going to have a lot of practice against. So your main focus is on this purple square on the left here, and you forget how much damage Bennett himself does.
Absolutely. Oh, hey,
ooh, the
Storm
second talent.
Terrors and the second talent. Oh my god. Storm Terrors is huge for Cube. They're going to be able to reduce the cost of its skill even more.
Chikuwa losing Barbara here is pretty bad because the damage being spread out evenly earlier means a lot less now that you have lost your heal bot.
Absolutely. Let's see here. What are we looking at for? What can Chikuwa do now? Because now you do have an energy donor in the form of Xing Cho, but outside of that, not really too much from there. You know, you can knock out Bennett, but then you have to deal with the big scary cube.
I think it could still be worth knocking out Bennett, actually.
Yeah.
But then dealing with the cube is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, Chico was thinking about, oh no, their heart rate is dropping. They're entering the Zen. They're completely zoning everything out.
Because this really is a difficult matchup to play. Like, Bennett and Cube both apply quite a lot of pressure. And then you actually do out-heal in terms of consistency with Bennett Burst.
Absolutely.
And Ningguang's burst only does enough to like take out a character at once, which means that she's kind of weak to characters with revive, like Cube.
Absolutely. Yeah, Chikuwa decided just to go for the elemental skill and then not lethal Bennett, but now they have a full charge, and CGR is simply going to respond in kind and go to Herald. Oh no, just like you said.
CJR is feeling more and more like a evil genius with every single move.
Honestly, I agree with you. There's really, you know, like so many things that I just don't expect this time around, and they're all coming to fruition and definitely working, you know, honestly in CJR's favor. Okay. Mop the Xing Cho. Probably wants, there you go. Yeah. Just make sure to have Ningguang not take too much damage right now.
Now that you don't have Barbara around, the amount of healing that you'll have access to is very, very limited. Chikuwa unfortunately hasn't really drawn his Hydro Resonances either, so doesn't have access to those. Maybe getting Xingqiu burst out would help a little bit, because any damage you can get is going to be very crucial.
Absolutely. There we go. Only 5 dice left. None of them super usable. Need to do a little bit of tuning if you want to make sure you can actually go for a burst or that skill just to chip away at Herald's HP while they're still going to be swinging around those Hydro Blades.
Ningguang obviously doesn't want to burst Herald, so CJRs can easily stay on Herald. He does still have Gilded as well, so we do see that being played. More dice comes out, which means that CJRs now has dice advantage on Chikuwa as well. So directly challenging Chikuwa, saying if you don't burst right now, you're probably not going to get a chance to.
It's funny, CJR is just nodding. They're like, yeah, come on, let's see it, let's see it. That's pretty hilarious. Oh, okay. It's getting a little scary, honestly.
This is slowly.
Slowly.
I don't think I need to finish that sentence. I feel like the people watching know.
Yes.
What the implication is. Since Chikuwa has just been forced to end their round, they have no dice left. So here comes another rock, paper, scissors combo. and there is not enough HP on Chikua's side to survive it.
Oh, look at that big smile on CJR's face. They knew they cooked, and they got it. Game 4 goes to CJRs.
Diabolical is the correct adjective for this man.
Thumbs up.
Look at
Thumbs
him.
up. Boom, boom.
He's
Let's go.
having a good time. He's having fun. And I think that's the scary part, right? I get the feeling CJRs is just playing the game in a way that he's enjoying. And it is working out super duper well.
Yeah, it's totally throwing, of course, this one's more of a poor matchup, right, for Chikawa, but the other times, it really did mess, with their lines and confidence. It's just like, wait, what are you doing? Why are you waiting on Sino?
Yeah, this was a much more normal gameplay demonstration of the deck. It's not quite like the way they played Sign Overload as a stall deck. This is pretty normal Bennett Cube, though there were definitely some creative liberties here and there being taken just to try and mess with Chikua's thinking a little bit, which worked. Chikua ended up forgetting about the risk that Barbara was facing against Bennett, and losing her was the start of a slippery slope.
Absolutely. That clean sweep was definitely sealing the deal, and CJ are very happy to see that happen. But I'm very happy to see our raffle winners right below here. You can see, congratulations for winning 1,000 Primo Gems.
Congratulations to you guys, and even bigger congratulations that we're getting another Game 5. That means even more Primo Gems for you guys, even more TCG action. And it all comes down to this.
Yeah, multiple Game 5s happening over here. It's really interesting because the idea that I put down, I mean, maybe some people will disagree with this statement, but I feel like if you're going to multiple games, especially a Game 5, it isn't a testament to the skill in these players, because getting a clean 3-0 sweep, that means there clearly is a skill difference. But here, of course, it's more matchup dependent, I would say, a little bit. But, for the most part, that means that these characters, or not characters, sorry, the people have a similar level of skill, and they're kind of outmaneuvering each other.
Yeah, I can definitely see that here, and I think Chikua is having some difficulty trying to claim a victory with Ningguang's stall, because this is the exact situation that Inzaghi found himself in earlier with Double Dragon. These are decks that have a lot of difficulty in the meta now. Inzaghi was able to use that Protag energy, and Double Dragon is not quite as stally comparatively, so there's still opportunities to make aggressive play. But yeah, before we go ahead and jump into our final game of the day, I think we do have another interview for you guys to check out.
Yep, let's go check it out.
Hi, I'm CJR Zizi, and currently studying in Melbourne, Australia. I'm glad to have a chance to play Princess Cup this year. For me, the most impressive game is Game 3 against Duel. In that game, I played the trader on the wrong character and lose game because of it. After that, this failure alerts me to think more and faster before I doing any action. I still remember that game. First of all, I believe my lineup is good, and it brings me a lot of good matchup and makes my life easier. And secondly, in that game, I luckily draw the lift to me and act on time, which helps me to get the victory. For this patch, personally, I will introduce the Bennett deck, especially like Bennett, Herd, and the Electro Cube. I think this deck is very easy to play, and the game plan is very linear, which is suitable for the new players in this game. My personal advice is that enjoy the game, enjoy the competition, and don't care too much about the result, like win or lose.
Alright, thanks for being patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are back once again. And you know what's at stake right now? It is tournament lives on the line. Game 5, best of 1 between Chikua and CJRs.
Yep, that is that Game 5 scenario that we all covered, but also it is the most intense match that can happen. And once again, Chikuwa is going to be stuck on the Ningguang stall deck, and then CJR is getting to move back to their Senora Thunder Manifestation and Cryo Cube. I wonder if I can call this, could be Station, just be Station Aggro is maybe an okay name. We'll work on that one.
Yeah, we gotta figure that one out a little bit here. But in terms of matchup, I do think that maybe Ningguang Stall may be able to handle this one just a little bit easier. Like, Manifestation does still do a lot of damage, but it's not quite Electrocube Bennett Burst kind of level.
I'm definitely a 50-50 on this one because, of course, Ningguang is the deck that's a lot more organized, a lot more put together, so you can make sure you guarantee, you know, a certain game plan, especially if you get your artifacts early. You're going to be able to just kind of have a smooth ride all the way through generating dice for free. Now, the only reason I would favor CJR in this situation is, number one, there's the damage pop-up, but also this hard punishes any deck that has a form of Hydro application to itself, being both Barbara and Xing Cho. They cannot stand up against Senora or Cryo Cube and use their skills. They will get immediately frozen and folded.
That is actually true. The self-application going to kind of harm Chikuwa a little bit here. It was very useful against decks like Sign Overload to avoid giving free pyro applications. But when you're dealing with freeze and you're obviously not running things like Tada, then it does make it very difficult for you to use those abilities.
Yeah, there are times where people may even do not even a single Xingqiu skill. Well, that's unfortunate because, of course, you can see, right, that Chikuwa is running a Xingqiu talent which works off of skill and is going to give you a bigger barrier from your rain swords. It's 2 instead of, it's going to be 3 instead of 2. And that, not being able to do that, I don't know.
And that's why I personally was a little bit concerned when I saw this Ningguang Stall deck in Chikuwa's deck list. Like, yeah, it's interesting. It's like, oh wow, bringing Ningguang Stall at this stage. But then you look at CJR's deck list and you realize there's a lot here that messes with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be most worried, you know, it's going to be fully reliant on Chikuwa to make sure they play around all of those freeze shenanigans and make sure they don't apply too much Hydro to their cells. You can do a little bit, but not too much, because at that rate, you're going to have yourself frozen, and it is unfortunately going to be on you and not on the opponent.
And I think when your opponent is someone like CJR's as well, who seems to have very unique ideas about how to approach the game, or he's just having a lot of fun here, it makes it even more difficult, because Stall is a deck that requires a lot of strategy to go in things. There's a lot you have to consider to make sure that the moves that you're making are the correct ones.
Absolutely. So here we go. Anything else I need to review? No, but this is the last game. Can you believe this is how things turned out?
No, I cannot. Like, I knew it was gonna be an intense tournament. I knew it was gonna be a very intense day because it's the first day. The players are all fired up. They still have all their energy. But going into 5 games for both lower brackets is super fun. And this is going to be the very last game of day 1 of the knockout stages, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, the last one for today. Don't worry, we'll be coming back tomorrow with more Genius Invocation TCG action. But since this is the last match of the day, I think it's the last opportunity for our players to get something that they want.
It's the last opportunity for you guys to join the raffles, guys. Make sure you guys check out the Astra Carnival YouTube live stream so that you know how to participate. And if you have some time to spare, do scan the QR codes on the left side of the screens. Without further ado, is it gonna be Chikuwa or is it gonna be CJR's?
We'll have to find out. What is this roll? Let me see. Okay, that's better. Thank goodness. I saw like the rainbow dice earlier and I'm like, no.
Yep, this is much better. In fact, Chikuwa does have really nice dice. CJR is a little less good, but still. Actually, no. Actually, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I realized, like, wait, he has no Hydro characters. That's very... Although he will be able to use those for countdown, so I guess that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing here, of course, is that now we're getting to the counterplay section because it's surprising that they ended up starting on Xingqiu for Chikuwa's side because, I mean, like I said, for the most part, you're kind of just using it to refield off application, but unfortunately, you do not have turn advantage or a turn
yeah, turn advantage in this scenario because Xingqiu skilling first means that Cryo Cube will just simply go and freeze them immediately, and then nobody wins anything.
Yeah, it's awkward here. It's kind of surprising that you would start on Xingqiu for the exact reason that you mentioned there. At least with Barbara, you do know the Hydro application comes up at the end of the round instead. So let's see what Chikuwa has in mind. They have already drawn double tenacity, so getting those equipped early on should be pretty good.
Yeah, most definitely, but there is no revive or healing yet on Chikuwa's side, despite it being a stall deck. So letting Xingqiu go out into the open and take, you know, the average 6 damage from a Cryo Cube, I don't know. I think that's a little dangerous.
It is quite dangerous, yeah. They are able to get that Ancient Helm on, but you're only going to be able to get the shield for that the next turn, so I think she will not be at risk of being taken out right now, but he's going to drop pretty low.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And looks like CGR is definitely looking for a ramp turn. They already played the Sealy, you know, and they could play the Live. And honestly, I would go for it. If you already know that Chikuwa has equipped all these shenanigans, you're going to make sure that you have enough damage to breakthroughs. Yep, there we go. White Glove as well going down. Is it going to be the Live or a skill? Let's find out. Okay.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the skill, just to make sure that some damage is put onto Xingqiu straight away. Because Chikuwa does have turn priority, so you want to make it so that he can't really even scale on Xingqiu at all.
There we go. Ooh, 2 cryo res already. My goodness.
CJR is getting those early. Gonna be very useful. I'm gonna be able to put that on. Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Oh, whoa.
Whoa, okay.
Hey there, buddy.
Save some for the rest of us.
I know, right? You got even a little bit of a smile there once it happened. But yeah, here we go. Could you... You could actually potentially lethal Xingqiu here. Yeah, Chico was not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, there was a possibility of that. I don't think you could quite lethal, but again, would be able to drop low with the Cryo Resonance. Chikuwa goes over to Ningguang, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, Ningguang's an okay character to go to. Of course, it's a little weird with the whole idea of application fielding, but you know, it's not. It doesn't really matter. As long as Ningguang can set up a Jade screen, it's gonna, you know, be pretty important for CGR to keep track of how much energy Ningguang has slowly over the match. And whenever Chikuwa decides they do have that Calc Art, they will simply pop off and knock out one of their characters cleanly.
Yeah, that is the thing that these players are going to want to avoid at all costs if possible. I guess Chikuwa going to Ningguang is still pretty safe though, because unlike the other two, she's not going to self-apply Hydro. So even if you eat Cryo on her, it should be okay. Although you do want to avoid giving those reactions over as well. So I imagine a lot of swap stalling is going to happen here since Chikuwa doesn't have the best dice to work with.
Yeah, most definitely went for the normal attack, but has that special piercing property thanks to doing his skill earlier. Now they swap over to Barbara. Should be a skill. I would be very surprised if they did not deploy Barbara's skill, because that way they can cleanse their current units.
Yeah, getting that skill out is going to be very useful. You do have those 3 dice that Chikuwa can use, and then after that, it's just basically going to be ramping. They do still have a Liben in hand too, so they can eat the remaining dice. Yeah, I agree. I think that is the play.
Yeah, most definitely. Because, you know, I talked about how, you know, Hydro application would be bad, but as long as you're smart about it, you really don't have to worry about it too much. Oh, triple cryo application across the board. That is not looking good. You know, I would be more scared if it was a freeze deck, but then Thundering Manifestation, we already saw earlier how well it snipes off characters in this deck.
Yeah, Chikuwa is specifically avoiding skilling on anyone, not just to avoid self-applying Hydro, but also to avoid giving a free Lightning Rod over to CJRs. Because he recognizes that it's going to be a bit difficult to avoid application against this deck. So you may as well just try to reduce the total damage done.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see here, what is CJR thinking of doing? Ooh, okay, there we go. We got the Barbara skill, very, very nice.
And CJR is down to 2 dice. This deck doesn't run too much dice generation, So Chikuwa is betting on the fact that there won't be enough for CJRs to switch to Manifestation and Skill, which actually would nearly lethal Barbara.
Absolutely, unless CJR decides to pull the card that he seems to really enjoy, Changing Shifts and the Woven. It is going to be quite a bit if you ever wanted that to actually be pulled off.
He does have one Woven in hand, but no way of drawing another card, so we'll see what happens here.
What are we thinking? Should just be, I mean, you know, honestly, just go for a skill. I mean, like, oh, wow, tuning. I haven't lost yet. I mean, I think that's okay because Chikuwa is going to be playing quite slow and your hand is quite full as well. So you want to make sure you're slowly getting rid of cards over time, especially because Lime will probably be relevant next turn. But it is unfortunate to see that go.
Yeah, I haven't lost yet had been a staple for a long time before it was just kind of dropped off as more and more cards were introduced. Was hoping to actually see it be played at some point, but looks like that's not going to happen. And it makes a lot of sense to tune it because, yeah, Chikuwa is going to play slow. You're not really going to see any of CJR's characters go down too soon, so yeah, it's fine.
Yep, and here we go. Characters are slowly getting re-healed. Barbara is looking a little worse for wear, though. Thankfully, cleanse the cryo, and that's the most important part.
It does worry me, because Chikuwa was avoiding Lightning Rod. He only skilled at the end once CJRs didn't have enough dice to go for it. But by doing so, he's not really able to get energy out on anyone. That means no potential healing from Barbara. Ningguang is still very far away from getting burst out to threaten anyone.
Absolutely. Now, this should be quite relevant this time around. Chikuwa does have the Fortress of Metal Teeth, and that is going to be super duper useful to block things like Cryo Res, Strategize, White Glove, etc. Yeah.
Looks like that will be played. That will be nice. CJR, look at his reaction. It's like, oh my god, I'm going to have to deal with that now.
Don't waste my time.
I mean, I definitely agree with them. Thankfully, it's only Maripede and not Judgment, because Judgment is the real deal sealer for CJRs. Because with, you know, Fortress of Maripede only blocks one card, so you simply just need to expand maybe a Fast Swap, a Lotus, you know, maybe even a White Glove in the Culprit Cleanup if you really don't need it. But if you get Judgment on and 3 blocks, that's too much of sacrifice to make it just to get some extra damage.
Especially in aggro decks again, right? Because most of the cards you run in them, you will want to use at one point or another.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
CJRs does finally go to Manifestation. Lightning Rod was applied to Ningguang after skilling onto Cryo Cube, but she's got more than enough shield that it shouldn't hurt too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Ningguang not only has the barrier, but also Crystallize and Tenacity shields. So she's sitting at effectively, you know, the damage reduction is kind of hard to calculate here, but we have 13 and then plus damage reduction. So it's like, oh boy, you are not cracking her anytime soon.
And CJR's, yeah, he does have the dice to go for it as well. So that is actually fine. But I feel like it's very difficult to predict what this guy is going to do.
Most definitely. This is one of the rare instances where you see Chikuwa actually being able to use Lightning Rod. The intended counterplay for Lightning Rod is that going onto a character with good HP, so that way you got to target Ningguang instead of going for a character like Xingqiu who would almost be in lethal range.
And looks like Ningguang will be able to tank a lot of that damage. Does end up dropping the 7, which is actually kind of impressive considering the number of shields she had. But as you mentioned, this will allow Xingqiu to actually get some damage out, apply some Hydro. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough though.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, thankfully the cleanse is through. Of course, Cryo Cube Summon still available. Goes on to Senora, probably looking to drop down the Cryo debuff, or the Sheer Coal, I should say. So that way they're constantly apply the Cryo in the end phase.
Sheer Coal going to be very useful in this deck in particular. Especially, actually, it depends on a bit of timing. Because if Sheer Coal happens before Barbara's skill, then it doesn't help very much anyway.
Yeah, no, it would unfortunately mess you up. The way that happens, the CGR would need to end first, so that way all their effects trigger first, and then Chikuwa's summon. Or actually, it's the opposite. Chikuwa needs to end first, which is not what you do install. So
this is one of those situations, because Chikuwa actually doesn't have any dice left for this round. So gonna need to select a character that will need to tank some damage.
Most definitely, and it's already looking really rough for all of them. CGR might be swinging this matchup into their favor, considering this situation.
It was already going to be a pretty difficult matchup to begin with, because again, Chikuwa can't really use their abilities freely due to the risk of being frozen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when you don't have characters that are able to deal a consistent amount of damage, then characters that can revive like Cube and Signora reign supreme.
Oh yeah. Running out of time though, about 10 seconds left on the clock. CGR, what are we thinking? Better make a decision quick or those dice are going into Liban. Not the worst thing in the world, but...
Another hit.
Oh, it is at least decosted thanks to the Golden Troops reward. Oh yeah, and then you efficiently put it into your Liban. Okay, maybe this is all right.
It still would have been pretty okay to actually add there because you have Vanarana to catch the final dice anyway.
Exactly.
I'm not too sure if CJRs actually needed to do that, but I think it is still fine. Doesn't make too much of a difference in the grand scheme of things.
Most definitely. Pre-playing White Glove, now that is confidence if I've ever seen it.
I think it's just to avoid overdrawing here, because Liven's gonna be giving more cards. You gotta make sure you only have 6 in hand, because you're gonna draw 2 naturally.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. You do have to avoid the overdraw, but having to waste a resource like White Glove definitely stings a little bit.
Yeah, but I think this is a situation where a White Glove isn't actually going to make too much difference.
Yeah, with all that damage reduction, at least one damage will be nullified, so...
CJR is going to be able to fill up their hand. Quite a lot of utility. Has been holding on to those double cryo resonance for a while, and the changing shifts. Chikuwa has still actually been surviving quite well. This is one of those situations where because CJR's deck actually doesn't threaten all that much damage as long as you play around Lightning Rod.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've been making a very masterful plays around Lightning Rod. We'll probably even see it after CJR takes their action. They're probably going to purposely skill Ningguang that way. Thundering Manifestation is forced to target Ningguang all the time.
We are probably going to be in for a bit of a long haul here.
Oh, don't say that. Just kidding. now you're convincing me.
Yup. Like you get it, right? You get it. But I can't deny it takes a lot of skill. It does require a great deal of patience, strategy, and thought to pilot a deck like this. And Chikuwa is doing it well. He's clearly quite comfortable with it because anyone else would have already folded by now.
Most definitely. The biggest thing, especially in aggro decks, is having, a form of restraint, because you cannot restrain yourself to expend all your resources in one place, because this is the most important thing to learn about aggro or just general Genius Invocation TCG tips. If you're using damage booster cards and it is not lethal, then don't do it. Because why would you waste the resource? It's true that you could be fighting a deck that isn't healing, not like a stall deck, but it's still going to be ultimately the right thing, is that you don't go for, those extra damage boosts if you know it's not actually going to change anything.
Yeah, it depends on the deck archetype though sometimes, because if you know your opponent doesn't have a lot of healing and you're dealing damage to a character that you maybe won't get easy access to again, then applying some slightly more permanent damage could be worth it depending on the circumstance.
Yeah, most definitely. Although in this case scenario, CGR, once again, they're just trying to whittle down Chikuwa as much as possible, and that way they can start sweeping super duper hard. Maybe that is the strategy that CGR went into this match. Just like, if you're going to play slow enough and I'll match your tempo, and then when you least expect it, I will strike and take it all. Uh-oh!
There is the... Oh, wait a minute. That does do enough damage.
The Thundering Manifestation is down, and that is not good because that is CGR's highest potential damage character until Signora flips over to the Crimson Witch of Emerald. Even still, that's not going to be anything comparable to what Thundering Manifestation can do.
Yeah, that could be a mistake here, forgetting about the potential Cox play coming out of Ningguang, which we already mentioned. This deck plays very well into Ningguang Burst, but that is because Signora and Cube have revived. Manifestation does not have that luxury, and is probably your main carry. So CJR has found himself on a bit of a back foot here.
Absolutely. And thankfully, it is a cryo deck, so you can still make use of your resonance, but you need to make sure that you can snipe off one of these characters now. Get a Gambler's Chain and just start running through as fast as possible.
Things are starting to slip closer into Chikuwa's favor now. With no manifestation to play around, CJR's becomes a lot less of a threat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There we go, reroll. Hopefully it's a little better. Chikuwa looking okay. Oh, what happened, CJR? Oh no! Oh no! Oh my goodness.
Chikuwa's dice are pretty alright. CJR's dice are a little difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to work with this because you're trying to hold on to everything. I think you can at least get rid of a golden troop, maybe the changing shifts, but after that, you know, you're going to want to keep the dice that you can.
Both of the characters remaining on CJR's side don't do a lot of single target damage. Signora Pyro, like you mentioned, is probably the best bet he has, but it would require her dropping to below 4 HP, which is going to be within range of Ningguang's lethal.
Yep, absolutely. Now Barbara's coming out. Oh no, Chico, are you thinking about healing the whole party? You got to build some energy, but they definitely could.
Definitely can.
Yeah, no longer, you know, massive damage potential coming out. You know, from the other side, they have 2 barriers and 3 total shield points. So that puts her at 9 effective, and plus the 2 barriers, it's going to be -1, you know, depending on what damage is done. But it's just so much. Barbara might as well be full health.
It is really difficult to overcome situations like this. Chikuwa is finally finding himself in a comfortable spot. We can definitely see that stall decks will have a bit more difficulty nowadays. Now that you don't have access to cards like Lumenstone and so on, it's a lot harder to draw out your deck and make sure you always have utility ready to keep your characters protected. But in Met, when you find yourself in this situation, Chikuwa is already very comfortable.
Absolutely. Yep, just thinking about CJR, thinking of any other possible line they can do to push them back to advantage, but they only have so much time. Here it goes. All right, nice tune with the Golden Troop. That was something I mentioned that you probably don't need. Probably the changing shifts next, or one of the foods, unless that's a Lotus and Tandoori's, which it might be, so.
I'm trying to figure out what CJRs would need to do to still be able to come back here.
As long as they can snipe, push the characters to a reasonable... I think that makes sense. Push all the characters to a reasonable weak breakpoint, and then just use gamblers and sweep them all off. Because that was the strategy originally last time. But of course, that's not really possible here. But I think there's nothing else you could do otherwise versus 3 characters who are fully equipped.
That's a very difficult condition to reach. Basically, we are straight up saying that CJR's chances of winning here are dropping by the second.
Yep, absolutely. Now Barbara has the Melody loop down. She's going to cleanse the cryo and then also heal the rest of the team. So it's just going up and up and up. And, you know, there's no healing on this side. So CJR's characters are going down, down, down.
All the damage that CJR's is doing is just being negated by shields and damage reduction. It's a very frustrating situation to find yourself in. He has been able to keep himself calm the whole time, which is very impressive. Like, heart rate hasn't changed too much. Expression is still thinking about possible ways of turning this around.
Yeah, no, they've been pretty locked in for this match. Even Chikuwa, you know, who's typically quite expressive, they're really just looking at the board. They're like, okay, what can I do next?
We will also consider that until Chikuwa is able to get Ningguang's burst back up again, Signora is not actually at any risk either. And with no Culks in hand, even if you build up energy on Barbara and Xingqiu, it's still not gonna contribute to finishing CJRs off. It's a very unfortunate stalemate here, which is quite common with stall decks, because their goal isn't to take out the opponent's side, it's just to outlive it.
Yeah, pretty much. I do wonder, let's see here. So Chikuwa could go for the Hydra Resonance because you can't get you could actually get 2 skills out, but then you need to play that Woven. It's the question if you even want to do that in the first place. Probably not, I imagine. Oh, Fruit of Fulfillment, okay. Egg and...
Egg, well, I mean, you don't need it this time.
Yeah, that's a little odd. It's okay, though. We have Von and Rana scoop up the rest of the dice. And that'll probably be the end of Chikawa's turn. As for CJRs, they should be filling up Liban. But I feel like that's it's getting a little late, you know, into the round for that to happen.
And here comes another Hydro Resonance as well to keep the team topped up once again. CJR's chances of being able to take this out is... Like, I just don't see a way back into this for him. Like,
yeah,
seriously.
It's slipping away by the second, but we'll see. There's always, you know, sometimes there's always just a factor you're not ready to consider. Did CJR overdraw? I think maybe they did. Hold on. 2, 2, 2. No, I think they're fine. Never. Oh, Von and Rana, that's right. So Von and Rana ended up scooping the dice before Liban, so CJR unfortunately won't be proccing that Liban anytime soon.
This is okay, straight up, this is frustrating to watch.
It's okay.
It's like straight up, this is very much a stalemate situation where neither player does a lot of damage. And if they want to build up a way for their characters to do that damage, they're putting themselves at risk, which they don't want to take now that they're this far into things.
Yeah, they're trying to weed each other out, but there's also not a lot of times where it's just like, I should damage pop off now, but it's like, oh, do you really want it though? Hey, that's better dice. Nice, nice. So many active effects, right? Ding, ding, ding! You have shields. Let's go.
There's a lot on the field right now. There is a lot to look at.
Yep, absolutely. And now CJRs has to deal with the fact that Fortress of Meropide, Strictly Forbidden is active, is the one status right below Senora and is saying negative down. You cannot play any other action cards or event cards, I should say, until you break one of them on purpose.
And there it comes down to Dawn Winery as well. So Chikuwa gonna be able to keep their dice efficient for even longer.
Can you believe that Ningguang took 1 damage? He's like, ow.
1 damage.
Ow, okay.
Not a problem at all.
There it is.
Wow,
Boom.
okay. Gonna be using that burst. That is the way of turning Signora into the Pyro form without needing to drop below 4 HP. It does mean trading away your highest damage burst. You have to build that energy back up. But having access to this form is probably a little more valuable.
Yeah, no, most definitely. With little to no damage available, it is more important that you get someone like the Crimson Witch of Embers are ready to melt the opponents alive. I don't know. No, because Chikawa would not want to skill here because they would be giving... oh, right, no, they can actually. I'm flipping it over. If CJR does do a Pyro skill onto Xingqiu, then they can easily just cleanse. They gotta tune one thing for it, though.
Yeah, like at this stage, both players are going to have a good amount of cards in hand to tune in order to get stuff out. Surprisingly, despite how far we've gone, the decks have not actually been thinned out very much either.
Nope.
So the players are still fine in terms of resources. They are taking their time with this to make sure they're not making mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what stalemate scenarios look like in the TCG, where neither player really wants to budge or go a little too far. So they're going to sit back and calculate. And of course, Chikawa can very much afford to do stuff like that.
CJRs now has the possibility of doing some damage. Signora is still kind of a low damage, like single target character, so even with Melt, you would only end up doing 4, but it is better than nothing.
Absolutely. CJR running out of time though. 15 seconds on the clock. Better make your decision quick. Uh-oh. What do we got? What do we got? I think his Senora skill is okay. Oh, okay. We're gonna go to Cryocube instead. Very interesting.
Yeah, this is gonna keep happening.
Oh yeah, I'm like, oh well.
This is straight up going to keep happening for a little while here.
Absolutely. Are we gonna keep swap? How much more do we want to swap? You only get so many Dawn Wineries and so many changing shifts. Didn't even use changing shift this time around CJR side. Okay. Timer, timer, please be careful. Okay. Got rid of Strategize. That is fair. Yeah, they're still dealing with Strictly Forbidden right now. And Chikawa has Passing of Judgment. So if that ever comes up later, I don't know. I think I would use, since you know their other deck, I would use this as a sign. It's like, hey, you're going to be dealing with passing of judgment, you know, if they've already pulled out Maripede and all that jazz. You're probably going to want to start throwing out a little extra damage before your damage is not able to be thrown out any longer.
Indeed. This is a very... I mean, I don't really know how else to describe it. It is a stalemate. It has been a stalemate for a very, very long time.
I think stalemate is the perfect way to describe it. It's totally okay because this happens very often in TCG. You know, of course, it's more relevant with stall matchups, right? But stalemate is a very accurate assessment.
It definitely is a pretty accurate assessment overall. And now the question just comes down to how long this situation is going to be able to last, right?
Absolutely. Let's see here, CJR once again, just looking through it. Actually, probably looking at it on paper, I can see their hand is moving. Yeah, so they're probably calculating out any line that is physically possible to throw. Let's see here. They do have only 3 Pyro Dice left, so you need to tune out and make sure that you can get that. Okay, there we go, there we go. One of those. That was actually, that was a normal attack. I was suspecting a skill, but I guess they weren't going to go for that because they already have that one available. Just cleanse off the Cry on the end phase. One of the interesting things that is always ends up happening with these stall decks is the Tenacity versus Vorukasha's debate that I like to put up sometimes, is that Chikawa currently has 2 Vorukashas in hand, but they don't actually play any of them because they've been able to equip all their characters with General's Ancient Helm and Tenacity of the Millilith. So, you know, it ends up working that it's like, oh, I have these 2 free artifacts. I guess I'll just use them as spotter. It's very odd. Things end up like that. Very nice move on Ningguang. Takes out the cube, and now they're on 1 HP. Oh my. Yeah, no, this is where, yeah, they've stalled out enough, and Chikawa is now able to start really popping off. Doesn't even need the gamblers, you know, to really push these things where not that this deck even runs in the first place, right? It is stall after all. But there we go. Okay. And Fisherman's going in. I think Chikawa is going to hit us with Judgment next turn for sure. Oh, man, we're 1 sec off of Maripede. You really could have pushed them down in the next phase, but hopefully Chikawa realizes that and puts down a Judgment on CJR to make sure that no Cryo Res, no Fisherman's, and none of that jazz is going to be coming down. All right, good dice roll. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, ooh. It's okay. I think Chikawa will live with it. Oh, Tandoori's. Okay, that's right. CJR's does have the turn advantage, so that way, here comes the Cryo Woven. Boom! Oh, I hyped it up so much, and then Ningguang took 1 damage. Oh my goodness.
You know, 1 damage is pretty good right now. 1 damage is better than 0.
Yes, 1 damage is better than 0. There's the passing of judgment that I just mentioned, and now, CJR, you just see them flop back in their chair. They're like, oh shoot. Now, Cryo Res, Fisherman's, or I should say, called for cleanup. Fast swap and changing shifts are all null and void unless they want to expend all their resources right now and waste it.
At this point in the game, mental fatigue is going to come into question. Whether or not the players are going to be able to keep up their decision making is going to be very important, because a single mistake and then the game just goes out from under you.
Yeah, absolutely. Mental fatigue, are you sure it's the players or it's just us two?
I think it's everyone. I think it's the whole existence of this, whatever it is.
Indeed, indeed. But you know, we're always happy to have a Game 5 scenario and more Primo Gems to give to you all at home. So let's keep cheering them on. This is the one last hurrah for today before we move into day 2.
Even with Pyro, Signora, we can see that not a lot of damage is being done. Pretty sure Chikawa still has resources hiding in that deck. Barbara has full energy, so a heal can come out at any time. I do think that Chikawa has a handle on this game, regardless of what happens. Unless CJR just surprises us with something.
Yeah, no. Right now, their main objective is just to make sure they survive and make sure they can get through the Judgment. Because next turn, you know, Judgment only ever has one use. Next turn, they'll only have to deal with Maripede. They can simply toss out something like Changing Shifts and then stack up all the damage onto someone and just dogpile and take someone out.
Okay, actually, looking at it closely, there is still a possibility for CJRs. They need Signora Burst.
Yes,
And they need to burst Ningguang.
Exactly.
If they're able to burst Ningguang, then they can deal with Barbara and Xingqiu without really worrying about much damage at all.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is the most important part. Senora's, burst, the big fire tornado is super duper strong. 6 damage at base, and then add a melt on top of that. That is already 8 damage. At this point in the end game, even if you have healing, I mean, it's going to change next turn, But it's going to make it so that basically nobody could survive something that powerful. And here it is. They already have it charged up, but CJR is out of dice now.
Yeah, CJR is out of dice. Chikawa still has 2 actions at least. They are forced to end their turn. Even switching to the cube, not going to be able to do too much for them. And that means that Ningguang gets to have her way with Signora for a little while.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ningguang probably going to go for another skill. There's no Calx Arts available, but that's going to be so much damage to the point where Signora... actually... Wait. It's possible. Because if Ichikawa skills here, then they're going to be stuck on Ningguang, and then it's going to do... Okay, first we have 6 plus 2, right? So that's going to be... 6 plus 2, that's going to be 8 damage onto Ningguang at base. And then let's add Cryo Res, right? So that's another 2. That's going to be 10. Plus 2 White Gloves, that's another 2. That's 12. If Chikawa takes this bait and doesn't add any more defenses, CJR might actually be able to pull it off.
It's a possibility, for sure. Would Chikawa take that gamble? Because right now, Ningguang wouldn't be able to lethal Signora, no matter what.
Yeah. Most
and damage that you are doing is going to be pretty permanent, because again, CJRs doesn't run a lot of healing. Oh!
Okay.
He did it.
He did it. Let's see if it were... Oh, freshman!
Wait. You cannot come out now, freshman.
Wait a minute. Oh no, the cleanse!
The cleanse!
Oh no, the burn too, not like this. Oh, we set up the most epic line, but I forgot that Barbara is still in play, and she's still going to be making sure that everyone's nice
Any
and
possibility that it still does enough damage?
No.
Probably not,
It's
right?
missing that 2 damage from the melt.
Yeah.
Well, all right, let's see what happens here, though. Okay, CJR, this is your time to shine. You only have 1 strict.
Now you quick swap the Cryo Cube and hit Ningguang once.
Sure. No, didn't even
Guess
play
not.
any of the cards, huh?
I mean, you could have.
Yeah, you could have.
You definitely could have. You quick swap Cryo, you attack her, apply Cryo. Chikawa will probably want to switch off of her.
Yeah. Wait, no, Chikawa, don't do it. No! Okay, Chikawa.
This is just torture at this point. He did it! It was too much! It was too much for him!
Yeah, Chikawa holds their chest in a sigh of relief. What a long-fought battle after having their mental really messed up by CJR's mind games, but unfortunately it was too much, and CJR knew they had to throw in the towel. It was over.
Chikawa continues to prove his mastery in stall decks. Even in the meta, where it can have some difficulty, still able to pull things off and overcome CJR's burning the kitchen down.
Yeah, you can't outstall the staller. I think, that Sino game earlier that we saw was probably the best performance that we had earlier, but this one, the damage was too little, too late, and CJR goes down, and unfortunately, they will be knocked out of the tournament.
Honestly, it doesn't seem like CJR's minds all that much. He did come in here with the intent that he was going to have fun and enjoy the experience no matter what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned, we can't always say, that there's no hard feelings, but they will be walking home with a cash prize and, of course, the golden card back for this year. So, they aren't walking home without anything. But wow, another best of 5. Can you believe that?
And we got a pretty long one here, folks. The stall deck, the Ningguang stall. I was a little bit worried when I saw it, I gotta admit.
No.
But it continues to surpass expectations every time.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the saddest part is that we don't get to see Xingqiu Rainswords because you're always so used to him. That's kind of his main draw. And then this time, no, he's just a cleanse magnet.
Pretty much. But
there are raffle winners, and these are the final raffle winners for today. So congrats if you are one of these UIDs down here. You have just won 1,000 Primo Gems. And for everyone else who may be sad that they didn't win any Primo Gems today, don't worry. We still got 2 more days of competition to look forward to, so plenty more opportunities are afoot.
Absolutely. We went to all 5-0 games, so that means 10 total matches, 10 times the 2,000 Primo Gems that were given for each one. That's so many Primo Gems given away.
We can see here, post-match data. Strongest single strike does seem to be hovering around that 10 mark. Average actions taken per turn seems kind of low, actually.
Yeah, I wonder why. You know, maybe some reason, but the max dice spent in round 1 is the most different. You know, we saw the other players, you know, had like a much higher count. This one, 18 versus 12. That's a very big difference.
Yeah, it is pretty notable here. So it's interesting to see how these players have approached things. I do definitely think that some of these games ended up skewing these values here and there. Because game 3 was one of the fastest we've had, and then game 5 was one of the longest we've had. But it does mean that Chikuwa will move on into the next stage, and CJRs will unfortunately be eliminated here in the first day of the tournament.
Indeed. Just for review, we have Z Criminal versus Mango 3-1, KDF Nkoi versus Dio a 2-3, Minty versus Inzaghi a 2-3, and of course, lastly, like we just said, Chikuwa versus CJRs a 3-2. How many exciting matches we had today?
We sure did, and it seems like the Prince Cup champions are still continuing their dominance there in the lower bracket. This means that Inzaghi will be facing off against Mango, and Chikuwa will be facing off against Nkoi tomorrow.
Oh yeah, this is going to be quite exciting for all the matches that we could see tomorrow. This is going to be so crazy that we have, you know, Prince Cup players once again continuing, like you said, through the bracket. Maybe they will be the one to claim Prince Cup of Pacific once more.
Yeah, we are down to our top 6 now. Minty and CJR has put up an excellent fight, but the competition has only heated up even more and more now that we are here in the live stage, and it just seems impossible to predict what's going to happen going forward.
Yeah, no, I mean, if these matches at the start were already this unpredictable, what is tomorrow gonna look like?
I have no idea, and I think all of you guys don't really know what's going to happen either, so I implore all of you guys to make sure to join us tomorrow for even more Genshin TCG action. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and close out a day number 1 of the competition. So make sure you guys catch tomorrow for even more raffles and even more Prince Cup. We will see you guys then.
Bye-bye.